Today, I'm okay. Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here I'm
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks! Alcantia closed the book!
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The ball just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane!
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! Geekay have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and happy Sunday, everyone. This is the fourth and final day of Stage 3 playoffs in EMEA and NA. The World Finals teams are locked already, so today is all about that seeding, and of course the regional crowns are still up for grabs as well. And here to break it all down for you are once again Jake and Johnny with me on the desk, me being Zoe. Hello, face comes in 3, 2, 1, there we are. Look at us, we got the timing down. I am so excited for today. I've been extremely excited about, or happy rather, about how the playoffs shook up in general. I feel like we got treated to so many good surprises. The teams really showed up.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy playoff. So I think like one of the wildest in recent memory. You know, if you missed yesterday, you missed some Giga Bangers. Peps just qualified to Stockholm, which is a huge performance for them. I mean, were they their 6th seed, Johnny, coming into EMEA playoffs? I think this might be the
Peps,
first.
They were 2 and 5, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't looking good. It wasn't looking good for them, but they fought back, right? And they made a couple big upsets to get this spot. And now they're competing in the top 3. They're not out of the running yet, although their next opponent, Twisted Minds, an unenviable task here for many of the squads in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, we doubted them all the way through the playoffs thus far, right? Their first matchup was against Vision. We're like, Vision is the heavy favorite. Peps demolished them. Vision like barely showed up in the server. And then yesterday against Gen G, again, a very convincing 3-0 victory. So they're definitely a team that cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, there are a couple of asterisks on that series, but I don't think we can take anything away from Peps and how they performed so far here in this playoffs. You know, pop-off performances. Dip was amazing on the Tracer yesterday. And he will have to show up today against someone like Psycho from Twisted Minds. But this is a Twisted Minds roster that they're really hungry. I mean, another series where they got beat by Alcantia in a map 5 scenario. They still haven't won a stage. They're feeling hungry. And so Peps, you know, I think they're gonna face the beatdown here now. And then they'll just kind of like go on to the grand finals appearance against Alcantia once more. But Peps, it was a good 3-0 showing against Gen G yesterday.
Yeah, see if they can repeat, man. They're gonna need another knockout performance, especially I think from the DPS, who, I mean, you know, we see a lot of players looking really solid, looking great on the server, and then they come up against Quartz on the hit scan and he just eats them alive. So you got to watch out for that team, Peps. I mean, they like playing these high-paced dive comps, which, you know, rely on generally. You got to kill the enemy hit scan. You're not necessarily going to tank his shots and, you know, survive forever. You're just going to kill him first. And, you know, that's honestly like a bold play, but you're going to need to have so much confidence. Zoro is going to need to be shooting back in a major way. If Quartz doesn't feel pressured, this game is going to get out of control.
Yeah, Zoro, a player we haven't really been able to highlight that much in the past, in the last stage at least. But yesterday, Zoro definitely also showed up to play. Dip and Willies, of course, were talk of town as per usual for that team. So yeah, today everyone has to bring their A game because they're going up against one of the strongest teams we have in the entire region, Twisted Minds.
Yeah, look, I think that Willis is going to be of crucial importance in today's series because he can play the hazard at such a high level, if need be, right? And you need that for a lot of these Symmetra compositions. But yesterday, there were a lack of Symmetra in our upper bracket finals between Alcantia and Twisted Minds. We came into it saying, hey, these teams love playing Symmetra, but instead, Twisted Minds with Psycho subbed in, they opted to take this kind of Tracer duel, and Alcantia were happy to oblige and take it on. Another 5-map banger here, but you know, one's got to ask themselves, like, maybe they are saving a little something for the grand final if they make it today as well.
You have to see if they regret that in this match, but I do agree. I mean, I think Twisted Minds and Alcadzia both see each other as their one true opponent, but Peps has been that squad that has, been underestimated many times in this playoff, and each time they've come out with the victory, actually. And so, I think TM would be wise to take this match seriously. I'm curious whether they want to use any sim. I mean, against some teams in the past, they've used the sim Cassidy and just kind of picked people apart. That being said, Peps, they look good against Gen G, who was running sort of that similar style, and I'm curious to see if there's going to be any different approach, or if TM kind of just take this as a warm-up game, because remember, TM have potentially a very long day ahead of them, right? If they're able to win this first series, they're going to go into the rematch against Alcad, and Alcadzia gets to kind of watch this series and decide how they're going to play, kind of look for strategy, where TM, looking to get through this as quickly as possible, to just kind of hide as many of their strats, to not overexert themselves, and to be ready for a potentially grueling best of 7. I mean, between those two teams, you better believe it's going to the 7.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's customary for them to go all the way, however somehow possible, even if the series, we talked about that yesterday already, that even if the series starts out looking like a one-sided affair, the other team somehow, some way, always finds a way back into the game and then just taking us all the way. So Alcadzia 3-2 yesterday against Twisted Minds, likely meeting again in the final, but of course not if Team Peps has something to say about it. Once again, let's take a look at today's schedule as we want to show you what's coming up. We got a very exciting day ahead of us. Of course, we have the grand finals in both regions, and then also the third place deciders. So, as I said, all the teams you're seeing on the screen right now are already locked for the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm, but seeding is still on the line, and that is very important. Like, we cannot overstate how important that is for that event.
Yeah, one thing we didn't really mention yesterday actually is, of course, if you can secure the #1 seed, you actually skip ahead one round in the Stockholm bracket, right? That is absolutely huge, because you don't have to go through those the first round where you have to play like a 1-2. If you lose a 1-2, you have to drop down to the lowest bracket. Getting the #1 seed is of critical. It's absolutely critical, because I mean, you just get to skip around, but at the same time you get to play those longer series where maybe you feel like you can get some of these spans out and stick more to your comfort. You never know what's going to happen in a 1-2.
Absolutely. So this isn't just for the cash. Everything on the line, and that means our teams are going to bring it. And of course, as per usual, our co-streamers are bringing it as well. Yesterday we had Hunter on the mic. Today you can hop on over to Frogger's stream if you so please. I mean, look at that guy who
Looking clean.
Looking so clean, so fresh.
Accurate describes Frogger's playstyle as well. It's just, you know what you're getting with that.
Love that. Well, you're definitely going to get drops if you join their streams as well, as they're enabled for our co-streamers as well. Here are the drops that you ought to get if you connect your Backnet account to your Twitch account. And these are the hours watched. Yeah, nothing has changed. I still love all of them.
A lot of good drops. I like the whole W push bot. Like,
I feel like we had that already.
As if there was any
is
other
that
option.
a rebrand?
As if there was any other option. We gotta have like a hold this L type push bot spray. Maybe that can come next.
Oh, we're turning a little negative. We need to get some more like BM sprays.
Yeah. We need
Honestly,
some BM sprays. We need some BM sprays. All these nice friendly sprays. We need some.
Shockingly not on board with that.
some
Spray or
heat.
something. What happened to that?
That's what I mean. I think there is a teabag spray, right?
There's the Anna teabag one. 100%.
I haven't seen that forever.
There's two. I think there's two.
A tea time.
On a pillow is pretty goated though.
Yeah, I'm a fan. But yeah, fan of all of those. Make sure to connect your account to start collecting right now. And let's once again remind everyone what we're all playing for here. It is, of course, it was, of course, for the World Finals. The teams are locked in. This is the competition we're going to see clash at the World Finals. This is so stacked. So again, that first seed, you want to skip ahead.
Yeah. I mean, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, #1 and #2, as if there was any other option. Insane series.
Yeah, it was, it's 9 a.m. over here in Los Angeles, so I haven't seen it yet, but 7-map banger for the finals over in Korea. You'd love to see it, and already with this, we have a couple of matchups already in place for Stockholm. So T1 will face Team CC from China, and Team Falcons, because they took that loss to Crazy Raccoon, they'll have to face off against Barrel, who obviously claimed the seed from Japan and the Pacific region. going
They also stole
head-to-head
all of our hearts at EWC, so I think people are very
Yeah.
excited to see them back in action.
Oh, there you go.
On the big
There's the
stage
bracket.
as well. Ooh. Here we go. Thoughts, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, being NA number 1, you're like, all right, we're number 1. Gulp, play Falcons. Second round.
Huzzah.
So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, honestly, I think, makes sense to me. Crazy Raccoon waiting for that NA number 2 seed. A little bit scary.
I also couldn't wait. Yeah, if T1 happens to be Team CC, which I would favor, and they get to go up against a EMEA team who likes to play those symmetrical compositions.
Yeah, that would be wild. T1 might be really good
pray for
against
some
it.
more Donghack Doomfist versus maybe some like Symmetra. Like the clash of styles would be amazing. So we'll see what T1 cooks up for Stockholm. They can play a lot of different compositions.
That is the best part about obviously cross-regional competition, but also just the meta that we have right now in general, because there is a place for a lot of different ways of skill expression, right? Or like just a different kind of flavor that you bring to the team, or to the scene rather. And seeing those clash is gonna be so much fun. And if you don't want to miss out on the fun, how about you join us in person? Grab your world tickets right now. There's still some up for grabs, and you can join us. Yesterday we officially announced that we all gonna show up in Torp cosplay.
Yeah, so you announced that.
I did,
We're gonna
yeah.
have to have a talk. about that one.
Nah, I'm kind
That's
of
a
a dork
TBD.
here. I don't know
That's
if
a
you
TBD
noticed.
item. There's an asterisk next to that when it gets to the fine print on the ticket page.
I think you would look really cute in that outfit. I'm just saying.
Right. All right.
Yep.
We should. How much does Look, I know cosplayers, they have their amazing industry going there. If hypothetically, all the three of us,
Amazing industry.
we wanted to get outfits for Stockholm, like how much could we expense that at Sean Miller? Like, could we expense some costumes? I
think
don't
you
know,
have
it'd
to
probably
give
be a
him the
few
value
grand, 'cause, the
proposition
high
here,
quality
like-
is really high, but I'm just saying that I do it.
What's the gain here? Give me the.
What do you mean?
Well,
He's
like
sick.
for Sean, is that your proposal?
I don't know.
He's
Twitter
sick.
impressions. I think we like those. Read it up.
Okay, yeah.
I
Channel
don't got
points.
anything else.
Just
There's
throw
no
in
other
some
reason.
channel
Maybe I'm
points.
convincing enough. I don't know.
No, I think you were very convincing. You sold it on me. And if we're not selling the tickets, our team certainly will, because they will be showing up and they will perform. So let's talk about our first match in the first two teams, which certainly performed in order to get here. Twisted Minds and Peps. Peps playing with house money, like we didn't really expect them to end up here. Twisted Minds, they're hungry to win it, obviously, after the series yesterday. Let's talk about how they will match up stylistically against what Peps is playing, because Twisted Minds obviously relying on different compositions throughout the stage, really.
Yeah, I mean, if we go by yesterday and we just think like, hey, it's going to be a lot of Zarya Tracer, I think this comp is super strong. I think TVNT looked fantastic on the D.Va. There have been some questions for TM about the starting tank, like, what direction are they going to go? But I thought TVNT acquitted himself really nicely in the Salkadzia game, looked very solid, matching up against Ziad, which isn't an easy feat. And so I think that's going to be the linchpin. I think TVNT playing Zarya and D.Va are great tanks to match up against Pep's style. Might be a challenge. And honestly, for TM, it's like maybe you just run the hazard mare. I feel like this is a team that is going to be so confident. I'm a little scared for Team Peps, frankly. They're going to need to have a very big game, and I wonder, now that the pressure's off, they got their big win, they're going to Stockholm, do they really have what it takes to show up here in this TM game, or are they just going to roll over and let TM walk to the finals?
Yeah, I think the good thing Peps has going for them is that I think they have the compositions to match whatever Twisted Minds throw their way. Okay, we're gonna play the Symmetra. We'll be happy to play some Hazard. Twisted Minds, something they showed yesterday that they've been talking a lot about, is their ability to play this Wu Yang composition. Well, we've seen early on in this stage, Peps, they like to play their own Wu Yang composition with FD God flexing over to that hero. Xerion, it's pretty much like perma Kiriko for Team Peps here. And you can make a case for like maybe Twisted Minds, they're just individually better in that kind of composition. But I think Team Peps, at least going into this series, they'll be able to play their own game. And I think that's crucial if you want some of these individual performances to pop off, like Dip or Sorrow, for example.
Yeah, now if we're looking at the Team Peps roster, of course, look, like it's going to be an uphill battle on each and every single role they have. Composition they've played so far, they clearly found what works for them.
Yeah, I mean, they like playing these faster-paced styles, right, with you know, Diff and Willis on Tracer +1, often the hazard, sometimes the Diva, sometimes some you know, these divey options, and just make space for Zoro and Zirian to work. FD God looked really solid as well on the Lijiang, although I think that's something that, you know, Funny Astro is not going to have any problem mirroring. I just think they're going to need to really believe that they can win this one. And honestly, I think for a team that, you know, qualified against all odds, against all expectations, I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical, frankly, because it's so hard to keep that fire and the motivation at this point after you've already achieved beyond what you thought was possible. Like, can you really play this match as hard as TM are going to play it? Because TM, I mean, they're looking to get this done very quick, very aggressively, and build confidence going into the Alcadzia game.
Yeah, and they had a really good showing, obviously, against Gen.G. You mentioned that already, Johnny. There is, of course, a caveat to that series due to the connectivity issues we had from, well, pretty much their star player, Exodial. They did run the Symmetra comp. It looked like Team Peps is able to handle it. But, of course, if Twisted Minds is going to utilize that composition later on in the series, it will be a very different kind of Symmetra composition.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds here, you know, it'll be interesting because we talk a lot about Yubi as their Symmetra player, but Psycho has, like, pulled it out here and there. And I think one of the issues for Twisted Minds in this playoff is just like, if you sub in Yubi, it's very obvious that you're going to play that Symmetra compositions and you can organize the bands around that, right? But so maybe in this series, you think like, okay, if we can force Peps to ban a hero that doesn't really affect our Symmetra composition, maybe Psycho will still like, hey, pull it out. Now, of course, they play different tanks too, TBNT, KSA, so that is another kind of, you know, figure in this equation, right? But I think for Twisted Minds here, I think the name of the game is you can get a bit of an advantage when it comes to the bans, because Peps won't really have an idea of like what's coming their way, right? And maybe later on in the series, we figure out, we have an idea of where Twisted Minds want to go. But I think it's going to be difficult for Peps to target some kind of bans here, because Twisted Minds' ability to play so many different stuff.
Yeah, perhaps one thing that will work in Peps' favor is the desk curse, because thus far, every time we predicted against a team, like amongst ourselves, it just so happened to be an upset. Will it be the case this time around? I doubt it, so I went with Twisted Minds, so did you guys. It's just really hard to argue against Twisted Minds in this very matchup.
Yeah, one of the things about the sim comp that I thought was pretty interesting yesterday in the Gen.G match is that Exodial was pretty much constantly playing Freya with the sim, and for my money, this is not a good comp. Like, I really think you want the Cassidy with the sim to make use of Cassidy's just insane mid-range damage potential. It's like much higher than Freya, and you know, I think even the ultimates like fit a little bit better and the style you want to play, and that's, I think, the particular style that makes TM look so crazy, right? Is Quartz just popping heads on the Cassidy and just like destroying your flankers, destroying so many people. And Freya probably has better like damage against the tanks, but I think TM sim comp for me, like, I'm curious to see if they wouldn't want to bring it out here. But like you said, Johnny, it's very telegraphed. I think you kind of have to commit for the whole series. So like start Yubi from the beginning, tank that sim ban at some point, but look, they can't ban on every map. And you're, you know, still okay. Like same for Psycho going sim, you know, Yubi can go Tracer. So I think this opening roster is actually going to pretty much tell us the way TM wants to take the series, because usually they don't do much mid-series subbing.
Yeah. I'm going with Twisted Minds here as well, but I will spoil the chat threads. Twisted Minds 84%, Pep 16%. We're not. Matt, don't bet the house. All right,
put some channel points on the line.
60% is good, but
who you betting
it's fair. They're fair. They're fair. Okay. Last week 10% for Gen.G. That was unfair. 16% for Peps. I think that's about accurate. You know, there's a chance there, but Twisted Minds should be the overwhelming favorite.
Yeah, I heard that sentence before. The last 4 playoff days, but hey,
nothing ever happened. Sorry.
nothing bad ever happened after we uttered those words. Now let's take a look at our map set and of course discuss the bans for the series. It is TM picking the first map. We'll head to Lijiang Tower. Yay, how novel. And now we're gonna take a look at our bans, Zarya and Freya.
So wow. I think this means Psycho is probably playing, I would assume, based on these bans.
He was in the starting.
He was in the starting lineup. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So no surprise. I think they are just going to keep running it with what they did yesterday. I still have some hope that they might go for like a Yubi style at some point in the Alcad game, but assuming they get that far. Of course, they do have to beat Team Peps, but man, TVNT, I actually like this Zarya ban because he looks so good on the D.Va, and I think it's going to be a little bit challenging to find the hazard dives with how good TVNT is at controlling the space. And I mean, Psycho looked on fire on Tracer yesterday, like really put up a big game, and that's going to be tough for Dip to match, but he has been kind of a standout star for Team Peps.
Yeah.
He definitely has. I mean, he took it to checkmate, and that is not an easy feat on a Tracer. I'm excited for this first match of the day, the third place decider, and the winner will be moving on to the grand final in order to try and get that crown for EMEA, but first they have to defeat Alcatia. And now for all the action for the good and the bad, we're going to send it over to Mitch and Matt.
I'm flattered you left out the ugly, because that's definitely how that statement is supposed to end.
Well,
I am here to see how long this bridge between the tier gaps in EMEA is, right? I think that coming on a game like this where, you know, stakes-wise, a spot in the upper final is definitely important, especially the prize money, you know, for finishing higher up here in stage 3. But outside of that, I'm curious to see how close our closest team to the top 2 can actually get to putting a dent on a team like, you know, Twisted Minds, or God forbid, actually, you know, find a result against them, which I would be far more surprised about.
I think the gap is quite wide. That would be my opinion going into the series. I would love for Peps to prove us wrong, right? I would assume you believe the gap is pretty wide as well, considering, like, you know, even during the regular portion, the regular stage of EMEA, Peps wasn't close against some of these teams. I mean, even like kind of throw VP and even like Vision into the mix, right? So maybe, you know, look, I don't think the meta has changed that drastically with the latest patch that I think as some may have suspected. I don't think there's going to be this new revelation where like Peps now has closed this massive gap between these teams. I think if anything, it's like, you're Peps, you're hoping to play the best game you played all stage, and you're also hoping for TM to probably play one of their worst.
I think the revelation for me happened in the lower bracket quarterfinals for both these teams. For me, it's Peps beating Vision 3-1, and obviously we know what happened on the Gen G VP side of that bracket, right? So that did represent to me a pretty significant step up, because Team Vision were undeniably that 4th team in EMEA. Now, I had some concerns about the way they played on that day. I do feel like Team Vision might have played down a little bit, but it's still a very quality roster, and a result like that for Team Peps is huge. Now, stepping further than this, that's a different story, because this is the first time they're reaching, you know, above Team Vision in terms of their opponents, right? They beat Gen G 3-0 yesterday with obviously some odd circumstances. So this is their biggest challenge. And this is also, we get to see what their competitive viability is going to be at a tournament like Stockholm. If you want to get behind this Peps team, you're going to feel a heck of a lot better seeing them take Twisted Minds to task to some degree.
I agree and disagree with that, because I think between now and Stockholm, there's some time for the meta obviously shift drastically, right? And maybe that kind of checks out in a way that's good for Peps. Obviously, a lot of teams going to EMEA, probably to boot camp early. Not everybody can scrim TM or Alcad, so Pep's probably going to be in that mix as well as the team that'll be there. So I think there is opportunity for this team to go a little bit higher in terms of where they could potentially reach. I don't think this meta is kind of like the end-all be-all for them. So Twisted Minds is going to be TVNT playing that D.Va right off the rip that Jake was highlighting. He was so good with it. But on the flip side, I mean, Willie's tremendous on the hazard yesterday. It's just probably, as we assume, not going to be as easy in this match.
I just don't think you can make small mistakes against Twisted Minds and expect them to go overlooked, right? Willie's got chunked really low there, down to like 150. So even these mild positional flaws that Peps demonstrate could result in, you know, a player getting picked off pretty easy. Excuse me. I mean, Willie's is trying to play pretty safe through the dojo here, but it's taking him quite some time to put anything that approximates pressure down on the backline of Twisted Minds. And so Quartz, with all this space, is able to line up a shot on Dip and take the Tracer out.
Yeah, I mean, you're still battling here, though. 4 Peps on the point. You lose Ariana. That is rough. As Willie's still, though, kind of staying in this. Okay, no mech here for TVNT. Going to get it back here at the final moments. But this is looking much more like Peps could actually hang around in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Willie's coming back and being a factor in this fight is pretty important. But there it is, like a slight misstep for FD God. Just a slight one is punished by Psycho. No one's ready for that aggression. You know, spotting a Lucio that's slightly overextended, which is, in fairness, it kind of a hallmark of FD God's play. He's not the feed lord that he used to be, but definitely likes to be a bit more aggressive. And those are windows that Twisted Minds are going to exploit.
Yeah, they're going to back out here and now allow kind of Quartz to just kind of free fire over this bridge. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here to open things up from Simple. So as soon as Willies goes in, doesn't have to leap, then they use the rush to try and push down the rest of them, and Willies just gets stuck.
Well, he jagged walls himself, presumably, to break line of sight, but there's nowhere to go after that. Willies, needs to be relevant, and I think in these fights, a big part of that is not taking, 80% of your health in damage in the first couple seconds.
No, and his team backs up when the rush comes in, right? So then they're even further away as Quartz takes out Dip. And then when Willies tries to jump back or towards them, it's just everybody on TM just kind of focus fires on him. And there's nothing that he can do at the moment. So this is looking quite brutal as Peps kind of bullied all the way back to their spawn.
Willies was trying to play an off angle there, but actually has to leap back to the safety of the rest of his team. So even the little things are harder to do here for Peps. Then against Gen G, Quartz is going to see them all cross over towards White Room, so this is going to be highly telegraphed, and it gives Quartz enough of a window to find an easy pick. Zerian very low, and of course now the penetration of these overclocked railguns is going to make them all but impossible to avoid. Dip already trying to race back in the direction of Spawn, and Quartz is basically spawn camping him at this point. Team Peps here running out of time.
There hasn't been a fight that has started off where Quartz hasn't just gotten one with a railgun right off the rip. I mean, they highlighted Zoro on the pre-show, just getting close to an overclock now. It's going to be a sound barrier for both sides. TVNT using his self-destruct just to get a mech back.
That could have been devastating. I like the idea from Funny Astro of boop in the direction of the self-destruct, but it came a little bit too early and causes Funny Astro to be picked off ultimately, but it doesn't seem to matter because Quartz has other plans. There's a back cap behind all of this, mind you, a flip that occurred, and Twisted Minds are going to have to turn around and address it. Simple is brought down by Dip, but now TVNT can circle back to the point. It's a switch over to the Diva for Willie, so they'll be able to contest, and Team Peps are going to be able to extend this percentage they've been able to amass.
Yeah, but Willie's on Diva. I mean, you really like him on the hazard. It's going to be the overclock here for Zoro, just trying to put some shots into TVNT, just getting some damage, trying to ideally find one. He finds Funny Astro, and that's going to be the Kitsune rush from Simple, just trying to keep everybody up for TM. But this is actually pretty good for Peps, Mitch. They get that back cab. It's going to give them significant percentage and not going to give the point up here.
I'm not sure what happened to Willies. He might have been ejected out of mech over the edge of the map, potentially. Either way, Peps still have control now. Kitsune Rush for Twisted Minds was very aggressive. They actually had to disengage away from that spot and weren't able to use most of that Kiriko ultimate. But Funny Astro having gone down, there was 2 mines that Twisted Minds were in during that fight. Here, though, straight over towards the point. It's going to be Zerian picked off early, and now the dive towards White Room. See, Willies is playing second fiddle, trying to follow TVNT in. But Quartz is going to meet him at the door. Now has an overclock of his own. We've seen a flip back of the point, and now Willies has to touch. He'll be doing it in Baby Diva form. No more than that. Bunny Blast is all he can really hang his hat on here, as Asusu's going to be committed to keeping Quartz standing. And with overclock in play, Twisted Minds will have this one wrapped up in a moment.
Yeah, and honestly, without the back cap, this would have been wrapped up much sooner. The back cap by Dip makes it quite interesting as we head towards the end of the map, but it is still Twisted Minds firmly in control of the series, we think, from start to finish. It should be, right? Because they are one of the most dominant teams in the EMEA historically, right? Going up against Peps, a little bit of an underdog, but TM, let's see what they decide to do here. I think they'll probably just play this. They're going to TP out. They're going to put Psycho back on Tracer, and we're going to see this Diva play. Peps, it was a little bit harder to make the hazard work there. I know, but some of that long sight lines over the bridge, especially with everybody dying to Quartz, 16-1. So maybe this point with some of the map geography here will play a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that, we talked about a lot of the early fights and the neutral gameplay. That's obviously where a team like Twisted Minds are going to look to leverage Quartz and find these early picks. So you might be right, Matt. A map that tends less to exposing yourself a little bit early on. I don't mind a sim here, Psycho with the TP over to the point, but this is an unexpected development, I think, for anybody who's been following Twisted Minds. Is ordinarily it's Yubi who picks up the sim. Psycho here to demonstrate some of his flexibility and take us back to a classic Twisted Minds bread and butter strat.
Well, I mean, Psycho can play the sim, right? It's just Yubi is like the always-on sim for this team, and Willies lands right on type of Psycho, takes him out with that leap, and that's a nice opening there because the sim is a lot of damage in the back of that point. If you can get Psycho out early, that is a great sign there for Peps, as I imagine, yep, going to switch right over the Tracer, not going to go back to that sim.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem against the Hazard comp, and Twisted Minds aware of this because it's a strat they crafted specifically to take Alcazia down. So, yeah, I think TVNT really prefers this matchup when possible. Willie's on a diva, I think. That's how he kind of put himself on my radar, but I think this Hazard play for Peps, this composition has really worked for them now, so no need to mix it up unless the Hazard's being counted specifically. So away we go. 18% off that first fight for Team Peps as the early pick from Willie's yields fruit. Now we have to play off the point. This is standard though. TVNT needs to extend a little bit further to get some point control, and now Peps are going to have to dip a toe in to contest it. Quartz is going to see Willie's coming, but he's able to rotate around and has a really nigh unassailable position. Looks like he took some damage there from Dip, but will be tended to quickly by Simple and just continue rotating. You never know when Quartz is going to come from.
No, and it was also a really nice boot from Bunny Astro that just kind of knocks Willie's off course, right? Because Willie's making a beeline there for Quartz on the objective, and it's a really weird spot for Peps to be in. They're so kind of getting surrounded on both sides as Quartz takes out Dip and Zoro, and TVNT pushes through the front of the point and takes out FD God as they just got collapsed on.
I mean, that is not easy what Quartz was just able to do. Headshotting a Tracer with a railgun whilst a Hazard is diving you alongside them. That's like the best look that Peps can throw at you, maybe outside of the Kiri joining for a three-pronged kind of dive. But the fact that Quartz navigates that with such composure, instantly kills the Tracer and spaces out from the Hazard is, I mean, that's elite gameplay.
And we'll see how Peps decides to attack this. It looked like Willie's was actually kind of jumping over there to the right, just forcing some of the members from Twisted Minds back to the point. But they do have Kitsune Rush to work with. We'll see, like, maybe it's like a TP through the front. They just kind of overlay it there. As it looks like they don't actually use it right now. They're actually going to use the beat first to engage.
Slightly later beat here for Twisted Minds, which obviously favors them now as the fight stretches out a bit further. Willie's with a dive in, Jagged Wall to try and prevent a climbing back up, but it's not to be. Wrong choice of target for that, apparently. As while Willie's is busy trying to drum up a little bit of attention, the rest of his team get torn to pieces.
Yeah, it's a later beat. He thinks he actually knocks Simple off the side, but Simple actually has that TP available on the Kiri to just make it up right back onto the point. Now you're staring at these overclocks, right? No sound barriers on both sides. We'll see if Zoro can get the better of Quartz. Would be one of the first times we've seen that in this matchup thus far.
85 now on Matika. Overclock for Quartz, and you better believe he'll be looking for some sort of obscure flank angle as soon as Peps commit to the point. Zoro's got an overclock of his own though, so a battle of Sojourns now in this fight. Win condition is to find those picks, and TVNT is dealt with. FD God first. Willie's already low. This is dangerous. Zoro's picked up by TVNT as well, and this is a downpour that really does not have any effect. It's just cosmetic, that route, as Peps are going to be bundled off the point and never really had a chance to contest it in the first place.
I mean, Quartz is just filthy, man. It's like, I know Zoro's obviously at a very good stage, but Quartz, it feels like every time with like a, whether it's an overclock or just he has a rail gun, like, ready to fire off, it seems like it's always a kill, right? I know you think about the first round on Lijiang Tower, just every time a fight was about to kick off, he just gets a railgun shot right off the rip to take a player out. And you see, I mean, the amount of damage, Mitch, look at that, 8,500. The next highest in the lobby is at like, what, 5,800? Just absolutely farming.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that your game plan against Twisted Minds needs to change as soon as we see a switch off of the Symmetra by Psycho. You need to be looking for Quartz. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've watched this guy play in games against not Alcazia where he just flanks. He just solo flanks on Sojourn and has the backup instantly of Simple if he sort of overextends and gets caught out. And you don't even need to flank your Sojourn. Like, she's designed that you can sit in your own backline, but Quartz always makes sure that, okay, I see what happened here for Willis.
Yeah, you wouldn't have made it back anyway.
Yeah, couldn't mantle on that surface.
But you see whenever Quartz is like kind of moving around, right? Funny Astro's there to be able to kind of provide like some support, right? With like a boop or something, knock players out of the way, like we talked about, getting Willie's out of his face. You also have Simple there with like a Suzu and some healing. It's just, a pocket Quartz and good things happen. I mean, that is literally their recipe. And then the thing is like, let's say you're so focused on getting rid of Quartz, right? And you're not able to do so. Psycho is just going crazy like he did yesterday in a lot of their matches, right? We saw some games, this is a next shot. We saw some games yesterday where like, the Psycho's like 33 and like 2, 33 and 3. Like, I mean, just crazy stat lines if you let him just run amok. So very difficult to stop TM. It seems like only Alcad in the region has their number.
Yeah, I'm watching all these clips of Willie's diving people other than Quartz. I just think this Sojourn has to go straight away. There's some good rotations here for Twisted Minds, but in general, it is just a matter of, like you said, setting courts up for success. And you can see we've got a pretty large disparity percentage-wise in terms of damage done. That's like a 20% difference, right? And that really is all you need at this kind of level. We talked about at the start of the game. You cannot make mistakes against Twisted Minds. You don't get to do that and, you know, get to play your game at the same time. You can't have both of those things.
No.
As good as this Hazard composition has been, thinking back to Garden, there's a couple of situations where Willies finds himself in a really compromising position, and then there's no fight to be had. There's no pressure. You need a comp right now. In this current meta, it's not easy to put together a really strong dive composition, which is why teams are preferring Hazard. It's a little bit easier to access some of those, failure points of your opponent's team. But even Soj can just slide away. You can boot them away with Lucio. There's a lot you can do to prevent your team from getting dove.
So like, what would you want to see Peps go to? Like, would you want to see them play some more of the Diva type of stuff, right? Like, try and play Diva, make a little bit more progress and like kind of going after courts. I think map selection will obviously be very important coming up next, right? Maybe even consider banning the Sojourn at some point.
Banning Sojourn seems kind of wild in this current, because I think yesterday people talking about Sojourn having fallen out of favor in terms of meta viability. Maybe you choose, I think you'd probably need to be very careful about opting into like a hit scan matchup or a map that's really hit scan predicated. But that is how Peps have won their games. They are like, they're Junkertown map 2 pickers, these guys. To put that in context for you. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take us there as well. First of all, though, if you want to get taken here yourself to this particular game or this particular level of gameplay, FACEIT. That's where you can find your way into the OWCS. There's a legitimate path from playing your FACEIT games up the divisions into Masters and then, winning promo relegation and making it into the OWCS. This is a open circuit by definition. We also have a referral program that's just been spun up where you can refer your friends to the FACEIT platform and earn yourself some fantastic points. You can get your own FACEIT sort of code, I guess, or link rather, to give out to your friends that will sort of count there. So
they don't even need to be friends, just acquaintances, just people on the internet, right? Just give it to anybody.
Yep. I mean, exactly. You could make your own referral link, share it around, get rewards. Obviously, number one gets a trip to the first OWCS LAN of next year. And I've heard that, we've got some fun stuff coming up in 2026. Don't you worry about that. So the link is fce.gg/referral program. So you can find your referral link over there. You can apply for it.
Kings Row.
And we're off to Kings Row, a map that honestly seems to have fallen by the wayside in favor of Eichenwalde in recent times.
A little bit, yeah, but also still an extremely strong map for a lot of teams in EMEA. I'm fascinated to see what the bans are going to be. So it'll be Peps actually getting rid of the Lijiang, and then TM actually decides to get rid of the Sojourn. Interesting. So maybe you want to play quartz here on some Freya. We saw that on Junkertown yesterday. Some like sick shots from quartz going up against Labda. So maybe you want to kind of bring the Freya into the mix.
I think the Sojourn ban is really interesting. Obviously, that's a very good pick for Twisted Minds. I would also point out that on Lijiang Tower, it's very reasonable because you have chokes that you can abuse with that Disruptor shot. Could be Cassidy here for quartz. Obviously, Kings Row has some of those more like claustrophobic parts of the map, but I would imagine that you want that verticality, especially if you're attacking, especially if you're in the second and third phases of the map.
Yeah, and Peps doesn't really want to play the Lijiang, and that is something that we see in Funny Astro actually pick up and play at a really high level. In Kings Row, with like all these kind of like narrow chokeways and corridors, like you can actually just start pumping out tons of damage. So that's a ban that makes a lot of sense there from Peps. Although it is scary, you use it this early, but if you're Peps, you probably feel like you lose this map, you are in a world of trouble. So you may as well kind of throw everything at it.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of map where we've seen Reaper turn up a little bit more often because you have, like those little archways and overpasses to drop down on and cycle your cooldowns. But I would just set expectations that this should be Lucio Kiriko and pretty similar setups. I don't know if Willies is much of a Zarya player, right? That's kind of not a pick we've seen him go towards. It can be decent on this kind of map, especially with these chokes. Anyway, we have the map pool for Worlds as well. So for those of you that are wondering what the game is going to look like, to say nothing of potential meta shifts, which are always possible, a couple of fan favorites are making their way back into the map pool for our DreamHack World Finals in Stockholm. I see Blizzard World, Dorado, and Route 66 are also quite tantalizing prospects, and Runasapi will rejoin the push map pool.
I mean, the control maps are great for like dive-centric kind of comps, right? With those 3 maps in the mix. Feels like ages since we've seen Midtown and Blizzard World, so this would be good to see those come back. Dorado and Root, I mean, I think this is a pretty decent map pool, obviously, meta dependent for some of those, like, Winston D.Va type of comps. So it'll be curious once we get to Stockholm, like what the actual meta will look like. And yeah, new Queen Street's always finding its way in. We just don't really see that many teams selected. So expect to see a lot of Runasapi, I think, at Worlds.
We see it, I think, in North America every now and then. I definitely feel like Runasapi is the kind of map
pops up in Asia as well.
Okay, yeah. Seeing teams trend towards that one a little bit more. New Jump City is always a good time, but yeah, pretty solid collection of map pools. Also Busan, we do get like some fun dive comps on sort of downtown, for example. Mecha Base is always interesting. So that's what you have to look forward to at our World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm, the crowning event of the OWCS calendar, and of course the event that we will find our world champions. Last year was awesome. They kind of randomly put the casters up on the stage, which is a very unique experience. Matt and I were
orchestra as well.
Yeah, the orchestra.
The whole orchestra thing going on.
I remember we had to dodge out of the way of the pyro in the winning moment of the grand final. I sort of remember being like, because they had us at the end of the catwalk. It was a cool shot. But like, if you don't see it on stream, you just see me and Matt staring at a screen right on front of the stage.
Trying not to get engulfed in flames. Yes, that was kind of the goal there.
Yeah, so if you want to throw Rotten Tomatoes at us, it might be the best chance of the year to do so, because we will be front and center. I don't recommend that. Although Matt's outfits could use a little bit of color, so I encourage some creativity in that regard.
Yeah, ideally not, just explosive tomatoes kind of hitting. I was worried about that pyro because when I did Call of Duty once. And we had left, me and Maven, who I cast with at the time, we had left our sports jackets like a little bit off camera, kind of like where the stage was, and the same type of setup that we had. And those lights up there are very hot, and it started to burn holes in our jackets. And I was like, man, if that was hitting me, that would be like physically. My jacket was like, our sport jackets were like smoking. Like, I was like, what is going on over there? And then turns out those lights are very hot.
Dude,
so if you come near the stage, don't put your hands directly near those lights. You will actually burn yourself. But we actually got out of the way because there's real fire up there, so that would not have been cool.
We don't like that. So to return our attention to this match, TVNT was having some comms issues. So that's been rectified now. Apparently, we almost threw you guys to a break, God forbid, but we have ourselves a game. It's Kings Row for our second map of the series.
People throwing to a break with no timer again. I mean, people start losing it after.
I heard people in the chat say that they would prefer a 2-hour break than to have a team, play with ping. So that's an opinion that people had. But we could do that, I guess. But fortunately, no one's having issues here.
Today, unfortunately, we couldn't do that because we would need a team from this game to play the next game. So
that's very true.
We know there would be no option there.
That is very true. I mean, we could just throw up a break slate, but no, it's not going to be it. Sorry, guys.
Or you could stuck in the match. The chat gets creative with ideas. I'm sure they would say like, oh yeah, let Twisted Minds and Peps combine rosters and then play Algazia and. If that combined roster wins, they can then just pick up where they left off in their match to figure it out. That's how the chat would come up with some wild solution.
To be fair, I think at this point, Twisted Minds and Alcatsia have played against each other so many times that you could just mix them up and have two very, very good teams either way.
They would rather see Twisted Peps go at them.
Twisted Peps. Yeah, I love that.
So a Ramatra comp here. So Ramatra with Sim, and it is from Peps. So this is a little bit of a surprise, right? Peps doesn't really kind of strike us as much as a Sim team, right? Dip has played just like a ton of Tracer. since we've seen him even come in with quick esports. So definitely probably catching Twisted Minds off guard a little bit. But if there's one team that knows how to play against some of these sim setups, it is most certainly TM.
I do like that Ramatra, like the slowness of this comp is remediated a bit by that TP and like kind of allows you to, bypass some of this like high ground limitation. Problem is, Willies is still not found himself in a position to be relevant. He's just like trying to hold space here to, in theory, allow like Zoro would dip to make use of this building and then just kind of dies out in the open. So whatever the game plan is supposed to be there for Peps, there's something that prevents them from actually pulling the trigger. They just TP across the way and try and set up a home base just where Simple is standing or just below him, and then never really, I don't know, fight for that real estate.
Well, typically we see teams like they'll kind of like see where the hotel is here to the left, like kind of TP into that back corner, right, and just kind of like try and push the players on Twisted Minds out back through the archway. Take some presence on the point and then maybe try and catch some of them split. It just did not seem to be the case for Peps, and Peps is already off it. They're like, we've tried it once, we're done with it. They're going to go back and play an actual mirror matchup here.
Yeah, I don't mind the switch of comps here for sure. Quartz under some pressure. Willie's able to run him down. That's the Kitsune Rush basically thrown a point blank. Twisted Minds have zero way to avoid it. That'll start things off well. Twisted Minds have the ability to disengage or to spread a bit more with this comp, and with Peps not actually losing any players, there's no threat of like random players coming off spawn to backstab you, so they can play off the point. They've given away 2 ticks, they're going to go for it now, but look at this patience, look at this flawless execution. Simply disengage until they have Kitsune Rush and then come back in to reclaim their land.
Yeah, and Zoro was like really low, close to the point. I mean, that is an easy target for TVNT once that Kitsune Rush goes down. And I mean, look, that's a huge fight for them to win on Twisted Mind side, right? You end up losing Quartz early on. Nice Kitsune Rush over the point there for Peps and allows them to just kind of run the Freya down. But you don't actually get the point for it. Now we'll get another fight here developing shortly, but Mitch, they're already running pretty low on time, right? Kind of the sim strat at the start, took a little bit of time for everybody to just kind of like die and reset. Now, you lose this fight, you're going to be well below a minute.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you find that first pick, Twisted Minds have to commit. They no longer have the option to fall off the point and play for like a retake scenario. Good beat keeps Zoro alive. That is nice. Zerion, though, didn't benefit from it, apparently. Taken down. Psycho's Pulse Bomb won't find purchase on the mech of Willies as it is eaten by the defense matrix, but Zoro is ultimately dragged down, and Psycho, I think, has eyes here for FD God, who's done well to skitter away. And good peel for Willies, I think, getting in Psycho's way, but this means that Peps are not in an offensive position. They can't play aggressive towards the statue. They need reinforcements in this last minute.
Yeah, and Simple's going to have an advantage on the Kitsune Rush. I don't know if you saw how aggressive he was with that sound barrier. Went directly through the choke towards the spawn and just kind of hunt down Zoro, finish him off, as this will be Simple actually kind of getting this Kitsune Rush right earlier than Zerion. Dip has to stay alive here, but this is going to be a dire scenario for Peps.
Yeah, you are facing the rush, and they timed it a little bit quicker than Peps. Zerion just has his online, and it's too late, guys, so I'm going to give it to you straight. Nothing that can be done about that. A backline that crumbles, even with the commitment of a Kitsune Rush from Team Peps, because look at it. Look where the rush is. They are in no position to make use of that whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, their desperation point to even touch. We'll see if they're able to do so, as you see Psycho set up right here by the choke. Just looking to see, maybe you can kind of just put some pressure into Willies to try and get him out of mech before he can even get there, touch the point. It looks like Peps probably be either Dip or Willies to get a touch. It will be Dip who just kind of darts straight onto the point.
Willies might just lose mech here. He's taking a bunch of damage on the way through, and that, yeah, most of the defense matrix exhausted. Quartz just waited for him to run out of that resource and then just, well, filled him full of arrows. Nothing to be done. Now a Psycho's Pulse Bomb. No chance of that being eaten up by a defense matrix, but also no necessity of it being used. Psycho can simply hold on to this now, as Team Peps have lost their best opportunity, I think, to take this point. And now Twisted Minds, it's just a matter of kicking them out of the turf.
Yeah, Willie's not able to get a touch there, so 85% there for Peps. That is where their offense ends on point A. It's Twisted Minds looking to look. I mean, there's a chance, right? They come out here, win this first fight. I mean, these are really fast 2 maps. We're into a game point scenario already.
And I mean, I think Twisted Minds, you can see how many times they've been in this situation where they're defending and they lose a player, especially after the commitment of a pretty powerful ultimate like the Kitsune Rush. They just play, they just spread back towards the statue, Like this protocol seems so drilled into them, and it's their Kiriko that they lost. So simple as because of that, Swift Step is back in the fight like 5 to 10 seconds earlier than his teammates, and they really beautifully executed because they had to spread. They split off the point, and then they can still come back together and just basically dive the correct target straight away. Like this is really hard to dry run. You just have to have been in this situation so many times. So Peps here, I mean, they are going to pin their hopes on a defensive Symmetra with this Ramatra.
Yeah, well, I think you might see some adjustments here for TM. Well, it gives him like, I mean, obviously they're on offense, so they have the advantage of being able to kind of like make some comp changes here coming out of the spawn. Like you assume they, I mean, honestly, they probably don't even have to be able to win this one with how well they're playing. But look, Simple was nasty in the first half, right? I know we were talking about how offensive he was, finishes, without dying at all. See if they actually feel like they need to make some comp choices here, Mitch, from the TM side, or if they feel like they still are going to be able to just kind of fight through this sim. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
How does this Ramatra fight for high ground? I like, are you burning Sim TP for that? I suppose, but they've already given this away.
I mean, that's a really, I mean, they TP everybody there, and they just put themselves so far away from the point, they don't even really get high ground. I mean,
I think this idea probably doesn't really have legs.
No.
Been evidence, I think, by the way this fight has played out. Twisted Minds, really elementary for them. They rotate to that back corner, put Quartz in a very good position, and Peps rotate off the point with the TP. So Twisted Minds will snap up the second map in this series.
Well, look, I don't hate them, using the TP and going up to get some of that high ground, right? They just kind of like use it and to the high ground that the Twisted Mind's already gone past, right? The Twisted Mind's already basically by the point at that point. So like they just put themselves in a really weird spot to be able to go back and contest, and they don't really have the fastest of comps in that sense. They're not able to take the TP back the other way. So Twisted Minds, I mean, look, that's as easy as it could be there on offense to already take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, pretty smooth stuff. I mean, this is the kind of situation we get sometimes when the weaker team attacks first on a hybrid map. You see a very quick game in general. This definitely seems like it was a test bed for a couple of ideas from Team Peps, which I think is fine considering that the stakes are not sky high. You've already made Stockholm. You do want to test yourself against this setup. Similar to Ramatra, right? You can see how it has some value, but the Symmetra comp and the reason why the top teams in the world play it, and even some of the very best don't have success with it, is that it requires a ridiculous amount of coordination. The communication has to be like absolutely ridiculous to pull it off.
And you kind of mentioned it there a little bit, and I think it can be really easy with a team like Peps, right? And I think Gen G could have actually fallen victim to kind of this as well, where you feel like you've accomplished everything yesterday by just making worlds, right? As opposed to TM and Alcad, they're not really, obviously they want to make worlds, right? But they're focused on making worlds and winning the region, having a #1 seed, where I think everybody else just kind of focused on how do we get there, where it feels like maybe a little bit of wind is out of your sail after you kind of qualify yesterday. I also got to say, it's a really bizarre, for Peps, it has to just be a really bizarre way to have this all happen throughout the playoffs, right? Like the game against Gen G yesterday was really an odd scenario. You start in losers and you're still able to come out on top. Obviously it's got to be like a little bit of a rush early on, and then maybe now kind of coming down from it here that you've qualified and have to go up against one of the best teams in the world.
No doubt about it. I mean, in Peps, I feel like they've brought some ideas to this game, right? They've definitely trying to match Twisted Minds on some of these comps, but if I'm going to be honest with you, the only signs of life we've seen from Pep so far are a back cap on Lijiang Tower. That's it.
Yes.
That is literally it.
I mean, I don't know what you expected. I obviously still think there's a massive gap between the top two in EMEA and then everybody else in the MEA. I would have said that I thought Virtus Pro actually was up there, but clearly, not the case with how they kind of performed in playoffs. But I think these two with TM and Alcats have just displayed, regardless of comp, regardless of what's going on, they are two forces to be reckoned with. And I think they have both kind of context shifted a little bit into okay, it's great we can go 1 and 2 in EMEA, and they probably feel like they can just do that at this point every tournament. it's like, how do you win a international event, right? Like, I think that's probably the thing that these teams are focused and thinking about now, where I bet, like, look, they'd obviously be excited to win their region, but these two teams, I think, have kind of like almost surpassed that as an expectation. It's like, how do you do really well at an international event and ultimately win one?
Absolutely. I think that, you know, what you would hate to see as an EMEA fan is them come so close and put so much pressure on, you know, these teams from, you know, Asia, especially like our South Korean rosters at the Mid-Season Championship, and then just sort of fall away this time around. Like, you really want to build on that performance, just like Peps also have been wanting to build on their 6 finishes, now their 3rd. This might be happening a bit quick for Peps. They're like, oh guys, we didn't expect to, you know, whoa, okay, let's settle down. We were just happy not to be, you know, we could take 4th, you know. Now they're really having to step up.
Number 2 in EMEA, you know, with the world's bracket. We kind of flashed up before. I messaged you a little bit when we brought it up on camera, but like, 2nd in EMEA will play 3rd in NA, and then if they win that, would play Weibo. Like, I think either Alcad or TM.
Oh,
like,
dude, no.
Or, you know,
Alcadsia have to lose his final. Landon talked so much smack on Weibo, bro, in a recent interview. He literally said they don't know how to play the game.
All the Weibo players are reacting on their streams, I think I saw.
Oh, man, that would be so
But the winner of
spicy.
EMEA plays the winner of Team CC and T1. They would obviously be in a 2nd round, so they don't have to play that extra game. Like, they kind of like in the next round of winners. But now that EMEA 2nd, I think regardless of like I believe the top of that is Crazy Raccoon. I think in the upper portion of it, I'm like, man, whoever gets EMEA 2nd, that team might go on a little bit of a heater at Worlds.
I also think are easy. I think.
I also think like either TM or Alcad could beat T1 or Team CC, right?
Yes, I mean, they definitely can beat Team CC. I think we saw Team CC take, was it Geekay, I think, to 5 maps. So it's kind of nice to also see some depth in China starting to emerge, because they were a 1-team region for the longest time. So they looked pretty good at the Mid-Season Championship. But yeah, I think, like, you know, it's the T1 matchup, which is, you know, that's going to be the biggest challenge for these guys. But these guys can't be worrying about T1. They want to be worrying about beating Falcons, beating Crazy Raccoon, of course. And that's always going to be in the front of your mind. Atlas is the map pick here. And you notice the bans. We actually had a Lucio ban by Twisted Mind. So they might be trying to play like the Wuyong Kiri composition. Maybe they'll play a bit of Hazard themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you get rid of the Lucio, it definitely seems like the Wuyong. You definitely want to kind of go into that type of comp. And that is something that Twisted Minds, we have seen them use to great success, right? With like Funny Astra really being a standout on that hero. So I think as we go into Atlas here, that's what you would expect to see from that team. I believe, what was the other band? Was it the Diva? We were talking about the World bracket and how good we looked at, the for EMEA. But yeah, the Diva one is obviously directly at TVNT, but you could also play the Hazard.
I mean, we've seen actually we've seen more Doomfist than I think is legal on this map. In the past, we've also seen Malga attempted, but we've seen some, especially earlier on in the stage, when people were sort of getting to grips a bit with Atlas. Then obviously it departed the map pool for a short time, and now it is back. So yeah, I think Wuyong here is very, very good. Seen plenty of it in the past. And Peps, I think this is fine. I think they might end up honestly in a Hazard Bearer, so there could be more than they bargained for. I don't know if Zaya's good here. I want to say you can try it, but it's not advisable. This is also the map where the Reaper guy has turned up on a couple of occasions recently.
Yes, we have seen some Reaper here, right? So maybe.
Bro, the map is just so nice. Holy.
Yeah, they did it. They did a great job with the. I actually wanted to see. So TM was actually in the same group as T1 back at the MSC, but I don't think they actually ended up playing in that group.
Yeah.
But you know, Twisted Minds did end up taking out Crazy Raccoon, right? So that number 2 seed, like we talked about for EMEA, right? That you would get that game against Crazy Raccoon again. Could be a little bit of a sleeper. And also, actually, for the 3rd place match, we did have. Okay, so they did play. I was like, I'm pretty sure TM or Alcad play T1 in Riyadh. It was actually a 3rd place game that TM actually took 3-1. No, Twisted Minds took 3-1 over T1. So EMEA, it looks like with like how the world's bracket is shaping up with TM and Alcatia, could could be in for some pretty good performances.
Buddy Aspero not ready for that dive by Willies, who was playing a nice little off angle. The lack of Lucio here means it's much harder to peel the hazard off his intended target. Peps are also playing the Sombra. It is the Zarya for TVNT. That is a very interesting decision. I think the Cassidy is a no-brainer, though, to switch up here with the mag grenade that is now relevant against 3 out of 5 of Team Peps' heroes.
Yeah, and I think this dive from Peps is going to be a little bit harder to stop, right? You're going to need those Zarya bubbles again to protect Funny Astro on the Twisted Mind side. Let's actually listen in with Peps, though, and see how they coordinated here at the start of Atlas.
Kill one. I'm we're coming. Cast up left. I'm gonna die. Chill.
Zay's low on side. Can you turn?
No, can't.
Zay one.
Select one, next one. Even. You're plus one, guys. Fight.
I can hack. Force one together. I'm hacking Curie.
Tier one.
Cure one. This is it.
I need to get space.
William top. William mid.
I'm trying to get out.
Oh wait, why is it up? Okay. Can you...
So you can go. Actually, you maybe need to go ball.
Okay, let's go.
Let's just try.
You got that, bro.
Surf.
Right side.
Surf, grab 60. 50.
I'm gonna go right side.
Carry close guard then.
Yeah, trade all the right side.
I'm
Wait, I'm on left side.
I'm walking right side. Don't walk. No, let me load right side.
I can
Right
join.
side, and we play free.
I think you're on left.
Yeah, I'm getting right. I can hack tree. Can you walk?
Sure.
Sorry, left.
Tree low.
Cast me.
Can you first point?
Cast on top.
Yeah, we can force one. I can hack tree.
I'm not me. Cast one, still.
I can slam.
Tier one.
Can you swing a hit top? 3,
Main point.
2,
Yeah.
Coming through.
I can't. EMP in 8. We can
First point.
Cast one.
Still
look at
Tapping.
Can you hit top?
I cast you.
I can touch. Cast one.
I'm on cast.
KHP. Hey, wait. I just hit.
Stop 5 inch.
Now we have a first flashpoint picked up here by Twisted Minds, and even better than that, Matt, it is a veritable war chest of ultimates to be throwing at the next one.
Well, and as soon as they switch over to that Cassidy, right, it obviously makes a huge impact in terms of the ability to kind of like dive and get out safely. And it just makes Dip even think a little bit more about how kind of like going to play on the Sombra. Is you see actually he's below them here, maybe angling for an EMP.
Yeah, Dip certainly wants to play this one a little bit safer. I think being able to turn off the Zarya bubbles for a time is important, because remember, they have a cleanse aspect to them. You've got to respect that. Tidal Blast here for Willies. Okay, really just used for defensive application. It's unclear. Willies was healthy enough. Looked like he could have gone forward, but with FD got that low, perhaps it wasn't the plan. Here's an EMP that, to say that it lacks follow-up might be an understatement. Twisted Minds were simply ready to fight in the aftermath.
So Willies actually gets the Tidal Blast like you talked about, but a simple lays the Kitsune Rush down there, so he doesn't exactly want to kind of like sit around and fight that Zarya, who obviously has like the refresh cooldowns and whatnot while it's the Kitsune Rush, so that's how he ends up on top. They go back to like re-engage with like the EMP there towards the end, and it doesn't really do much, and Quartz actually gets the benefits of the Tidal Blast, so they don't exactly want to dive him either, and while all that is going on, I mean, Psycho's just kind of carving them up.
That Kitsune Rush difference is at least something that Peps can leverage here, but they are going to be up against it. There's a Pulse Bomb brewing for Psycho, and he might just wait on that, or TVNT might wait on the grab until he has that available. We'll see if it's going to be required. Look at it already, 60 charge here for TVNT. There's been no fighting. That right-click perk is kind of nuts. Willies gets caught in the grab. Suzu used, now very low hazard heads upstairs. It will get caught out by Funny Astro. There is simply too much damage, and with this composition, without a Lucio, there's no answer to the Zarya grab combo. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a combo at this point. If there's no beat, you can just kill whoever's in the grab. That might have been a big part of the Lucio ban for Twisted Minds in the first place.
Yeah, I actually like the swap here over to the Reaper. I don't think you were getting much of anything out of the Sombra, right? Like, you weren't really making a huge impact with the hacks. Like, the EMP kind of went for naught. So I like the swap here for Dip. I think this is going to at least be a better look for them, give them a better chance as we kind of go into what potentially is the final flashpoint in this series already.
Peps here just trying to play neutral for the time being, and it's Dip on the Reaper. Okay. Has to try and find a way in. Doesn't have Zarya bubbles to make use of. And in theory, he's trying to... Honestly, he's trying to fight frontline with this Reaper, which I don't love against the cast. You could sort of just pick him out of the mix and take him very low. I see. Tidal Blast. Makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, it expires before the Wraith Walk comes through. Quartzo is down to Zerion, and there's still nothing that Funny Astro can do about this situation. So, this will be a flashpoint take here for Team Peps, at least to start this one up, unless TVNT just kills them all, and at 100 charge, that's very doable.
He's getting very close. There was a health pack in the room. I wonder if Psycho ended up taking, but I mean, he's going to get, he's going to keep all of this charge, Mitch, and he's going to get healthy right away. They're going to come right back and take this.
It is nuts. And he's coming in with 80 charge, by the way. So it should be a pretty quick flip back. Yeah, TVNT that's hitting very, very hard. And we'll be able to maintain that level of charge with these right clicks connecting.
Yes, I mean, this has been brutal for Peps. It seems like they had all like a, you know, they had an idea of what they want to play really early on, right? They ended up winning that first fight. The Cassie swap there for Twisted Minds, and then since then it's just been Peps like kind of searching for anything that can work. As they switch over to the Reaper, they you know, get control of this point. They actually you know, look pretty good on it, but they're not actually able to finish off TVNT at the end. It'll be a Kitsune rush here from Zerion. It's going to be Quartz though. Sits up top. That's actually the pulse bomb that gets Suzu'd off of him.
Yeah, I think I don't know if there's a bubble or Suzu. Either way, it was cleansed, and so Quartz got to hold that position. You've got to do something about his Cassidy. I don't care what. Quartz needs to go. Okay, Willy's finds Funny Astro position up on that high ground, but he's already done his job in this fight. And without Zoro, there's just no damage here for Peps outside of what Willy's can do, and eventually he's going to run out of health in doing so. They've had to give the point over. 84% and counting that for Twisted Minds. This is their ticket to the upper finals. A FACEIT mandated rematch against Alcancia waits on the other side of this game, and Peps are going to fight for their lives now. FD got a Tidal Blast that might be intended for Willy's to keep him standing, and the lack of healing could be an issue for Team Peps. Death Blossom also up for dip as Twisted Minds disengage.
Yeah, they do end up flipping the point there, and I was so scared because Willy's was getting so low, getting poked down, whether it be by Psycho or Funny Astro. It's a Tidal Blast here, most certainly going to be used here. It's going to be actually the benefits over towards Dip as he pushes in. He takes out Quartz, so this is actually going to get them up here, Peps, to almost being able to take the lead. But look at this, they're going to Kitsune rush here and just go right in behind TVNT. Who cares if we lost Quartz? You're just going to follow the Zarya up.
I mean, you just direct hit the Lijiang of FD God with a right click and killed him from, you know, pretty decent range here. Flip back to Twisted Minds now. Zoro still standing alongside Dip, but Simple and Quartz control this space. Dip with 1 HP is going to TP forward and adorn the point. There's a bit of decoration. It is Halloween after all. Twisted Minds have cleaned, well, they've cleaned Peps up pretty quickly. And they've quickly made their way towards a rematch with this Alcancia team with a kind of a lot on the line now that they know who might be facing them at the World Finals, depending on result.
No, it's a great shout. I think knowing the bracket for Worlds and kind of where some of the teams in Asia now are falling and giving you a better picture of who you will play against, determining by the outcome of that game, will definitely put a little bit more at stake on it as we take a look at some of the stats. Psycho, it's his turn to go absolutely crazy in one of these maps. It feels like his teammates all had you know, one map opportunity to go wild as he goes 18-0 here. Like Peps, obviously, know they qualify for Stockholm. It'll be awesome to see them there. I'm sure their fans are going to show it a massive way. Just playing against some really tough teams at the top of EMEA, teams that at the top of EMEA that have beat teams. I know some of the best teams from China, Korea, NA already in international. So some great practice here, I think, for Peps. I'll be interested to see how they develop and like kind of even get better here going into Worlds.
Yeah, it was also worth pointing out that like quality of practice at this point of the year is really important, but also can be hard because a lot of teams, if they don't qualify for Stockholm, they go on break. Like you aren't going to be seeing VP practicing right now, right? They aren't going to be, you know, scrimming actively, I think, for at least a little bit longer. So
we just want to see you drop that line into the camera there real quick, but you're listening. No,
I was ready though. Yeah, I was ready. Straight down the barrel.
And I also don't know how much like Peps even like in their own practice here, right? Like you know, Twisted Minds probably in Alcancia playing obviously against each other, and then you know VP, right? You don't know how much time they actually gonna give to scrimming a team like Peps, right? So Peps obviously will kind of like elevate, get better scrims, get better games over the next month or so, right? And come in and play at their absolute best in Stockholm.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that you know, there's a chance if you can get out there early, maybe Peps have some travel plans. There are, you know, it's not a huge leap for many of them to get over there, or at least they are competing in a region that all of our international teams are going to come to. So there's a lot of benefit there that they don't have to travel to be on the same server as the visiting rosters for Stockholm. Hopefully they get the quality practice. But Twisted Minds, I guess this match qualifies as practice because their eyes, of course, are set on OWCS, another rematch for them. Because although, and I mentioned this yesterday, they've had great results against them in the Saudi E-League, for example, and really looked like they had their number. When it comes to OWCS, that's not been the case. Historically, OWCS have been the dominant of those, you know, top 3 EMEA teams. And, well, yesterday's match was no exception. But they're going to walk in now to a, you know, a first to 4 with that first map pick disadvantage. So that does play a part. Hopefully their ban strategy's been shored up. Either way, you know, it's going to be sick, man. It's minimum. It's at minimum.
It's always a sick game. Yeah, it's always a sick game between these two. And look, like obviously the #1 seed for EMEA is on the line going into Stockholm. You don't have to play that extra game. I know at the beginning, like we were just discussing, and then also some prize money. So still a lot on the line. I'm sure these two teams, and obviously they're on good terms, but there's got to be a little bit of a friendly rivalry here where you know, OWCS wants to kind of hold strong going into Worlds with those victories.
No doubt about it. As soon as Atlanta has some AC, the result is completely different. We're going to head to our desk. We're going to break down this game. Not a whole lot to say. I think Peps definitely, you know, we're a little bit starved for highlight moments, but of course we need to set our sights on our final match of EMEA for the year in terms of regional play. It'll be your grand final stage 3.
Mitch and Matt, we're back here on the desk to break it all down. But as you said, not too much to break down here. It was a quick warm-up, I guess, for Twisted Minds. They were the heavy favorite coming into this. Not many, if any, signs of life from Team Peps here, unfortunately, but I'm sure they have, as Matt and Mitch already discussed, kind of their eyes set on what's going to go down at the World Finals and how to prepare for this one. Let's talk about the Twisted Minds, though, in this series. We once again saw Psycho in the mix throughout the entirety of the series. This would have been the one where you would also, I don't know, give Yubi some warm-up time, perhaps? Like, how do you guys feel about this?
You know, I'm super curious to see if UB does come out at all. There's a genuine argument to be made for TM that, like, look, we can win. You went to 5 yesterday. It came down to those, like, little moments. You just stay confident and just kind of run it back and hope for a different result. I don't think that's crazy given the margin of defeat yesterday was so small. And you know, like you said, maybe if you were going to play UB today, maybe start to bring him in now. It's kind of copium, like maybe you don't play UB now and you kind of surprise Alcad by bringing him out in that playoff series. But I'm starting to believe more and more that TM just want to run it back in the mirror.
Well, we'll find out soon as the teams are getting ready for the grand finals in EMEA. We do have an opportunity to have an interview, though. It's with Willis from Team Peps, who will be joining us right here on the desk. Willis, thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. Of course, we want to focus this one on what's to come at the World Finals. First of all, what's the mood like in the team? Because you're kind of a big surprise heading into this playoffs and now grabbing that 3rd slot for your region.
I mean, we're obviously very happy because of yesterday we were able to qualify. Right now, I think the mood is very, very good. Like, we're all ready to play, and we're going to do our best. I think this match was, it wasn't a lot of prep for us because we were basically only preparing for Gen G, right? So in the match, we didn't have that good of a mood, but I think we'll turn it around for the LAN.
Yeah, so I guess that's my question about the LAN in particular. Is this the first time for you and maybe some other players on the team competing at LAN? And what do you think about that? Like, are you excited? Are you nervous? Like, what are your emotions? I mean, have you even really processed that, like, you're going to come to Stockholm and play in the World Finals?
I mean, this is the first time I'll be going to LAN. And I think for some of my teammates, it's also. For me, it's an insane opportunity. Like, I did not expect this after me and Dip got eliminated from playoffs last stage with Quick. I really did not expect this. So it's just go all in or nothing. We'll do our best, and I'm hoping we can surprise like we did in this stage.
Wait, Willis, where do you live? Are you taking the train or the bus?
I'm
getting driven like 4 hours south. So
that's
it's gonna be a nice ride.
Oh, south. Oh, so you're up in the north. Yeah, it gets chilly.
Yeah.
Maybe the warmth of Stockholm will help you out a little bit. You don't want to be up north in Sweden. Yeah. Look, Willis, I wanted to talk about your year because obviously you come a long way as a player. You know, way back you were on Super Shy, then Quick Esports. Then there was the whole one dip versus 100 gorillas scenario that happened, you know, a few months ago. But then you joined Team Peps, and Team Peps, you know, historic organization, so much fan support. They always root for you guys. What has it been like being on this journey and then now being part of Team Peps?
I mean, for me, like I've been playing for so long, like since I was 10. I said like last year at DreamHack, I was like, I'm gonna be on that stage next year.
Hell yeah.
To be honest, I didn't expect it, but I managed to do it. And to be honest, I don't know. I like the macro aspects of the game, like thinking about the comms, like how to play the space and stuff like that. I think it's really fun to see how you can improve and play as a team, and the comms as well. Like I don't know. I just like playing the game, and being on better teams, it's just more fun over time. Like you learn more things, and you can become better teammates. I don't know. For me, it's been very fun. I didn't expect it to come this far, so I'm gonna keep riding on my high and keep improving.
Yeah, we hope to see Peps riding that momentum into the big LAN event. And I'm just so excited for you and Zoro being able to play in front of a home crowd. I'm sure it means a lot to the two of you. And of course, Peps, you know, France isn't so far off. So I'm sure the French fans will rally behind you and the team and come to support. For now, though, we're going to say bye. We're going to see you on LAN. Thank you so much for joining us, Willis.
Thank you. See you there. Bye-bye.
Yeah, usually when you say "see you on LAN," it's a bit of a threat, but this time it's
joyful. See you on LAN.
To actually see you on LAN, like.
I'm so happy for those guys. I mean, I know I'm biased, but like, we're so back.
You?
Yo, we bring on the Overwatch World Cup. You know, we need to get Team Sweden going again. We were peaking right now. Zoro Willis, the next generation.
Zoro Willis, Kester, is that the?
Oh my lord! What
you guys can do pretty well.
You got Skylander, yeah, it's gonna be glorious. Yeah. Look, we don't need to talk about this matchup, but so happy for those guys qualifying for the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, TM just put that work in this series, man. They came to play in a very serious way. You know, they know the real match is yet to come, right? That grand finals against Al-Qadsiya, and given how closely matched these two teams have been so many times, as Matt was saying, like, there's got to be the rivalry here. These two teams both see each other as the real contender in the region, and that #1 seed is a big deal. You really want to lock it in. You really want to jump past that first round, and you know, it's pretty meaningful prize pool gap as well. So for TM, this is a big series, one that they want to win, and it feels like in OWCS, right, they've been cursed against Al-Qad. It's always Al-Qad coming out on top. I mean, it's close series, but it's been consistent, right? The end result has been consistent, and that starts to weigh on you as a player. And so for TM, this would be a big moment to before Stockholm, break that curse.
Yeah, what an achievement that will be. But I know the teams are gonna give it their all. You know, like this matchup just always goes to distance. So we know exactly that we're gonna be in it for a treat for this grand finals and EMEA. The teams will meet again. Yesterday was a banger. I hope for a repeat performance. For now, we're gonna give the teams a few more minutes to get ready for the grand finals, where of course the seeding for the World Finals is up for grabs as well as the EMEA crown. All of that and so much more after a short break.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new. swap.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in, going in, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to Morals! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
It will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. How let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call, we're not the only ones. 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 Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call, we're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Welcome back, friends. Zoe here, joined by Johnny and Jake, and we're about to set the stage for the grand finals in EMEA. It's been back and forth between those two teams, and of course, they will be meeting again to battle it out for the crown at the end of the season before we're all heading to the world finals, as both teams, of course, already qualified. Let's break it down. Let's talk about the two teams, which literally just played yesterday. OWCS coming out on top, as is customary when we're playing in OWCS at least, versus Twisted Minds having the upper hand in the Saudi E-League. Looking at this game, though, right afterwards, Jake, Kellex told us that, you know, they will be hitting the bot dungeon, review some mistakes, see if they can cook up something. He kind of alluded to potentially busting out the Symmetra. What was seen in that bot review, you think? Like, what do you think? Did they find something to really pin their finger on?
I mean, I'll be curious to see what their approach is, especially to some of those Lijiang conks that TM really look good on. However, when it comes down to like the core of this series, a lot of it was played in the Lucio Kiri mirror. And honestly, I think Labda really impressed me yesterday. I think he kind of had the better of Quartz, especially when it was the Freya on Freya matchup. And that's a big spot to be, right? It feels like Quartz is this key heavy hitter for Twisted Minds. And if you're just going even as Quartz, I don't know that that's quite good enough in this matchup. It has to be somebody else making the difference. Did come down to the absolute limit here, like about as close as it gets when it comes to the end of the series for OWCS. So, you know, even the adaptations, this team's always adapting. They're always making adjustments. I don't think that there's going to be anything night and day other than maybe a prepared strategy to deal with some of these Lijiang styles.
Right. Yeah, let's talk about the other side then, Twisted Minds. You just talked about the Lijiang. There was a, you know, they both play very similar comps, obviously. There was a little room for skill expression, like we saw Ziyad and TVNT yesterday, like opting for either the Zarya or the Hazard, respectively. Now, yeah, looking at the backline, Johnny, Funny Astro picking up that Lijiang worked really well for them in the regular stage. Is this giving them an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? How do you feel about it?
Well, I think it provides a style in which they can navigate around OWCS composition, because I think OWCS is the better team when it comes to like the Lucio Kiri, Zarya. Like, I think they play the objective and the team game really well. So for Twisted Minds, it'll come down to like the individual efforts, more the mechanics, and Quartz, obviously tremendous impact in the hit scan role, will have to play better. But like you said, Funny Astro's Lijiang, I think that is another hero in which you can play a bit further away, you can poke down the opposition, and maybe not take this mirror when it comes to like the Zarya, which we saw yesterday on Suravasa. Now, obviously Twisted Minds, you know, they performed quite well on Suravasa after they swapped over to that hero, but I think for the most part, if Twisted Minds want to win this series, it'll have to come down to mechanical individual efforts. Quartz will play the Sojourner or the Freya a lot of the time, go for these big flanks and try to get these multi-kills. But Funny Astro even said in an interview himself, like, we think this Lijiang strategy has been really good for us, and maybe that can be the missing piece now in a best-of-7 series that can get Twisted Minds over the hurdle and secure a stage championship for them.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to yesterday's Lijiang Tower map 1, it was Simple and Funny Astro in the backline who really were like such huge, tremendous difference makers, like fragging out. I think Funny Astro's damage was like somewhere through the roof. Numerically, most maps were very close though, and that's just the way their teams play, right? So it's difficult. Looking at predictions here, I feel like we have to go for OWCS recency bias. It's always OWCS coming out on top, but it is so close. That said, I went for OWCS because, you know, I'm going with the numbers, and so far the numbers were in OWCS' favor in OWCS.
Yeah, I'm believing in OWCS 2 here. I think they've been really solid in the clutch. They've made it, you know, obviously really close between these two teams, and it's never going to be easy to call. Like, I feel like this is one of those 55-45 type games where it's going to go down to the wire. I expect it to be a very competitive series, but for me, OWCS with the flexibility advantage, that's been their edge. And I think if they have cooked up answers to the Lijiang style, then they're going to be in a much better position overall. That is, I think it's a fair point to mention, Johnny, a big question mark, since I agree. I think Funny Astro is the best Lijiang in the EMEA right now, and it's a real asset for Twisted Minds that could be crucial to them eking out some more maps this series.
Johnny, channel points?
I bet 250k on OWCS. Because
okay.
we don't have it pulled up right now. I mean, I predict OWCS, as you can see at the bottom there. But in the Twitch chat, it's actually a 55-45 difference between the two teams. And I think that's off. Jake said it's about roughly right. You know, it's pretty even. I think OWCS is the better team here. I think if Twisted Minds win this one, it's going to be an unreal performance from Quartz on the hit scan. They kind of went toe-to-toe yesterday. Quartz will have to do more than that. I think Quartz will have to dominate the lobby if Twisted Minds are going to go ahead and win with this one. And I think that also speaks to how good Siad is in the front line for OWCS. Twisted Minds, I think the deck is stacked against them. And if they're going to secure that state championship, a lot of individuals will have to put in like a lifetime kind of game here to take OWCS down.
That's one of those. You've got to have a lifetime game for literally every player on this server. Well, okay. Just, you know, those live games. Well, I'm excited for this one. It's always a good live experience getting to watch these two teams going at it against each other, as it always goes the distance. It is, of course, first to 4 here, so we get to play a little bit more. Also, Twisted Minds may be coming in with a disadvantage, having already had to play that third place decider. That said, it was a quick one, so if anything, it was just like a nice little warm-up for them. But yeah, looking at maps and bans, where are we cooking with that? Because quite frankly, yesterday, we had some spicy bans coming out of those two teams.
Yeah, it's a great question. I really wonder where you go. I mean, especially on the BO7 though, the map picks get so crazy, you know, seeing like multiple control maps. I mean, Lijiang Tower makes sense as an opener here for OWCS, but I wonder if they're going to have a different approach this time around, right? Because last time they kind of struggled against TM on this opener.
Yeah, Twisted Minds last time they banned the Lucio like straight off the bat, and I think Twisted Minds, a lot of their bans were kind of like central around these more clustered brawl compositions, you know, like Lucio, Symmetra. The Cassidy came out to, you know, deal with the Freya and such, and we're going to see a replicate of yesterday's ban actually. But I think the bans throughout the story, the series, will tell the story that Twisted Minds, they want to stay away from these kind of brawl compositions and rely more on the individual skill.
Yeah, so this is exactly the same bans as yesterday.
I'm hearing you out.
Little Sebastian action, little Sebastian with like a Juno and a Kiri. That's my vibe here. That's what I'd be playing if I were.
I was shocked it didn't come out yesterday. So
I'd be on Juno, Kiri, Sebastian. I think that comp kind of dominates some of these poke heroes, and I think Juno is a maybe underappreciated speed replacement for Lucio in the right style, especially these like all-in group up styles where, you know, the speed ring is going to hit your whole team since you're all stacked anyway. So I think it can be done for OWCS, but maybe they just want to keep running it back in an honorable mirror because, hey, they did win the series last time playing that way.
Honorable mirror. Oh, okay. New numbers are coming in. Johnny, where did you get your numbers from?
I said 55-45, and then they changed.
But that was before it wrapped. That was before it wrapped.
Bet Twisted Mind. I think these numbers.
Did we influence it?
I don't think Twisted Minds have 48%.
I agree. I think this is more like a 40-60. Maybe is my revised opinion.
Right.
Just the flexibility. I'm scared. I don't know what TM are gonna do if they roll out on some of these crazy sim cheeses. I feel like Landon in particular, such an expert at like getting the most out of some of these like really difficult comps to play against. Like he's so hard to find in the back line on the flex board. Like he's so survivable. If this is a game of like trying to kill Landon while you're getting run down by, you know, Checkmate and Ziad, I'm a little worried for you.
Well, I'm just ready for the series. So let's get this one started. Our EMEA Grand Final will start right now. And of course, for our two favorite teams, we're bringing in our two favorite wafflers. It's Mitch and Matt.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, look, this is a $10,000 game, basically. That's the difference between second and third here in EMEA. And these two teams, like we've said before, need no introduction to one another. Very, very familiar. We've already had a banger game yesterday that went all the way to 5, as it always tends to do. And Twisted Minds have a habit of choking that last map against OWCS today. They'd hope not to even have to get there, but at least map 5 might not necessarily be a decider in a first to 4.
Well, I think even more important than the $10,000 is you get to skip that first round in Stockholm, right? You get that #1 seed. You're kind of in waiting mode. We talked about, I believe, that matchup. You would get the winner of CC versus T1. So we've already seen TM play them back at the MSC, T1 specifically, and come out on top. But yeah, I think that's the bigger thing, right? Can you get that early buy? The alternative for the the loser, right, to get second, you obviously have to play another game. But with some of those matchups that we highlighted earlier, still a pretty nice path for them as well.
Yeah, it means you go up against Wavo second if you manage to win, which is always scary. But I do think that it's pretty competitive between Wavo and our top EMEA teams, right? So I think whichever team were to be in that position, they'd still give us, a pretty decent run if you're an EMEA fan over in Stockholm.
Yeah, you'd have to play whoever finishes third in NA, right? And then you also would then, if you were able to get by them, play Weibo. So that's how that would pan out for the number 2 seed. But we still got a lot of time before we know who's locked in for that. It's going to be, hey, it's funny. Jake was like, yo, we could see a lot of wild map selections, and then it popped up. And it's Lijiang Tower. Wild map selection here is the first one that comes on in. But look, Hazard, Lucio Ban, pretty much the same thing we saw the other day.
Guys, identical. Yeah. And last time, if you remember Lijiang Tower, we ended up on Control Center first, and essentially Twisted Minds were able to snowball a good first fight. I think they had the Zarya play sort of locked down. TVNT was, as tends to happen. I mean, Zarya really amplifies that snowball feel, because if you're in a mirror, you walk back into the next fight at 0 charge. They already have some, most likely, especially like we mentioned, once that minor perk is available to the Zarya. So that's already a pretty big deficit you've got to overcome, and you need to use your bubbles to charge up. And when they're gone, well, you might only, you just lose damage trades in the front line if you walk up with 0 energy, and you lose your bubbles first, which is always, I think, difficult to overcome.
Yes. One thing so we hit on as well is, like, we've talked so much about, like, just playing your earlier series, like, the earlier series was so fast. I mean, that is like the perfect warm-up opportunity, right? It's basically like getting a scrim alive on the broadcast for Twisted Minds to get into it with how that series went. So I don't think that is one that you're really kind of worried about. I think if anything, it's probably a benefit there for Twisted Minds, so you get that game in before.
So it's going to be Night Market to start us off here in Lijiang Tower. And the comp for Twisted Minds probably not too shocking. I know Jake suggested Juno could be quite powerful, especially, at a comp that wants to group around the Zarya. I don't know if we're going to get that. Quartz has been known to moonlight as Mr. President, as Bastion on occasion, but it's been a little while since we've seen Twisted Minds reach in that direction. Lambda on the cast, though, could be a good look here. And we'll see much be a speed ring out of the gate, or we stick to the Juno because that utility is quite impactful. No, it's going to be Wuyong Kiri.
Yeah, I think more interesting, though, is how Cassie will play the Sim. So they really didn't play much of it yesterday. Checkmate a lot on Tracer throughout that series, but here early on, Cassidy with a Sim here to open things up, playing into this Zarya.
Yeah, they might just prefer to play against the Hazard comp than the Zarya one after the way that yesterday went. So Twisted Minds are going to have the opportunity to make that decision, to decide if they want to pedal out their patented anti-Symmetra setup and try and beat with it. It obviously does require a switch in multiple roles, right? Like Simple would have to go towards the brick potentially as well, but for now, Alcatsi are going to try and make the Sim comp work. Checkmate, fair enough, he's being topped up, very heavily pocketed, but eventually that active healing component for Wuyong runs out, and we saw that. Right? We saw the health bar stop ticking up.
I mean, obviously an insane pocket here from Funny Astro on the TVNT, but the fact that TVNT is able to just kind of like use bubbles, get some extra healing, and live through all of that, because that is a fully ramped up Sim in his face, and then you saw Ziad kind of come around the corner to start to put some damage down as well, and that is not enough to get that Zarya out of the mix. One of the strongest heroes at the moment.
Very timely bubble from Funny Astro to keep, on Funny Astro rather, to keep him alive. That was heads up stuff from TVNT. Great reaction as Alcatsia TP4 with a flashbang at the Wuyong, which is staved off ultimately by that bubble. Great response, and instantly Funny Astro goes for the bonk. Twisted Minds just shrug Alcatsia off in that second consecutive fight.
And Alcatsia looking to actually stay on this. I thought, I was like, there was going to be a brief moment where, okay, maybe we go back and play some Tracer or something else here against TM, because this has not worked out thus far, as TVNT has just been absolutely farming the damage on the Zarya.
TP is set up. Ziad makes use of it to get close, but there is a flanking player. It's Psycho that actually takes Lambda down early. That's the Cassidy already gone. Alcatsia might already be cooked in this fight. Ziad knocked out a mech. No chance to refresh it either. Both support ultimates committed for Alcatsia to very little, and that is going to be a hard fight to claw back from.
I mean, he just rolled them over. Kitsune rushed to open things up. That's also the title blast there for Alcatsia, and they kind of like just go into that back corner, and Ziad he gets demeched instantly, Mitch. As soon as he gets demeched, that's when the grab comes in. You know you're safe. You catch him up against the wall. Quartz able to get to a position where he's up high in the sky. Nobody can kind of chase him down, and this has been all TM.
Checkmate trying to shove in, but Lap has already gone down early in this fight. But they are charged up Sim. Finally, TVNT dies earlier in the fight. It's a decent side, but now Quartz actually has the chance to do something. Most of his kills been stolen by Funny Astro. But Checkmate as Sim is hitting far too hard, nuking people down. Psycho, yeah, struggle out there for him, but Checkmate is going to be handled. Quartz eventually finds some purchase with his explosive bolts, and Zian is going to leave the point, but has to contest it, has to keep a toe dipped in. This is going to be a lot of free damage, and Quartz is going to have a bowler as soon as Alcatia are in position to regroup for this.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the Deadeye. They're going to get a parade here onto the point. As you're trying to get everybody back. See how dangerously low actually goes for Quartz over here, who's just been putting out so much damage in the back. That's the Bola shot there. Puts down some serious damage, and they are able to keep him alive there. Tidal Blast for Funny Astro, going to give it to himself here just for extra survivability, and TM is going to flip this right back.
Yeah, exactly. Nicely done. Towards the end of the round here, Twisted Minds. We find this all Lab to almost look like he's going to be able to do something, but just gets bowler shotted by Quartz at virtually point blank range. The very strong start for Twisted Minds. Still that Zarya composition, getting them a lot of mileage.
Yeah, and I wonder if Alcatia will see some changes here for this next round. I don't think you can kind of play this directly in it. It seems like Twisted Minds is a really good read on how to play in to some of these sim comps, and especially here on this point, right? I believe we actually saw the mirror Zaryas yesterday, so we'll see if Alcatia will actually kind of swap, take that mirror, or they'll continue to try and play this Diva.
Like we talked about yesterday, it is tough to be the Zarya that loses that first fight. TVNT has the important perk at the ready now. Ziad looks like he may not consider making that kind of switch, but it's pretty rough out there. I mean, Psycho dies once on the Tracer. TVNT also on the Zarya is Omega Pocket.
This is going to be hard to continue to play this, I think, for Alcad. I mean, I'll be impressed that they're able to make it work, but it feels like they're playing a comp that Twisted Minds in a great position to deal with.
Simple's forced to Suzu there as he gets a headshot by Lapta, and it's a bit of a split here for the composition of Twisted Minds. We're watching from Simple's POV. Of course, he can just TP in a position, but now a little bit disjointed, maybe. Twisted Minds looking there. A composition that is by definition is less mobile, but it doesn't really matter. Simple's hitting headshots. Just pack it up.
They put so much emphasis there on Alcatia to kind of go in and make a play for TVNT. Sure, they get him, but everybody's basically like 1 HP coming out the other side of things. They just get finished off. Now Alcatia will play the Zarya, so I think this kind of puts them a little bit closer on even footing.
Fortunately for Ziad, not too far behind in terms of ult charge. TVNT went down pretty early in that fight. It wasn't able to be relevant, so not really suffering too much as a result of the switch. TP is set up, but Labdra obviously is not going to make use of it. The point getting canvassed now by some of these turrets from the Symmetra. And Zyka was nipping at the heels. Comes back for a second bite of the apple, and Labdra falls. I think there's just not enough attention quickly with a healing towards the Cassidy. There's bigger fish to fry because this Zarya, Matt, really ties up a lot of your healing resources. It's hard for any other hero to sort of get topped up in a pinch.
But the Cassie can just be outranged by, whether it be Funny Asher just kind of, shooting shots on the Lijiang into like chokes, or Quartz playing the Freya, right? And nobody can really kind of get into Quartz's face, and he can just play at such a far distance and just, when you give Quartz that much space, I mean, you don't even give him any space, he's able to do some crazy stuff. You give him this much space, I mean, it's GG at that point.
It's also tough for Kiri because she can't heal herself outside of Suzu, right? So you need literally the Lijiang to look at you and actively heal you up. It's really uncomfortable to deal with that burst damage. Here's Lapta though, found himself 2. Knockdown, connects. Ziad is on his rear end as TVNT is charged up and he'll be looking for his next victim. And of course, the Vigilante was the one waiting around the corner. 81% and counting. And Alcatia do not hold a candle to Twisted Minds in this Zarya mirror so far.
No, it has been a slaughter. The closest that Alcatia's had is when they've had this sim wall. So we'll see with Checkmate having the sim wall available. You're also going to have this Deadeye to kind of like spread some players around. Maybe they can flip the point off of that, but sneaky grab that's going to be able to come in for TVNT.
Oh, look how low Ziad is. This wall is a blessing for him. Okay, TP's on out. There is a Graviton Surge committed now. A Deadeye for Labda. Wall lets Labda position wherever he wants, but TVNT cleverly just tucked around the corner, and Quartz is going to work on Alcatia in the meantime. He's on a flank angle, as per usual. The bolts are connecting, and Alcatia don't even get on the scoreboard in this second round. A pretty one-sided affair on Lijiang Tower. Again, just like yesterday.
Yeah, it was like they were playing Peps. The Twisted Mind just kind of dominated here off the rip. I mean, even the swaps to the Zarya, right, couldn't really gonna get anything going there for Alcatia. The sim did not look obviously as good as we've seen from them in the past. I think just a lot of stuff kind of, you know, that they weren't able to adjust to comp-wise, where we talked a lot about, and Johnny mentioned, I know, just kind of the Lijiang play. I mean, look at the, you know, funny Astra with like almost 7k damage to Kelix is like, you know, basically 3. That's a huge gap there in terms of the damage output between those two players.
And I think you know, the mitigation stats here for Ziad tell a lot of the story. They were on the Diva for a lot of that first round. And, you know, we talked about maybe having a comp that specifically was made to counter this sim setup. Not necessary here for Twisted Minds. No. And it might also be that, you know, like Lijiang is less egregious, like really doesn't warp the game to that same degree, as good as Funny Astra is on this hero. For me, it's, you know, what is the sim supposed to do in this comp? Outside of, like, who's the sim supposed to focus down, I guess is the better question. Because when we saw Checkmate fight against TVNT, I get it, right? If you're burning Zarya bubbles, you're also getting a damage increase over time. So it feels like it kind of evens that out. But if you just pocket the Zarya and make her unkillable, someone else just bops the sim.
But you can't stand like toe-to-toe though, right? Like, sure, we see Checkmate get into TVNT's face and put down some damage and get both Zarya bubbles out, but you notice he wasn't actually able to kind of stand in there and actually try and go and take out TVNT. They actually had to kind of send Ziadu playing the Diva at that time, like around the corner to try and, you know, make those kills happen, and they didn't, right? So I don't really know who the, you know, you would have been much better off playing Tracer, right? If you're Checkmate, for instance. Yeah, you just were not able to kind of access that backline the same way, and I don't think the team was utilizing the team mobility of the teleporter really at all. So I think there'll be something that Alcatia will adjust here in this next round. There's a lot of, I mean, between Zarya and the Lijiang gap, right? I mean, that's kind of what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's a very significant difference in damage dealt. That is, wow. Yeah, that is a lot. And again, I talk about the snowball factor of the Zarya, right? Being the Zarya that survives multiple fights. The minimum 50 charge, right? You basically start the fight already half cooked in terms of the amount of damage you can put out. I'm going to get a quick look over the scoreboard and double check. It's Labda that struggles to really get much damage done, right? 3.5k for him. Ziad also much the same. I think their Zarya just gets popped too early into the fight. You have that level of burst damage. And we talked about this. If the Kiri in this comp takes damage, Landon dies 9 times on the Kiri. Yeah. The Lijiang has to actively heal her, or she has to Susu herself, because it requires the Lijiang to look at the Kiri and then, you know, shoot some shots to maybe, you know, pump up their passive healing. Like, you don't have good burst healing outside of the bonk, which you don't always want to use like in that moment. So burst damage here with this comp can be really awkward to remediate quickly, which is why we saw Labda die as Psycho went after him once and then a second time after recalling.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a Twisted Minds looking like they're like, what, 4-0 maps on the day, right? Just starting to put together a pretty awesome final Sunday performance here, and it'll be a Junkertown map selection here for Alcatia. So we'll see what they decide to do. Yep, yeah, this series, we were wondering, and I mean, really me, I was wondering if yesterday, like, okay, like, we're going to put out a little bit of a different series, and then I know in a final type of scenario, right, maybe we would see them kind of go to something a little bit different. You know, I think both teams probably confident they would have been able to take care of Peps, where no, it looks like actually just kind of get a run back of yesterday's series.
That's fine for me. What I want to see is if the initial idea changes for some of these maps, because you don't have a lot of time to review this tape. You know, you have overnight, maybe if you're the sort of you know, coach of, in this case, right, the coach of Twisted Minds, like, okay, what goes wrong for us on Junkertown? If you remember, not a lot. Like, it's relatively close.
It's not much.
And I think the bans are identical here as well. We literally have the Lijiang Symmetra bans pedaled back out once more. And this was, I think it was just like, this is just a fundamentals Lucio Kiriko map between both these teams.
Well, I think this is also a map where that we still saw TVNT play some Zarya, and Ziad end up playing the Diva, right? Trying to make that work at certain points. So we'll see if we kind of see that head-to-head kind of rear its, you know, head yet again, as it'll be Twisted Minds on defense. They'll end up looking like they're going to play the Zarya here off the rip. I am also looking at, yesterday it was really big, the matchup between Labda and Quartz playing the Freya here, right? 2 long-range hit scans. I mean, Quartz was on fire, and it looks like he's even playing you know, better today, right? So that would be something that could certainly swing this map
Yeah, it ended up being a genuinely very close game, but Quartz was someone who I think really shone for Twisted Minds here on Junkertown. It just wasn't really enough towards the end of that round. Checkmate was someone who I think had some really great games in the series against Twisted Minds, and then kind of went off the boil a little bit here. So looking for that level of consistency back on the Tracer now. Just want to have 5 very good maps from your Tracer if you need them, or even more than that, right? I think you wrap up the series there. So we'll see how it emanates now from Alcatia, who want to try and get a good start here. They will be contending with the Zarya on that high ground. Ziad here still opting into the mirror.
You see how aggressive Psycho was there, basically using all his blink scope, put some pressure on the Lambda, and then have to use the recall to get back. Definitely want to make a presence felt there in Lambda's face, as he's been putting down a lot of damage here off the rip.
Down here looking pretty charged. Quartz a very respectful distance, but this is what we want to see from Checkmate. There's got to be some pressure being put down on this Freya. Nice little double back from Funny Astro, but while Quartz is busy with the Tracer, Lambda's able to line him up. That is exactly what you want to see from Alcatia. A very good start for them. No surprise to see them get off to the races well on their map choice, especially not having to play into the Lijiang, which less preferred, I would imagine, for Kellex. And they'll have his first checkpoint here. There might be a token attempt at resistance, but Checkmate is going to make sure he can scout that out early.
Yes, I mean, Lambda's been phenomenal thus far. It'll be Psycho with the help of the Zarya bubble. Get it touch. TBNT barely gets on it. It's going to be a second bubble completely gone, and he will fall.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is pretty deterministic at this point now. Need a DPS to inject some volatility into things for Twisted Minds if they have any hope of making a proper defense here. They get the 1 kill, but Alcatia looked very favored positionally in that fight, and they are able to convert, which means 5 minutes remains here to continue their surge through the map. And what you'd love to see here for the attack side is the ability to snowball, get a ton of free progress.
Yeah, I mean, they've used absolutely nothing really thus far, Alcatia, to get that first point, right? You see just kind of the pre-firing here from Lambda, knowing they're going to be working up through there. A Bola shot in there would be nasty, but you have the bubble and the Suzu already still available. But I know an ult advantage here for Alcatia as they're looking to set a pretty good time.
Getting a good grab a little bit tough when your opponents are on the high ground. Here, the grab bomb interaction where you got a sound barrier into it and then Suzu the bomb off is going to be very real. If you don't do all those things in the correct order, you're going to lose, but you expect Alcatia and Twisted Minds to have answers for that combo on both sides. Here's a Bola shot into the grab, and TVNT's blown up instantly. Sound barrier is too late, and that's a disaster for Twisted Minds. That is so brutal. They spend both support ultimates. Kellex keeps his beat, and they lose the fight.
I mean, the Bola shot into the grab, and then you're not actually able to get that sound barrier in time is quite brutal. See now, it looked like looks like they're actually used the Light Weaver to kind of grip somebody a little bit closer out and then kind of switch back. So it looks like they will get Psycho there. TVNT here as well. They've been doing a better job forcing his bump. It's going to be Kellex using his sound barrier. They're just going to try and bully TVNT. And he's going to try to grab in here as well, Mitch. But it looks like, at least for now, Twisted Minds still in it.
That worked? Unreal. That is wild stuff. Twisted Minds, they get engaged on by the beat. But of course, it's the grab that TVNT held on to that allows them to convert something off. But even with a double pulse from Checkmate, that is a crazy fight. The fact that Twisted Minds hold on there, ridiculous.
Yes, I mean, that is a massive hold. Because giving up that second checkpoint that early would have been quite brutal in terms of time. But you lose Simple here. That may be where things fall apart.
That's tough, but that's for sure. Checkmate's hoping for a little bit more, but honestly, he'll have to settle for the cart being close to the checkpoint and TVNT being very much alone, just covered in Alcatia presence. Now it's just pure stall for Twisted Minds. Not much to mention about this. Quartz won't have a touch, and so that second checkpoint will come up. There's still a very healthy time bank. Now, this last phase of the map, this is where things started to slow up. They definitely slowed down yesterday. Alcatia were able to finish the map in the end, though. I think actually it's second, but yeah, we'll see them immediately look for that high ground setup. But this time it's Simple getting revenge. This time on the right side of the first pick kill feed.
It feels like so many times he just finds a pick out of nowhere. So, I mean, getting checkmate, quite important. And this is kind of the battle that we saw really yesterday between these two teams. It was a little bit different because it was like a D.Va versus Zarya. But with both Zaryas here at the gates, right, trying to kind of lock down this position from the defensive side of things at least.
Oh, Ooh, too slow, Simple. Lab is able to take Quartz down with a couple of those bolts connecting. And again, it's these first picks for Alcatia. While not happening every fight, they happen often enough to keep them pushing across the map at a rate of knots. Now tucked into the corner are Twisted Minds, and Alcatia are probably going to be happy having an opportunity to lick their own wounds while staying in the aggressor's position.
Well, I mean, there was no way that they were going to be able to get a Suzu on a Quartz or anything else. Like, I was already able to keep him alive. It's going to be sound barrier here into the Twisted Minds grab. It's going to keep everybody up for now.
Yeah, no bomb there for Alcatia to sort of follow up, but it's likely that would have been protected against. There was one look to Psycho. He uses it, but Ziad shrugs it off. He is hitting like an absolute Mack truck, and Psycho can't do much more than blink around the point. Alcatia have had more than just a little edge in so many of these fights, and now they're threatening to end the map. Twisted Minds hope to build a Graviton Surge now to stop them in their tracks. A stop here, honestly, could be massive. It could mean the map. Alcatia are likely still to finish Junkertown, but if you can bleed this time bank down, you're in good shape. Simple lost his immortality field. That was the switch to the BAP to attempt to keep this game going a little bit longer, and there it is! There it is! Quartz and Funny Astro get involved, and Alcatia will fall. The Graviton Surge is what Twisted Minds need to slow them down.
And they need every tool from the BAP to keep TVNT alive long enough to be able to get that grab off. It was like the regen burst, the immortality field, and then right as he gets it, like as soon as it hits, you know, that he has the grab, he just chucks it out there, knows he absolutely needs to, you know, just get it off and see what happens after that, and actually captures Ziad. They finish him off, and then a few other players actually get caught up in it quite late. So now a change over Twisted Minds. They're going to keep going with this BAP. As Funny Astro takes out Lambda, and they'll actually go Cass with a hazard.
This is huge. This is genuinely massive. Twisted Minds have easy access, of course, to that high ground. They can sit Quartz up there. He has to hide from the Freya. It's a little bit scary to fight against Lambda, but we know Cassidy can punish her if he can close the gap, find a way undetected to get close. The Batista, of course, really just wants to have the ability to control this high ground as well. Oh my goodness, what an air matrix from Simple, just trying to kill Ziad with it. Now, that doesn't quite work, but Ziad is not getting out of this one alive. Either way, that's a late immortality field that comes down. And honestly, I don't hate using the air matrix like that.
Well, it splits Alcatia, right? Like Ziad and I believe it's Landon are like kind of stuck off to the left, and nobody for the other players in Alcatia stuck on the right want to like kind of push out into that. So the air matrix used there to just kind of deter any type of movement forward. The bad thing here for TM though is Alcatia has so much to work with here coming in, right? Kitsune rush grab. You have a grab plus your own pulse bomb and your own bola shot, right? Something that they didn't have the last time. I believe they just had bola, but now you lose checkmate, dude. I mean, Quartz starting to get on a heater on the high ground.
And Lambda's sidelines suck here. They are not good until he has that high ground control. But Twisted Minds' composition is designed to maintain it. Oh, Quartz almost able to pick up the Freya, but there is Ziad falling. Bola shot doesn't do anything. And Twisted Minds can save this beat now for the last fight. Alcatia are going to have to throw everything at them, but the card has moved back far enough that Twisted Minds will get 2 shots to stop them.
Yeah, and that ultimate advantage, right, with that fight, the way it just went, Twisted Minds actually kind of close that gap is they'll actually be checkmate here, get on, get a touch, but he's got to be so careful. All Quartz from the high ground.
Big damage. Psycho also assisting on the low ground. Here they come. Kitsune Rush going to be used, but again, it's only 4 players up right now for Alcatia, and the downpour connects. Quartz going to be traded out for Landon, and now Psycho is let loose, looking for the Freya. A little bit of extra damage, and Lambda has to succumb. Pulse bomb in hand shouldn't be required, but it's really just Kellex being forced off the card. Ziad out of bubbles, surely at this point. Very, very low, and eventually will fall. This time, Twisted Minds are able to hold Alcatia off from finishing the map.
And I mean, honestly, the defense wasn't even like the first point defense. Like Alcatia just kind of ran through them, right? They were able to kind of take that checkpoint. They got through the second phase. They did get stalled out like twice at the end. It may have actually been enough for Twisted Minds to actually give themselves a chance towards the end, but really great swaps as to kind of get to the goal line, so to speak, here for Twisted Minds, and they're able to battle back and really dominate basically like the second half of the time bank left for Alcatia to get that 3rd point.
Looking here over the stats, the way this game has gone so far, I think it's pretty important to see that Psycho has just avoided death on so many occasions. Only 4 to his name. The switch up there for Twisted Minds, man, I think was kind of fantastic. You don't always see the hazard picked into the Zarya, right? The whole idea was that it was against the Diva comps, it was supposed to be good against the Sim, yada yada. here, I think when you make that switch and you pick up the Cassidy, the game gets a lot harder for Checkmate. All of a sudden, there's no easy way for Tracer to get up on the high ground. You have to burn a blink to get there in the first place. And then you have to deal with the potential of you just getting blown up by Kiri and Cassidy scrutiny straight away. There's a Baptiste switch as well, which I think it matters. It has a lot to do with Simple also being the player that's on the BAP. That random amp matrix that's like thrown out to try and blow Ziad up was also pretty inspired stuff.
Let's see what Twisted Mind decides to do here on offense. I think it'll probably be just the mirror here that we're going to get. Yep, a little bit of a mirror matchup. So we'll see if Quartz can kind of come alive. I thought Labda was actually really good on the fray in the first half, right? Put up some big numbers, and as I say that, I totally jinxed him. No bubble there to kind of help him out. Takes a shot there from Quartz, then finished off by Psycho.
I mean, I'm loving this stuff from Psycho. Having such a sick game so far, and that's such a clean, natural first pick. Because Quartz puts damage down on Labda. He does connect multiple of those bolts. So this is such a textbook example of the 1-2 punch that Tracer has always been a part of. That's what she's always meta.
Yeah, and I think Psycho just kind of like even demonstrating, right? Like, a lot of people would say Checkmate one of the better Tracers, and, seems just kind of like globally, where Psycho can most certainly kind of hang in that Tracer head-to-head.
Psycho a little bit nervous about how low his health is right now, but he's going to have that topped up pretty quickly, and there's no bubbles here for Ziad. I think a second or so and he would have had it. Trade out of Zai. You see it Lennon getting looked at now. Psycho doesn't really have to worry too much about his attention. Just recalls away after the bolt gets stuck, but Funny Astro did fall. Checkmate definitely should still be on your radar, but Twisted Mind's heavily advantaged now, and that cart is, well, it's not getting any further from the checkpoint. I'll give you that one for free. Gets picked up. Checkmate has got nowhere to go.
That's a good point.
Cleanly done for Twisted Minds.
Not moving back as TM gets it over the line, as they have above 5 minutes in the time bank. They don't have as great as, like, if you remember back to kind of Alcatia here when they actually took the first point, they had like a great set of ultimates to be able to use. Not really the same here for TM. It's a little bit of a scrappier engagement, but still with Psycho here on the high ground, these are some pretty powerful positions that TM is taking.
It's almost like maybe it was too quick for the TM supports to actually get ults. They do have a bowler shot and pulse bomb though. So plenty to work with, but two abilities that also can be answered by Bubbles and Suzus and the like. So it really comes down to execution as to whether those end up being a part of a reliable win condition in this fight. Kitsune Rush been building by Landon. Simple's going to have his in just a moment now. It's about to get hot and heavy as Psycho looks for a different angle, a different position on this. Oh, it's like a 3D movie without the glasses. Double Kitsune Rush down on the point. Ziad taken low. These grabs are going to come up at about the same time as the bowler shot plus boop combo claims Ziad, but he's not the first Saya to go down this fight. Big stick for Checkmate. Funny Astra's got nowhere to go, but Kellex is traded out instantly. This is tit for tat stuff. Checkmate again is going to be called upon to try and stop this car, but the bolt is stuck in him and he has no recall. Now Labda just has to back up. It's Quartz and Simple frothing at the mouth to get this next checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you have the kind of extra DPS, so to speak, for Twisted Mind still alive. Is Simple there with Quartz able to finish it off. Now everybody back in the mix. I think, though, this advantage here for Kellex with the sound barrier, right? You may want to use the sound barrier to even try and engage here, but I think they're worried about that grab potentially.
Beat engage feels bad if you've tracked Funny Astro to have one as well, Matt. He just had the later beat, but that's massive. Labda just folds. Quartz picks him up at the start of the fight now, and Ziad probably's feeling like it's tough to divine a way forward. Caught in the grab, no incentive to use his here. Would think to hold it on for later, arguably. TVNT's charged up on the cart, and this contest is about to fizzle out. Alcatia have won a sum and total of 0 fights on defense.
Yeah, well, they were clearly then, with the way they just kind of used it here, holding that sound barrier for the TVNT grab, right? But, if they were kind of tracking it late here, they probably knew that Funny Astro was like close or had sound barrier. Even if you kind of force the beats at the start, maybe you can find one. It just felt like they never really give themselves a chance there. So Twisted Minds here looking to kind of close out this map. A fast 2-0 series lead potentially on the cards.
Psycho on the wrap. Here's the grab low ground. Funny Astro bubble, but that won't be enough to keep them alive. It buys time at least. Kellex is traded out for this. Twisted Minds just refused to not go 1-for-1. And Quartz is dominating, bro. Like, Labda is just a non-factor in this game so far. That's going to be the end of Ziad there. Even a swift step from Landon is not going to be fast enough to save him. There's so much time in the bank.
Yeah, 4 in the fight there for Quartz, right? He gets 2 kills right off the rip, then gets to the high ground, uncontested, finishes off 2 more. Dude, I mean, look at how close they are to that box of victory. 3:30 in the time bank. Alcatia you're gonna have this like Kitsune rush here, but you're gonna double support ult here for Twisted Minds, and more importantly, Quartz just kind of farming on that high ground.
Here we go, Kitsune rush now for Twisted Minds, or rather for Alcancia. Twisted Minds have to beat the later one that was saved earlier on. It's so hard to overcome that level of numerical advantage. Twisted Minds, I think we've just seen the most one-sided half of Overwatch for them against Alcancia that I remember. Absolutely rolled and smoked. 3 minutes on the time bank, and that's Junkertown done and dusted.
If Quartz is gonna play like that, you might as well start, penciling in Twisted Minds as that #1 seed. I mean, just absolutely. Like, I thought Labdo was getting the better of him a little bit towards the on Alcacia's offense at the start, right? But when he goes Cassidy there, and they kind of hold there towards the end, and then on offense, I mean, just forget about it. I mean, it's not close. I mean, just a wild performance there from Quartz. Numerous, like 4Ks in some of these fights. There at the end, just playing so aggressive with the bolo shot, getting in, putting pressure on the supports. And then, we talked a little bit about it, like Psycho winning the Tracer battle against Checkmate. If you're going to lose the Freya battle in the Tracer battle, I mean, there's no shot for Alcat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. That's kind of why, even though the stats look relatively close, it's kind of how those numbers end up manifesting. It's where the eliminations happen. If it's not a first pick for Twisted Minds in this map, it's always traded back instantly. It's, like the Lucio and like Lucio's getting traded out straight away. Labda at 12 deaths, right? He's just struggling. Like, straight up, Quartz is getting good early damage, and the follow-up for Psycho is there. And the reason why this matchup is always pretty volatile and is always pretty close is because all of these players, pound for pound, they're within like 5 to 10% of each other at most, right? But it just so happens that Twisted Mind have the edge in both DPS positions right now. And that's why they're kind of just dominating. It really blows out a game when you sort of have that edge.
I mean, there's a few of these fights, right, where Alcacia gets first pick, and then the next 3 are just Psycho and Quartz, right? It's like, it is stuff that it's really difficult for Alcat to battle back from, right? You kind of win those trades from the front line. Maybe they take out TVNT, but then it's like the next 2 or 3 kills come directly from Quartz in Psycho, and there's no clapback. So, I mean, right now, look, if you're Alcat, are you like banning I mean, you can't really ban Freya. I mean, then you're gonna get what, a Cassidy versus like a Sojourn type of thing. It's not like Quartz is bad at either of those.
I mean,
if anything, it was like the Freya we were talking about in stage 2 that he didn't really play, right?
Alcat will ban Freya. They did last time in map 3 of this particular series. But I mean, that was completely different because Junkertown was won by Alcancia. Look how close these numbers are, man. Like, you could put the tissue over these two teams. Like, that is just how close they are. It's funny though to see such close numbers and yet a game that is just so blown out because player advantage in 5v5 means so much more. There's a bit of junk damage being dealt here and there, to be fair, but Twisted Minds in every engagement, we're just doing one better, just trading up every single engagement, going 2 for 1, with alarming frequency. This kind of blows things open now. I think like you've got, multiple directions to go. Last time we got into map 3, we had a Kiriko ban for Twisted Minds. Alcat did end up banning the Freya. Quartz we saw the Sojourner already in map 1. You probably need to not only target a ban at Twisted Minds, but also pick a map where the alternative isn't as good either. So you actually need to attack them on 2 axes if you want to try and take a map right now, because they are just spotted today. They're looking much better, Matt, and frankly, that's what can decide the fate of these two teams on any given matchup they're in.
But where is that map? Like, I don't know if that map is in the pool. Like, what are you looking at here, right? So your hybrid, both these teams would just play Esperanza, right?
Yep, Esperanza.
And then what do you, I don't think this is like a decided like, do you ban?
Okay, so your option, if you lose Esperanza, you probably,
if you lose Esperanza, you go to 3, you're kind of chalked regardless, right? It's kind of a must win. You can pick whatever map after that. Even if you win it, you're basically just giving out, like, Twisted Minds would have to lose what, 4 straight of their own map picks. That doesn't look like that would happen here today. Okay, so this is what I was thinking. So, it is. It's actually the opposite. So, okay, I thought there was a world in which Alcacia would like get rid of like maybe Zarya to kind of protect the diva, but
they're trying to force the Zarya mirror.
Yeah, TM trying to force the Zarya mirror here. So that's actually quite fascinating.
I mean, they're winning the Zarya mirror, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked that Alcacia would be okay leaving that as an availability, right?
I think they're trying to protect the Kiriko with this Lifeweaver first ban.
Oh, but then, so what is Ziyad just basically permanently Zarya for this map, right?
I mean,
we kind of see how that gone over 2 maps.
I think we've seen Ziyad with less variance in hero pool than TVNT so far. I feel like it's
yeah.
Ziyad
Because they added Chase, right? So when they added Chase, they definitely seemed to kind of like, you know, Ziyad was trying to play a little bit
role.
Yeah, he was trying to play a little bit of everything in the previous stage, right? And he you can do a lot of different stuff, but now with obviously Chase on the roster, they've kind of like split some of these responsibilities.
I reckon there's like a 33% odds that this is a 4-0. Is that crazy? I'm just like, that's like my confidence level on the 4-0. You know what I mean?
I like that. It's a Mitch stat right there. It's like a 33% chance. Yeah. It seems, you know, just considering.
This is my confidence level, you know? It
feels. I mean, look, we've casted a lot of these, and a lot of these have been blowouts. So you take a look at kind of like the top band heroes from EMEA, and you can kind of. There's a little bit you can get a vibe here at the beginning of these, like how it's gonna go. And it might just seem like Twisted Minds, right? You get a win over Peps. You kind of you come in a little bit warmed up, like the comps are kind of working in your favor, and you know, well, it can be tough to get up if you're Alcatzy and you beat the same opponent a bunch of times in the OWCS. It can be tough to get up for the same opponent yet again, right? And also the fact that the TM, they basically played a series, 5-minute break. It's like almost like in between a map, and then we just get to the next one rolling.
It was a very quick break. Yeah, normally we try and like fill it out a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, they were raring to go. They were ready.
Yep.
And
yeah. Start the game. Let's go. No, I mean, if I was them and I was like obviously competing, like that's how I would want to go. I would not want to be forced to just kind of sit around and watch everything happen. Like, look, hey, we're ready. We're in the game. We're in the lobby. Like, everybody get a drink. Let's come back. Let's play some more games. Like, and I think it's definitely paid off for them.
I think we need to refresh people's memories about what happened when these two played this map yesterday. It was definitely Alcatzy favored until Twisted Minds broke through 1 consecutive fights and pushed the bot to 134 meters. It was at this point, in the last push of the game, that Alcatzy ran it back on them. The entire map, all the way back. Now, they had most of that progress already locked in, but not all of it. And there was a situation where Twisted Minds had to try and like take a junk fight to force ultimates out of Alcatzy because they were unfavored. It doesn't work, and there's like a pulse bomb for a Psycho that doesn't do anything in that fight, doesn't force any ultimates out, and Alcatzy end up winning the map. So that is just, you can't bank on that happening again. It was a really volatile kind of game, but Twisted Minds here have come into this matchup with the mindset of not giving that lead early. They want the Zarya mirror. They think they can better Ziyad in it, but this is weird. So we have two tanks that do not have verticality. These comps are going to be pretty ground-born, and I think outmaneuvering one another is going to be high on the priority list.
I mean, ground-born comps, but then you also have the Freya here for Sports, where he's going to be able to just kind of be up in the sky, just completely uncontested. And then look, Funny Astro on the Wuyong yet again. They're kind of ditching that Lucio, so you wouldn't have that big, like, kind of like support ultimate, right? But I think you're just banking on, like, the amount of healing that the Wuyong can put out, just kind of like raw HPS, and then also the damage that Funny Astro can put down. It's just kind of like going to carry more in the end.
100%. Ziyad here definitely getting punished by some of this poke damage that comes in, and now Katsuya said, we've pushed enough here for now. We want to kind of see what Twisted Minds are willing to put on the table, what they're going to wager. Quartz is picking up where he left off. It's checkmate down already. And he doesn't no longer has to worry about the tracer. There's a Sojourn in play, of course, and we figured that Labda might revert to his preference in terms of this pick, but that is another stunning bot for Quartz. And this guy, ever since he came onto the scene here, it really feels like when he sets his mind to it, he could just win the game.
1 HP, literally, for Funny Astro there in the corner. So, dude, look, we just said, we were like, oh, this kind of starting to feel like a little bit of a blowout, but I'm a little bit surprised because Twisted Minds, obviously with a great showing over Peps, but Alcatzy has been kind of the big dog, at least in the OWCS. Let's take a listen to Twisted Minds, see if they can make some more progress here on push.
Sorry, top.
Come over this side, let's go. Let's hit. I will save up. Okay, I'm going back.
Go back for top, I think. I'm okay. All looking mid.
What is showing? They will push him.
Main.
Yes. They will push him.
I'm bomb in 10, bomb in 10. Trace door. I can't. Live. Sorry, walking. I can bomb you if you want.
Don't try to clutch, just go back.
Yeah. Just chill one. Sorry, pushing. Sorry, all the way in. Zero one.
They will have...
Have to heal. We're solo.
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, they have close grab.
Yeah, I'll go back from left, okay? Yeah, can you go?
Yeah, Tubin, you're gonna get a bomb, okay?
1, kit. Zara.
كده.
Sorry, low.
Clean that end.
I have to live one.
I'm there.
Yeah, I have to move myself. I'm moving. Trace on you. Just trace the surge. No, it's Lucio.
I'm killing the
Oh.
In one bind.
Just lift, guys.
You can lift him in.
No.
Throw.
Die fast.
Yeah.
I'm with you on Lua.
No. Get us.
Back in 5.
You don't want to attack.
Go down.
Back. But they use grabs.
Use grab. They have beat, right?
They use clock as well.
Yeah, they have feet.
They have this?
Yeah,
We can grab it.
Geez, we've really cursed them, haven't we, Matt? As soon as we cut to the Twisted Mind comms, things start to just fall apart.
Well, you see when the grab comes in from Ziad, they're trying to actually kind of live on through it. Funny Asher used the title blast on himself, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. It's going to be Alcatia using a sound barrier here early. TVNT is going to use a grab to slow him up. The pulse bomb comes on through, and that is most certainly a fight win here for Twisted Minds, but we'll see here. It's just going to be kind of a cleanup of checkmate, but I think the damage is done though, Mitch. 94 meters checkpoint here for Alcatia. Massive lead early on.
Yeah, it's just nice grab there a couple of fights ago. Funny Astro said he's sort of forced to throw the title blast on himself, and yeah, it just goes pretty horribly and commits that ultimate, and it doesn't really keep him alive, but you have to do it. You have to give yourself a chance to sort of win that fight. As it stands, it's Kitsune Rush for Lander that's next on the horizon. That's pretty powerful, of course. Some big picks are required here, and this bowler shot, it's pretty speculative there for Quartz. It definitely feels like he's trying to force the issue a little bit. Now here comes the aforementioned rush from Alcatia. A disengage for Twisted Minds, but Quartz is not going to get out in time.
Well, there's no speed here for Twisted Minds, right? You're not able to kind of like get him out of the way, but Funny Asher does take out Kellex. So you have both supports still in the mix here for TM. And I know if you lose Quartz, I mean, the supports here for TM are used to putting out a ton of damage, but they're not able to go in there and take out Ziad, landing with some great support, keeping him alive.
Simple committed a Kitsune Rush, I think, for the sole purpose, matter of trying to keep TVNT alive, but it's just too late. And it's not enough burst damage, really, to keep him standing. So, switching over to the Hansen, Twisted Mind saying, this is not working for us right now. Alcatia have found a rhythm. I also think this Labda Sojourn has been getting them some decent mileage.
Yeah, and now with an overclock here, in no way for Twisted Minds gonna like really kind of protect themselves. You see TVNT already taking serious damage. The bonk already invested here from Funny Asher to kind of heal him up. You're looking at what, maybe a title blast here? Yep, on the TVNT, gonna send it right over at Labda.
Labda quite safe, good positioning, tucked up next to the bus here, and TVNT eventually just runs out of health. He tries to make that space, but it's just an exchange he cannot maintain. Alcatia building up ahead of steam now, and they are threatening to run it straight to the end of the map. Twisted Minds do not have anything. Their ultimate economy has been horrendous. Their timing has really not worked out for them, and frankly, they've been losing out in a lot of these DPS trades. These 1-versus-1 scenarios have not favored them.
Which they have really throughout the entire series, right? You know, Labdas ain't really come alive here, and now you're gonna have this sound barrier to just kind of push you over the lane. You're not really even worried about like a big ultimate, like a grab on the other side. So Alcatia can use this to be quite aggressive if they want. It's gonna be the grab here from Ziad into the backline. You get rid of Simple here, and that might be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, bot's getting taken away from them though. Awkward for Alcatia as they don't necessarily have the ability to go and address this issue right now. So Bot should get dragged back towards mid-map. This would prevent a full completion. TVNT and Quartz have done well dealing with the interlopers now, so Twisted Minds will have the chance to recover. Some nice shooting from Labda. Catches Quartz on the cross. Kellex, low as he is, doesn't really seem to fear the remainers of Twisted Minds in the vicinity. And at least they've set up a staging ground now, closer to the middle of the map.
I mean, it is quite massive that Twisted Minds gets it all the way back to the end here, middle of the map, because Alcatia, if you play a little bit closer there and the bot doesn't actually start to get away from you, you sound barrier there, you probably win the map, right? You just kind of complete the map. So TM gives themselves a fighting chance here with the way they kind of played that. Move the bot behind Alcatia out of the spawn. They just need an early pick here, Mitch. They need to win one of these fights cheap.
I want to try and make the use of the hazard to that effect as well. You can see the switch basically says, I don't think we can match the Zarya while we're playing from behind constantly. Dealing with that snowball is just too much. There it is, Landon getting picked off. TVNT's a big part of that opener. And here we go yet again. Checkmate is down, and Twisted Minds have bought their way back into the map with a comp switch over to the hazard setup. Finally now, they can start to move into Alcatia territory, and they've got a little bit of time, but they have to keep a white-knuckled grip on the reins for the next 2.5 minutes.
I mean, it's a huge fight, right? Because you don't end up having to use anything there for Twisted Minds. Landon ends up using the rush, and then also you have Checkmate end up using the pulse bomb, trying to make a play for Funny Astro. So now Twisted Minds can build up this ult bank. You're still very far behind, but still, as you look across the board, I mean, Kellick's still holding on this sound barrier. An opportunity here. Ooh, as they get in deep, that's going to be the sound barrier used right away.
Final blast, though, is going to knock Kellick's to the ground. Can it recover? No, it's an easy pulse bomb stick, and now upstairs we go. Ziad is removed. Trying to play in the window, but not enough bubbles, and he is cut through eventually by this upfront burst damage of the hazard. So,
we might see a comeback.
Well, it might be too early to say, but it's checkpoint achieved and Kitsune Rush advantage. Alcatia burn support ultimates for nothing there.
Rush plus downpour here. You're going to get the... Okay, are they going to play... For a second there, I thought they were going to actually... it looks like they're playing a little bit for the back. I thought Twisted Minds weren't actually going to play here at the objective. It looks like, they know that they were a little bit worried, I think, that this was going to happen as Lambda comes to the flank up from behind and they take out Funny Astro.
No rush here, I guess. Ziad down, you commit the rush. I think you can still win this fight. Lambda now has run out of overclock. They are sort of playing away from the bot. The bot is advancing back in Alcatia's direction here, finally, towards the middle of the map. And Twisted Minds are going to have to find a response to this. But again, they don't have a Lucio. They have to walk ponderously, slowly drag themselves across the map to take the objective. But they keep that Kitsune Rush up their sleeve.
Oh, so they get they get a checkmate. I was like, they have to make sure both these supports make it out alive, right? Because Kellex and Landon were the ones doing that, and they actually do. Because you'd have lost them late, you would have given up even like some more progress here. Two Twisted Minds, but I still like the spot that TM is in, Mitch. I think they're starting to cook up a little bit here. Landon gets dangerously low, has to use the Suzu right away.
There's no Suzu for this downpour either. This could be problematic if you're caught inside of it. Landon's got nowhere to go. Sojourn flattened. Kellex soon after is going to be picked up. And that's Kitsune Rush's exchange, and Twisted Minds find the advantage. Now, you're at the point as Alcatia, you're just hoping that you can get a sound barrier online in time to stop the map from being taken away from you.
Oh, that actually, so Quartz takes out Checkmate, but the Pulse Bomb actually connects onto him. So that's a huge pickoff here towards the end. All that long-range hit scan's now gone. So now you're trying to just kind of watch. And, I think they're trying to maybe even see if the clock can come back a little bit their direction. Yeah, you want to stall for a little bit to see if you can get Quartz back in the fight.
I want to see aggression from Twisted Minds. I know they're down to player, but they need Funny Astro. They need the title blast. And they've lost him. Simple's able to find Checkmate, but there is not enough healing, and that is it. You're at the point now where your margin of error is just so thin. Quartz, a good account of himself, is able to find Lambda, but there's no chance to get a retouch. And with such a big lead, Alcatia can't fumble it, even if they try. It is a 2-1 series now.
It got close towards the end. If you add Quartz alive and then Funny Astro's just like basically like one tick away there from the title blast, you would have sent that hazard in with the title blast. Who knows what could have occurred at that point. So Alcatia, though, still clutch up in the end. Interesting enough, like you had pointed out earlier, right? They're just constantly losing this Zarya head-to-head, but this time they come out on top.
I really do think it's so momentum-based, that matchup. I like to switch to the hazard, though. That's always something that, unlike their opponents, Twisted Minds are going to have up their sleeve. They can pivot in that direction, and when you're playing from behind on a map like this, it can work, especially when TVNT is able to jump in and find these picks on Landon. Like there's a leaping slash kill on Landon at the start of a fight that, you think you're in the neutral, but TVNT has that durability to make it so that diving in, going for that kill doesn't signify a full commitment. It doesn't mean you have to trade yourself out. Really fun Esperanza map. Very swingy though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was the I also think like the Zarya and kind of like obviously having the sound barrier, I think, and the speed would have it definitely paid off here for Alcatia. May have been something for Twisted Minds where the Lijiang with the extra damage with the hazard, I think, really kind of starts to come into play. So maybe that's kind of a slight adjustment we'll see kind of moving forward there for TM. But still, I think Twisted Minds still in the driver's seat in this series right now. Obviously only up one map, But still, over the course of these maps, right, it's definitely been Twisted Minds and more control.
Absolutely. And, you know, it does feel like the map gets away from them and they've got to make a choice to try and sort of bring it back. This is quite bizarre to me. It's interesting to see that there's such a big difference in eliminations, right? It might have a bit more to do with like there being a more like dive or coordination centric strategy for going in and picking up these kills.
That's true.
It just looks like in fights that TM win, they win sort of by blowout here, but
yes,
very interesting numbers. I think they tell quite a different story than what the scoreboard ultimately showed. But Alcancia, honestly, like they do the hard work. They do it early in the round. They string together these consistent fights. And again, it's TM at the last second who have to make a grasp for the map. And unfortunately, their fingers slip again.
Yeah, it's we'll see where TM decides to take us, right? Because we saw what hybrid and flash available. Yeah, you could go Eigenwald. We saw that the other day. You could go Surabasa, get that one out of the way as well, right? So two options from the previous series that we saw between these two that you can go to yet again, where I wonder if you just go I think Surabasa, I think they just had the wrong read the other day. So it'll be actually Eigenwald they'll go to first. I think if we go to Surabasa, I think TM will look a little bit different comp-wise than they did yesterday, but we will see Eichenwald here as the selection.
And Eichenwald was not close at all. Alcancia, last time they played, got full health. They didn't even cap that first point. So, Twisted Minds have got every reason to feel confident about coming into that map. I think just winning Junkertown in this series is going to have such a ripple effect.
Huge ramification.
Throughout. Yeah. It's just one map in a first of four, theoretically a best of seven. So you don't feel like it occupies such an important role, but it's winning your opponent's map pick. Then if you're going to trade maps, we haven't even talked about the fact that, now Twisted Minds get to choose some maps, some favorable battlegrounds. And there are a few in the pool that, like this one, was the most decisive in their series yesterday. The most one-sided. A one where Alcancia looked the most uncomfortable.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess there's an opportunity. Well, you can't make that many changes, right? It's like basically less than 24 hours. So there's not really that many opportunities to kind of change your strategy completely. But if you are Alcancia, obviously you kind of knew what was not working and like what to expect on the other side. There's obviously some changes you can make.
I think you would ban Freya if you're Alcancia here. I think you are happy with the Sojourn on this map. I think that's just Labda's. We're not taking away anything from Labda, right? He's being matched up against Quartz, and honestly, he only loses out to Quartz maybe in the Freya mirror, but outside of that, looks really good. So why not give yourself a bit of an edge here? This is a different vibe. Psycho's getting a lot more attention this series than he did yesterday. Tracer is being banned. This creates such an interesting situation and sometimes forces us more in the Reaper direction. Reaper, though, someone who really benefits from that Kitsune rush, which has been banned out. Twisted Minds target the Kiriko.
Yeah, with the Kiri gone, right? So we talked about how maybe they don't really want to play like a Wuyong for Alcancia. You could. What are you playing here, right? You can always go back to kind of Jake talking about some of these. Maybe Juno kind of sneaks into the mix, like a speed option there, and then you also kind of play the Wuyong here. But there's also an opportunity for Baptiste, like really good opportunity here for like the Immortality field if you want to play around that central pillar with like whether it be like a Ram, something along those lines.
Yeah. Also, Brig Wuyong if you're expecting Diva.
Yes.
Is another option. So,
but I feel like those options all are in Twisted Minds wheelhouse. I'm like, okay, for Alcacia, what do they end up doing, right? Like, what is Landon's kind of next go-to option here? Playing like
Baptiste.
Probably Bap, right?
Baptiste. Yeah. Landon, I think, is one of the best Baptistes in this region. If not, you could be considered like a top X player in the world at that hero.
Yeah.
I think like Venture for first point is one like direction you can take here on the attack side.
On a Brig here. Obviously, Kiri, no Suzu here available, so could take advantage of that here with Yana.
I think it's an interesting decision. I think you really can leverage.
You don't sound convinced.
No, because I think like if you want to compare them 1-to-1, you don't have the drone now for your Zarya, and there's no one that's really like inherently punished by like anti-heal on the side of like out of the ordinary anyway. But maybe Brig, maybe you feel like Brig BAP is just not it, right? It doesn't. I don't know. I don't know about this. The Brig against
Tracer
the Genji,
ban.
if we get one from Psycho, maybe, right?
The Tracer ban, I definitely think hurts Twisted Minds a bit more. Like we've just seen Checkmate over the at higher levels of competition just flex more of a hero pool than Psycho, but Psycho actually playing the Pharah here. So and it will be the Wuyong with the Brig and the Hazard in the mix. So that'll be kind of the offensive shell here for TM.
The Echo is so interesting. We rarely see the Echo at the moment. Nice sleep though. Buyer that doesn't quite connect onto Simply is going to be able to get away. Lander can now turn his attention obviously towards Ziad, keeping him nice and topped up. Ana also has some equity dealing with Pharah, right? You can obviously lay some decent damage down. Also what 70 per, so pretty nice. TVNT falls here, so this defense comp so far for Alcanci has proven to be rock solid, and after the tank is down, Checkmate can now start to go to work because it's really just Quartz that could put pressure on the Echo, and I don't know if I'd be comfortable in that matchup as the Freya.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be some more changes here for TM as will they play an Ana Wuyong here with an Echo of their own? So these comps looking much different than yesterday, as nice bio there from Land into the choke, gonna connect with 2, gonna just slow down Twisted Minds a bit.
All right, well, Psycho, now this game is really about Psycho's hero pool being put to the test a little bit more. Coming in and playing a lot of Tracer is all well and good, but we know Checkmate can do a heck of a lot, throw a lot of different looks at DPS. So Psycho needs to try and break line of sight as much as he can with the clock tower. Beautiful. Oh, he just burst Checkmate down. Close to the smithereens. Quartz in midair, though, gets caught by that rare sort of bowler shot connection, especially on airborne targets. That is something at least for the defenders to hang their hat on, but they really need Ziad to go ham here. And this nano boost has to do more than this. He's forced out of the fight entirely. TVNT perpetually very high health, and a grab thrown in to catch him out. And Ziad's tucked in around the corner. That's a good look. Psycho here with the passive Wuyong healing active. Ziad waits here for some more Girl Scout cookies from Kellex, gets one, still going to be kept low, and has to give up a couple of ticks here. There's a rally brewing, though. Kellex can throw this one in. That could be a problem now, as Tidal Blast is going to be deployed by Funny Astro. Psycho takes it in and Labda's direction, knocks him down, and Twisted Minds, it seems to have unraveled the puzzle.
Dude, we talked about the Tidal Blast on like a lot of different heroes. The Tidal Blast on the Echo is kind of filthy. I mean, the descent and just kind of being able to get up to that high ground and just get into a face of somebody, like Labda is so fast that no way that Labda can really react. So Twisted Minds looking like a much different, obviously, game than yesterday on Eichenwald. With some of these comps still take first point.
Such a bizarre comp.
I know.
So weird. Echo, Ana now mixed in alongside the Brig. Wuyong, Ana for Twisted Minds. Here it is, the drop down with the Bionade in play. Checkmate might be doused with one himself, but still able to find the 2 kills that he was looking for. Ziad, of course, chimes in on the Ana pickoff. That's enough for Alcanci here, in theory, to buy themselves a bit of breathing room, especially with Psycho unsuccessful in his foray into the castle.
Yeah, and we'll see how these I think this comp on defense, Mitch, just probably play like with this natural high ground here for Landon, just plays like way better, right? Obviously he's going to be able to put down some extra. I mean, I just cursed him so bad. I apologize. But he's going to be able to play from that high ground, right? And had some nice positions to be able to shoot down Quartz or Psycho and being able to like threaten them a little bit. But Quartz just jumps up, puts 2 explosive shots into the Yana. Landon explodes, and then it's a nano boost invested there from Twisted Minds with the grab, and then they're able to get the cart moving again.
Look where TVNT is positioned quite far forward. Needs to keep these right clicks coming in. All right, we're going to fight brewing. Let's cut the Twisted Minds communications and hear what's brewing now. Is we've got this car moving up towards the second checkpoint.
I can't.
You can't put them together. You're far.
No, we don't have.
Split out, play on.
Point. Under.
Yeah, just wait. We have to wait for them.
Greg is in castle somewhere.
Play on.
Nice. I'm stay calm. They still have
They have drop.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Can we get for drop?
Go support.
Sorry, point no bubble. Sorry, someone can point, please. So, yeah. Big one, Echo one, 2.
I can bomb you.
You're fine.
Kidder, mate.
And then Fred's right. Fred one. Yeah, it's fine. You want to swap? Oh, wait. Don't swap.
What they okay,
they still have rally. They have rally nano. Huge nano.
Like the calling here from Funny Astra. I think TNT there I think Quartz actually really wanted to go aggressive. And, you know, the experienced Brit cuts in and says we need to wait for another opportunity. And Quartz finds him that pick that we're looking for. So nicely done by Twisted Minds. Gets him into the last phase of the map here with 2 minutes and 45 to play. Looking at ultimates, it's a duplicate here for Psycho. We haven't really discussed the effect of that Echo ultimate so far. It's an extra Zarya with a free grab that you basically can earn yourself here. Psycho doesn't even need to make use of that, though. It's another, just a snowball fight for Twisted Minds.
I mean, maybe Checkmate thought he had like another bubble there for him to be able to kind of live through that, but he just gets really deep, and they just turn and deal with them fast. As I loved when he listened to the Twisted Minds. You know, Funny Astro, it's like, all right, let's wait for TVNT, and then the next communication is Sports is like, I'll just kill him. He just thinks out loud. It must be really nice to play with somebody who do that. Rally in the corner here, not going to be able to keep up Ziad, but that is because TVNT is getting in the mix here with the Nano.
Yeah, this rallying brig for Kellex, unfortunately, is a short-lived jaunt. Pop that to try and save the teammate caught inside the grab, but Ziad was blown up, and Checkmate's last-minute switch to the Venture doesn't really yield any results either. The map completion with a minute 50 on the clock.
What bizarre comms, though, right? Coming out, didn't think we'd see the Echo play, but you know, Echo kind of comes into the mix here, and with an Ana as well. So it's also the only difference really is what Ana Brig for Alcatia. And then Twisted Minds just playing the Ana Wuyang. And I think you also see here, Mitch, right? Like, obviously, Rally is a pretty good sustainable ultimate. It's not the sound barrier though, right? And it's a lot easier to kind of, if you don't have the, let's say you're playing the Wuyang with the Kiri, or in this case the Ana, it's a lot easier to kind of give up potentially like a beat, right? When they're not having anything that kind of like resembles that on the opposite side. So it allows you, I think, from the Twisted Mind side to play just a little bit more aggressive in terms of your support picks. And now Twisted Mind's on defense, they'll actually end up playing a Brig with the Wuyang.
Yeah, this is a look that we've seen from them plenty. Ziad, though, best as we can tell, just doesn't really want to go to the Diva under any circumstances. And the sim play is a thing of the past in terms of this series. We saw nothing between them yesterday that involved the Symmetra. We did see a little bit on Lijiang Tower, but it seems like Alcancia have realized that their bread cannot be buttered in such a manner. Not without Tracer, not without a Kiri in the game. So I think Tracer and a support, when those bans come up at the same time, it does create this kind of weird scenario. And it's really about who can put the puzzle together quickest.
I also think it's probably a little bit of a telling sign that, like, Alcacia may believe that Twisted Minds can actually kind of just like counter these sim comps and knows how to play against them at this point, right? They've done it so much that they feel like the Twisted Minds maybe has their number a little bit when it comes to trying to play these sim comps. As Ziad steps up, takes a huge shot. That's going to be the bonk and actually the nade used here pretty early on for Alcat.
Yeah, I see Landon almost gets done in by his own reload, which is actually a big... If you're an Ana player, like, reloading at the wrong time means a teammate dies. They made that easier by giving her a larger clip like over a year ago, but still, it's pretty nerve-wracking when you do go for that reload, or if you sort of have to. Twisted Minds here trading fairly, pretty evenly. And Alcats are in no position to start coming forward. A late pick on Kellex would have been pretty instrumental there. Quartz is pretty uncanny with these explosive bolt connections.
I mean, he's got to be so annoying to play against with how good he can connect with these. And it's also got to be very difficult. Like, we talk about, like, obviously the Quartz versus Lab the head-to-head, but now that, like, there's two other flyers out there, right? Like, just trying to stay alive there.
Overkill.
And then he ends up getting Labda, but, you know, Checkmate, a fairly easy target as well. I mean, dude, he cannot miss at the moment.
He's beaming. He's absolutely beaming, bro. Okay. It's just yep. All right. Quartz has decided to win the game again. Fair enough. That was a very, very decisive fight. And point out here as well, Alcatia don't have, like, defensive... They don't really have AoE defensive support ultimates, right? They can invest all their resources into Ziad in theory, which is fine, or they can, like, dupe a Zarya. That's kind of the main win conditions unless they find picks with this bowler shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see, you know, if they kind of even get in. They're at the time, like, getting through the choke, Mitch. I mean, just the explosive shots constantly, some extra damage there from Psycho. So you will have the Tidal Blast here. It'll actually be a Nano on a checkmate there. Is that actually have Funny Asher using the Tidal Blast on a Quartz, just trying to keep him alive.
A very interesting dupe here for checkmate, I'm not going to lie. Knocked out of that dupe form, though. Sticky Bomb, good connection. Quartzo healed up. Oh, my God. He is insane. Bro just cannot miss. Checkmate just left dangling uselessly in midair, and he pumps him full of those bolts. Lana goes down here, and this time bank for Alcatsia is looking a little suspect.
I mean, who needs a coach when you have Quartz playing at this rate, right? I mean, you just, hey, get him on whatever hit scan he feels comfortable, slide everybody else in. Even if you just mirror, you're going to be in a pretty good spot, because there are not many hit scan players globally who will take this battle and win it. As I mean, dude, every shot that he's taken on the Freya is a connection.
Yeah, it reminds me of the first time we saw like Freya play competitively. It was like Exodial doing this across the map.
I mean, dude, Landon's basically dead as soon as he walks into the show.
Yep. Ziad also gets a Bionate, but then what? Nothing. Tidal Blast here on TVNT. Rather, no, that was just a bowler shot. Excuse me. Similar looking effects. Now the rundown. Lav able to defend himself against Simple, who maybe gets a little bit big for his boots, but there's not really much that Freya can do here except look menacingly at Quartz over on the point. There's plenty of backup, of course, with Psycho alive and a bowler shot ready to roll. There's 26 seconds left in this round. Alcatsia at risk of falling flat on their face on Eichenwalde for 2 consecutive days.
Gosh, I mean, things feel like, hey, they've just gone. I know Alcatsia had some signs of life in the last map, but here, I mean, it looks like Twisted Minds potentially the full hold. It's going to be the bowler shot here. It's actually going to connect onto Kellex and a few others. It's going to be the Immortality Field keeping them up for now.
Yeah, close little exchange there, but it is checkmate winning out and going low. Quartz is picked off, but Landon and Lavdra are done. Twisted Minds, bro. Oh my goodness. Do not let these guys take you to Eichenwalde. Pick King's Road, for God's sake. Don't let this happen. 3-1 in this grand final.
I mean, the maps they've won have been like pretty sick in their favor. As I mean, that one's another one where you give Quartz these long sight lines and good luck. I mean, nobody able to match it. I think the comp that Alcatsia had to play on offense, though, is like just one they're not really that comfortable playing, right? It's like an Ana, Lijiang there with an Echo. It's like just doesn't really I feel like it kind of fits with what they want to do as a team, where look, it's just a really nice band and map selection there from Twisted Minds. It kind of forces all of this to kind of go this way. And you see, like, Landon's scoreline, like, Landon doesn't have games like that, right? Like, a 3-10 game from Landon, that's like crazy to see. So I think it's just kind of really them just having difficulty like finding their footing with some of these like different odd comps that are coming out. And Quartz in the hit scan, I mean, still 32-5 here, just kind of dominating this final.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think you do something banning Tracer against Psycho, but bro is unfazed. I mean, as soon as he switched over, you see here, instant impact. There was like a Genji look early, something weird. I don't know. There was like a venture attempt for checkmate, but it was also really just, I don't know, a token grab at something that obviously isn't Tracer. It's just fine. Being able to dupe his eye here and start with 50% ult charge because of certain perk selections means that you're guaranteed to grab at a moment in the fight that's impactful, as opposed to when it's already over. Nano boost here, you can obviously give over towards your Zarya. This is a comp that really invests very heavily in the most powerful tank in the game right now. And so it sort of stands to reason that Kellex Brig, for me, did not make a difference. It did not make an impact. I think it's terrible against Echo, for example. And, there's no guaranteed way that you can farm that whip shot. If the enemy's eye is bubbled up, that doesn't sort of do anything. It can be pretty easily dope, but we see Twisted Minds play the same comp, right? They go for it as well. The rally shield bash in a pinch can be quite powerful, and obviously just like you do have something that approximates like an area of effect defensive ultimate, which with Ana Lijiang you don't really have. So feels like a hedge there. It works out for Twisted Minds, right? So execution matters, but this is far less competitive a stat line than we got in the last map.
Yeah, last map was kind of like very evenly matched, like in terms of the stat line. Obviously Alcatsia comes out on top. This one resembling some of the earlier maps where Twisted Minds had these kind of like big, just kind of like gaping gaps in terms of like whether it be healing or damage. So I think based off of yesterday, Alcatsia will probably take us to Saravasa.
Yep, we should head to Saravasa.
Yep. Yeah. So Alcatsia will take us to Saravasa. I'll be curious to see what they do in terms of like the bans. If we kind of let's see, yeah, it will be Cervasa. Nothing surprising here. Where Alcatia kind of wins this map yesterday. It kind of goes down to the wire. Both teams wanting to play a lot of that Zarya with the Tracer in the mix. It'll be interesting to see if Alcatia feels like they want to try and do something with the bans to change that up.
So this is the kind of map where Zarya looked good until it sort of didn't. I think obviously very good on that first point of the map. It's something to sort of bear in mind. Bans last time around, we had I think it was a Diva ban. So the Diva ban ends up coming up here, and there was like a Sojourn ban also. The Sojourn ban was thrown by Alcatia at TM, which is pretty interesting to me. I don't necessarily know if they need to run that back. Maybe slight tweak of the ban strategy here would be in order, but TM might just want to keep forcing this Zarya mirror, but now they've realized it's not a guaranteed win for them, right? Especially if the,
yeah, sure,
momentum starts to snowball against them. But having the Zarya, Graviton, having Bowler Shot there, Tracer's now back, so we're back online for the, the Graviton Bomb combo. Kiriko, that also can come back in with the Suzu. I don't think, Lucio can be targeted at this point. It's already sort of been banned out. So Alcatia, I don't know. I don't know what the ban is supposed to be at this point to prevent this kind of game state.
Have they, on the Alcad side, have we seen the Freya ban yet?
They have not banned the Freya. They've also not banned the Zarya.
Would you maybe ban? So if you feel pretty good about like the Diva into the Hazard, maybe you would ban Zarya. But it would kind of go counterintuitive to like what they wanted on Esperanza, because it seemed like they were okay in trying to do the Zarya head-to-head on Esperanza.
I don't think they feel good about the Diva into Hazard because they banned Hazard on Lijiang Tower.
Right.
And they ended up playing a bunch of Zarya anyway. So
do you get rid of the Freya, since Quartz has just been kind of like rolling on that throughout the series, and let Labda kind of go and play a little, try and Soj head-to-head, or maybe some Cassidy in the mix?
Yeah, I think you could target the Freya here comfortably enough. I think like the Bowler Shots into the chokes on these maps are just far too good. No, okay, so this is a Brig ban, so it might imply that Alcatia do want to go back to playing Diva, right? You could also ban Zarya to this effect, but maybe you just don't want to give those like free boops. It could also be a protect ban, right? So that is possible. Sojourn ban away from Twisted Minds. I also think this makes a ton of sense, right? Take away arguably Labda's best weapon on this map. Very heads up bans from both sides.
So now Labda's kind of forced onto what? Either the Freya or the Cassidy, right? I think Quartz will just continue to play the Freya. I don't really think there's any real thing moving him off of that at the moment. So not I think if you're Twisted Minds, you feel like it's a huge win in that department.
Yeah, again, I think I don't know what the absence of the Sojourn is supposed to achieve, and again, it really depends like if this Brig ban is targeted or not. I still think if you're Alcatia, like you might want to try and find a situation where Diva is valid to play here, but with all the investment being put into Zarya, and Diva generally having a tough time working around her in some of these fights when she starts it, like such high charge. I don't know if there's any guarantee matching this Zarya that feels.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would never want to do that. I think at this point of the series, if I'm Alcatia, but they might not feel like they have another option.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of where we're at with Alcatia. Maybe they just feel like it's this is going to be kind of what we're going to have to play. And to really at this point, the Brig, I mean, I guess like what they could have played like a Hazard Brig Wuyong type of thing if they try to play Sim, right? So maybe it's to kind of like ban that comp out if Alcatia wants to try and bring the Sim into the mix here, but it would feel a little bit late to bring the Sim in.
And now with Twisted Minds taking that last map, this is championship point for them. This would be the first spot in EMEA, the winner, of course, of our Stage 3 Grand Final. It would mean $30,000 and of course that #1 seed from the region heading into the World Finals. The implications of which we've already discussed. It's hard to say which of those is favorable though. I think you probably prefer to sit out around in almost every situation. When it comes down to playing in that sort of play-in round, we could call it, and waiting in round 2, I think I know where I'd rather be. Most teams tend to agree that extra day means so much. So now we head into Cervasa, what may well be the final battlefield, and yet another rendition of Twisted Minds versus Alcatia, but this time, Twisted Minds are the ones that are poised to swing the axe, to take Alcatia out and finally get a meaningful win against them in OWCS Stage 3 at least.
We'll see as the spawn door opens what we'll get from both sides. So yeah, we're gonna get this. Dude, this Zarya head-to-head yet again is we've seen constantly throughout this series, these two teams are totally fine playing with each other in this matchup, but it's been Twisted Minds for a lot of the series coming out on top. Outside of like the Saravasa, right? No, not Saravasa, it was Esperanza. But you didn't have a Lucio on the field for Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds playing a lot of the Lijiang throughout that. So now with the Lucio in the mix, maybe that changed things up.
I don't know what happened there in the backline. Checkmate was actually harassing Simple, who didn't really seem to feel like there was any threat. He actually looks around, throws a lazy kunai at the Tracer, and then just goes back to business. Says, I don't think there's any risk of us dying here, and he was right. TVNT just rolled over Ziad in the front line.
So another rough start here for Alcad is like, yeah, now you're trying to kind of work your way in. You have so much open space for Quartz to kind of deal with, and I think it's really on Checkmate at this time, right, to kind of put some pressure down onto the Freya. You see, as soon as Quartz turns though, hits him with a bolt, right? Quartz maybe, okay, this is good though. This is gonna result in a fight win where, yeah, Checkmate gotta be, gotta match at least Psycho's Tracer presence, as he's been phenomenal throughout the series, and he does there, getting Quartz early on and getting a fight win for Alcat.
Okay, so we're going to have two teams racing to get back in position here because Kellex and Ziad are going to be a little slower to rejoin their teammates. Lapta can play from the rafters here, but Twisted Minds are, in theory, going to be grouped slightly earlier, or at least be allowed sort of into this choke. Doesn't feel like this is a chokey map, but for ground-born comps, it can become a little bit narrow when you can't just jump up onto the point from anywhere. So Psycho, now it's his turn to create some chaos in the backline. Good damage on Landon already, but the Kitsune Rush is not too far away. Landon needs to stay alive long enough to use it, and while he uses it, unfortunately, he doesn't get any value off of it. Having the better rush in this first fight now can have an impact that echoes throughout the next couple of flashpoints.
Right, I mean, you end up using your Kitsune Rush here for Alcantia and losing both supports at the same time. And then obviously nothing you can do after that, where Twisted Minds, I think the ideal scenario, Mitch, here is obviously winning this without using the speed. If you can kind of, maybe it's like a grab forces even their beat down, and then you kind of disengage. I mean, there's a lot of different things that TM can do here. Kind of turn the tide of ultimates going into next fights. As Simple takes a lot of damage here. It'll actually be that grab that comes out early. It's beyond stuck in it. Oh, and they actually don't have that sound barrier to be able to keep them alive. So with the pulse bomb thrown in the mix from Psycho, that will be it, as that is going to be Twisted Minds taking the first flashpoint.
Great result for Alcantia. They've got to be, or rather for Twisted Minds, excuse me. Alcantia have got to be frustrated about how that went down. Kellex didn't have enough time to get a beat. Let's listen in now as they approach this second flashpoint.
Come coast, guys.
I'm following it, dude.
Hit you one, baby.
Okay, walking coast.
I have good position now.
Yeah, go coast.
Do you have one yet?
I used one. No, wait.
We're low, healing up. Put it on. Put it up, Blinky.
3, 2, 1. Come on, Lucy, kill.
Trying. This one. Nice. Okay, go back. They use speed. That's okay.
Speed for you. They only have Kiryu soon. You wanna wait for
okay, let's go with beat only. We can maybe
we can push with beat. Okay. Alright. Freya, let's flank kill.
Can you push from here, guys? Kill Freya to left.
I can.
Can you bubble me?
Yeah. Big.
Where's the band?
There's bubble.
Yeah, still walk. Keep fighting. Be right. Lucy. There.
I have Caesar.
Together.
Q1, guys.
Listen.
Lucy dead.
Brave hand. Right flank there, man. I'm with Kellex. Really living here.
Nice.
This Kirill, they've grabbed. Yeah, these,
They've grabbed.
Try not to feed it. Nope, yeah, hard spam, guys, okay. Hard spam in place left. 60 beat us.
I use one, Bobby.
I think. Yeah, Tracer main. Ulle med Tracer main.
Half man.
Yeah, shoot them hard. I'm playing
together. Yeah, I have.
Yeah, go. Fail. Yeah.
I have Carol, we can win, ready?
Hit me. Yeah, I'm picking main. 3, 2, 1.
Ultimate.
There is still one. No Suzu.
There is still one.
Yeah, real one. Nice, come on, come on.
We can make time. Clear Leon.
Tracer there, man.
Clear Leon, we can make time still. We have
I don't see Tracer.
I pick again.
There we go. I'm with you, I'm fucking dead.
Get off.
I won.
They have beat. They didn't grab, right?
Yeah, they have gloves still.
Beat, grab, Freya. Maybe everything but Kiri coming up.
Okay.
Do you wanna push?
You can see sometimes, like, ult tracking is a pretty approximate process. OWCS called this beat for Funny Astro way too early. We'll see if it actually factors into some of their assumptions, but they are correct. They've got to walk into a graph and they don't have a beat of their own, Matt. Lambda needs a big bowl shot first.
Yeah, but it's been Quartz constantly finding these and being able to kind of have TVNT throw that grab in. You don't even need to throw the bola into it. You get rid of Zia. It's going to be very difficult to kind of now stand on the point and deal with this Zarya of Twisted Minds. A bola there from Lambda does some damage, but Quartz is a little bit better.
Psycho wasn't alive to follow up on it. There wasn't a trace to get that extra bit of damage there onto Lambda. Lambda, though, goes down. Quartz is lost, though, and Lambda is holding his own. Funny Astro beats for this. Yes, his Zarya's charged up. It's a worthwhile investment, and they can take the flashpoint away with this. Ziad is on the scene, trying to get some bubbles from long range, but he can't touch, and Twisted Minds are one flashpoint away from being the Stage 3 champions.
Oh, and Ziad's going to have to just kind of like get knocked off the side there on the rotation, although the flashpoint is very far away. Still gonna have to wait for him to get back into the fight. So you see Ziad actually kind of pops up there. He's gonna get escorted all the way through by Kelex. I think this first fight here on this flashpoint is such a one that OWCS has to win. They're gonna have to use the grab here early on, but they lose Landit and Lambda.
That might not be enough. Look at how split OWCS are right now. Ziad is low without bubbles, presumably. Just the one. Psycho can wait this out, surely. God, it's hard for Ziad to get charged quickly enough in these fights. That's a Twisted Minds flashpoint take to start this off, and they're going to have a rush to match Kelex's beat at least.
But that was the grab there from Ziad. Like, there was no pulse bomb, there was no bola, what? Yeah, nothing there to work with. So that puts just OWCS in a really rough spot, man. I mean, now Twisted Minds, here they have this Kitsune Rush to just layer over the point. They're going to fight in this.
Townberry comes through, simple response with a Kitsune Rush, and this is good. The disengage has been good enough for Twisted Minds, but for how much longer? Laps has been brought down. Simple and Funny Astro under a lot of pressure here, though, and a bowler shot in the hands of Quartz needs to find some value, but it just gives Ziad a bit of a tickle in the end. OWCS will be able to retake the point, and they keep Landon's ultimate, which matters a lot, but they're 56% down.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they finally clutch up, right? But it feels like now Twisted Minds, what? There's no sound barrier here for OWCS because they used it in that previous fight. You come back, grab plus pulse bomb. I mean, they're so good at some of these combos. It feels like that's going to be enough, especially like if OWCS, like, let's say they use that Kitsune Rush early on, it'll kind of be telegraphed if they want to kind of fight in it. Maybe you kind of set that up there from TM.
TVNT is probing, just testing if this grab into a Kitsune Rush is probably quite acceptable. Bubble attempted for Ziad, but he's going to be brought down anyway. That's the Zarya out of the picture. OWCS, of course, committed the rush, but now how are they supposed to make use of it? Zarya is such a good recipient of the haste buff, but there's Lambda, finds Funny Astro yet again. Suzu has to be used, though, for simple, as Lambda and Landon are both finally brought down. And so Twisted Minds, in theory, should be back in the hot seat here. You've got to commit this for sure. Throw the bowler at checkmate to make sure he knows who daddy is. And now it's 59, plays 84.
I mean, Quartz actually just kind of hits him with a bola, jumps over his head as Quartz also took out Lambda in the fight, as he has just been an absolute nuisance here in the side of OWCS. Let's listen in to Twisted Minds, see if they can close it out.
I'm playing cloud.
Yes.
Oh, save my two bubbles, it's okay.
Kids win 10.
Yes.
Everyone.
One.
You can push. Zywon, yeah. Push. Trace bind.
Nice! Kill point, nice, guys. Nice!
Oh my god.
Good job.
Universe theory.
Let's go. Come team server, guys. Come team server.
Yeah, let's go.
And there you have it, folks. Congratulations to Twisted Minds your EMEA Stage 3 champions, excuse me, with a more one-sided game than we were otherwise expecting. You know, a bit of it brewing. We saw it in the E-League finals, right? But that was a completely different strategy. Now, they bring these Zarya comps in. They mirror OWCS. They literally play mirror image compositions and beat them in the man-to-man. That is a huge result for this team, and it's going to give them a rush of confidence heading into Stockholm.
I mean, it's what, 7-1 in maps on the day? I mean, just a tremendous performance here on Championship Sunday for Twisted Minds to be your Stage 3 champions here at EMEA. They get that slight advantage there going into Stockholm, some extra prize money as well. And look, I think it's obviously a huge thing for this team to build on is just, hey, if we can kind of get Quartz in these type of positions and he plays like that, I think Psycho had a tremendous series as well, right? We were kind of always talking about Quartz because he's making just crazy plays, but Psycho in like the Tracer head-to-head against Checkmate came out on top in a lot of the maps, right? I know being so difficult for the Alcat backline to deal with, so now you have Psycho in the mix here. Obviously, Yubi is a player that they could bring in if Sim comes back into the mix and some other heroes. Twisted Minds looking pretty primed to make a run at Worlds.
For me, Matt, it's really been about what Quartz has done in this series. Just some disgusting things individually. The Freya gameplay, I don't know too many Freyas that could stand toe-to-toe with him. Unfortunately, Labda certainly couldn't. Got close on occasion, and Alcancia looked to be in a stronger position when Sojourn was being played, you know, the Sojourn mirror. Like that Esperanza map was a little, I mean, that looked like the sloppiest from Twisted Minds all series, right? Where they sort of let the game get away from them. But here, like, they're rock solid. And hearing their comms, of course, in those final moments, like Funny Astro is such a stabilizing presence on this team. It feels like it's push and pull. It's between Funny Astro and Quartz, but they're both trying to, you know, one wants to be super aggressive, one wants to play a little bit safe. The safer strategy won out in the end. The calling was excellent, and Twisted Minds stick the landing in a 4-1. Not even a close series. We come off the back of a 3-2.
Yeah, and look, even when Funny Astro wants to play a little bit slower, Quartz is like, all right, watch this. I'll just pick one, and then we can start playing fast. So I have a really nice balance between the two of them there. And look, I think Alcacia will obviously bounce back. You know, they'll be fine going into Worlds. I think, though, you're starting to see maybe like there are some holes, right? Like these two teams play so much, eventually you're going to be able to find some stuff out. Would anybody in EMEA be able to do this to Alcacia outside of Twisted Minds? No, but Twisted Minds is such at a high level up there with Alcacia, and they played each other so many times. They're able to kind of like get some reads on them that I think some other teams in other regions may be able to kind of capitalize as well. So Alcacia, I think there's obviously still some room to grow going into Stockholm.
Yeah, and as far as the game's concerned right now, we can see that Xayah is probably the go-to tank, right? It's been obviously a little while since we've seen a metagame that's broken like this, and it does enable for some backline picks, some support picks that really just want to juice that up, really want to invest more in the Xayah, make her harder to kill, make her hit harder, a lot of stuff. And, you know, and then like there's a still strong supporting cast around it. Tracer has never not been meta. She still remains to be a very strong pick here, and also a conduit for skill expression from some of our best DPS players in the world. I'm impressed with Psycho. I think that, you know, at the start of this stage, if you told me that he is going to like take it to Checkmate and actually just beat him out in the pound for pound, I would be very
not just on Tracer, like the Echo as well.
Echo.
Like
he's better on the Echo, dude.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's like I don't even know how many people, like we saw Psycho play sometimes there during the previous stage, but it was a lot of Yubi with the Sim in the mix, and you're looking at these two teams, it's like, okay, are they just like Sim exclusive? And like once we kind of don't see that be as prevalent, maybe they'll start to fall off. But I think you can kind of see the power of these two teams still, whether it be like some of these Zarya comps or even Hazard specifically from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, look, it's been a pleasure covering EMEA for you this stage, folks. For me personally, covering OWCS for this year. That's all for us for now. We'll see you later. For some of us, we'll see you in Stockholm. We're going to now go to our desk to break things down, get our experts' thoughts on how EMEA has shaped up now after 3 stages of OWCS action this year.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt, who are calling the action in the grand finals here in EMEA, and of course throughout the entire season. Always a pleasure to hear the two on the mics. Always a pleasure to see these two teams going at it, although usually it is a much closer affair. What a dominant performance from Twisted Minds. I mean, we were talking about, like, you know, player X needs to have a lifetime game, and like I feel like that's what Twisted Minds delivered, and they made it look easy. And OWCS, this is the first time where I have to say, like, they were made to look uncomfortable, being put into uncomfortable positions and uncomfortable compositions.
Yeah, I think Quartz in particular has a huge game today, right? Yesterday, honestly, Lambda has the edge in that hit scan battle. That tends to be the strength for Twisted Minds with how good Quartz is. But Lambda really fought back yesterday, really made it competitive. And, today, I think it was a different story. I felt like Twisted Minds put a lot of emphasis in that hit scan battle, and Lambda struggled on a lot of maps. I mean, getting focus fired, Psycho was right there for the cleanups many times. And the communication, I love when we get that listening between Funny Astro and TVNT and, the front line, understanding the synergy and the aggression. Really just amazing. So this is a Twisted Minds going to be full of confidence, a full head of steam coming into Stockholm. It's right where they want to be, peaking right at the moment for the World Finals. And for OWCS, who've been #1 in the EMEA for quite a while here in OWCS, maybe time for a bit of soul searching, a bit of question about what they want to bring to Stockholm. I mean, if you can't be #1 in EMEA, that #1 in the World Championship you were just fighting for at EWC feels so far away.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Twisted Minds team that like really performed out of their minds, no pun intended, for this specific matchup. And we talked about it in game. Like, you're going to need some heroic efforts from the likes of Quartz, for example. But also, I want to shout out TVNT. I think TVNT is a player we don't usually talk about that much because there are so many great individuals on Twisted Minds. TVNT probably gets talked about the least on this roster, but I feel like TVNT was a big difference maker in the tank matchup, and then being able to mirror that Zarya paid off big time for Twisted Minds, which gave them the edge in the end.
I love that they just mirrored it in the end. Like, so it wasn't about, oh, we're playing a different kind of composition that gave us the edge. Now, this was just like an honorable mirror match, and they got the better end of it. Let's actually have a chat with one of the members from Twisted Minds. I believe Psycho is with us for a quick chat after this very, very dominant performance. So let's bring Psycho in. It is Psycho indeed. Psycho, congratulations. Let's walk through this, all right? Like, we're so used to seeing you guys playing each other so close. Just yesterday was a 5-map series that you guys lost. So you got your revenge today. What changes were made, if any, heading into today's matchup?
I think just confidence. Like, I made sure my team knew. I mean, this is universe theory, you know? We've gone to map 5, I think 7 out of 8 times we've played each other. And universe theory says there's no way out of all of those times we don't win a single time. So, I mean, today was just meant to be. I knew we were going to win, and yeah, universe theory.
Yeah, you guys play with a lot of confidence, especially bringing out the Zarya comps, where yesterday I felt like, you were trying some other styles, and then you would go to the Zarya and things would really get a lot closer in the series. And today I felt you guys came much more prepared to like take that frontline matchup and, looked really confident on it. Is that the style that you guys really are looking to build on going into Stockholm, playing around TVNT Zarya?
Yeah, it's a good question. Honestly, I mean, yesterday we were just surprised by their composition. The reason why they didn't play Sim is because I think the week before we played them in South League and we absolutely dominated them. And then we scrimmed them as well. And every time they played Sim, they almost got held in spawn. But then when they stopped playing Sim, it started to get closer. So that's the reason why they didn't play Sim against us. And yeah, I mean, I think, leaning more into Tivin. Tivin is just so good at like Hazard, Zarya, D.Va. So that's why Tivin is playing a lot right now. And I love playing with Tivin. He's always same page as me. So we just work really well.
Obviously qualified for Stockholm, you get the #1 seed as well. So you actually get to skip around there already. Is that like a big relief going into Stockholm? Is there any team in particular you really want to play at Stockholm?
I mean, me personally, I would like to beat one of the Koreans again. I mean, maybe this time with me playing. It's been kind of not the best year for me, being benched in the biggest tournament of the year, EWC. I mean, obviously I'm happy my team did great, but it sort of makes me look worse. But so now I'm very happy that I was able to prove myself in this tournament and win the EU stage. So yeah, one of the Korean teams.
I believe just looking at the bracket here, you're going to potentially meet T1. So is that an opponent that you might be a little scared of? Obviously, they'd have to beat Team CC first. I think T1 are favored. I think we can all agree on that. But having watched some of their plays, that T1 an opponent you'd like to face?
Yeah, sure. I'm ready for anyone, really. I mean, last time we played the Korean teams, I think we won both times. So right now, as we speak, I think we have 100% win rate against the Koreans. So we'll see if we can keep that up.
That's right, we're just running the numbers. So you're going to continue in that trajectory. We're super excited to see you and the crew in action in Stockholm. For now, rest up. Thank you so much for joining. And once again, congratulations to you and all of Twisted Minds.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Of course, always a pleasure to hear from Psycho. And Twisted Minds is our EMEA champions. And what a stage it's been. What a grand final it's been. Like, for them to close it out so convincingly. Ooh, boy, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, they came to play today, and I think, honestly, the simplification of today's match in terms of playing these frontline comps, you know, challenging OWCS, where historically OWCS have been strong at these styles. They have looked really comfortable on it. I think Quartz is a huge factor. I think it was maybe Matt or Mitch mentioned during the cast about how, you know, last year, you know, this was the, or not last year really, but in the recent stages, this has been the character that Quartz was a little bit less comfortable on. He's decidedly better on the Freya, or rather on the Sojourn and on the Cassidy than on this Freya, but today that was not the case. Clearly has resolved any kind of a question, and that's perfect coming into Stockholm. I think Freya is going to be maybe the most relevant meta hit scan coming into Stockholm, how much she's getting played and how many styles, you know, people are electing to bring her in on. So having Quartz really be peaking on this hero at this moment is exactly ideal for Twisted Minds, and I think makes them a very scary #1 seed for some of these other opponent teams to match up with against in Stockholm.
I also think this is a really interesting win for Twisted Minds because, you know, previously I would have looked at this team and been like, they found most of their success when they played UB, when they were centered around Symmetra. And I think for a large part of this year, there's been a, I don't want to say identity crisis, but Twisted Minds have kind of like tried to figure out like, how can we play some of these other styles? And with Psycho in the mix here now, they finally figured it out. At the start of the stage, they committed to like, we're going to play a lot of Psycho, we believe in him, brought in Yubi for the quarterfinals because they wanted to play the Symmetra, and now back with Psycho, they actually overcome their nemesis in OWCS. And so now going into Stockholm, this is not only a team that I'm looking at, I'm thinking EMEA, they're gonna have to play the Symmetra. It's the only way they can beat some of these teams. This is now actually a really versatile team that can commit to play the Symmetra style if need be, or lean on Psycho and Quartz as a fantastic damage duo to pop off on mechanically demanding heroes, right? So Twisted Minds, I think, of course, they overcame the OWCS hump now, but also they're able to break out a little bit and, you know, define themselves as not only a Symmetra team.
Yeah, and the EMEA had such a good showing in EWC as well, right? So I'm very excited to see what this region is going to bring to the table when they're going to face off against the international competition in Stockholm for the World Finals. For now, though, that's a wrap on EMEA. What a day it's been. What a playoff it's been. What a season it's been. Any thoughts on the region and just how it all shook up in the very end?
Yeah, I mean, big underdog stories across the region for Team Peps to grab that qualifying spot. It's definitely going to be bittersweet. You know, in teams like Virtus Pro, it's going to be just all bitter pretty much, right? To fail to qualify to Stockholm is a tough way to end the year. I think we're definitely looking forward to seeing a lot of those players again next year, see what they have in store for us in next year's Overwatch Champion Series. Twisted Minds finally seizing the #1 seed in EMEA. I think this probably means a lot to them to finally really decisively claim that throne in the Overwatch Champion Series, particularly important, especially coming into Stockholm to play theoretically on the home crowd turf, right, for our tournament in Europe.
Yeah, I just gotta shout out the young individuals as well participating in the EMEA. It's such a treat every week to just tune in, and there's these up and comers like Ice Gnome, you know, was a big breakout performer this year for Virtus Pro, not only playing tank but also, you know, being subbed in for Symmetra when need be. Exodial for Gen G, Willis, you know, these individuals who are kind of like the next generation in a way. I think there's so many of them over in EMEA, and every week is a treat to tune in and watch how these players develop and, you know, grow their careers.
Couldn't agree more. Gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking it all down. Of course, the two of you are still around as we're going to finish out our NA region as well and figure out who's going to take the crown over there. First, a quick break, and afterwards, we're back with the lower bracket final between SSG and Geekay. You don't want to miss it.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nito? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello, my name is Howard Wong, and I voice Lijiang in Overwatch. Today I'm reading Against the Tide. Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world, they founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, Martial Arts, Defensive Strategy. Metal College, Robotics, Technology. Water College, Traditional Medicine, Medical Advancements. Earth College, Agriculture, Sustainability. Wood College, Civil and Environmental Engineering. During the Omnic Crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied... Then regrade his exam! This is clearly a mistake! I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell. Water College? But that breaks the family streak! It was... unexpected for us, too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal. I disappointed everyone. My family was... trying to be supportive of my studies. You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you. But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of... Then you were like blam! And the fire went whoosh! That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again. Maybe I just have to be more like her. So it's like that fire staff you made. But imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire. But at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man. So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures. Something to share with the class, Lijiang. No, Shifu. I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. Null sector attack reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like if I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Lijiang.
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the medbay, there you go, all better. Help! The tide turned against us in Chengdu. Null sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she? What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? Her family. Anran! We're supposed to protect each other. Lijiang, you shouldn't be here. Hey, tin heads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Lijiang, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up. 3 weeks later. After Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anran. Why aren't you studying, Lijiang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours. Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place. Keep working hard, son. But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along. Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this. What a ride. I hope you'll join us in Overwatch 2 when Lijiang officially joins the roster. See you there.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line, Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W, win, ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose, GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise, the rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! Geekay have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the final day of our regional playoffs for Stage 3. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're now shifting gears over to NA. We just got to crown our EMEA champions. Twist of Minds took that #1 seed heading into Stockholm in a very, very dominant fashion as well. So make sure to head on back and re-watch that match if you want to learn a thing or two about how Twist of Minds are approaching the game now. If we're looking at our NA bracket, let's discuss the teams that are remaining. We didn't have quite as many upsets in this region looking at the bracket, but still some contenders that we didn't expect to see making such a deep run, such as Sakura. They unfortunately left us yesterday, but man, they did fight back.
Yeah, it's tough to see. Go ahead, Johnny.
Cool. I just happy for Sakura. That's all. Like, I think it's a big time coming for, another young guard here in North America. And Somba had a spectacular kind of playoff series throughout here and some really big moments against SSG yesterday. And that is Sugar-Free on the other end in the Tracer duel, right? X10, she was phenomenal on the hit scan role as well. So that was the feel-good story here in North America. But SSG, they were just too much, Jake.
Yeah, the consistency from the squad was really on point. I think Chronic had quite the game here. And then, the Zarya matchup against Hawk is pretty unenviable, right? Of any player in the world that you want to challenge in a Zarya mirror. But I thought Zeb looked pretty nice. So there's a lot to be excited about for Sakura. I think going ahead into that next year, a lot of, potential in this roster that they've showcased. I mean, to be at top 4 in North America is no mean feat. But they are just going to barely miss out on Stockholm. It is going to be SSG, Geekay, and Team Liquid in those 3 slots. But now, of course, the battle to determine who is in which placement, right? And you really want to escape that first round. Team Liquid would love to lock in the golden stage with a win here in the grand finals. And SSG and Geekay have some unfinished business, considering the last time these two teams met in playoffs, it went to map 5.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Tragic moment.
Oh, we actually looked at it.
All right, this is a very sad moment. I mean, look, mistakes can happen. It's the nature of the game. It's the nature of the game. I think just thinking maybe they had their spawners were a little closer. I think they just spawned on a couple, and they're just a little bit too far out.
Yeah, and Zed was also alive, so they were like the 2v4 with the barrier.
I will say the Zarya and the Tracer spawned about 3 seconds before the beat. So yeah, that one was just brutal. Sometimes you make mistakes, and that cost them the Kings Row. Maybe they lose Kings Row anyway. It's pretty difficult, but it does end up costing them the map. This is a legendarily tragic moment.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I think this was all of us, including Natsuki. And as you said, mistakes can happen. Obviously, really, really difficult when that happens in such an important match. So I really feel for Natsuki. You gotta feel for the person. It's rough. It's okay though.
To be clear,
Sakura. Yeah.
Didn't define their series.
No, it didn't.
It was one beat in a very hard situation to win anyway.
And it really does not. No, it really does not. They came so far. They really performed so well throughout the regular season, and then especially in the playoffs. They really showed up when it mattered the most. So Natsuki, it's all right. We run it back next year. It's all good. It's all good.
Tomathan,
I know,
I can't believe it. That's great.
Okay, take it off the screen. We see it now. Don't be so mean.
Here's Freya for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look
Tree
at that.
put on a show for us, yesterday. This was pretty monstrous in the demolition of GK. I mean, maybe demolition is too harsh, but I mean, it was a fearsome showing from Tree. Lethal had some very big moments as well. And I mean, Liquid look about as good as they've ever been. I just love when we go to the listen-ins with Team Liquid because they just seem so sharp in the comms. The comms are so clean. Everyone's communicating. Everyone's getting active and making those plans, and it just makes them look like such a challenging opponent to beat. You know, I don't really see the way. I think you just need to play better, and they're on a world elite level right now, looking to snowball that straight into Stockholm. So whoever comes to challenge them, I think is going to find themselves in a pretty tall task. I am very interested to see, though, that second seed match, right? The battle between GK and SSG, where GK won it last time, but it didn't get much closer of a series than that one in the NA playoffs.
It's always interesting to me when we have these beatdowns between two top teams, because like GKSG Liquid, you know, they're a tier above. They're amazing teams. But then Liquid, they pull out, you know, the wrecking ball from Infected. It just such a spanner in the works for GK, and they have to figure stuff out on the fly. Now they brought it back a little bit on Atlas, but still such a dominant performance by Liquid. In the post-match interview, Infected was like, we're ready for the Koreans. They were that is quite confident, by the way. But that is the level that Liquid is looking towards, you know, with Cazorus as the head coach. This team, every time they're like, you know, regional play, that's all fine, fun. Want to qualify, of course, something they didn't do for Champions Clash. But it's all about winning the World Finals. So Liquid, they got their sights all ready for the Koreans.
Yeah, and they've just been so very dominant all stage long. It's been their meta, but like on top of that, something we discussed yesterday, it's just like the flexibility we have there, right? They can play so many different compositions on such a high level. Infected in yesterday's interview basically just said, well, I guess I have to work some on my Zarya, but other than that, like we're good. So yeah, they're sitting comfortable on top right now, waiting in the grand final for their opponent. And now we, of course, have to cover what's going to go down in the lower bracket final. For that, though, let's take a look at the schedule to see what's still coming up. There you have it. GK will be facing off against SSG, and the winner will be moving on to the grand final to have another opportunity to take down Team Liquid, or to attempt to take down Team Liquid, that is.
And, you know, GK yesterday, honestly, I was a little disappointed in their match against Team Liquid. I felt like they were a little bit flat at times, missing some opportunities to get aggressive, which is, I think, uncharacteristic of historically what we've come to expect from GK. On the flip side, I thought SSG looked pretty solid, pretty aggressive, like playing their tempo as well. These are two teams with generally very different styles. I expect to see a ton of that, like Zarya and D.Va out of Hawk, and from Kuffa, probably not much. Probably more of the Winston and Ball and Ramatra, more of those core main tanks. So it's going to be a clash of styles that, you know, I think both teams probably understand the matchups well, but both are likely to just stand their ground given their relative competency in the hero pools.
I can't wait for this next matchup. It's such a rivalry to some extent, Zoe.
It really is, and luckily you don't have to wait very long. Just a few more items of, you know, housekeeping before we're diving in. Of course, once again, I want to remind everyone that we're not the only ones covering the action. No, you can also take a look at our co-streamers for this very last OWCS weekend. We do have, I just can't quite get over the picture. Frogger is going to be on today, so make sure to show love and support to whatever that
the last thing
is.
you see before you get pooped off the map.
Actually, I mean, yeah, Halloween is coming up, and it shows. But yeah, drops will be enabled in Frogger stream as well.
Bring that to Stockholm.
So, bring that to Stockholm, actually. Battle.net account needs to be connected to your Twitch account, you know, the use, and then you can start earning your goodies right now.
It's literally free. All you have to do is
It's literally free, that's right.
Who doesn't like free stuff? Come on.
People do frequently complain about free stuff as well, so, you know, people do be people.
They're in Twitch chat, ban them. Get them out of here.
That's right. Putting down the law. That's what's up.
Mods, I permit you.
Johnny's in charge of the Twitch chat.
Yeah, obviously.
He's
doing the. Yeah, now that he's got all the channel points.
He bought his way in.
I actually, about that. Someone
What's the
wrote
channel
at
point cost
me.
a monitor?
Who was it? Someone added me and was like, "Thank you for the channel points because I lost my Alcazia 250k bet." I can't find the individual, but look, this is a lesson for everybody at home. You can lose your life savings real quick. A bet on Genji and Alcazia, and then it's over.
You just don't take financial advice from us, I think is the takeaway here. I think that's.
I still have 59k.
That's the bigger learning. That's the bigger learning.
It's a long road, Johnny. It's a long road.
Quick 10x here.
Now, of course, if you want to give us feedback about how you invested your channel points due to whatever we've been waffling about, you can do that in person. Yeah, just approach us at the World Finals. Grab your tickets right now. We always love to chat with fans. Even more so, we love being blamed for things that are completely out of our hands. So come on through.
That's my favorite, actually.
That's my favorite thing.
Start the game.
Actually, start the game.
Why didn't you start the game?
But please do.
Why did I?
Why did you start the game? Yeah.
But actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, grab your tickets. It's gonna be a good time. DreamHack is a festival of gaming. It's honestly so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a gamer, you must visit at least one.
This is a rite of passage.
Yes.
That's right.
You need to get the badge, save the badge at home. At least one. And there's
You
no
still save
better
your
time to
badges?
go into the World Finals.
Yeah,
I got tons right here.
I have a
What do you do
giant
with them?
tree of badges.
What do y'all do with them?
I reminisce, nostalgia, rose tinted glasses.
Like, do you bring them out every once in a while and just like look at them? I mean, if you have a
Hold them
trophy like
close.
this, look, this trophy like
They're
that
right
one.
here.
That one makes sense to have at home and collect dust on.
Look,
And one of the teams on your screens will be getting it.
There's lots of us doing it, Zoe.
I know, and I judge all of you equally.
I think you're missing out. Look at this.
You think?
Most of them.
Yeah, no, it's cute. I've done it
So,
too, like
you
the
should
first
get
7
yours.
or 8. No. Yes, get your badge. I think we're still selling it. And you get to celebrate some of the best players OWCS has to offer as they're taken to the stage for our inter-regional competition, which is always a good time. So we're excited. All the teams are, of course, already locked in, and now it's just about seeding and, of course, some more prize money and a crown on the line. So let's find out who's going to come out on top in NA. Let's discuss our lower finals match between SSG and Geekay. Starting with SSG, as you're seeing on your screen right now. We will see a compositional difference here that you already alluded to, Jake. So what do you expect to see will be giving SSG the edge today?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how good Hawk is on the Zarya, and I think that's a style that, you know, very likely SSG are going to continue to play into. The big question, as you're seeing in all these highlights, is what they're going to do against especially the Ramatra when it comes to the Rushmere. Ramatra is just incredibly tanky, can kind of soak Zarya's damage really deep into the team fight. Eventually, Zarya runs low on the CDs, and Ram is kind of like the last tank standing. And then also on some of these more mobile maps, the dive comp, the Winston from Kuffa, has been a real strong suit that allows GK to take the tempo. So if they can find the answers to these main tanks, I would love to see SSG getting a little bit cheekier with the picks. Like, I do think, you know, some of the answers might be something like a Symmetra or a Bastion type vein that could make it more awkward for Kuffa to play some of these main tanks.
Jake Hungers.
I'm telling you, I think it's so good against the Winston and the Ramatra. I think that's sort of GK's strengths, and I think if SSG can find some of these adaptations to punish Kuffa off the Ramatra, you know, if they can somehow force this to be a Zarya or Diva mirror, I really like SSG's chances, and I think actually it's kind of a Zarya Diva meta. I think this is a great moment for Hawk to potentially seize the win here and get that top 2 seed.
Yep, I agree with you. They brought out the Symmetra Bastion against Sakura, right? So, you know, maybe Christopher's like, come on, get some European in you. Please bring out the Symmetra Bastion. Yeah, we need to diversify. We can't just dive over in NA or play Zarya Diva, as it were, for Hawk in this one. But I really think that is going to be kind of like the stylistic matchup, right? On the one side, we have SSG, who, like Jake said, the peak potential when Hawk is on that Zarya, absolutely unbelievable. Sugar-free on the Tracer, one of the best in the world. But then you have GK, who are no slouches, you know, fantastic. You know, they want to play more of the Ramatra, I think, throughout this series when it comes to those more brawly kind of tanks. But Kuffa can flex over to the Wrecking Ball, can play the Winston where need be, and that offers them maybe an advantage when it comes to some of the verticality. But it also means that you can kind of force SSG hand, like where do you want to take them, what a tank can you get Hawk on towards, because GK, I think they are the more flexible team in this matchup, and that gives them a leg up when it comes to the strategical preparation for this map. And so they beat down SSG 3-2 in the previous matchup. I can't wait to see what they got in store for this one.
I suspect we're in for a close one, Johnny. I think both teams have some sort of like interesting weapons they can pull out, and I think you're right to talk about comps, because I think this actually will kind of come down to coaching gap and strategy gap, like who can find the edge and push the opponent off of their comfort zone picks. I think lethal for GK is going to be a huge force, because if you get a little bit cheesier in terms of dealing with Ramatra and Winston, you give a little bit more room to the hit scan to take over the game. And lethal, I think like that's not a good spot to be against lethal. To give him the freedom to kind of like make more plays on the hit scan, it's an expensive price to pay, maybe when you're forced into, given the matchup you want to find yourself in.
Well, prediction time. Shall we? Let's dive into this one. Obviously, GK had the upper hand when they met in the, semifinal last week. Alas, I still gonna give this one to SSG because I'm a victim of recency bias. I just feel like the last two games we saw from SSG were more convincing. I think they really found their stride, and like on the other side, I felt GK kind of fell flat yesterday. So like just based on that, I think SSG is going to ride the momentum. They make changes. It was a very close series the first time they met. So I do think that SSG is going to come out on top this time around.
I think this one is going to go to map 5. I think it's going to be a very, very tight series. But like Zoe, actually, maybe weirdly, I think SSG are going to make the upset, right? Even though they lost last time, and in theory, historically, GK have been the stronger team. I think SSG actually are going to pull this one out. I agree. Watching that Liquid game yesterday, it kind of felt like GK were trending down. And instead,
I think, you know what happened?
Wanda with a triple upset, Fred. All right, okay.
Johnny, I can tell him Johnny's reaction. Johnny thought he was cooking. We blind prep, by the way.
Though.
We don't know what the other.
I was like, SSG will come in for the upset. I did bet 100K on GK with the channel points because the chat got the odds wrong again. They did. I don't know if we can fast forward to that production, but anyway, GK 41%. That's not right. This is a 50-50 at the best, if not GK being favored because of historical matchups. And so 41% for GK. I put 100 grand on that. 100K channel points. Come at me, chat. Take my channel.
That's a good point. I think chat's wow. I think this one is very, very difficult to call because for me, it's not even a question necessarily of individual skill. It's more about, the strategic matchups. And as we get deeper into this series, man, the hero bans are going to be so critical. The way teams approach each fight is going to come down to the wire. And I mean, although GK haven't looked their best, the clutch up potential is so real from this team. I thought I was pregnant upset, but it seems like everybody thinks SSG is going to win. Now I think GK is going to win.
Yeah, me too.
We're playing ourselves. Like, this is not going well, is it?
Yeah, this is a really interesting Diva ban from GK, of course, because we're going to Ilios. Already, I say, a pretty difficult map for SSG. And then you take the one mobile tank out of Hawk's mix, and now Hawk will have a real tough time on this map in particular. So GK might get off to a 1-0 start here. If SSG wins this Ilios, that'd be huge for them in the series.
Well, let's find out. The teams are ready, so are we. So let's bring in the casters for this one. What do you say, Jack? Kevin, have we cursed this one as well?
Cursed or so? I don't know, man. Like, the one thing we know about the desk is they be flip-flopping all over the place. But I do agree. I don't think the 41 to 59 is that fair. It should be a bang-on 50-50, but there's a few more SSG believers. And a triple per for SSG, Avril? Do you agree?
I'm going GK, and the reason why is because I think stylistically their composition, their style is better in this meta. Hawk's hero pool and that off-tank specialty between the Diva and the Zarya, it's a little bit more limiting for SSG. And yeah, I think, look, yesterday GK, where there's some struggles versus Team Liquid, we certainly wanted to see a better look out of GK, maybe a 5-mapper in that series. However, SSG also dropped the map of Sakura, and that was also a very close game. A winnable series potentially by Sakura, so don't forget, SSG also really had to put maximum effort in to even get to this lower final.
Ana ban for SSG. We know how much Ana's been very important over the last couple of days. GK banning the Diva away from Hawk. Man, this is, I hope it's going to be a map 5. I hope it goes all the way to 7 in the finals as well. As we jump onto...
Perfect bans. This is really important coming in. Diva, one of the core heroes for Hawk. Very important bans this series are going to be Hawk, D.Va plus the Zarya. Zarya banned for King's Row, still potentially on board at some point. You get rid of the D.Va now. You already open on a Ilios pick where Kuffer's going to come in on Winston. Hawk, can you actually play Zarya on this one is the big question. Ruins for sure, but on the other couple of points, you don't have the high ground, low ground play. Space Station are already kind of hovering over the Bastion here. And look, this is a great pick if you're into the Zarya mirror. Is it going to have the same effect into Kuffer's Winston? We'll have to see. Sugar Free, I think it'd be more wise to go Tracer here.
A win for SSG in the regular season, but in that upper bracket semi-finals, it was Geekay all the way. Both of those series going to a map 5, and neither of them either actually started on Ilios. It was Samoa, and GK and SSG, they each took a Samoa off each other. So we have brand new territory for this series. Chronic is going to be on Cassidy here, Lethal on the Freya too.
And that's the interesting thing, right? Because usually it would be the other way around. You'd have Lethal on that cast, which into the Zarya would be a really good look. Chronic wanted to have a little bit of defensive pressure against Kuffer. It's actually Lethal down early.
Yeah, Sugarfeet, you saw him just on the cans. They're just chasing up onto the high ground. Easy kill onto Ultraviolet. Actually diving with the Winston here is so tough. Like, it's Zarya's best map for sure out of the 3. It does feel like a little bit of a gamble, you know, when you go on to control and you're banning away something like a D.Va. If you're Space Station, you're hoping you come here.
Well, I think Ruins is actually the Zarya place. I mean, here you still have some high ground, low ground play that you may need to be able to navigate through. Kuffer's going to be able to do that, which is why the Ana response ban for Space Station is so good, because knowing that GK want to prioritize the Winston here, removing one of those good Winston supports out of the way does make Kuffer's gameplay a little bit more difficult to navigate through.
Nice single take aim shot there on Chronic. Lethal still playing at a distance, but it's kind of the repeat of what happened in the previous fight, apart from Sugar Free's not tagging down Lethal. Hawk does go very low eventually, but cycling on this point with Bubbles and Hawk being super high energy, it's hard for GK to really just go back to front with his team. My Moan, Sugar Free trade, High Noon pops. And he gets sped up for a brief moment, a little damage thrown in, but all that absorbed by the bubble. Free energy here for the Zarya. Now Chronic just makes his way through cage as GK, they're trying to kind of test out this front line. Eventually a kill does come through. Hawk falls, but so does Kuffer. It's trades across the board as Space Station now could maybe even just pop this rush to win the fight. Chronic kills yet another, and in fact, they don't need any ultimates whatsoever. GK have to exit stage left. My Moan is out of there. No chance to stick around.
Hawk dying early, but Kuffer traded as well. GK, they can't quite hold on to that tank advantage. And well, you talked about the Kitsune rushes. CJ had an advantage and didn't end up having to use that against UV, who find himself in the same position now towards playing the Kitsune rush. Lethal, it's had some good damage so far, but Chronic, you feel like, has done just that much more, particularly towards the end of that fight. A multi-kill to end things.
Double rushing cage. Kuffer in trouble. No primal rage either, and he's already leapt in. He's going to be really low. Has to jump away. They're going to get chased as well. Sound barrier comes through from Lep. Avril 8% up behind GK right now. And Space Station, they can just chill out on this corner here. I mean, Sugar Free can just pulse bomb the next person that touches the point, and it's going to be Kuffer. Kuffer ends up getting hit. Avril hits the sound barrier, but it's only a 4-man. Chronic jumped on, but Suzu and a bubble to save the Cassidy's life. And unfortunately, Hawk gave himself for the cause there as he ends up going down to Ultraviolet, but Sugar Free, oh, he's not messing around here. Avril's going to get chased away, goes for this final touch, but there's 4 players on the point currently, and Kuffer still not close to that primal. It's all over, Avril, it's got to be said. Kuffer, he's really low, has to jump away, and that's round 1, 100-0 for SSG.
Convincing as well, and really a lot of that came down to, for me, Chronic, but towards the end, the ult economy favoring the SSG supports. Part of the reason why you never had a stronger engage, particularly in response to where Leppin, CJ was Admiral was just delayed on that beat for so long, to the point where Kuffer dies, and then Admiral finally gets a sound barrier, ends up being a 4-man beat. Kuffer never honestly stayed alive long enough to find Primal over the entire 100% cap Space Station had. No Primal found by Kuffer. He was under so much immense pressure. Died 3 times over the course of it. Spent a lot of that game as well, just on low HP. In one of those early fights as well, just looking at Kuffer's HP, he wasn't being healed. He was just completely MIA. So for GK, not having the Ana, no access to the Nano, might be hurting things. This Ana ban, so far, definitely paying off.
Only 3 kills for the side of GK as well. That whole round, you saw the stat screen. This is a little bit nicer for Kuffer now. Can play on these high grounds really easily. You can just see down, up, down, up, down, up, just cycling those bubbles. I think it's going to be on the Hanzo as well. I really like this pick. It's been more popular over the last few weeks. Hawk, though, getting to the point, and actually, again, touching the point is going to be tough here for Cover. You can see Space Station already putting a lot of pressure down. In fact, forcing Ultraviolet to use the Suzu super early. Hawk can kind of stand his ground on this point. Just need some healing, but it should be kind of fine to just stack here. CJ going down from a log, though. Storm Arrows from Lethal kill 1, so 4v5. Now Hawk's going to be in a little bit more duress. Not much healing available to him anymore.
Consistency might be a factor here for Lethal to consider, but at close range, Storm Arrows will find Hawk. No issues at all. Once the Dragon Strike becomes available, you can tell that ultimate's going to be quite important to be able to flush out the point. That's one area where this ultimate is going to find high value. A little 50-50 on the Hanzo. I think on certain maps like the King's Row, you're going to see a lot more value, but yeah, it's just an inconsistent hero. And for Lethal, we already saw a little bit of inconsistency starting out on the Freya for round number 1. Doesn't quite keep up with Chronic's damage. Let's see what Chronic and Spaces can do now on the retake.
Oh, Sugar Free. Don't want to mess with Lethal. Does get the bubble up. Avril pretty low. He's probably just going to pounce on this. Suzu ends up coming in early again from Ultraviolet. Has done himself a rush, though, as the dive ends up coming in on the choke point. My Moan pokes in the wall. Looked like he was trying to pulse a teammate there for a second. Chronic falling, though, as the rush is deployed by GK on the point. Yeah, easy run over there over Hawk. Couple of kunais to the dome, and that'll be GK just extending their lead.
Ultraviolet doing a lot here. Plenty of damage done as well. Big lead over CJ, who's still only at 80% at this point as well. Space Station quickly losing what small lead they gained with that 15%. Lethal full control of the high ground. That's part of the other issue as well. Remember, no diva here. Hawk cannot challenge Lethal. There's no other sort of flying or aerial character. Space Station full ground composition, which means Lethal has got free reign.
Yeah, he's just straight chilling on the high ground. All right, Moan trying to pincer this rotation through Cage for Space Station. A lot of ults, though, for SSG. They got a beat, but they don't want to use it too early to go for an engage, because you know GK's going to have a better one. Moan actually just pressuring out left. I heard that Suzu come through from CJ, and there's the rush on the point. Dragons ended up not getting too much there, but double bound sound barrier has been deployed, and now the Primal Rage. Oh, this is going to rip a roar in the corner, but a quick deploy of the High Noon from Chronic stops cover for the time being. Has to regroup. Under half HP, they actually let SSG cap the point for now.
This is going to give SSG a little bit of recovery room. Hawk nearly on towards the grab. Also, is going to end up missing. They have to pressure Hawk out. This grab might be really big.
Yeah, Lep ends up going down again. Lethal completely undeterred on this high ground. Just free reign. Doesn't need healing either. Ends up clipping the heads off one player, but Ultraviolet does get traded, so now a 4-on-4. Oh, Sugar Free. Okay, well, good luck with that. Well, Hawk is, he's on the point. Should be able to cap it. It shouldn't be too much of an issue here. It's only Lethal, but, I mean, what more can he really do?
Seemed like that was a solo grab onto Ultraviolet. That's where they got that opening kill, but after not being able to survive against Chronic will mean that GK can't hold on to the point any longer. A Deadeye pushing Cuffer's Primal Rage away. Part of me feels like a little bit of healing should allow Cuffer and the rest of GK to still contest with that Primal. They give up the point, which, to me, could be a potential mistake in here, but still 99% for GK. A little bit more healing. Wait for Ultraviolet to find this advantage again, and well, that should be the ultimate to close things out.
Yeah, risky push here by both Admiral and My Moan. You heard Cover kind of leap. Wow, point actually ends up getting flipped. That's not good at all. CJ TPing forward, using that Suzu there is, well, 3 players from Space Station just playing all the way up. CJ with a nice kunai headshot onto Ultraviolet. Space Station capped the point once again. CJ holding his own in his front line. Bro, it's on fire right now.
It's a problem because UV has now allowed CJ to catch up a little bit more damage and some final blows. UV no longer has a giant Kitsune Rush advantage for GK. They ended up locking themselves into some sort of fight. Yet the flip was there, which is really good. That's going to slow SSG down. But Chronic getting the kill to Cover, and then UV not quite having the Kitsune Rush yet. The win condition for GK now a little bit clouded. Space Station have the capability just to 2-0 this.
Sugar Free testing My Moan there on the point. Here the Dragon Strike is going to go through Cage, but it's easily avoided there by Space Station Gaming. They end up using the rush in that Cage and then onto the point. But Sugar Free just beams down Cover and My Moan follows suit. Space Station Gaming is going to be a clean team wipe here. There's only Ultraviolet left. Cat comes in and Space Station start off with a 2-0.
Little disappointing coming through from GK. Honestly, that was their round. Lighthouse, they were in the lead. They had the clear win conditions. UV, for the most part, gapping CJ on ult charge and other statistics for that round. I mean, we can talk about the fact that, well, definitely did not go well, but it's been a lot of pressure put onto Comfort today. How many times Chronic just has his number? The consistency in the cast damage is immense. Sure, they don't have the high ground, low ground, but Lethal, you need to see a lot more. He's uncontested on the Hanzo, but I just don't think there's consistency in Hanzo's damage, particularly on an open map like Ilios, on a control. You're not on a King's Row, it's full front to back, choky sight lines. You can get a lot easier storm arrows, just arrow picks in general. We didn't see any insane dragon strikes that were able to, I don't think, give GK any sort of zoning advantage that would have helped them out that much. Really, to me, it was just too many comfort deaths, too many easy kills coming through from Space Station onto them. Onto Ruins, I still think Space Station probably would have had the overall advantage, but that Lighthouse should have been going the way of GK, and one of the biggest bans against SSG has been expended now. The D.Va ban is gone.
Jump into the highlights for that map, and I mean, you look at GK's run in stage 2, it's almost like history is repeating itself. They get knocked down to the lower bracket final after losing to Liquid, but in that case, in that timeline, it was GK winning against Nightmare in the lower bracket final, making it to finals, going all 7 maps, and winning versus Team Liquid. Can they have the repeat here? Different opponent, of course, in SSG, different meta as well, to be fair. It was Nightmare last time around. They 3-0'd Nightmare in this situation. Space Station want to claim that second seed. We know they've already made it to land. They've already kind of fixed that little dark spot on their Wikipedia history. But GK, like you said, with that ban being used up as well on the D.Va, and Kuffer not getting the assistance from the Ana because of Space Station's ban, maybe Johnny was right coming down to the coaching here from both sides. It's just playing out in the ban strategy. You're going to go to decision now for GK. Where do you go? Is it going to be a King's Row and then you ban out the Zarya here for Hawk?
This is really concerning because an Ilios start with a D.Va ban is honestly a bit of a dream start. You are GK, you have first map choice. You're going to go to the strongest map for a dive where you get to play Winston or perhaps the ball, and you get to ban away Hawk's realistically only dive option. So he's got a hard forced Zarya, which is, I think, suboptimal on Ilios. But the fact that it's going to be a 2-0 wins, and particularly in the way that it happened, I was like, you know, well, that was unfortunately not close. 100-0. Comfort didn't even get a single Primal Admiral. Too slow on the beat. Freya, a little bit inconsistent there for Lethal, and the Hanzo, we saw a little bit more damage out of him, but unfortunately still lagging behind Chronic by a lot. Chronic ends on 9k damage, Lethal ends on 6k damage there as well. But they were massively in the lead on Lighthouse. That's a disappointing finish. I think for GK, the pressure on this team to try and get that 3-peat stage 1 and 2 winners, but currently seems like they're lagging behind, and they might just be the 3rd best in North America instead of the 1st.
Rialto is the map choice. Ram banned by SSG, but a Lucio banned first for GK.
They banned their own Lucio. They banned their own Lucio. But just going to double check really quickly that this is not a incorrect ban that made... Okay, apparently this is correct. They're not flipped. My bad. Sorry, production, my bad. Just only because Lucio is not a ban that GK usually would ever throw out themselves. They want to specifically protect Admiral's Lucio. Could be a case where they're going to bring out the Life Weaver BAP. Is the Life Weaver BAP good enough on this patch? I mean, Rialto is one of those maps where you can make it work, but it seems like it's been so long since stage 2 where the Life Weaver BAP has been that real winning strategy for GK. Ramatra ban is also so strong here because we know Zarya is going to get played. Orc doesn't want a Zarya banned out for this map, even though D.Va is honestly really good here as well. Banning away the Ramatra is one of the key heroes that Kuffer wants to play into the Zarya. Realistically, this series should be defined by Ramatra versus Zarya. And we haven't had one of those matchups yet.
They went to Rialto last time, again, second map, but it was SSG that picked it, and then they decided to ban Ana, and then GK responded with D.Va. Obviously, those were the bans for our first map, so very different looks. For GK, though, is there a reality where Apple does, like, hard double flex? Like, could play Curie, or, like, even the break here? Because... I mean, no, I'd say like when was the last time we see Admiral played Zen? A long time ago, if ever.
I mean, I don't want to see any Zen here. You can be peak Jonak, and I wouldn't want to see Zen on this
Brig
map
makes
right now.
the most sense to me. If you're like, okay, you're hard set onto the Ana as well. Like, Ana can't be banned away from you anymore. You have Ana, you have Brig, and you're kind of chilling and helping cover at the very least.
If you are dead set on Brig Ana, then that could be the case. You're also forcing Lep onto the Brig as well. In fact, given the lack of Lucio, Hawks now going over towards the D.Va. Although, I'm going to be honest with you, D.Va, amazing on point A of Rialto. That's probably the best in slot tank for Space Station to be putting in. Might still go towards Zarya a little bit later on. And Brig Ana now is going to be confirmed lethal. And have that counter pick against Sugar Free, who's going to be playing the Pharah here, which is slowly creeping back up a little bit in meta.
Hey, the Ana headshot perk, as soon as you get that online, Pharah is going to be pretty scared to peek Ultraviolet, I think. Couple of taps. I mean, one headshot from the Ana with that perk, and then lethal lands a take aim. Like, that's GG.
Well, Chronic, just be a little bit careful here, but realistically, it is just lethal, keeping Sugar Free under control. Should be fairly straightforward to put a couple of bolts into the Pharah as she floats around lazily in the sky. But CJ, first blood, well, that is not what Lethal's expecting.
A nice little double headshot there. You take those any day of the week. Such a good point for Pharah too. It's kind of scary, good, who's just playing on this building, and then you don't have that matrix, right? You're playing Winston. You got the bubble, sure, you can kind of peek out, but dealing with the Pharah, getting an actual angle on her is going to be tough. Lethal is going to be that person to do it, but Nano build, I mean, it's going to be a Nano fight, that's it.
You know that, the opponent's going to be on the Winston. You have the D.Va on your squad to be able to protect the Pharah a little bit. Correct step, that could be an opening. No, Suzu.
Oh, Hawk actually gets burst out of Meg there. Should be an easy kill onto the baby D.Va. Yeah, they took that in their stride. And Nano boost now to push them forwards as well. CJ's rush eventually kind of wearing off. And this is the rest of Space Station trying to int in, trying to get kills, but the Nano fight was good for Geekay. They end up trading for one kill. That's lethal, but only a Nano boost is, you'll take that any day of the week. A Nano trade for the rush.
And with Hawk down, even before Nano's deployed, but that's perfect. Hawk finds himself on the low ground. Uncharacteristically, is just completely caught out. It's Chronic that got stepped, by the way, so it's not like Hawk got massively CC. Admiral didn't deploy his rally, and, well, Cuffer's deep in with that primal.
Yeah, no fear there. No fear of that rally. Popped pretty quickly there by Lep. Hawk going pretty low. They're actually booping the D.Va away from the heals. CJ and Lep have to overpeak. Nice eat though. Bowler down for lethal, but Cuffer can still mount on the pressure here. A good stun bash, a later rally for Admiral's good. However, barrage from Sugar Free kills Ultraviolet. Building up health plus the armor on Admiral should be enough to secure the point, and it is.
Oh, Lep!
Point unlocked, and Lep with a nice double kill, but unfortunately for Space Station, that's where the defense will end on first.
Yeah, I mean, if that was still a defense with a touch in there, maybe a potential for the clutch. We've seen a lot of that. Well, certainly it is Rialto, and I'm still back off of especially Korean gameplay, where honestly these fights on the archway of A never ending sometimes, but with the GK cap confirmed, notably off of good momentum built from the initial kill on the Hawk and the Nano play, the all for ultimate spent here, lethal, moving over towards Hanzo as Hawk is now on towards his signature Zarya on the ground.
Avral's on the Kiriko now, by the way.
There it is.
Very different look. Big leap. Well, the rush on the high ground is going to connect with low as well, so they're going to be able to chase Cuffer. Easy kill for Chronic. And now everybody's trapped in this, like, old spawn room. Yeah, okay, yeah. Hawk should just be able to run them down. Should be a good cleanup for Space Station. But Cuffer's getting immense value on this Winston, I must say. Blocking these doorways, giving a lot of payload progress over as well.
It's been a much cleaner game coming through from Cuffer, which you'll credit to him, but also, I guess having that Ana does make a big difference in the healing department. He's going to be topped up and ready to go a lot more often here. He's already got himself another primal after capping A, and the Nano and tow as well. GK, they're set to go.
Dragon Strike available too. It's such an awkward spot, actually. He might try and line this one up. Yeah,
he's got a flank on it.
Flank up the stairs. Beautiful Sonic arrow as well. Oh, everybody's disappeared. That's unfortunate. They kind of smelled that in the water. Rally from Lep pushes them forward. There's the Primal Rage from Cover, staying alive in this small room, trying to isolate Lep with this Primal. Both supports kind of pocketing each other, and Cover's health cut to a minimum. Under 300 now as the Primal fades. Both Admiral and Ultraviolet already dead, so heals are a long way away for Cover. He's going to get a leap out. He's going to get chased, though. Potentially, no. Does end up getting away.
That was mistimed, unfortunately. as Lethal went for the flank, recognizes a bunch of players that he could Dragon Strike. GK just get out-rotated. Space Station just forced a 5v4, and Cuppa doesn't even receive the nano in that fight. We'll have to see how GK go in the next one. Listen in.
I need break, maybe.
Chill out.
Fine.
Briggs out.
I can have it now.
Stop walking at me.
Wait, I'm going top right.
Yeah.
Chill on. I'm moving point.
Bring him
I'm better. You can don't attack me, please.
I can jump top 2, 1.
Ollie, don't attack me.
One bubble. Let me now. Let me now.
I need. Yeah.
Cast one. I'm living now. I'm out, Will. I'm out.
Yeah.
I can go again. Take Graph. Oh, surround me.
I have you peek left.
I go with I'm in. I'm walking into...
push guys. Throw me.
Yeah, I'm walking Curie. I'm walking right side. Zod one bubble. Zod one. Dead.
Hey, out. I'm looking chill up here.
Pass that.
Zod dropping top.
Curie one.
Next fight, det var Ramsey like pulse noen Kiri.
Pulse noen Kiri? Det står Grav, right?
And yeah, Grav. Yeah, on sin Grav. Som Kiri Grav.
Yeah, Big Bang here available for Space Station. Grab with the pulse. Katsuni rush for Admiral. Could be a little bit dicey getting into a position now for Cuppa.
Morale sounding a little bit down there in the GK comms. Some disappointment, just not able to take down Hawk. A lot of focus being put on. Cuppa receiving the nano. They're diving on in. Hawk is not going down, and now having to deal with the grab.
Damn, solo grab. Oh, and there's the pulse as well. Yeah, Admiral's already gone over the wall and used the rush too to try and save the day, but
that's last fight.
Save he cannot. It is last fight. 15 seconds to go. Clean up, team kill, GK. I don't think there's even a hope to even touch here. My own spawning. Admiral going Moira, Juno trying to get out of spawn real quick. Dragon strike for lethal from downtown, but no touches. No, good bash from Lep. Hits the rally, stuns 2, and that's where the payload will end for GK. A single point on the board. But Avril, I'm going to be honest with you, we've seen crazier things at this exact point. We saw a giant C9 a couple of weeks ago, so just want to put that out into the ether.
Initiating match.
Rose isn't here to save GK this time, forcing the space station C9. I think it was actually GK that C9 last time, but in the case, gonna have to use that global ult. Wherever she is in the world, the GK is going to need it. That is not enough distance. That is absolutely not enough. Unless there's a full hold on A, Space Station, I'm expecting is going to take away this map. A was quite the well-played attack from GK as well. They held great advantages. Early kill onto Hawk, navigated that well. Then you go onto B, and it is just them smacking their heads consistently into a brick wall. Hawk is back onto the Zarya. They're not able to consistently bring him down. GK isn't finding what on this double flex support lineup, which, again, brand new hero unlocked for Admiral. It is a lot of confidence from GK to ban out their own Lucio. The Brig Ana, you could see some real justification for, given they want to play a Winston composition. Once you get onto B, you move away from that. You put Lethal back on the Hanzo as well, and we sort of start with that. What was otherwise looking like a potentially good Dragon Strike play just missed time because Space Station beat the rotation of Lethal, and starting from that fight onwards, it was all Space Station, nothing from GK.
Free bit of ult charge. That's about it. Quick change. GK, yes, back on double flex, and Chronic back on the cast. I like this look from Space Station. Brig with the Kiri.
Lethal, though, more importantly on the cast as well. I think it's time that Lethal is just going to play what has been his best looking hero so far in this playoffs, and a lot of pressure onto Hawk's Zarya as well. A much more consistent damage hero. This is what Lethal needs.
GK don't really want this third place spot either in going into Worlds. So close. Don't want to face anybody crazy too early on. All right, Hawk being able to control this high ground, and like you mentioned in the previous round too, one of the best tanks, if not the best tank for this point specifically. Good nade though, hits left behind the shield, easy kill on the Brig.
You'll note that Hawk did swap over the Diva after they scouted the defensive composition, sees that the cast is indeed there. The Diva's going to come out. But even if this doesn't work out on this point, I'm expecting Hawk would probably still look towards Zarya for B onwards, depending on where the ultimate situation is. Speaking of which, CJ, look at that ult charge. Admiral, he might have just unlocked Kiriko, but he has a lot of catch up to do.
Yeah, kind of splitting heals with Ultraviolet, of course. Like, the Brig isn't going to do a crazy amount of healing, not up front like CJ is going to be doing on the Kiriko. So, yeah, splitting the heals sometimes is a bit of a detriment. Oh, the pulse from my moan. Yeah, that Suzu ended up coming out from CJ a moment too early. Well, it was actually to cleanse an Ultraviolet anti, and then an early nano boost for GK. It's going to help clean up this fight. My moan collecting 2.
Yeah, really nicely played here. My mum will go down, but he'll quickly come back as the Tracer. Announced opportunity. Small window. The space station resets. If Admiral can get this Tuna rush as well, meet parity with CJ even during the fight. CJ might go first, but if Admiral can just push back in with the Kitsune rush, GK are still in position to continue this fight. He can't die though, he's low.
Getting good payload progress now, still.
Wow, demeched, what?
And Hawk just gets demeched, yeah. Okay. Space Station, they have to either reset now with Hawk, like, off the map, or he's going to have to try and earn his mech back. It's going to go from bad to worse here if GK have their way with it. Although this rush is going to waylay this, and actually he gets back in the mech thanks to that rush. Here comes a late one from GK on the actual capture point itself, and Chronic ends up going down. Cuffer now trying to play a little bit of goalkeeper as Hawk eventually demeched again. However, self-destruct is going to get deployed. What a very scrappy fight. There's a minute and 15 seconds to go, but with that pulse on Cuffer and this rally being popped now from Lep, this is all go time for Space Station. It's overhealth building up as Space Station now just pushed onto the point. Lep though shield a little bit too low. Can't bash in to go for a stun kill, so they're going to suffice with the payload being 4 meters away from point.
And what year is this? It's going to be Hawk on Malga versus Cuffer on Rhine. GK Nano coming online soon. Lethal down to Chronic though. That could be pivotal. You need this Nano now.
Good stomp. I mean, what can Cuffer do there, bro? Absolutely nothing. Reinhardt stuck in Overwatch 1, sadly. As Hawk just 2 Gatling guns on his arms, just tears through that shield and jumps around him like he's his plaything. Space Station Gaming, they unlocked the point. 3 minutes now to get it around that corner to that golden box.
I respect it for the ability to use the Rhine to get back to the point quickly, maybe even influenced and inspired by a little bit of the Jimin game that we saw earlier today. But for GK, the Nano was just a little far off, and honestly, they should have used the Kitsune rush from Admiral as soon as CJ did. Just run at Hawk. He's in baby diva form. You're not going to get a better fight where you just get the DMX straight away.
Stomp. Yeah, that's a free kill on Lethal too. This is all falling apart. I mean, Nanoboost on cover to try and find some action. He doesn't have a kill in Leb, but he's so low in this corner. I mean, he's just going to get stomped on again. A stick on the back. Sugarfree gets the kill onto Cuffer, but Ultraviolet trades it with a grenade. Look at this. Admiral's just on high ground. A nice little defense there from GK. Hawk's still kind of milling around in the mini, but yeah, can't stay around for too much longer, especially not with CJ around, so he's going to dunk himself in the tank.
Body on fire. That'd be one way to cool down Hawk. 57% still. Doesn't have to hold on to this ult though. I don't know that Cage is really that useful here, so has the capability to think about swapping or maintain his composure on the Malga for now. Part of me has to really consider whether this is a real strat from Space Station or really if it's just Hawk picking a fast tank to re-enter the fight. I think it's probably the latter as Lethal. We'll just test the waters here a little bit with the Deadeye. Doesn't hold on to the ult for too long though.
Damn, Lethal is forcing so many cooldowns. Look at Hawk as well, just charging into the wall, just trying to get out of LOS. God, Rialto's second. Getting over this bridge is just pain.
And if you're on a Malga, it's more pain. Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to eat all that damage? Your team has no specific damage mitigation following from your tank. Hawk's really married to this Cage as well, which he doesn't even have. Again, I'm pretty sure Hawk is only on this hero because he got demeched and killed, and they wanted to return to the fight for the OT push on A, and well, Malga's one of the quicker tank heroes, and now he's stuck on this hero.
And no nade connection, but that's a good headshot actually onto CJ. Look how low CJ is. Does end up receiving a pack there from Lep, I believe. As my moan lingering around on the bridge, and with a minute to go, they're getting the payload moving, but it's actually trying to find a fight here. It's going to be tough. Nano boost onto Cuffer again. Cage up in 4%, and Cuffer knows it. Ends up dipping out rather quickly there, lit on fire, but the nano boost was enough to save his life.
Honestly,
available too.
Nano trade for Kitsune Rush. That's a good trade for GK because now they have their own Kitsune Rush.
They do indeed. I mean, look at this though. Hawk is just stepping up with the Cage potentially. Downpour ends up connecting with the Brig of all people as well. That rally completely denied from Space Station. Their backline's dead. It's 28 seconds to go and Hawk needs to die or get some kills fast. But that health bar is waning as once again he dunks himself in the ocean. 20 seconds to go. A Cage and a Pulse available. They need to get back ASAP.
Honestly, this is touchable and still winnable. Part of me thinks that GK may have committed too early. You want to have a situation where you can bait the cage up, play the Kitsune into the cage, and that's one way to actually survive through. Lethal. What can you get this time around?
Noon on high ground. They have to try and bait this somehow. Eventually pulls the trigger. A nice little nade. Cage ends up coming through for Hawk. My Moan goes down by himself. Okay, eliminates himself. Sure, why not? Cage on top of the point now. Eventually it dies. And Cover, he's got a lot of backup, but Sugar Free eliminates that out of the equation. Still though, Hawk had to dash for the mega health back, and with Cover almost full HP on the point, it's all up to Sugar Free to try and keep this point ticking. He's so low though. Another kill onto Lethal was going to be good, but again, the support is here for Cover. He can survive for eternity.
Wow,
and GK hold around that second quarter of second. That is an absurd result. Space Station Gaming. They took Rialto last time, and it was a fumble from GK. It was. But this time around, GK licked their wounds, and they've managed to find the answer.
What a fumble would actually look like is staying on Malga for like 2 to 3 minutes. Get that thing off my screen. Hawk doing nothing on their hero. Is absolutely deadly. Playing D.Va or Zarya. Goes on to the Malga for a last minute touch on A, and then it's like, you know what, I'll just stay. And then they can't even cross bridge. They're struggling to even rotate the point. They don't even have to go that far. Look at where the cap is. This should have been SSG's map. They had it locked down. That entire defense from SSG after A on B was so flawless. I mean, this is GK looking despondent and honestly a little depressed in the comms as well from what we heard during the listening. It just wasn't a good look from GK. They were at risk of maybe being 3-0'd in this series based on how this has been going so far, losing Ilios in the manner that they did as well. But then Space Station just found themselves in Malga jail. I mean, if you really want to give benefit of the doubt, this is some sort of like legendary 9,000 IQ strategy from Christopher. He's on fraud watch if that's a real strat, Malga. He needs to disown that Malga immediately. That was not the pick at all. Absolutely gigantic throw from Space Station Gaming. I mean, we didn't even have a C9 in this one to sort of throw things into the wild and into the wind. I don't know if there's a curse out there for inserting brainworms into a player to just make them pick the wrong hero for about 5 minutes, but that's exactly what happened.
It's always Rialto, man. This map gives us a whole lot of treasure and a whole lot of joy, but a little bit of despair there for Space Station. 1-1 now as we move on to next. King's Row was an escort map that had been chosen before between the two teams. That was in the upper bracket semis. That went all the way to 5, and it was Space Station that took that one. After, that was GK that picked it too. GK and Space Station, pretty similar stats across the board. GK just inching above them at the very end there. Yeah, the Malga, not a good look. But again, coming down to the bans and basically the maps, like where does Space Station go next? It's got to be something like a King's Row, and then they maybe even protect a tank pick there. Ram's already been banned though.
Yeah. Well, they want to ban Zarya. This is the perfect now because Ram is gone from the series, at least from the SSG side. That's super important because it's one of the pivotal bans. Like I said, I expected this series to be defined by Zarya versus Ramacha, and obviously we know who is playing who in that matchup. But so far, obviously on Ilios, we didn't get that. It was a dive, tank, Cuthbert, Winston. Zarya was shown there. Ramacha banned on map 2. Now I'm pretty sure if we go to King's Row, it'll be a Zarya ban, which means it's going to be Ramacha, potentially the D.Va. That's a good matchup of coming in for Cuthbert, although Hawk might just opt in for his own look onto, it is King's Row by the way, his own look onto Ram. More likely to be a Ram mirror. I don't think Hawk wants to D.Va into Ram matchup. It's just not a good one for D.Va, unfortunately, eating those punches. So this is now a return to form a little bit. GK have been delivered a comeback via the fact that, well, Rialto will be a forgettable map for SSG. And if you need GK to sort of believe in themselves a little bit, getting a map win will sort of insert that confidence back in the team.
Just want to point this out as well. This is a deferred ban from SSG here. You can see the little 2 next to their name means they're banning second. So it's GK that is going to ban first. And last time they came here, like you pointed out, it was the Zarya ban. SSG responded with a bat ban against them. So another deferred ban. I mean, we're seeing this a little bit more, especially from SSG. Even happened in Korea recently too.
Yeah, the deferred ban is interesting. Part of me looks at this and says they want the Zarya ban. So now the mind games begin. If you're GK, you're thinking, well, why do they give us first ban? SSG can protect the Zarya here, but they're not going to do that. So why would they give the deferred ban? They want you to ban the Zarya. So this is the sort of situation where it's like, well, do you do that then? It's not going to happen. Geekay's like, let's get rid of the Kiriko instead. Remove that away from CJ. Put this back into Ana territory. Allow the Zarya to be played off. And because Ram is available, I was thinking, okay, well, let the Zarya be there. I'll play the Ram to Zarya. That's a fine matchup for me. Getting rid of the Trace on the SSG side. And as we saw in Rialto, Sugar Free already played a bit of the Pharah. I think a Pharah start might be on the cards here. Pharah, A and B, pretty viable on King's Row. Maimone actually did pretty well in the Trace on the last map as well. So forcing Maimone off that one, it might end up being a Maimone May to begin with the possibility of a Sim is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it's been the kind of flex god in that DPS spot. Seen a little bit of Sombra as well from him, but I wouldn't mind the May whatsoever. I think May definitely the wheelhouse of Maimone. Geekay want to make it to that final spot again. They've just done an unbelievable... They've had an unbelievable year as a team. Obviously, they were under the Nightmare banner in Stage 1, Geekay banner for Stage 2. Champions as well. I mean, look, they want the 3-peat. They want that #1 seed going into the World Finals at the end of November. Can they make it happen? An unlikely win as well on Rialto. Maybe they were a little bit down in the comms, but hey, they're definitely perked back up now. Let's jump in to King's Row. This deferred ban, and Geekay not taking the bait, banning that Kiri. We'll see what this DPS lineup looks like now as we roll out.
And by the way, if we go back to the upper semi-final, Space Station versus Geekay, SSG 2-1 lead, match point secured in that series. And when we got to the post-match interview, the map that brought Geekay back into the series, gave them a massive boost of confidence, was being able to win that Atlas 3-1 to then give them that extra momentum to finish off New Queen Street in a dominant fashion to get the 3-2. And maybe that confidence building map already happened now. Rialto was looking dire. They probably should have lost, but because they win, newfound belief to push further in the series. Hawk, he has attacker's advantage here, so he's going to observe the defense. Going to find out Lucio back. Cast Ram into the May as well for Maimone as expected. So what does Hawk respond with? He doesn't have to play the D.Va here. Could just start the Zarya now, but he is going to go D.Va.
Sugar Free on the Genji too. Cutter gets antied. Very easy to kind of shrug off the anti though. Hit the Nemesis form if you really need to. Hit the block, you know, you're not going to get insta-killed if you get purpled. High ground control is going to be really nice for Space Station as well, but you know, it's great having the high ground, of course, but actually trying to execute onto the back line or even just kind of tussle out in front line is going to be tough with this May and this Ram. I mean, you can see Hawk now trying to get an alternate angle. He's going to get frozen up almost just briefly there by Maimone as the wall gets deployed, but they do trade. Oh, Sugar Free fought Maimone there.
Part of the reason why Sugar Free wants to go this Genji is, well, he wants to play into lethal, have some of that deflect capability, and just put the pressure onto this cast, which needs to go down. And speaking of which, lethal is getting really good in terms of kills. He is eventually traded, though.
Ah, damn. Cover coming up in a big way. Double kill for the Ram. There's Sugar Free once again, just snuck around the back. Ultraviolet, Exo boots up to the high ground. Hit the regenerative burst as well, trying to get out of there. A double shot from Chronic. So send a couple of GK players reeling there down into the choke, and this spawn advantage coming out big, and now they've got Nano as well in 5, and even the bolus too. Here comes the wall. Maimone pushed away, 2 ticks online. Can they get another? There's the block on the point, and even a window as well. Window, lamp deployed, bolus in the front line, and oh, it's huge as well. Sugar Free easily be able to find resets off of that, despite the lamp being deployed. It doesn't matter. There's just too much explosive damage coming out from Space Station. And not only was that just a single ultimate, they've got Nano Blade for this next fight. In fact, let's get a quick listen to see how they set that one up.
Not really, I mean, it's close. He'll have beat for your Nano Blade, like. Yeah. Speaking of which, let me go push. He's on the card.
Yeah.
Do you want an early Nano Blade?
Nano Blade. Yeah,
let's go. Let's get Nano Blade.
I'm on point lane. Okay.
Don't shoot that. Stop me then. He doesn't have beat. Go set up. We can tempo our Nano Blade and we save the rest of our ults. Yeah. You guarantee me a fight win? You need me in there with you? Ready, go. Go. None me. I'm going forward.
Okay, I can live.
May no block on high ground. Top right. 1 HP. I'm on point. Low one.
Just ram. He has swarm.
Get through point. We need to push.
I'm dead. Nice.
Go push. Go set up a flank nade, baby. We can win this fight with flank nade, then I don't have to aggro beat.
Yeah. Okay, try to kill Lu, okay?
Yeah, we focus the loot. They're gonna have Ramel. Alright, we play off the point, alright? We get this card really far.
Okay, look at me. Look how
Look at him,
playing.
I see you, fam. And if she gets scouted, it's okay. Like, we'll just fucking throw a bullet at your face, okay?
Yeah.
I'm full leaving point. I'm gonna go peel her.
You need to scout for him. Tell him when to go.
I don't see cast here.
They're going main, they're going point.
Shoot, they're here.
Going out, flanking out.
No lamb.
No noon. I'm behind them. I can crash out backline. Can you go again?
Bang. Just ship on.
Cast one.
Luda, no B.
Back one.
Yes. Let's fucking win this.
Cast low, Omega.
I'm one.
I'm one too.
Only left.
I really need help.
Cast one, man. I'm on point.
Hey, we got insane card from that. And easy. Yeah, B, Ram, A, 3 ult.
Sure,
Just kite. We play long side, okay? We're getting get insane nano from that.
How did that self-destruct kill Admiral there? Lucio's on point B Kings? Like, what's going on?
I think I heard in the comms there as well that Hawk, pretty sure he mentioned that it wasn't even a good bomb, but a surprising
He's just
kill.
on the high ground, he couldn't even push it off.
Yeah, preventing Admiral from using beat in that fight, which might end up being a good thing as he'll need the beat now.
Yeah, counter beat. Wall's actually going to stop the back off briefly. There's Hawk, yep. Instantly Blizzard. Unlucky. 2 minutes to go now, Space Station. They've got Nanoblade coming up as well, so it's been their big tool to win these fights, at least on seconds, so we'll see if they can get it done again.
Oh my god.
Ooh, he's tricky with it, though.
They're not going to get the kill because, Cuffin needs to be careful. They don't want to overcommit for a kill and then throw away this potential lead, as they have a lot of also playthrough. A death here from Geekay would be terrible.
Oh, he's in the blade without nano. He just dives straight into the bar. Ultraviolet goes down. Saw the window opening up there, and Sugar Free slipped on in like a thief in the night. Chronic with a double tap there onto my Moan. A nice trade, however. Space Station, no supports left. But Geekay, they got no front line. So, yeah, make that with what you will. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Another touch available as well as Space Station's nano here.
Can they touch though? This payload is just about already there. There's no trace on my Moan. Has gone Symmetra. The TP's already been used. Cuffin needs to be the one there to use the Annihilation. This is terrible. Oh, GK. They ended up forcing a fight too early, and
they got the touch.
Barely touched.
Lethal ends up going down though. Leb is in an awkward spot. That Annihilation has to be ripped, but after that, almost that entire time was naded and then instantly slept too, so couldn't pop the right click, couldn't hold his arms up to get the damage reduction, and they get it done. A self-destructing nano was what it needed.
Oh, GK could have held B, man. It feels like a better fight for them. They really wanted to chase the spawn, and maybe positioning not the most favorable for them. Also, an early fight. Sugar Free got a pretty damn good blade, and but GK never got the actual B point defensive fight. Throw shut down.
Is that a ball for
GK?
I'm not sure if that ball actually connected with anything. So I'm kind of
I don't think it did.
Go sky high, but yeah, there's the D-Mech on to Hawk. This is where I worry about Space Station's comp here, Avril. I mean, now my Moan's even playing the sim. Like, okay, you haven't got like double beam hero, but Hawk is gonna have a rough go of it now. Nice skill on Sugar Free.
He needs a ground tank for this one. He needs a little bit more staying power. I think the high ground, low ground is a little overrated slightly for Space Station. Sugar Free has got blade again, but this one's just gonna have to go dry because there's no tracer here. Eventually, Sugar Free might have to consider the sim as well. The sim for GK's comp is very strong at this point currently.
CJ is gonna get a little bit of damage.
This is gross.
Yeah, it's just too much, man. They can't do anything. Well,
he's throwing the blade. He's throwing the blade because he's going to swap.
Well, I mean, Ultraviolet's dead. CJ actually kills 2. Okay, hang on a second here. So it doesn't matter if your tank loses, make that early. If you got Sugar Free and CJ on your team, it apparently doesn't matter. Well, Cover is still standing. Ravenous Vortex kills Leb, but they managed to get in a little bit of position here. A teleport from my Moan to hopefully escort Cover away from the fight, but he's actually just completely isolating. Sugar Free happy to take the 1v1. Sugar Free and CJ, 2-man wrecking crew in the front line for Space Station Gaming. Crack open that hold.
And Hawk went down. He's back on a Ram now, which is a much better matchup. Hawk goes down, and Sugar Free, and if he dies there, he swaps. But since he gets the kills, and alongside CJ, who got a double there as well, by the way, Space Station, newfound life. Admiral, I have to think about this beat soon as well. Things get real tricky.
Oh, they're actually just going to overclock here as well, really pushing time to its absolute limit. 15 seconds to go, and Nano onto the Genji, but there's no blade. Sound barrier for Admiral was such an easy one, too, and they can play around this wall. Space Station don't have any answers here, and the Annihilation is just ripping and tearing them apart. CJ and Chronica already dead. Hawk just falls by the wayside. Kufra wasn't even looking at him. And there it is. Payload held just before that third point. Space Station. Now it's their time to defend.
Always felt like a good defense for GK. You feel like it could have been better on B and even better on C in some cases as well. What a clutch coming through from Sugar Free. It ends up will finish the entire attack on the Genji. And the deeper that one goes, the more likely Space Station would need to really retool their comp. Time was also running out, and so just an all-in Hail Mary coming in. Putting it all on black there for the Blade. Sugar Free, CJ, that combination. I can't believe CJ actually was the one that got two there, and the Sugar Free then finding Kufra on the sidelines after Lep got traded. Yeah, Space Station, despite not having a good run of this attack, that is a decent amount of distance to finish off with. Still defendable when this rolls around to GK's attack.
Same kind of look. I really do like the Sugar Free Genji. Holding on the off angles is going to be really nice too. But yeah, the deeper it goes, the harder it is for Space Station to really make good use of it. I mean, this point is definitely the best for the Diva as well. Like, even second, you're really just fighting down these straights where Kufra and Maimone can kind of take over. We'll see if Maimone doesn't just permanently sticking on the sim, but I can't see a reason to swap.
Oh, there's no Tracer here, and you're playing a full brawl-based composition outside of whatever Lethal wants to choose, which he's got free reign over. So for Maimone, TPing the Ram around, it's going to be strong. Particularly on this first point, we need a little bit of access to high ground. Hawk's going to start on the Diva again. And once more, not an amazing matchup. You have Beam from Maimone that pierces Matrix and Kufra's punches as well. Or getting demeched here is a very real risk.
Lethal's just going to be perma-charging off Hawk as well if he doesn't use that Matrix. Pretty easy headshot targets the Diva. Oh, hello. Kufra's asleep on the high ground. And he's dead. He got booped in. That is not the teleport Hawk Kufra wanted. Hawk did, though. Nice little micro-missiles kill. Do get 2 ticks practically for free in what, like 40 seconds, so that's a good trade.
He just needed help. Kufra was up there solo onto CJ, and he nearly got the kill on the CJ, but the sleep came in at the right time to stop Kufra, and while CJ lives, gets a little bit of help, and Kufra's the one that ends up being first blooded. However, look at the points. Already been 2 ticks.
Wow, Chronic's dead. CJ down too. Wow, this is yeah, this is rough. Lef is just gonna try this in. Yeah, this comp is just so tough. Like, who from Space Station's angle, like, you want to go in on somebody, but you actually in on to get the kill.
The Diva needs to go around. Now, the self-destruct is not that important for this matchup. He's just going to have another life to play through, but playing further into this Diva, no, it's not going to work for you. So bring the Ram out early. He's not going to go for the Zarya. He wants to make sure that it's going to be an equal matchup. The Zarya is certainly better than his Ram, but he's just going to play this regardless because the Ram, it's going to be good enough. And CJ also not going to try and match add UV, just much further behind an ult charge, obviously, with the fresh pick. The lack of the sim here from Space Station is a little bit concerning. Maimone nearly got that photon barrier.
Yeah, what, you're like photon barrier down the stretch here, walk forward, uses a giant Ryan shield. Like, it's so tough. Hawk's gonna get melted again, a really early use the Nemesis swap as Chronic tries to find an angle. Bowler does hit the payload, but Lethal is the first one to go down. Sugarfree getting a reset, and Hawk just standing tall in his front line, but now has to deal with this window and is playing on the very precipice of it as well. Ultraviolet just shooting through it the entire time, takes down Hawk. He was under too much pressure, and the rest of Space Station can't peek that angle either. Just Fear dying to the triple burst from UV.
It's a good looking window, diagonally placed as well. But the northeastern views. It's a morning sun as well for GK to be able to put the sunset onto Hawk. This is looking like a GK win at the moment. The amount of time remaining is so good. Sugar-free late death. Lep doesn't have a sound barrier. What Space Station need is a quick push. Hall getting in there with Nemesis. Lep just using the sound barrier. If Lep dies right now, there absolutely is no touch.
Surely he's dead. Oh, Lethal missed that shot. You got to kill this Lucio. Lep's actually going to use the sound barrier to get back into this somehow. Miracle Lucio play ends up surviving, but this overclock from downtown. And now it is Hawk on his lonesome on the point as Kufra just bursts through the window. And he lives too. I mean, that is an absurd annihilation. Cuffer gets 3 kills as Space Station go for a miracle touch. 5 minutes in the time bank as GK now have got that golden box of victory in their sights.
He runs into the window from CJ, full confidence, just lives. Cuffer, he's found some real amazing plays on this round in this matchup so far. Space Station falling apart despite the sound barrier. It might already be final fight. CJ's gone.
TP to the high ground. CJ's dead. Sugarfree's still got the blade. Annihilation as well available for SSG, but this payload is slowly leaving them. Blade pop. Lethal in trouble there. Nice little teleport away, but that's how you butter some bread. My moan down. Avril out of there. Well, he gets another reset, but Ultraviolet pops down the window again, and he's playing on this off angle. Hawk is alone once again. This window has been his arch nemesis this entire game, as Cuffer is just lights out on this Ramatra. Doesn't need the ult to pick up some kills here as they continue this payload march.
Respawn advantage though for Space Station. They don't have Hawk and they need him now. Hawk's about to respawn. GK need another kill to maintain the 5v4. Touch has to come in.
C9 this. It's a 0.02 meters. Someone's got to touch. Admiral ends up going down. Lamp to save the frontliners of SSG for the time being. Ultraviolet doing the same thing, trying to keep Cuffer alive. Annihilation up in a couple of moments here. Only 20% to go, but they finally take him down. The Titan brought to his knees.
Might have been an overcook there slightly from GK. I know they held on and got that Hawk kill again. But the window from Ultraviolet probably better used as a team ultimate for an actual 5v5 fight. As again, Space Station have player and respawn advantage. On that respawn, my moan going down. Aggression from SSG.
Yeah, nice spawn kills as well. Burn off as much time as humanly possible. But look at the ult disparity here from GK, Avril. Wall coming up. Annihilation, OC. They basically got a full-fledged 5 in this next fight.
Yeah, Sugarfree's been good on the blades though. Despite there being some questions about the viability of Genji in this matchup here, the blades have certainly been on point, but if Admiral can find the sound barrier, or a kill here comes through.
I mean, Hawk's pretty low already, but Cuffer gets bursted. Overclock still going to get popped here, but peeking this corner is going to be deadly. But doesn't seem to bother Lethal at all. Just cool, calm, collected in his lane. CJ falls over. Avril and Ultraviolet are the ones picking up the rest of the kills here. Maybe Chronic can find another pick. Again, spawn advantage is good here for Space Station, but they've lost numbers, and the GK regroup is immense.
So one ult for, I don't think anything in response from Space Station. The push now going to come through again. A nice finish here. Every ultimate from GK can find value. They just survive against Sugarfree.
Soundbarrier ends up getting popped here. Wall though as well as Sugarfree has to back off. And this Annihilation is still available for Cuffer as well. And he's just going to rip it as soon as he kills CJ. The Armored Titan does not care for the walls of Marius. He just runs it down. There's 2 minutes to go here as Sugarfree's ran out of CDs to use. GK, they just need to pick off the stragglers. Left Sugarfree dead. GK with the cap. And that is match point.
98% to Annihilation as Hawk's final resting place. The C point of King's Row and no ult to keep himself alive. Too many ults in the bank. The economy of this GK squad attack far too overwhelming. And it has to be a hero blade again from Sugarfree to try and save the day, but it's not going to happen when you have a guaranteed sound barrier courtesy of the lamp being thrown in by UV to make sure that that was going to prevent any sort of clutch potential. My God, GK, it's like I said, not a good look on Ilios, wasn't a good look on Rialto, but the fact they won that map, newfound confidence, and now they found themselves at match point. They want this rematch in the grand finals against Liquid. They want to have a shot at that 3-peat, and looks like they might if they can win this right now. Map choice coming in very soon for SSG. And SSG, despite how good they've looked, they are backs against the wall.
Yeah, the Ramatra head-to-head there is going to get taken by Cuffer, what, like 9 times out of 10? Maybe even like, give me a 9.5, you know what I'm saying? Cuffer's just so good here. We know Hawk wants to play D.Va, wants to play Zarya. And GK were not baited into banning the Zarya either. Space Station had this kind of plan, like, okay, we want to defer, so GK ban the Zarya so we can play it in the next couple of maps to win the series. GK didn't fall for that bait, and then Space Station still kind of, I guess, rock with their plan of playing the D.Va all along, and Cuffer's like, well, you banned Ram in map 1, bro. Like, we can just play it, and I know I can win that head-to-head versus the D.Va, or your own ramp. And that's exactly what happened.
Zarya. And that's the thing about this matchup, because Zarya is going to be probably Hawk's best hero in today's game against Geekay. However, the Ram can really hold up against the Zarya. So if you can just maintain this Ram for the rest of the series, which, as mentioned, Rialto Ram was banned away, Geekay have gotten past that now. And now you're in a situation where the Zarya ban is still available. So let's say there is a real necessity for Zarya to come back in. Geekay can still just rip that away, force us into a Ram versus Ram mirror, which Geekay have already established that they're going to be superior. And the only real thing to consider now is that Tracer is going to be back in play, as the Tracer was banned by, I believe SSG banned that one in response, which now we look at it, it's a little bit curious because Sugarfree just spent the whole game on Genji, and he had some okay moments, some reasonable moments. I'll give him to the clutches he actually had in there, but ultimately not an exciting hero in that particular matchup. You're just kind of, you know, looking for backliners that have a lot of play into you. You're playing into BAP, Lamp, you're playing into Boob, Sound Barrier. I don't think there's like a lot of easy targets for you. Lethal really being the only one there. Ravenous Vortex completely wrecks you as well. So Ravasa now. This is she running out of options.
You look back to the regular season, that series that SSG did win 3-2. Suravasa, and I think you mentioned it a couple of maps ago, Avril, that was their turning point. They picked Suravasa.
The Atlas, that one.
They 3-0 Geekay, and then they take New Queen Street to 127 meters. I mean, yeah, almost the same thing, right? They go to a flashpoint. It's the second time that this has kind of happened here for SSG. Atlas was the one that Geekay took in that upper bracket. And then New Queen Street was a roll. New Queen Street was a roll. Like, I think we both spoke to each other after that, and it was like, how do you like get to that point where you're like, okay, they got 127, like, bruh, how do we come back? Like, there's just no way, right? This is where it turned around for SSG in that regular season game. This very map, they got to make this stand again. But I mean, at this point, you've had a couple of weeks to review that, and I don't think Geekay are going to go down lightly, and they are going to go ban the Zarya sim ban for SSG. And I want to remind you, last time they came to this map, the Suravasa, it was a hazard ban for SSG, and Geekay banned the Reaper because they banned Zarya in the King's Row. So you can kind of see how that narrative has been laid by SSG, deferring the ban, hoping Geekay ban it on Kings. They don't, they hold out, and then they get to ban it here.
Yeah, I really look at that, and Reaper falling out of meta a little bit unless you're playing into specifically the Winston, so not even really concerned about that anymore. The Symmetra even getting the respect ban after what my Moan was able to do. All this, the other thing this is going to do is force this one back into a Tracer, which should be Sugarfree's wheelhouse. Sugarfree has the confidence to know that he can win against my Moan in that battle. But no Zarya here basically means either Diva or Ram again, and both options, pretty sure Geekay and Kuffer happy to play into it. I don't know if this is going to be a ball start, but if this ends up being Ram into Diva or Ram into, you know, what else has got? Ram into Ram. I mean, Kuffer's already won that.
Yeah, back on Lucio's too. All right, Geekay with a bit more of a divey look here with the Wrecking Ball for Kuffer. To open up these gates, Geekay, like you said, they want that rematch. They want it against Team Liquid. They want the 3-peat. They want to disrupt the golden stage as well for TL. Let's have a look how they do. Hawk back on the famous Diva.
I forgot to run on the ball. Out of yesterday's lessons against Team Liquid, Kuffer's realization that, you know what, ball A, good. B, can still play it. Looked good into infected Team Liquid Farm will win to play the ball, and Kuffer's already finding some value, baiting out that Suzu on the first pile drive.
So much health to pop those shields. Bam, 1000 HP. Easy clap, gets in and gets out. And Sugarfree, head vaporized by Lethal, and my Moan even looking for a small little flank. That's not the start Space Station Gaming we're looking for.
Crunk on his signature. Look of the Freya here as well. Really nice on that first point. A lot of open sight lines. Geekay might struggle a little bit to deal with that unless Lethal is hitting some good shots today. Ultraviolet certainly has been.
Yeah, good luck actually approaching here. You need to eat this nade of your Hawk. There it is. There's the nade eats. As soon as that cross comes through, I mean, UV's using this on cooldown as well. But he'll The Tracer, my mode, all good. Sleep hits Hawk. Stops him in his tracks for a half a second or so, but actually capping the point here is going to be tough still against Cuppa. But they're putting a lot of pressure on it right now. Lethal under trouble. You can see Sugar Free trying to go for a pincer kill as Chronic takes to that high ground. Perfect spot for the Freya. There's the nade, but there's just too much damage, just raining from above. Chronic ends up using the bowler too, connects with Cuppa, but it's a little bit of a scrappy affair. As GK still hold this point too, with my Moan being alive, can stall for a couple extra percent. Same with Cuppa, who's full HP. Oh, actually gets booped away. Nice little boop, actually.
That's 3v3, double Tracers, both tanks, and Lucio's on board. The GK lost their position there for the first time on this round so far, and that gives Chronic really nice angles for his bolts.
Oh, nice pulse meet by Hawk. All right, my Moan has to recall. Ultraviolet dies to CJ. Yeah. Now the Dominoes will topple. As the sound barrier from Lep is going to make sure they win that fight.
And GK didn't have support ults there. Ultraviolet on 91, Admiral too late on the sound barrier. Already losing members here. We'll just give that one up. We already have the 90%. A reset into a winning fight, and they'll take away the first point here of Survasa. The space station is set up now. Kitsune rush as well. Could be a good look and some longevity in Hawk's mech. The self-destruct available. Lethal going first. And how does Lep just die to cover like that?
Yeah, I think Lethal must have hit him with a body shot, rail, or something, or maybe not. Maybe a fully charged headshot, or close to fully charged headshot. I'm not sure. There's the nano boost to save Lethal's life. Overclock's going to get burned up. Self-destruct on the point. Lethal's fine though, but it still kills Cuppa. Wow. Sound barrier comes in for GK and hits 3. Self-destructs from Hawk looking clean this series. And that's a 99% for SSG. Yeah, there's no shot. They come back now. That's cat.
Wow, I can't believe it. That's a critical death. Cuppa realizing the hitbox of Ball, maybe a little bigger than he remembers. Dying to that self-destruct. I mean, if he lives, I'm fairly confident GK got a strong shot at winning that still. Presence on point, certainly there. They're going down super early to Lethal, and it's going to slip through the fingers of GK. A 19-0 start. A space station will get the comeback on. So, much needed moment of reprieve here for space station. Staying alive against the match point GK.
Let's get a quick
They're too far. They're too far. Cap point. Turn around, Dreads. There's no loop behind us.
Trade ball, Lijiang.
Stream ball. So does Riddle.
No. I'm taking back.
We're back on point. Here, sweep tray. Come with me.
So just like.
Here you
go, you want.
Get in, Jim.
Okay. Sure one. Pray enough, spray enough. Outside.
Go on. Mela.
Pray outside.
I'm healing right.
Pray on.
Keep it low.
They're
low, no heals.
Yeah.
Nothing, guys. Nothing. Above.
Press the wall.
For nothing.
Keep it low. I'm on Dennis.
I'm here now. I'm off right. D1. D1 slam. Pray dead.
Blue in.
2 health. I can match.
I can't see.
I'm fine.
Keep on point.
K point.
Yeah.
D1. Actually get off.
I TP the ball.
Kill maybe. Low on point.
High point.
Chane. Come on.
On you.
Yeah.
What to use?
I'm on her ball.
Yeah, I saw now.
Freya.
Yeah, they did.
3 left.
Yeah. Okay, 1 sec. Supports pulse. I'm seeing supports pulse. I need my beat. Yeah.
Even try left side.
Yeah.
I'm chilling right now. Pray right.
Oh, I want to go through it up here. Try and get ults out.
All right, they end up getting the reflip there, and there's got an EMP coming up soon. Our roll is 80%.
That's the thing, right? 78% for spaces as well. That's a very important kill. That's an instant reset. GK need this time to catch up. GK will put themselves in position for the last fight territory, and now Lethal will in fact have that EMP ready to go. Big ults on board for GK for the final fight.
Oh, you can't lose any more here. No, GK pushing them to their limit right now. They want to overextend though, lose any more, and it's going to be a complete flip around as the spawners come in. They're going to go early, I think. I mean, look at this positioning. Slam. Well, there's the sound barrier. Super early though. GK going to be able to actually escape phone. Cuppa cannot get caught. Ends up rolling away. Mach 1 is... Oh, Chronic flies through the air, but My Moan connects the pulse bomb. 99% for Geekay. Rush deployed now. Sound barrier, though, of course, late for Geekay. I mean, they are chill here. CJ falls even on the rush. You cannot burn through that overhealth in time before your health bars are depleted. Even an EMP thrown in for good measure as they tie us up.
Insane spawn camp from GK, and it forces a sound barrier from Lep as well. And then GK, they don't need to play their own sound barrier in that scenario. They can just reset themselves back to the point. Admiral speeds everyone out one way and Cuppa rolls out the other way. And as long as nobody on GK dies, they disengage against Lep, they're going to have major advantage. And then on top of that, cherry on top, a pulse bomb delivered in Chronic's face. Chronic now swapping over towards the Cass. Let's see if we can get a better matchup into Cuppa. Some flashbangs might help.
Danny Suzu's just getting forced out left, right, and center. Every single slam coming in from Cuppa has to be Suzu'd. By the looks of things, Sugar Free with a pulse bomb, still chasing Cuppa. Half HP, could have been a good stick target, but Cuppa still rather healthy. There's the Cassidy impact already felt in My Moan's skull already. So now Sugar Free with the pulse bomb. It's going to be a tough point flip, though. I mean, Cuppa's still alive, but eventually he does end up having to leave. No supports to help him out, and that is a cap for SSG.
It's a fresh swap for Chronic. He's already gone 83% to Deadeye. Full high ground control. You can just see him pinging down. Damage from the Peacekeeper from above. Now he's got the ultimate available. Cuppa punish as well. Might have been courtesy of flashbang there.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, what you're looking at next fight is probably this EMP. You want to trade rush for rush, so you probably want to go EMP first. Try and catch Hawk, blow him up. Has got self-destruct, but you might be able to kill the Baby Diva regardless.
We would go for the tried and true Korean style, just a solo EMP on anybody, including a Tracer, could work for you. Manual hacking. This might lead into the EMP, actually.
Yeah, they're actually going to rush first. Suzu's already been used, so actually a good chance now for Lethal to come into this one. Self-destruct, late sound barrier for Space Station, but I mean, this EMP is good for 3, but where's the follow-up? Chronic is like just a monster on the point. Just spinning 180, just clicking head after head. A Space Station just waylay themselves there, use the latest sound barrier, and Lethal just kind of force pressure to use the EMP, and that's going to be Space Station taking another point. Cuppa is going to get the final touch, but he's so low, and it's against 5 players.
Lack of experience maybe coming in a little bit. Lethal too slow on that EMP. This point goes the way you'd imagine the Space Station. The cap, all but theirs here, just waiting for a couple more kills. I mean, Cuppa gets the touch, but they still just have nothing to play into.
Yeah, they got nothing here. Silver Bullet's going to do a little bit tickling damage, and Cuppa's back in. Basically, free ult charge at this point, and that's 2 on the board.
You see, when the EMP was available, Lethal was searching the whole time. He's waiting for the Suzu. He's got the manual hack of the Hawk, but then he expends the translocator on the ground. And as he does that, he sees what would have been the perfect EMP on high ground, but there's no way to get up there. And as Space Station get aggressive, the timing is all off. His team is falling apart. And now Space Station, 2-1. Let's see what they do on this point with the listening.
3, 2, 1, epic right, epic right. Go point, walk point. Are you good? Yeah. Walk their main, come now. I need to build my beat. I want to have beat advantage here. I'm gonna go early. If they go behind us, I have rush advantage, I think. Okay. If they go behind us, we can just fight in their main, okay? We flip their main if they go behind. Yeah, we can. Ball's right side. Yeah, ball's already right side. Alright, they have pulse here. Pulse here. Right side. Just play their main, Bonnie. Right side, kill this one. This our main. Yeah, they're playing point. Play point. I have pressure point. We can let it flip. Break. No pulse. I don't see it. Walk point. Walk our main. Walking 3. Beat 2. We can see. 3-1. Hawk 3-1. Clear boop.
I'm going high.
I'm not gonna beat. Oh, maybe. I have to beat. Bang. Okay, this is bad.
Sword one. Get it TP.
Win first, then I beat, okay? Win first, then I beat. Trainer, clear our side. Unity point. I beat if we need. Just we don't have to. I just flip. Get beat. I'm not. Beat up. Nice. Change Surge. He's dead. Oh, it's just freezy, bro. It's too easy. Just train, bro.
Freezy.
Blue next.
It's too freezy.
All right, here's the Rams. They're going to go Ram Sim. They're going to go Ram Sim.
They're gonna go Ram Sim.
25-5.
No, I'm saying you're him because of the freezing, bro. You're him.
All right, nice and freezy.
What are we going? So I think they're gonna. They might ban cast.
Yeah,
I think so. No.
All right, welcome back. And yeah, that was kind of a ridiculous fight. Honestly, they were changed all these names on Space Station Gaming side to Bear Grylls. The amount of surviving they did in that last fight. Hawks saying, okay, Lost Meg have to go for the reset here, and like, okay, we're not going to sound barrier, and they managed to get Hawk back in Meg. But not only that, Sugar Free comes up with like 3 kills. And dude, that was an insane fight that they were not supposed to win.
Probably coming up large here as well. Ever since the swap from the Freya onto the Cass, it's just been incredible. And we saw what happened on Palace there, but even moving on to the last point, going from strength to strength, SSG looking better and better on Suravasa as the ball not going to be the winning formula here, despite the counterpoint that they were able to get coming through from the Geekay side. And, well, this series can only end one way. We're going to another map 5, and you know what, dude? It's going to be push again. It's a little different story, though, this time around. It's not going to be, you know, this Atlas game come from Geekay that they win, then pushing them into a new Queen Street dominance. They actually lose Suravasa here, so Space Station walking into the final map with a little bit more momentum, and Geekay left questioning again as they were at match point, but just not able to close this out.
Both teams in their last matches, Avril, against each other, both in regular season and that upper bracket, they chose New Queen Street. Space Station won it in regular season, and Geekay won it in the playoffs. This is turning into quite the rivalry between both teams. I mean, look, we knew it was going to a map 5. Come on, everybody knew it. Everybody had it on their bingo cards, but will it end in a different way this time? It's actually insane, like how consistently this is lining up with how they've played previously.
Whew. It's a tough battle. And now you look back and think, if it wasn't for that Rialto, how different this could have been. Space Station may have already found themselves winning, walking into the grand final, and they may still do so. Geekay, though, if we saw what they did on that new Queen Street, that push last time these two teams met in that upper bracket, but this Suravasa ended up being a lot more one-sided. Zarya ban coming in doesn't matter. Basically full diva gameplay coming through from Hawk. It's going to be one of his other specialties on a map like Suravasa. The speed is going to be important, and for the rest of the team as well, Sugar Free able to get back on that tracer. And you sort of call this all absolute dominance. The stats would agree with all of this.
Stats don't lie. Stats don't lie. I think Sugar Braun had like what, 3 deaths or something stupid, like 25 and 3. Like, he is freaky with it. Ice still coursing through his veins. Are we going to New Queen Street? Come on, it's got to be. At this point, just do it for the culture.
I think either would be fine. Yeah, a little scared of it. Again, what happened? So a couple of ways you look at this. Like, last time they went to New Queen Street, maybe losing there. I want to correct that mistake. Or it might be a bit of a concern and just go to the Esperanza. I feel like Esperanza generally has been more popular amongst all teams in all regions. The Queen Street, a little bit of an outlier of a map. Freya could be a good look here, though, as well. So if Chronic gets back on that, it'll be quite deadly. The long sight lines for, honestly, both of these maps. Sojin, though, I think lethal on these two maps will be a very good look. Starting to move over towards the tank conversation. Do we want to see something like Ball again? Probably not for this matchup anymore. Might need to look back over towards a Ram. I think Ram has to be the winning hero for Geekay.
For the culture. Didn't get the culture, Civ culture victory. We're going to Esperanza. No. I was hoping we finish out on New Queen Street again, but going to a different one this time around. Like you said, it's been rather popular here.
Well, look at that. No deferred ban. No surprise there for Geekay. Space Station banned in second.
See what we have left here as well is like...
What do we have left?
Look over the history. As you get to map 5s, you know, you're starting to run out of significantly good bans. Still the Lucio ban available from SSG, although I think it's too late to play it now. You want to make sure that you still have that on your team as well. I think for Hawk, the priority comes down to, do you want to play the Zarya or the D.Va? D.Va and Zarya both banned by Geekay, so you know the tank line is safe. Geekay are not going to ban their own Ram, so tanks are not going to be the priority choice for Geekay in this at all. Tracer ban is available for Geekay though, and honestly, given what Sugar Free was doing on that last map, okay, well,
yeah, I think
this is one way to extract the Malga Brainworm. It's just like, we'll just help you out with that one. I don't think you should be concerned about Malga. It's so easy to play into Malga. Put Lethal on the Soj, we're assuming Soj doesn't get banned. That's already just going to be a lot of Malga damage. It's free rails off the bat.
Protect
banner playable. Sure. I mean, protecting against what though? Because you're looking at this like Ramacha's already been banned. You're not that concerned about a Winston ban. A ball ban doesn't matter as well. If ball is banned, you play something else. The Ramacha ban would have been the only thing you're really concerned about if you're GK. But that's gone. So I think a Tracer ban from GK would have been very good because they can play a Symmetra-based composition with My Moan to find similar success to what we saw on that King's Row. And the lack of the Tracer for, I think, Sugar Free was, you know, profound on that map as well. I mean, yeah, he's statistically did well on the Genji there, but I don't think Genji adds a lot as a team function in that type of composition, even if your individual stats are okay. It's not a 1v1 game, guys. This is a 5v5 where team comps matter. And this is a map where I think Tracer is very important because of the flanking capability, stealing the payload, having the capability of just being quick and agile on this map and preventing Sugar Free from dominating the Tracer battle would have been huge here. So the Malga not going to do a lot in terms of the ban. I wouldn't have wanted to see Hawk on that again anyway. And nothing really to protect again from the tank position. It looks like Hawk is going to go D.Va, cover on the Winston. Ana coming back out for Ultraviolet. Not going to be the Brig for Admiral. Admiral's been a lot more better known for the Lucio.
Yeah, really safe pick here from Hawk. I mean, you got a good feeling UV probably wants to play this Ana here too, like Esperanza, especially first, like the long high ground, and then you have the long sightline if you go towards the point itself as well. Like, Ana's just so good here. So Hawk's going to have a little bit of a field day, as long as he does eat the nades.
Well, these early fights coming down to waiting for potential nano if there is no pick from Lethal. Speaking of picks as well, I reckon Lethal looking for those potential one-shots as our flex supports will be giving people up for that early ultimate charge. Let them take a bit of damage there. Noted.
What?
He's taking more now.
Okay. Yeah, he's taking a little bit more than he wanted. Diving through the air, Lep ends up going down, and they do trade for Lethal, but losing your speed is going to be kind of crucial for Space Station. They need it to, well, one, get in, get out, but also this AoE healing to help out CJ too, who's just been kind of tagged up. TP called, Suzu's going to go down, and small room with the Winston, you're going to lose that 10 out of 10 times.
Be careful about the snowball here. One more fight win in GK. They get that first cap and then starting to look like New Queen Street did just a week ago. And Chronic on the Freya as well. He actually got the train to Lethal as mentioned, which is very important, but his extended fights can be bad for Kuffer, as we saw how much difficulty he had on that Ilios. And Chronic can put tons of damage through bolts onto Kuffer in this matchup. So Winston may still struggle, but with Nano on board and Ana available, Ultraviolet might just be the difference maker.
It's got Nano boost. Yeah. Hawk on the high ground already. But I mean, look at Kuffer's positioning too. He's basically segmenting the team. Might have to use Nano a little bit earlier than they really wanted. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free connects with Admiral. So that's the Lucio down, and Kuffer struggling to actually connect with anybody or stick on anybody at all. Sugar Free comes up with 2.
That's a defensive Nano. That's the problem. Kuffer wasn't even in position to dive. They were just low HP. GK got desperate there. Ultraviolet under pressure from Hawk as Kuffer slinks away due to taking too much damage, and Ultraviolet doesn't want to die with the Nano, so he sends it into Kuffer, hoping that Kuffer can get something done with that, but GK had no actual initiative to make that push happen and get Kuffer in with the Nano. Sugar Free finds an opening with a pulse bomb just to really send the message in for GK. not being able to snowball after that first fight.
Yeah, if they did get that on, I mean, maybe you end up even getting the checkpoint as well. Like, well, they've got the Primal Rage, but look at the ults from Space Station right now. Mymone trying to find an entry into the fight. CJ forced to use Suzu early, but a TP forward and playing on the rush means that Suzu's going to be up in a blink of an eye as Letha's already gone down. Comfort rips this Primal in a 4v5 situation, and they've lost Ultraviolet too. He's throwing hands, but unfortunately, Space Station Gaming are throwing the right back. Cover can't even connect with the mega health bag. And Avril, that's going to be checkpoint too. He got a sound barrier. That is off one ult.
Forget about throwing hands. Might just be throwing. GK Cap now being given over to Space Station and talking about momentum. That's all pushes about really at the end of the day for Ultimate. Space Station barely had to invest to get this initial cap. And now they can throw an ult. This is where you want to really just dump ultimates, get as much distance, push to the 18, even the 100, and then suddenly GK might just have insurmountable lead to play up against a Space Station, get too far.
Hawk taking good care of CJ there. Pushing in with a nice little defense matrix so no pulse bomb can connect. Sound barriers from both sides, but Chronic's already dead. Bot stolen. Hawk trying to get back to it ASAP. Same with Sugar Free, taking the shortcut under the bridge, but Leb's now gone down. Hawk probably not going to use self-destruct. Just going to go for a reset. More than content with that checkpoint.
So extremely important that GK win that fight as well. Again, losing would mean a Space Station snowball heavily on cap meterage. GK now going to reset to neutral. Push for their own capability to cap. Hawk and Sugar Free still yet to spawn. No good entry for Space Station as CJ's only on 78%. GK have far more initiative in this fight. Lethal, Ultraviolet, both could be ultimates here. Even a Nano Claw combo would be quite strong. Probably won't get used given that Hawk has Matrix, but 2 win conditions here for GK.
Oh, what an insane bowler shot from Chronic. And Nano, desperation again coming on to Lethal.
No targets.
He's got this overclock, but it's just getting eaten up by Hawk. Hawk loses Meg, has self-destructs. He didn't use it in that last fight. And GK found themselves in a tough spot. Lethal wrong side of the map as Chronic carries that fight for SSG.
Unbelievable. That really needed to be a GK win. They had such good setup there initially, but just didn't consider the fact that Chronic may have gone for the flank, and that opens things beautifully for Space Station on neutral. Yes, Space Station, I guess, didn't have the ultimate, but if you can just have Chronic find an angle that GK are not prepared for, then suddenly things go wrong, and it's a desperation Nano onto Lethal, who then pops a Soj ult as well for the OC, but no targets. Perfect disengage from Space Station. GK, that's about as bad of a fight as you can get.
Oh, and Lethal ends up going down too as well. This is a rush and a tempo alter that. GK, they're on the back foot right now. I mean, it's not lost. Definitely not, but the time is not in their favor. This rush is going to give them, what, like maybe even 20 plus meters here.
And the pulse doesn't do anything. Just some love taps on the Hawk, healed back up, giving support ult charge. The only thing low here is Sugar Free, who will find another pulse bomb. So Space Station forcing the 80 plus now. GK forcing Space Station back a little bit here. Maybe Hawk can get punished due to the sleep dart.
Look at this angle from Sugar Free though. They've actually pushed them into the mega health pack room, and Lethal gets dove on by both CJ and Hawk. Sugar Free's on the bot, so it doesn't get stolen away and pushed too far out of their grasp. But Space Station, they're in pure control here. It's all falling apart for GK. This is an even more of an extension of Elite. This is over 100 meters, Avril, for sure.
Yeah, they're going to hit that. And GK not out of this, but it's just slipping through further and further. And GK had good shots. They had good opportunities to tie things up, find a cap and more. Space Station, they're undenied so far this series. Looked like they had the early lead and were going to be the favorite ones after map 1. And now as we head towards map 5, Lethal, okay, getting the kill. That's going to slow things down, preventing 100. Hawk actually re-necking, interesting.
Please. Okay, Hawk actually with the Bunny Blaster kills Ultraviolet of all people. Yeah, goes to the remake. I thought maybe again kind of save that one. Bot currently contested. Chronic takes the skies, but Cover trying to hit the right clicks, but unable to do so. Maybe Abro ends up chasing the kill. He does so. But again, just more time burnt off the bank. 3 minutes to go, and they still have not reset the spawns.
Yeah, Chronic, he'll be able to respawn with the rest of the team, with the forward spawn still initiated. GK once again, opportunity, 4 ults, reset to neutral. They're going to have to win this neutral, which will then give them finally the checkpoint, the first checkpoint for them on Esperanza.
Don't want to use this desperation Nano again. It's 2 out of 2 times that Ultraviolet's popped this one. Oh, overclock on the high ground. Looking at Hawk currently, but that's a full matrix used. Has got a couple of dashes to maybe gain some space. Sound barrier, though, ends up coming out. Ultraviolet already dead. Same with Lethal, and again, Cuffer, similar situation. Sometimes the sands of time just fall in the same place no matter how far you rewind the clock. Cuffer pops the Primal Rage in a 4v5 and still can't get anything done. Ends up killing CJ, but again, is it actually enough for them to gain momentum on this spot? It doesn't feel like it. My Moan maybe able to get this kill. He does it onto Leb, and they get the reset of the spawn, so hang about. Oh, My Moan with another axe onto Sugar Free. Let me hold my tongue real quick. Sorry, I didn't know you played ball like that. Hawk ends up getting desuited, and with 2 minutes, this is Geekay grasping their final straws.
William, My Moan, Welsh Dragon coming in big, winning in the 1v1 against Sugar Free as well. Thought he had the drop onto William, but not going to be the case. Geekay are going to confirm the cap. This time around, looking like it was going to fall apart. Lethal, no targets on the OC. Another sad overclock. Ultraviolet, talk about desperation nanos. Didn't even get to using nano. And it comes down to a Cuffer Primal that's gone wrong before. Delivers this time. And now let's see if he delivers on the nano boost as well.
Yeah, there's the aggressive nano this time. Waiting for that leap so he can go up to the high ground. No, maybe not actually. He's going to rejoin the rest of his team. Ultraviolet gets run over. Hawk with a kill, a double bolt to the back of the skull, and that'll be Cuffer down. Space Station Gaming take control of the bot once again. Even though Ultraviolet used these nanos, they have been, you know, decent at keeping people up, Avril, but they have not found the fights that GK need.
Damn it, GK. Still 40 meters off. It's closable, and as we get to the OT, GK are just hoping they can start the OT on their terms. We're just yet to see some good ultimates. Speaking of which, Cuffer blown up. Space Station got a minimum shove payload deep in GK spawn, which means as this OT begins, GK have a long march.
Oh, My Moan though.
Okay.
Once again, it comes up with a big kill. You have to win this fight. A must win here. Sugar Free on an off angle looking for the backline. My Moan. Oh, the Welsh Dragon slain. 20 seconds left in the time bank. Admiral almost donating himself to Sugar Free's ultimate bank, but actually it's going to be Lethal's kill instead onto Leb. A Suzu onto Ultraviolet, saving himself, but Hawk just trying to find the trades, but unable to do so. Bot in control of GK, but this, Avril, is their final push.
And a D-Meg on Hawk, and he's going to stagger as well, hopefully.
Yeah,
this could be really rough for Space Station. Where's Hawk right now? This is so late. Oh, it's painful for Hawk. You couldn't hope for a better start for GK in the OT. And now they have to hope that no one from GK dies. Soundbound from Admiral will be matched by Lip. If Lethal can finally get a good overclock, then GK are on the path for a potential 40-meter comeback. All to play for here. Elimination on the line, and also ascension to Grand Final for the winner.
Cuffer has to pop the Primal Rage. It's already going low in the health bars. Can he actually create some space with it? They forced My Moan's recall really early on. He ends up booping a couple of players around, now it's taking his sights to Sugar Freeze. He just, wait, what? He just crunches him. Sound Barrier comes out from Leb, but it's only a 4v5 Sound Barrier, and an easy match there from Avril. Overclock, just railing Hawk right now. Has got another lifeline though. Self-destruct still available as Cuffer and My Moan ends up going down, and Hawk now just puts himself on the points. And Space Station Gaming and GK always going to a map number 5, but this time around, it's all Space Station all day. Lower finals succeeded, and they match Liquid in the grand finals as they take down GK. Another revenge game, but this time it's going SSG's way.
Man, so close towards the end there. Heroics being shown by William My Moan. Excellency on the Tracer, honestly putting it up against Sugar Free. And even on that last fight, Cuffer, as you mentioned, crunching down Sugar Free. You have a 5v4 and OT, and a perfect opportunity to push yourselves into the grand finals for a rematch. And Liquid at that stage don't even know who they're facing because it's that close between the teams. But unfortunately, the team that's pushing into OT can't make mistakes, and one last good fight for Space Station secures them the win required. And we begin this one on Ilios. Fantastic bans coming through from both teams, and a very surprising one-sided map, and a more surprising Rialto loss for Space Station, back and forth. But to me, it's really just a flip of what we saw in the upper bracket last week, where it's the Flashpoint map 4 changing the winds of fortune. Space Station this time, winning that map for Cerveza, giving them the much wind in the sails required to then go the distance on Esperanza map 5, putting them in grand finals.
Over and over. That's the third time that has happened as well. The team that wins that fourth Flashpoint map ends up coming up with a win on push. Insane stuff from Space Station, and they also deny GK's third, or this roster variation, of course, at least, their third time in a finals, and denies them even a chance at getting the three-peat as well. For the first time in quite a long time, well, this entire year, we're seeing two brand new squads in the finals, rather than just Nightmare/GK and then their opposition.
And honestly, it's a big turnaround for Space Station, missing out on stage 2. And unfortunately, fairly uninspiring performance in Hangzhou. Champions Clash in stage 1 as well. Small rebuild required coming into stage 3, and having some early wins in there, but not maybe that convincing yet, as GK and Liquid still looking like the better two teams for the most part during the stage. And that's considering the Space Station did push many teams, including GK and Team Liquid, to 5. GK off the back of Wuyang and Ultraviolet being the best Wuyang in the region, maybe in the world at that point, really putting GK forward. But a timely Wuyang ban, a bit of a change-up of the GK composition, now means that their strengths have been nerfed, and SSG firing up at just the right time in playoffs to put themselves in a grand finals, and a first grand finals for SSG this year as well.
Yeah, big news, and a minimum of second seed for the team as well, facing against Liquid. I mean, Liquid have been a tough opposition, but they've not faced them in this bracket just yet. Of course, the regular season match did go to 5, and it was Team Liquid that won it out. I mean, will we see the same? It won't go to, hopefully won't go to a map 5, it will hopefully go to a map number 7.
I'll correct myself real quick. Space Station did play the stage 1 final, so I forgot about that one. My bad. So they will be going to another final after, unfortunately, dropping out from playoffs in stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, Team Liquid, are they going to be the ones to top of Space? Like, they have a very good opportunity here of upsetting a golden stage here for Team Liquid, but to set us up for that series, we're going to jump over to the desk. They can break that down and set the next one up.
Let's do it. Thank you guys so much. What a series. Never worried, obviously. I'm sure none of us have been sweating watching that. SSG, they were off to a great start. So I think all of us three on the desk here felt very confident about our prediction. And then they lost 2 consecutive maps. Let's break it down. What went wrong and how did they turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rialto got a little bit scary. That was a map that SSG probably felt like they should have closed out, but that second point Rialto, very, very tricky corner to break. They got caught looking to like get value on a Malga cage and just couldn't quite close it out. And that really gave GK a lot more life in this series, allowed them to get quite a bit deeper, and then also leveraging the Symmetra on King's Row. It felt like, hey, maybe they had the download to be able to win this series out in the end. But of course, Push, the most dynamic map type of them all, makes it just a little bit too difficult. And despite Maimon putting up big numbers on the Tracer, really taking it to Sugar Free, it just wasn't enough. I feel like Hawk in particular had a very impressive game today. Like when he was on the D.Va, man, he was getting some absurd kills on the enemy backline.
I'm gonna jump in here, Johnny. I want to get your take here because I've had a lot of big feelings about that Maga on Rialto. Did you mirror those feelings? What was your take on the Maga?
I wouldn't say Maga's my favorite go-to hero. I think most of the time you can go to a hero that works better. You know, if you want to like matrix your team across the bridge or something like that. Like Maga is pretty individual in that sense, and I think they struggle to actually get any kind of positioning because Maga doesn't offer that. So I share Avril's sentiment, but he was very harsh. He was very brutal in the way he phrased it. I think I actually reflect on this series. I think I have a bit of a different stance in that I actually think that SSG, for the most part, they were a better team throughout. I think that they kind of threw on Rialto with that Mauga pick, and I think their defense was really solid. King's Row, things didn't go their way with deferring that ban, but map 4 and 5, I think SSG looked phenomenal. Same goes for map 1 actually, and I think they looked really well coached. I think the way on Cerveza, especially the way they navigated around this Sombra Tracer from GK, I thought it was really pretty. They were proactive, they were moving around the map and making things difficult for GK to set up. So I think it was a really good performance from SSG, and I actually think that even though this was a 3-2, a little bit exaggerated on push because Hawk had that late stagger, I think SSG were in control for most of this series, besides that Rialto that we don't really talk about.
A little stumble, a little blip. That's all right, though. That's all right. Or at least at latest, rather, on Saravasa with that 3-1 they took there. You can see the confidence was back. They found their stride once more, and they just closed it out. Now they're finding themselves in our grand final in our North American region, and they will be facing off against Team Liquid, which has been looking rather untouchable throughout the regular season. That said, though, one of the teams that did push them very far during the regular season was, in fact, SSG. I believe that was in week 3. We'll be talking about how that match went down and what we expect from this grand final after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow, I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Oh, easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Wouldn't want to be ya. You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Dreams take me back to you in the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Dreams take me back to you in the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our NA Grand Finals between Team Liquid and SSG, who just won their match in the lower bracket and are now getting ready to potentially hoist an imaginary crown at the end of this next one. Let's chat about the two teams. Jake and Johnny are here with me to break it all down. I didn't look down into the corner and onto my screen because I forgot their names. Promise.
Thanks.
I just wanted to look
It's
at
only
you guys.
been a couple
I just,
shows.
I started.
Together, so.
Every time I look at you, I have to look over there, and then I feel like people think I'm like I have to read my notes, and it usually happens when I try to look at you guys. So I don't want people to think that I somehow not know who I'm working with. No, they're familiar. Speaking of familiar faces, Team Liquid, they have invested in young talent, and they stuck with them pretty much all season long. And this stage, particularly Team Liquid, has been so consistent and so successful. Why is that, Jake?
You know, this is a team that has been through the trials and tribulations, right? And from the start of this year now to the end, it's been a strong positive trajectory, but it didn't start this way, right? You know, stage one, pretty tough for them. I think they had like not the result they were hoping for, you know, pretty weak, pretty understated. Even last stage, I don't think that they had really reached their potential, but still they stuck with the roster. They didn't make any changes. They just adjusted their play. They adjusted and continued to work on their level as a team. And now I feel like the dividends are you know, the fruit is being borne out from that. That when we listen to them in the comms, I've been talking about this a lot, but it's really impressive to me. Very, very clean communication. This is a team that I think not just is going to win here in North America, but is actually going to go to Stockholm and really do something impressive here on the world stage. I just think they passed the eye test with flying colors, and they're ready to take on out all challengers. This Grand Finals may be the toughest test yet that they faced this stage against an SSG that looks resurgent and very confident in a different style that Liquid are going to have to find a response to, since I don't think Liquid actually want the mirror, especially on Zarya against Hawk. I think they're going to try to win with counterpicking. But this is a Team Liquid that stands ready to do that, right? That has the flexibility to play whatever they want and seems to look really comfortable no matter what style they end up playing.
I also just love the mixture we have there, right? I generally like very heavily believe in teams which are made of like veteran talent, so you have that presence of that, but then you also have those young guns, right? So investing in those young explosive players and like just mixing those kind of ideas, and then have like a really solid coaching staff, which is just the case for Team Liquid, and it works really, really well for them. Now on the other side, SSG, they did in fact make some changes heading into this very stage. Yeah, SSG up and down season overall. Last time those two teams met, they did play them really close though. That was in week 3, and they did rock up with like a very interesting Symmetra style, which I don't believe we actually seen much since from them. And Team Liquid did admit in their post-match interview, Johnny, that they were just unprepared versus that in particular. Do you think it was just that composition, or like what made that last meeting so close?
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris has been wanting to integrate the Symmetra more for this team, and we've seen it here and there, and maybe something you could pull out if you want to. I'd say that this is the culmination of SSG's entire season as well, right? Because remember, they got 4th in Stage 2. I think they disappointed at Champions Clash. And just looking at the previous series, I think they're peaking at the exact right time. I think they looked really solid against a team like Geekay. And I think that Geekay and Liquid, yes, they're both flexible teams. They play slightly different, but there are more similarities than differences. And so I think for SSG, you go into this Grand Finals matchup, and we can point to Hawk's amazing Zarya play, Sugar-Free on the Tracer. I think the D.Va Tracer looked really good in the previous series. And I actually think that SSG, throughout all that Symmetra, to bring it back to your point, so like throughout all that Symmetra and the different compositions and stuff we've seen from SSG, I think today's series is going to be the culmination of all that scrim time, all the previous matchups that SSG has had against a team like Liquid. It was really close last time around, but I think they've taken all the lessons since then, or they're now going to integrate into this matchup. I do want to say that there's been some banter between Christopher and Kasaurus. Have, SSG figured out the Ramatra composition from Liquid? Have they not? And they seem to disagree in that regard. That would be the one composition I would be worried about if I'm SSG. They struggle against GK when they play the Ramatra. They probably want to avoid it in this series. But besides that, I think SSG look really good going into this finals.
They do. Now, for our predictions, I went with Team Liquid, not because I don't think SSG is standing a chance. I just do think that I believe this first series must have been quite taxing. Like playing back-to-back series, the finals being a first to 4, like that's not nothing. And with Team Liquid already being such a strong team, like anything that will not work in your favor is that, yeah. I gave this one to Team Liquid. It's hard to bet against them in general. After the stage they've had, like it's difficult to not see them as the favorite heading into this match in general.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable point considering they're on the cusp of a golden stage, right? If they win here, it's going to be no losses whatsoever this stage, headed to Stockholm with a very clean record in this meta. That's got to be a confidence builder. And of course, you really want to grab that victory in NA, that top placement that has kind of eluded them for a time. And even here in Stockholm to show up as the real standard bearer from North America to really be ready. If you're going to be a dive team, taking the mirror against the best Korean teams in the world on dive, you better come to play in North America and you better look very, very strong at it. So dealing with somebody like Hawk on the D.Va, it has to happen here, and I think it will. I do think SSG are going to make this hard. I think with the right picks and bans, they're not going to be an easy opponent. So I think we're going to go the distance this series, but I think Liquid's got this.
Yeah, and I have Liquid as well. I think they have to be the hands-on favorite in this matchup because they've been so dominant throughout this stage, and like they just took down GK yesterday in incredible fashion as well. So there's nothing that really tells me that Liquid are going to have that they're going to be the underdog in this one. They've been so lights out so far this entire stage. Now I will say, it's been a tough going for me when it comes to the channel points recently. I lost on Genji, I lost on Akasia, I lost on GK. So I threw the rest of my 60k all on SSG, all or nothing, and then it's the last match of the year, so before the playoffs. So I just put 60k on SSG. Please save me, Sugar-Free.
Wait.
You should have pred him, bro. You should have given him the mojo. That's bad. That's bad juju to be betting on.
The odds, bro.
Johnny.
I get like 3-1 odds. Let's go. That's
all right.
200,000 channel points.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing. It's worked out for him just last week. Okay, no shade until we're proven otherwise. Now the teams are once again finding themselves on Ilios, same as the last time they have met, and it was Team Liquid taking that one. Team Liquid banning Lucio here and SSG Winston.
I mean, this makes sense to me. I think Team Liquid, they really like playing the Brigana style on this map in particular, and if they want to go for like a Wu Yang, a flex support style, they can absolutely do that too. And so I think banning the Lucio does signal that. The Winston being taken away by SSG, it's definitely something that Hawk probably isn't looking to play all that much of, and maybe the dive matchup he's more scared of, right? If you're going to play Zarya, the Monkey's a little bit harder of a challenge than taking on the ball. That said, Liquid, let's see what they pull out. The Sigma, remember that option is still in their back pocket.
NA Grand Finals are starting right now. Ilios is our first map, and of course, the casters for this one are, once again, just like in week 3, Jack and Kevin, is that match still living vividly in your memories, guys?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. We've been here once. We've been here twice, thrice, Avril. I mean, look, it was a crazy match 5 between... It's been Liquid, GK, Space Station Gaming, all of them going to map 5s all the time. Maybe this goes to a map number 7. I also want to correct myself too in the final call before. Space Station did make it to finals in stage 1 all the way back. So it's not 2 brand new teams, but it's a
Yes.
finals without GK/Nightmare. So with Liquid rocking in, the entire desk predicting it, even the chat too, a lot of them going on Liquid side.
It's a fun fact as well. These are the 3 teams that have really dominated everything in North America this year. It may not be a GK core repeat back to back to back, but what it will be is every single variation of these matchups in a grand final. Stage 1, it was the GK core at that point playing under Nightmare against SSG, then Team Liquid versus GK, and now finally Team Liquid versus SSG, the final 3rd part of that trifecta of what we can find in the grand finals in North America. And a lot to live up to in stage 2. You and I casted that one, a full 7-map gigabanger, maybe one of, if not the best game in North America Overwatch history, certainly in the OWCS era. So a lot to live up to now between these 2 teams.
Oh, yes. And, well, what do you see it going? Because Liquid right now, they do look head and shoulders, and this is their perfect stage. This is their golden stage. Lossless in regular season. They stormed through the upper bracket. It was a 3-1. They lost a single map, but oh, whoop-de-doo. But now they find themselves in the final against SSG. The bans from SSG and how they were playing against GK, they look fantastic, but banning against Team Liquid is just a different beast. Obviously, the Desk pointed out already, but we have a Lucio and a Winston ban to start us off.
Yeah. And this will be a first-time stage victory and win for Team Liquid if they can get this W. For SSG, it would be their first in North America. Of course, SSG did play in EMEA last year, and they did take away some stage titles, including EMEA Stage 2, EMEA Stage 4 as well. So it could be multi-regional success now for Space Station Gaming. And Jack, Ilios, Lucio ban, Winston ban. You want to make sure that SSG can't play, or rather that Team Liquid can't play their well-defined RuPaul Ana into Winston pick with Infected on that Winston. Removing the Lucio is going to prevent Hawk from finding a bit more success on the Zarya composition, and also preventing as well Lucio Kiriko composition from Space Station, protecting their Ana. Here's the grand finals, fellas. Map number 1. Let's kick it off.
Ball rollout from Infected. It's going to be the same kind of looks as well, right? Because GK, they would love to run this dive, and Liquid the same thing, but a very different looking backline too. Team Liquid's backline, the double flex has been so good. We're seeing it again. Vega on the Kiri, RuPaul on the Ana. The Ana play from RuPaul has been just sublime. It's where the Lep can stand up to the test. This Brig is going to be tough to play into this comp. One nade and it could be all over.
And that's the thing, right? The extra flexibility that teams could have on their support line will be the difference maker when the supports are banned. Let being forced over towards the Brig, but also Tree, by the way, he's playing the Freya. That's been Chronic's signature throughout the year so far. Chronic wants to have that flashbang capability versus Infected, and he's going to get RuPaul first.
Yeah, that's a good way to start us off. Hawk does end up losing mech though, and Vega on the attack, on the flank, helping Infected pick up the kills in cage. And without that mech, there's no defense matrix to kind of help and cauterize that wound. Hawk is going to get staggered slightly, jumps into the pit, but that is Liquid with a first cap.
Yeah, I don't think Infected cares that much about the Winston ban. Of course, it is going to be annoying not having to pair the Winston, not having the Winston available to pair with RuPaul's Ana, but he showed so much success on Bull yesterday. And after this Ilios map as well, as of course potential for 7 maps here, I am expecting us to go back to the Ram and Zarya, similar to where GK and Space Station were going to have most of their looks as well. Let's see what Infected can do on this ball in map number 1, trying to get the win where GK could not. Ooh.
Nice nade. These nades, they're tough to land. Like, if you're hitting them against a D.Va and then the Kiriko, like, you got something special attached to your mouse, that's for sure. CJ's almost got this rush too, so Liquid just kind of waiting for Space Station to kind of bundle in on this point, but making good use of the rush is going to be quite difficult. Everybody from Liquid, so mobile, can kind of scatter as soon as that rush is used. It feels like it will be used the very, well, maybe the final moments of the fight, or not to open things up at the very least.
Too long, because the cap is just more going towards
there.
Finally, Hawk will find a kill.
Okay, both rushes on the point.
tree down, mines deployed as well. It's going to separate the team as RuPaul falls. Zera does once more. There's going to be a D-mech onto Hawk and a nice little stick to follow that one up. Flip comes in, but with Infected alive, he could continue on the point, but CJ with the rundown, Sugar Free 2 filling him full of lead.
That was really, really slow going for Space Station. Just looking at the percentage points ever tick up slowly for Team Liquid. You're thinking, when a Space Station going to go? They have to initiate first, and it wasn't for Hawk actually finding that kill. It would have been a 5v5, and what RuPaul also falling a little bit later into that fight prevents the nano boost from being in play. RuPaul also did fall earlier in that opening neutral, so slowing him down significantly means he's only going to get the nano now. Vega swapping over to the Brig. A little bit more useful utility up against Hawk, diving on in with the D.Va and also matching left.
Yeah, super nice whip shot targets. You're gonna proc that Inspire a lot of times. Well, Hawk, okay, dove in. I was like, man, if he goes infected, I'm gonna lose my mind. Well, it's the nano boost onto Tree. Rally deployed from left, and look at all that green overhead from Space Station. This nano basically got nothing. It's like a little damage with the bowler, but that's about it. Chronic gets sent sky high with the slam, but was in the high noon, so absorbed most of that damage and had Brigitte right next to him. Infected trying to make his presence known again, but chased down by Lep, and it's even a pulse from Sugar Free. That's going to signal the end of the fight.
Classic nano onto Tree. Of course, when you're playing the ball, not always the favorite target. Liquid enjoy putting this nano onto Tree as well when he's playing Freya. They trust his capability to pop off, and we saw what he was able to do yesterday in their game against Geekay and delivered with that nano a couple of times. In fact, it's giving up the ball early. That's a bit of an ill omen of a team. Look at that. They're already suffering a little bit, and now themselves playing RuPaul on the Kirikou away from his signature Ana. Infected's bringing out the Ram very early in the series, and they're already lagging behind on percentage points for this cap.
Yeah, now they are the masters of the cage. Hawk can't really stand up to the might of Infected there, but this point is so tough to take. You do need a couple of kills to start off with, if not just a complete team wipe. Well, there's a post bomb for Zera in the near future. Rush gets deployed. There's already Nemesis form popped, and look at this. Sugar Free going for a pincer maneuver onto Infected. And that is going to be just a clean fight from Space Station. That's going to be round 2. Zera gets a kill on Chronic, but that's it. In a blink of an eye, Team Liquid crumble, and Space Station get around.
68% is all that Liquid get, and they get that after the opening neutral. It's Space Station patiently waiting, maybe a little too patient, but Hawk delivers all the same. And after Space Station maintain control, they push it all the way to 100, forcing Liquid to swap again. An ill omen. This is meant to be a ball map. This is one of those maps you go through as Team Liquid to prove that you are the superior dive team. You're not going to have Hawk finding success on this map. You go to protect your Ana with the Lucio ban, impacting Lep's hero pool here as well, while you, as your team, can play the double flex support. But when that game plan starts to fall apart and you're swapping this early to Ram on a map that isn't built for Ram, it's not a good look. Ruins reset things for Liquid a little bit here to see if they can bring us around back.
Oh, Vega on the Lijiang now too. Okay, so again, just sticking to the double flex. So we'll see if RuPaul can get some nice shots in to help Infected dive. Hello. Yeah, so much better for the ball here. With slow rotations. Nice nade though. Hits Chronic and Lep. There's the slam. Suzu though, just in time from CJ.
They were very patient with the Suzu. Obviously the nade lands, but because there wasn't a follow-up yet, CJ was thinking maybe I can just hold this one, wait it out a little bit. Infected will force that ability to be confirmed. A secondary power charge. That's good.
Wow, what a shot. Yeah, I think Chronic was already updrafting there, so kind of locked in place, and Sugar Free put a bolt between his eyes. Sugar Free, though, gets a kill onto RuPaul, and there is a point cap here from Team Liquid, but Space Station Gaming just chase Infected away, so this might be a very fast flip. Infected's going to go back in, go for a slam, a little bit of damage, but instant Suzu from CJ. And Space Station, it feels like they've been in control this entire time, despite having the point flipped in Team Liquid's way. Sleep Dart hits D.Va.
They get swapped as well, by the way. Chronic now on towards the Cassidy. He's instantly found value. Zero shut down, but a big fire nade.
Yeah, but instantly Suzu'd again. RuPaul, I suppose it was a floor post too from Sugar Free. Make that a double for the Tracer. And Space Station Gaming get the flip.
A very one-sided Tracer performance so far. Sugar Free warmed up from his performance against Geekay. Emboldened by the final performance from Maimone in that on map of Esperanza. Zera maybe less warmed up here, expecting Zera to be able to match up and maybe get the better of Sugar Free. Hasn't happened yet so far on this Ilios' space station wall. Trying to get that flip and catch up to the 34%. Report again, but a bit slow to find these nanos. A pulse bomb Suzu.
Yeah, that was real nice. Chronic didn't even fire a shot there. Okay, now Infected's going to try and go in for one. Infected takes a headshot with the silver bullets. Slow rotation back. Bowler hits the shield of left, but Rally in the near future for Space Station. Found a whole bunch of ults. Mine's been deployed on the point, but not the best placement there. I mean, the rest of Space Station more than happy to just navigate around them. Rally gets deployed, but what a nade! Leppy's just so low, but quickly healed up. Again, CJ comes in clutch with a Suzu, but it is Tree from up above. Nano deployed onto the Freya again, and he gets the job done this time around.
Second time's a charm, and we've seen what Tree can do, and he'll say, yep, it's gonna be me. Shout out to the 90s at Space Station. Rialto. Report. And a reset here. Team Liquid pulling a little bit better this time around, getting more success on this ball composition, catching up and now overtaking on that percentage point, but Space Station holding a few more ultimates. It's clear what the entry is going to be. Initiate, Kitsune Rush. Liquid, they find something mid-Space Station rotation to slow this one down. It's going to be up the tree.
But here comes the early rush. And Chronic's in such a good spot too. Ends up getting kind of run over by Infected, but puts him in even better spots. Flashbang halts Infected for a time, and yeah, Infected is getting kind of dominated here, Averon. Gotta be honest with you. Landed some nice slams, but the ability to actually kill Chronic, it's just not there. And that headshot was snappy. Self-destruct for the remake, an overpeak there around the corner, and Team Liquid. What is the response here from them? Tree's going to go over to the Hanzo instead now. Much more slow, but he needs the headshots. We've seen this fall apart before for Team Liquid when Tree cannot pop off.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough. I mean, Ruins, there's some good sight lines here, but consistency for Hanzo, maybe not the best. We saw what Lethal tried to do with this on Ilios. It was on Lighthouse, maybe a little bit of a different round. Tree, I think, is one of the better Hanzo plays. Might be the best one in NA. Doesn't matter, though, because Sugar Free has a pulse bomb for him.
Lenny is just farming fantasy point stats right now. Bro is fully warmed up. That game versus Geekay, maybe a warm-up scrim it felt like for him, because right now he's definitely playing in grand finals form. He's already found a couple of kills. There will be Infected here for the touch for the 99. But he's just so low, and he's on his own as well, just completely isolated. Pops the shields, get back for some heals, and now it's the Tracer's chance to touch. Zera's got a pulse bomb in his hands, but will he actually find an opening to use it? Rally deployed from Vega, High Noon on top of the points. Lep ends up going down to a 4v5. A couple of skulls on Chronic's screen, but everybody scurries for cover, so no one goes down to it just yet. Chronic with a flashbang, but Infected finally finds his mark, and Hor gets demexed. Now it is final fight for Space Stations. Liquid get the flip at 99.
Actually clean, and no one dies on Liquid here as well. Finally, you get to see a little bit of duo play from Infected and Zero. You're talking about how do we deal with Chronic? Well, certainly not just Infected going in, pile driving by himself. Chronic even got to pull through the Symmetra for the last fight, matching Tree. But it's got to be Rupert on the Nano. Oh, it's not Tree again, there's some Symmetra.
Pulse bomb in the corner. Zep trying to hide in the bushes there, but Zera had X-ray vision. An OT touch is required. They've got it for sure, but Team Liquid have come back in a big way. Chronic dead. There's the touch from Sugar Free. You see him zip off the screen once again. There's going to be a rush deploy, but CJ has a run out of cooldowns. Even amongst that rush with the CDs are just cut in half. It doesn't matter. That self-destruct and a remake is successful. Even Chronic on the Widowmaker to try and get his presence felt in the server, but it's all body shots here as Team Liquid gonna force this to a third round.
Slow one from Zera, but he delivers at the end. A kill timely found onto Lep to force the 5 versus 4 and slowing the ults as well on the Space Station side. You only barely found the Kitsune Rush and the self-destruct towards the end there between CJ and Hawk, but only when things already started to get out of hand for the team. Chronic with a last-minute switch to the Symmetra. I don't know if that was really the right call to make. Team Liquid, once again, no matter what Tree plays, he's the one trusted to pilot the Nano, not wanting to put that Nano onto the ball. As previously mentioned, said this yesterday, Ball, not really the best Nano target. He just doesn't have the capability to get in unless he's already slamming. As Tree can actually get that damage done. He's going to bring us the Hanzo again. Lethal couldn't get a lot done here. Tree might be able to do a little bit more. We'll see.
But now there's competition for that high ground, though. Lethal was very free on that height, like on the Hanzo alone, but this time around you have Hawk, even Sugar Free too. You can blink to that other high ground above the point. So a little bit more danger. Slam just is the shield. Nothing too crazy there for Infected. Tries to go back on the high ground. Yeah, it should be good to sit up there, but he is getting harassed slightly by the Tracer as the point unlocks.
Okay.
And there you go.
All right.
Okay, Chronic dead.
He's good for it. Maybe just pulling the lever on the slot machine, but he's got 2 in a row. Bro's about to hit the jackpot here as Hawk dives off the map. First point going cleanly over to Liquid.
Yeah, and this point is so nice as well for RuPaul. If Tree can just be consistent on this Hanzo is one thing, but RuPaul just being kind of undisturbed on this Ana. I mean, what, there's 3 people on this high ground? Small bash there from Vega to get onto the opposite height above point, but it's like a long rotation from Space Station, right? Trying to force Tree into a different position. Same with RuPaul.
And this is she again, once again, just struggling to find the initiation. Scouted out is going to be
another headshot on Chronic. 2 times in a row, Chronic down. And Hawk's going to try and find a trade, but meh, that's it, bro. Dragon Strike in the small room as well. Oh, Leb. Oh, that's really sad. And yeah, Hawk's going to get staggered slightly.
That's what a good Dragon Strike is going to look like. Find a bunch of players in a small room, well timed, and Team Liquid currently walking away with this one. Chronic's going to give up on that cast, and yeah, man, as mentioned, that Cowboy Hat adding a couple of extra pixels on the hitbox for the head that he's not comfortable with, and Chronic wanting to take the skies here to outrange and on those double bolts onto Tree. Nano about to come online as well. Space Station are only just now barely starting to look towards ult, and it's on Sugar Free, but nothing there to be found. Zero instantly just popping Sugar Free back to spawn.
Yeah, looks like an assist from a Hanzo arrow there as well. Wow, this is a flattening of epic proportions. Space Station unable to topple this Tree. Infected in the back, Nano boost onto Zera this time, trusting the Tracer instead, forces the Suzu early, pokes bomb thrown out, goes wide, but CJ in trouble, climbs over the wall as Zera slinks away. Nano fades and he gets topped all the way back up, and now mines are available and he's straight back in the action again. Infected from the skies, takes out Chronic, and now a 4v5 ensues on the points, but they have to deal with this rally, and they still have to kill Tree, by the way. There's going to be emergency rally there, popped by Lev, but this ability to get this overhealth onto Hawk is going to be tough. They're going to try and put themselves in the backline, but Tree's killed 2. A headshot through the choke. Lev goes down, self-destruct on the point for Hawk. That's all over. They find the flip, but can they actually make anything stick?
Dragon Strike's available as well, so once Space Station go for the retouch, they're going to have to face the Dragon Hawk, about to get D-necked again.
Sugar Free finds one. Okay, hang on a second. Dragon Strike on the point. RuPaul headshots left from across the map as Tree finds yet another kill. How does he keep coming up with this? Okay, Chronic, he's brought him down, but I mean, Infected's full HP, mate. There's no shot the Baby Diva's winning this duel. No way. RuPaul ends it off with a bang, a headshot onto Sugar Free to put him down as Team Liquid find Ilios.
Game started looking a little bit sketchy. We looked at how well went. Ended up being an SSG win. A late swap onto the Ramatra, signaling that Team Liquid were running out of momentum on the ball comp, but Infected, after a bit of a reset, go between the rounds, says one more try. We know this is going to work. A very back and forth Ruins that ends with a swap over to a Symmetra. Some real late game mechanics being shown there. Zero powering up, finding left, delivering us to a final round 3, which honestly ended up being brutally one-sided. Lethal, despite massive high ground advantage, no Diva in his game. In the GK versus SSG Open of Ilios, couldn't find success on the Hanzo, and Tree, despite there being a Hawk, Diva says doesn't matter. Multiple opening kills, especially onto Chronic. Chronic barely had time to play. Honestly, invisible because Tree just had his number.
27 and 6, and a lot of those just the instant kills, the instant headshots. Just disgusting play from Tree. Definitely the best Hanzo in North America. Very scary. Yeah, very close Ruins. First round was one-sided, kind of like a little bit more even compared to the last round at the very least, going Space Station way, right? But man, Tree on the Hanzo is nasty. And you know he's going to be able to pull it out again. And this what makes this team so formidable too. You go to somewhere like a King's Row, it's like, okay, do we want to like target a tank here? But like, well, actually, we might need to target Tree. Like, okay, here's Hanzo, he's going to play it, and he's going to just keep clicking heads.
He's going to play the Hanzo on that map again, so it has to be the potential. You don't really want to go for target ban on Hanzo. You feel like there's better bans typically on the tank and the support side. This Dragon Strike was dirty as well.
Look at this shot on the
Liquid. Honestly, there was the real possibility that we see SSG claiming Ilios again against another North American dive team, saying GK couldn't get it done. Liquid not going to do it either. Space Station somehow just better on Ilios. But then Liquid just power up, come back in, super competitive as mentioned on Ruins, complete decimation. Then we found onto Lighthouse, and Liquid is saying this is how it's done. We might lose our opening round, but we are going to win our map pick. We're going to take SSG to this opening map. Don't even need the Diva ban, by the way. All we want to do is protect our Ana and allow us to play a ball comp. You may get rid of the Winston. We'll play the ball, and our DPS will get the job done.
Get the job done, they did. Look at that. Pretty close overall, 2.75 to 1.77 KDs on either side, but Liquid starting us off with a nice win. It was a Liquid win on Ilios last time they faced Avril. And of course, that was against GK, and it was 2-1. It was a 2-0 versus GK in the upper bracket finals, and that was a very one-sided map. And you've got to expect that coming in as SSG. Like, this is going to be one of the scariest control rounds. And the scary thing too is we can go back to control at some point. If this does go all the way, we go to all the way to 7, we're gonna have to tussle with control again.
And just as a reminder, once we finish map 5, what Jack's talking about here is the entire map pool reset. So any map that hasn't been played can be chosen on map 6 by the team that loses map 5, which means you want to be the team, obviously, reaching match point first for the respect of getting to the match point and being in position to win the entire series, but also meaning that you get to the match point, you lose map 5, map 6 is yours to choose wherever you want to go. And we see a lot of 4-2 results because of how strong that map 6 choice is. The map 2 choice is going to be Rialto. It's the same pathway we took in just our lower bracket game. SSG unfortunately let this map slip through their fingers. They want another run back of it, this time though against Team Liquid.
Man, Rialto is delivering, bro. I don't know what to say. This map always comes up massive. We'll see what they end up banning too, but yeah, I mean, where do you even head if you're SSG? For Team Liquid, you're like, maybe you just ban the ground tank here. Maybe SSG go kind of a protect ban for Hawk. But again, I think even banning the Zarya, it's like, okay, well, Hawk's already played the Diva on this map. Like, that's completely fine too. Yeah. We did obviously see the Malga. That's definitely not going to get banned, but let's see what they go with. It looks like a Brig, actually, for SSG. But Team Liquid, probably fine with that. Probably going to go double flex again, as a Freya is taken away.
SSG is again targeting the capability to play a Brig, Ana, Winston type of composition. I think they may be overemphasizing that, particularly on this map, because on Ilios it makes more sense. It's a very clear dive map. I don't think Rialto is the same for the capability of dive, more so on the A point, but as we move through the map, ground tanks become more popular. I still think this is going to end up on a Ramatra, potentially versus Zarya, or Ramatra in Ram as a bit of a mirror matchup. And, well, I don't think Hawk was getting the best of GK's cover in that last game, but maybe he'll have a better chance up against Infected here, who himself in yesterday's interview did mention that Zarya was his only potential hole in his hero pool. He's not going to ever go for the Zarya battle, you would imagine, especially not against Hawk, but he'll want to drag this one into a ground battle on the Rams. Map number 2, though, even point 1, did consider the fact that he could have still started potentially on a ball, on a Winston, but doesn't want to take any chances. He wants to go the Ram now and scale into B and C comfortably and not being forced to swap heroes.
Okay, Rupal's not even playing the Ana. Can't say I'm a little disappointed, but yeah, it makes sense with the Ramatra here. Yeah, Ramatra was like such a safe pick for Team Liquid. Yeah, Lucio Bap could have been big too.
To play the Ram comp, Lucio Bap could have been huge. Tree is feeling hot on the trigger right now. The bowstring, I should probably say.
If you're online with the Hanzo as well, and you're hitting shots, don't swap. Like, that is just too deadly, you know? It's if you're just online, just in it. If you're in it with your aim with the Widowmaker, it's like any sniper hero, right? Where like
he hit that headshot, he hit that mid-air. You see that?
Yeah, if Lep died, I mean, come on now.
That
he
sets
was
the tone for the rest of the series,
he
surely.
just barely sees Lep flying across the screen, speeding midair. We didn't catch it on the POV, but he actually flicks on him. As we saw in third person, Lep took the arrow, just not in the head.
Almost took another one. I'm telling you, man, if you're online with a sniper character, just keep playing it. You're gonna pop off. Quick rotation here from Space Station. Oh, nice rush. Whoa, that's splash damage from the Lijiang. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a rather large bruise in your eyeball. Oh dear, Hawk.
Jack,
Little stagger, but
remember,
nothing crazy.
I don't know if you remember the last time we were here, because we were on the game. We were on the Team Liquid Space Station regular season game that went to 5. This map was played. It was Tree into Chronic. Chronic was on the Freya, and that Tree Chronic Freya battle was really important. Tree, I believe, found a number of opening first bloods from this Hanzo. But this Freya ban is meant to target the fact that they just don't even want to give Chronic the range advantage against Tree at all. They want to make sure that Tree is going to reign supreme downtown.
Team Liquid banned the Widow last time, and it was a Wrecking Ball ban from SSG last time they played that in the regular season, that game you were talking about. And was that a C9? I think it was on second, I believe. Or some kind of crazy second point play. As SSG ended up winning that one. Zera getting pressured a little bit. Sugar Free's in a good angle here, a good spot on that little mini health pack, but at this point as well, if Tree is online, you're scared of that flick. All right, Sugar Free dies to the splash damage. Those water orbs are hitting for Vega. And I've got to be honest, this is it's feeling a little limp, if you know what I'm saying, from Space Station Gaming.
This is the first ult so far, right? Tree's got first ult online across all 10 players, if I'm not wrong about this.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a slow one going, given that it's been 2 minutes. Lep, by the way, eats another body shot. Lucky that one didn't go to the dome. Tree's done enough damage that he'll be leading both of the tanks, all of the supports, and all the other DPSs. Zero trading behind slightly. He's about to have a pulse bomb as well. Space Station. Okay, here we go. CJ looking for Kitsune rush. This is the opening.
This is the opening, but you don't want to get your head taken off. All right, Nemesis form forced already. Dragon Strike, Pulse Bomb. In fact, both support ultras from Team Liquid racking up. And look, they're rotating to the checkpoint itself. It's going to be a good rush. Zero waiting in the wings, looking for the backline. Tidal Blast attached to the Tracer. He's going to look for somebody. The explosion didn't find anything. He's actually going to get chased. Oh, 180 pulse. He tried, almost died to it. And there's the rushes. Dragon Strike on the point. It's going to stop Space Station Gaming in their tracks for a time. But Infected just trying to play for his ult now. Nemesis form already used, but coming back in a couple of seconds. Pulse bomb sent out, but Tree with a double. A Disu onto Hawk, a kill on the baby Diva, and Chronic goes down, but it doesn't matter if he's dead, he's already done the numbers. 50 seconds in Space Station. You need the answer, you need to start cheating or something. Like, you need to find the answers to these questions that Team Liquid are putting up right now, because they are not letting them get away with any kills.
This is a grand finals worthy performance coming up from Tree right now. Liquid, they want to get that first grand finals win. Entered this year as a brand new partnered team, and they might close out the year with a stage win if they can continue this further forward. Infected looking over towards the Annihilation. 20 seconds left to go through. We might even have a full hold.
I mean, this overclock from Chronic might be what they need, but there's still an Annihilation to play through as well. Chronic's going to take to the skies here, up onto the high ground. Zera forced away back, but he's taking some shots, actually. Who's that in the background? It's through Paul. Ends up teleporting away up to Suzuing himself. And now just trying to take shots from the high ground. Sound Barrett from Space Station Gaming throwing everything in the kitchen sink to try and make this fight work. Tree's going to get focused, almost pushed into the lake, but he's still fights left, by the way. Annihilation from Infected eventually gets brought to pass. But an overtime push here onto first was what was required for Space Station to get the job done. 2.5 minutes to go. Let's get a quick SSG listen in.
You want to go early?
I mean, like, after Remy, just go. Yeah, but, like, I always want to go early.
Alright. I'm going to play leave the card then go for it.
Yeah, I have red. Here you go.
Where do you want to rush? Like, they have to walk this high ground? They have Dragon still.
As soon as one touch is flying, I just want to, like, walk up.
Can somebody check right side to make the Hanzo? Yeah.
I'm on point right now.
Dragon. We're up.
I can be trying to
stack with that carry.
I'm just
Carry right. We
can push.
3, 2, 1.
Rush up. Who's action one?
I'm doing
one cart. I'm with you. Carry right. Nice.
3 card. Come shoot their spawn.
Are we dead? Yeah, I can touch. Stop that Wu. Have Chronic, yeah. They swap Wu and Hanzo.
That's Rialto then.
Okay.
Rialto win con.
Yeah.
Can we swing? Come in and swing. Come in.
Swing.
Swing.
Zera's touching right now, trying to delay the point. Sugarfree with a pulse, and here comes the rush. There's no response here, really, from Space Station. They didn't have a rush of their own, nor do they have a sound barrier either. Have 4 meters to go before that second point is locked in. And this team is split too. Look at Hawk's position right now. He's in the back line, so unable to taxi the rest of his team towards that point to find a fair 5-on-5. Tree now taking an off angle, looking in the back line, but Infected's the one that goes down first. The flank from Hawk working out in a big way. Zera Tree dead, and the second point locked in for Space Station.
Yeah, what a point B push from Space Station. They lost so much time, forcing the OT on A. They needed this so badly for the catch, but now an honest, open opportunity to maybe still finish this map, forcing Tree onto the Soj instead of the Hanzo. And Hawk really just being able to push himself into that Team Liquid backline. Space Station still got more else to play through. Tempo beat could even be good here.
All right, Hawk liking to live on the edge here. Has got self-destruct, but Infected trying to force that all out ASAP. Sound barrier for Lep connects. Hits 5. And now Team Liquid, they're going to fall over pretty quickly. Just trying to stall as much time as possible on the payload. Tree still comes up with a kill though, regardless. And Zera too? Okay, you can't be losing these sound barrier fights. You cannot be losing these. How are you keeping yourself in the fight? Sugarfree's at least found one, but has had to hit the recall already. Has got the pulse bomb in hand, but Tree finds yet another kill. Despite the ultimates thrown in by SSG, Tree still finds final blow after final blow. Hawk goes for a reset, and this is a minute to go. Space Station gaining brought to the wire again.
It's even worse than that because they got infected early. Reminder, sound barrier from left, tempo beat, infected down 5v4, no tank for Team Liquid, and they live. And they didn't even have other ultimates. No ults were spent, which means Liquid not get the full stack. Once infected finds Annihilation, and as time dwindles, Liquid just have so many ults to play through.
Yeah, 5 ults. They're going to respond with a sound barrier, a rush. They're throwing everything into this one, trying to make this last fight. Hawk ends up getting deleted. This overclock in this rush is just way too quick for them.
Man. Could even stagger Chronic, they will. Send them into the drink. Zero will get the final blow. 20 or so seconds remaining here in Space Station. The most important thing is they don't have support ultimates. Neither do Liquid, but Space Station are the ones that need the longevity in these fights. They're the ones playing so far away from their spawn. Liquid are going to have a spawn advantage once the OT hits. And Annihilation can extend the fight further.
They force Sugarfree to recall already. They're Annihilation in their spawn. Someone has to touch it. Looks like it's going to be Hawk. Chronic's dead in the spawn doors. And Hawk gets demeched as well. Self-destruct from Hawk kills 3. What? Hang on. How is that even possible? CJ ends up killing Infected, and Hawk, the savior of Space Station Gaming, pulls it out. Space Station find a team kill off the back of that single self-destruct that looked almost impossible for SSG to win. A quick route, there's Team Liquid try and get back to the points. Zera ends up triple blinking, hits the recall. Lep now taxiing everybody forward, amps it up in the front lines, but the overclock is going to get ripped. Takes a headshot there from Tree, tries to go for another peek, and Hawk does it again. A double kill for the D.Va, there's the D-Mech. And somehow, some way, Space Station called into mission control, and Hawk came in with the saving call. What a ridiculous fight.
Switching sides.
I can't believe it. I'm at a loss for words. The fact that actually hits. I mean, I suppose they were in a pretty open area around Space Station's attacking spawn, and Liquid did not consider the angles on that one. Lep ran for the touch, but members started already falling. Space Station had no business winning that fight. And it looked like, yeah, the D-suit, self-destruct, maybe he gets back into mech, but it's just all for show. Liquid were going to confirm the hold, and Space Station were not going to finish the map. But Hawk had other ideas. That is unreal. Would have loved to have seen how that one occurred, but I don't think any of us expected it, honestly. It was all about Lep trying to go for that final touch, and well, after that touch is confirmed, after the 3K is confirmed, Space Station then finds momentum with Chronic on the OC, and Liquid just trying desperately to even touch payload at the end. What a miraculous comeback on that map, on that push.
Every point to a struggle for Space Station in OT or close to. That That's got to hurt if you're Team Liquid, hurting the mental a little bit. I mean, that Rialto went SSG's way, and it went like 5-4. That was the final score for Space Station in that series in regular season. Week 3, some time ago now, a lifetime in esports terms. Let's see what Zera can do on this Genji. A big switch up actually for Team Liquid.
So a little bit of the Zera Genji yesterday, if my memory is clear. The Team Liquid, Soj Genji together, no Tracer. Sugar free, it's going to be free on that ground deal, but however, having some high ground control might just be exactly what Zera's looking for. There's no Winston, no Diva here for Infected. He's going to start on the Ram, no Symmetra either to deliver him onto the high ground. Reminder, Space Station nearly got full health here, so Team Liquid can find some good pacing early on. That's where they're going to get their advantage to finish the map with time.
High ground control kind of crucial here for Space Station. It looks like Liquid trying to like force themselves top left. Small duo here, Vega, Zera holding hands on high ground. Space Station have flipped though. They end up taking the high ground. Oh, that was a nice dash. Dash slash right click straight in Sugar Free's dome. Zera has to back off though, still paying heed to this high ground. Chronic fully charged on the railgun. They get a little bit of meterage, but it is a reset at the end of the day. Lep securing this kill would be nice, but doesn't want to overextend. It'll be CJ that picks up it.
Now, looked like Zero's going to get out there, but just the final touch from CJ will prevent him from doing so. Leaving the timer down as it's once again going to be slow going for ultimate. It's going to be 2 minutes by the time somebody gets that first ult. It will be CJ first up. Before that Kitsune rush, there's no tree shenanigans to come through on that Hanzo this time around as he's sort of yet to really find value on the Soch. It's Chronic leading the way for the OC and Space Station. Looking comfortable on this defense so far.
Yeah, Tree on height trying to find an angle on the back line, but Chronic, look how close he is to Overclock, by the way. Only 10%, and CJ has this rush like Space Station. They've got an insane ult advantage, and Team Liquid are feeling it.
It's going to take some time for Liquid to find this opening. Tree slowly searching for these rail shots to maybe just get a bit of damage for a kill, and Infected, he's like, okay, the Ram's not giving us any distance here. We need a little bit more dive potential, a little bit more speed. Infected can now work with Zera. Some sort of backline pressure, waiting for RuPaul and Vega to also hit ultimates. Note that Lep is quite a fair bit behind Vega, so could be just a beat advantage making the difference here. But Space Station, on the other hand, still have ults in their other players.
All right, Infected bubbling the cross. Hawk's going really low. If they can force this D-suit, oh, not quite. Slips away, flip the map though. So actually a decent spot for Team Liquid to be in. They got a rush of their own in just a moment. Hawk is trying to chase Infected up onto the high ground, but this is what they were after, this rush. Chronic going pretty low, 150 on this railgun here with this overclock, but Zera out of nowhere on that high ground. Just hitting a reset after reset on the Genji. That Tesla coil damage coming up large for Infected, helping Zera clean up. And Chronic tried to go for a play there, Avril.
Oh, wasn't found. Team Liquid eventually get their mark. Chronic OC instantly countered by Vega, who, again, as a reminder, much faster than Lep on that ult charge. CJ still very much lagging behind. It's going to have to be a tempo beat for Space Station to be able to confirm this fight against Team Liquid as Tree. Now the OC response.
Yeah, overclocking just Sugar Free, by the way. Only saw him. Can pop around the corner. It's got the mega health back first. Sustenance.
That was so
Here
slow.
comes the beat, though. Lep hit the sound barrier, not to save Chronic, unfortunately. And Hawk is pretty low on this mech, too. Perfect bubble placement from Infected, stopping the heals coming in. And that blade from Zera is going to make sure that someone has to touch, and they have to go through him first. Double kill with the blade, and that is the checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, CJ is just not going to have this ult here. I think Lep was trying to greed it to save it for a blade, and figures out the hard way that Chronic goes down. Not what he's looking for. Team Liquid now, the big opportunity. Let's go for listening.
I can point. You guys
I can.
We have a problem.
Tree play main, I can do it.
Listen, I can't part. Get out CDs and I can look, okay?
We need back real, okay? Back real.
Yeah, look D.Va. Shoot D.Va.
Yeah. Huh?
Looking Trey.
Get now. Yeah.
I'm looking back line.
Even shift.
Running. Living.
Living. All the way back, man.
I'm one.
I'm alive. Fine, it's fine.
Go again.
I can go back in.
Go back in. Walking.
Looking pinch. 3, 2, 1.
Move out.
They're all out.
Okay, we got point. We're getting no ults, only pulse bomb.
Okay. You're fast, man. So you go top right.
Yeah, I can look. I can go top right. Can go.
Turn.
I'm dead.
Carry.
Carry one.
Trey one dead.
Keep on me, keep on me.
Blue one under.
Blue one under. Just you two.
Both one, both one.
Do one.
Come on, make him.
Do one.
You guys getting meters though, right?
Wait, we gotta keep you.
Yeah. Oh, I can touch for ball. Just fuck him here.
Okay.
Mercurial soon. I think they're B-Jorn Diva.
Okay, farm Mercurial.
We need to build our beat.
But maybe two.
Right.
Maybe should push.
Yeah, look back.
Luin.
Turn.
Secure.
Grab me.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Run.
Trey low main.
Carry one.
Carry one. Carry Jorn.
Draw one. Trade in the trade.
I'll trade.
Body point.
You good?
Trade behind.
Trey one.
Sorry.
Give it. Trade
No more trade.
Okay.
That's fine. You
Hero
got
point now, beat.
Yeah, we need to wait for them.
Diva.
Yeah.
Wait for a beat.
Right, Lep just sent it in that last fight. They trade for Infected, to be fair. Pretty decent trade. Normally when you're down your tank, you end up losing those fights, but always Liquid managing to springboard back in, and that's exactly what they're going to do here as well. Rush deployed on the point. Bubble to stop those heals coming through onto Hawk. Has a remix, so the staying power for Space Station, decent. But unfortunately, losing Sugar Free and CJ like that is not going to be a good sign. Yep, Lep, Hawk, only ones left alive now. Sound barrier from Vega to secure it, so at least they got that out of their ult bank, but still a checkpoint completion for Team Liquid.
Just lacking at the time is the only factor here. Look, Space Station fully completed the map off the back of a miraculous self-destruct. Team Liquid, what do they have here to be able to push on through? Double support ultimates to get themselves over the line for B is good, but what do they have now without the support ultimates? Given that left, he might be behind. He's still got an opportunity to find the sound barrier.
Yeah, there's the one reset. Trade Sojourn for Sojourn. Zera can't find another way in. This rush, very defensive, but it's working out. There's a Primal Rage for Infected too if he wants to stick around for a little bit longer. Probably not anymore, though.
And that's the problem, right? Because Team Liquid, they blow their load on that B point, and Space Station will slowly now, one ult at a time, save this for the eventual OT push to fight off against Team Liquid. And Team Liquid's resources are slim. They need picks, they need openings. They might even need a miracle themselves. Really, that Hawk push into the end could be the finisher. Right now, opening.
Playing him at their own game, all the way to the spawn doors you go. He's looking for the Lucio. He's going to get him too. The Primal Rage basically helping Chronic, giving him an elevated position to kill the backline. Thank you very much, Infected. I'll take the assists.
It's going towards the round. The problem with using the Primal there is would have been a reasonable ult to use in the final moments of this push. The Ram for the stability and only the self-destruct impulsive. The good news is Team Liquid got most of the SSG ults out. The bad news is it's super far away from the payload and they have no push. The payload has barely got distance.
Pulse momentum getting thrown out by Sugar Free in that corridor, and that's going to be it, Avril. Absolutely no way Zera and Tree stand up to the might of Space Station Gaming on their defense, and you can thank Hawk for this one. Space Station Gaming tie the series up. That's 1-1 now as they take Rialto yet again away from TL.
And Hawk, we trust. Space Station were looking doomed to finish this map. It wasn't looking good at all. But a miracle pulse bomb out of nowhere sends them a much needed win to bounce back 1-1 in this grand final. It's not going to be a sweep here. Of course, when these top three partner teams play, we're expecting fireworks. We're expecting map 5s in the grand finals, maybe even more than that. Team Liquid got a lot of work done, particularly on those A's. Hanzo from Tree was honestly quite the good look, but he abandoned that Hanzo on his own attacking phase, opted not to go for that one, and it's quite the slow approach. Just didn't have time towards the end for the entirety of Liquid. When it comes to pushing and finishing C, only 130 in total to try and get it over the line with a full map completion, and getting a full map completion on Rialto is difficult at the best of times, which is why, given that Hawk and the rest of SSG did it, it was going to be the task put to the test for Liquid, and unfortunately they do not pass.
36-9, I think I saw that from Hawk. Second highest damage in the lobby as well. There's the self-destruct. Definitely get a good self-destruct replay of that one at some point, don't you worry. One of the more insane plays I think we've seen over the last couple of weeks, everyone. Gonna be real with you. And again, always Rialto delivers on the clips is all I'm saying. Space Station Gaming not letting this one go to extra rounds. And we're in for a heck of a series if this is the caliber of play that we're going to see.
Space Station, remember, was only a 1-2 loss on that Ilios, still very close to fair outside of that lighthouse. So of course we were expecting that Rialto was going to bring and deliver some good results, and they probably should have won Rialto again versus Geekay as well. Slight little mishap on some of the hero selection choice of Space Station prevented that, and none of that showed up on this map. But then on the opposite end as well, TL feeling, man, caught out by a rogue self-destruct, and otherwise probably might have gone TL for a 2-0 up, but now with Team Liquid's map choice, might want to take us to a flashpoint, put this on a ball again, put this on something a little bit more diveable. Team Liquid probably struggled a little bit more on the attacking side than they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, not like I think you put it perfectly. Are you expecting that self-destruct to kill 3? There's a lot of little doorways you can kind of hide around there, and you're not expecting everybody just to get blown up like that. And the payload too, if you think about where it was, like that's basically where Team Liquid finished as well. Like that, if that self-destruct doesn't kill 3, that's probably a win for TL if their attack goes a similar way. Now, where do we go is the question. New Queen Street, Suravasa Kings, that was in their previous series. We could end up going to a King's Row. It was Liquid that won that one with a Lucio ban. SSG ended up banning Winston. When we went there, let's have a little look. Oh, going to Hollywood. Okay, Team Liquid's choice.
Honestly, they dodged the King's Row here, which would have been SSG's priority. So this is a good way to just remove that from the map pool. But for now, again, reminder, we go to map 6. All the maps that we haven't played become open. That will include the King's Row as well. And well, Hollywood is plenty of diveable portions. Also just good generally for ramp. This was the map that we had in the Korea Grand Final last night. And I won't spoil the result, but quite an explosive one. And it was Ram versus Ram the entire way through. We'll see if Hawk wants to just play through a potential Zarya or a Diva for this one. Ground tanks very important for that first A point, but yeah, rare Hollywood, because I think across all regions, King's Row has been the most popular choice.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I mean, this is dive, right? I mean, you're looking at a very solid map for double flex support as well for TL. Like, Ana's very good on this map, especially on that second point, right? So yeah, this is a nice look for Team Liquid. And then you mentioned it, but if we do end up going past that 5 maps, we go to 6, we go to 7, we can see SSG end up picking up King's Row again. And then, you know, well, we can play the Zarya, or we can play a little bit more brawly. It's going to be a TL Kiri ban. So this looking to me like they want to play Ana, and then SSG banning the ball.
I'm really concerned about the ball on this map. I'm a little surprised by that. I think ball's okay, but ball really doesn't have a lot to do on that first and third point. There are better maps to ban away the ball. I don't think we haven't played the flashpoint yet. That would be a good point, a good map to ban away the ball. Suravasa, right? That's a ball priority map. Even Atlas, you can play the ball on that one. We actually had a ball mirror that we played on yesterday's game. Liquid and Geekay, Tougher and Infected playing ball on that map, and so
right.
The fact that they've already gone for the ball ban here is a little interesting. Obviously, if they banned Winston, I think that Winston was already banned earlier. That was map number 1, so that's off the table. This one, probably not the one that you actually want to ban the Ram for, given that dive is still more than viable here. So if the Ram is gone, Infected goes in that direction. Yeah, I wonder if there could have been a potential better ban here for SSG to start out with. Maybe use Target Tree a little bit. He's been a bit of a problem. I know he's hard to really lock down in terms of ban because of his flexibility, but if there was any heroes that are really just annoying you, like that Hunter, might have been a good position to put it to bed. But with the Kuriko gone, what it says to me, Jaws, is that we want to look towards the Ana again for Liquid.
Makes the most sense to me. Yeah, we've had King's Row throughout playoffs in NA. There's not been a single pick of Hollywood, so this is brand new here in NA playoff stage 3. See what they do on the defense. Yeah, okay. CJ on the BAP. Okay, so I like this, especially with Hawk on the Ram. You spoke about this in the previous map, this BAP Lucio comp.
Not even going to see the Ana just yet. a dive to be found. I mean, I also did tee up the fact that if it's just a ram versus ram the entire way through, that wouldn't be the most surprising thing. And Kiriko just removing the capability for Space Station to maybe look towards a faster type of Lucio, Kiriko, D.Va, even though I think D.Va into the ram is not the best idea. You see Space Station gathered around, hiding a little bit, reveal the positioning and just reveal the comp. No surprises. I think Liquid seeing that is just like, yep, well, we know they're going to play the same thing. The tree will be the difference maker. He wants to go Hanzo again. He didn't go Hanzo attack for Rialto. Might have regretted that one. He'll go Hanzo attack now.
It only takes one log. Everybody on high ground now. Damn. Okay, well, they're going to try and force Infected away. Infected 1 requires Lamp. Ends up getting it, but they lose Sarah in this assault of the high ground. And now Tree's in an odd spot. He's got Dash in a couple, but that Ravenous Vortex kind of destroying him in his spot, in his place. And yeah, Orc is going to shut him down. Nice attempted push there, but losing Sarah that early on is not a good play.
Space Station now looking for a little bit more, pushing forward. Like this here could be detrimental. And yeah, Sarah wants to be able to start flanking already, puts in some backline pressure on relieving the front line to allow Liquid to push in. Tree, some tight angles here to work with, honestly, so work's cut out for him to also work his way around the shields that Hulk will be putting down. Here's one of those off angles, doesn't even really peek around the corner for it, just blindly fires the arrow.
He's hunting. Oh, going for the flick there on Sugar Free. Sugar Free a little bit too nimble. Now Nemesis forms popped again, just trying to match each other. That is a big lamp onto Hawk, but Hawk is so low, and Tree with such a nice position in Cafe. Quick rotation from the Hanzo. And now is open season. Easy shot onto Lep. Sails through the air to his death as Liquid cow.
And those supports alive to Fairy Hawk in Space Station will not have an opportunity to go for the touch in as we go to the high ground, low ground portion of this map. Hawk, the instant swap over towards the D.Va. I don't know how close he was to Annihilation, but it doesn't matter. He prefers just having the utility. Let's see how this push goes with the listening.
Okay. Go D.Va. I'm moving with window, okay? Car moving.
Alright, try right. I can swing D.Va. Look, swing D.Va. I'm slow. 3, 2, 1. Start D.Va.
D.Va.
Look D.Va.
Okay, window swing up.
Yeah, just keep reading. Look D.Va, look D.Va. Start swinging. Live in.
We're good. Keep pushing one.
Yeah, good pinch. I'm behind them.
Start window. Start Jeremy.
Take top. Grab one. Find D.Va.
I got her kill.
Help me.
Kill Jern high.
Live in.
D.Va.
Starting Jern 0. Look, dip point. Nice.
No window 4. I know D.Va actually. Jern beat 30 pulse.
You get points.
I got point. Yeah, I got top.
I'm boxing. Can you keep tempo? I need you Remo first and I can beat. Let's keep tempo.
Hey,
really? Don't let them take top. Really don't let them take top.
Just hold top and play soft.
Jordan B pulse. Maybe Jordan going top right with Jordan. Jordan going top right with Bulldoze.
Can match with that. Give enough fly. I'm there.
Yeah, Jordan on the right. I think on the right.
He really is just him on the Hanzo, man. It's kind of scary. Actually, getting out of these choke points is going to be tough. Dragon Strike for Tree. Tough to use. Most of the time, doesn't even need it, to be fair. Looking for... Don't test it, please. Do not.
He's an arrow magnet.
Oh, he's a pulse magnet too, mate.
Well, Lep's gone down, but that's a bigger deal because you lose your beam can. Liquid saw the opportunity. Okay, losing Vegas a problem. Maybe they don't have the opportunity anymore.
Either. Nice, good cleanup actually from Space Station. Yeah, Lep ends up going down. All good. The rest of SSG are here.
You can see as well, I mean, we heard it in the comms there, Liquid. They wanted to keep tempo up. Vegas saying, you go Annihilation first, I'll beat in. And as they're pushing through, bit of an odd trade coming in, which slows Liquid down. Vega loses his own life. Brewport will now go towards the Ana. We were thinking about the possibility of the Ana. I thought it might be played more to Winston. He's just going to do it here with Infected still on the Ram. And we're talking about the Dragon Strike. Once you actually get the payload towards the end, you might actually just Dragon Strike on top of the payload to cap.
Sleep on the D.Va there for a second. Pulse Bomb goes wide, still hits there for a little bit of damage. Sound Barrier only hits 3 here for Team Liquid. RuPaul succumbs to a fully charged overclock. Back up to the high ground, or half the high ground, I guess, for Chronic. Zera dead, so this is Liquid hitting another reset.
Now this is now really slow for Team Liquid. Would have been funny for Tree to get a kill there, but unfortunately it wouldn't have really given Liquid much to work with, as Three stillborns are pretty matched here. A full swap around, essentially. Finally, RuPaul's Ana revealing the fact that they want to play the Brig Ana plus Winston combination, matching the dive capability. They want a high ground control. Tree eventually might swap away as well. He's starting to slow down on these picks. He's not really finding much at the moment.
Nana boost for CJ on the high ground. Double support, oh, in fact. Just getting Nana the Tracer. Nana Sugar Free in. Vega's shield's going to melt pretty quickly. Met out. Sugar Free turning 180. Oh, the pulse! The nade on top as well. Whoa, the light flash before their eyes. Felt the 5 stages of grief with about 3 seconds there. Team Liquid get team wiped.
CJ sending that one forward, sacrificing his own life for it. Lands a massive bio-nade, putting a multitude of members on Team Liquid on purple. As we enter the final minute here for the push, RuPaul, after swapping to Ana some time ago, looking for this nano. Likely this time will go on to Infected because they have Winston. Pushed him forward. Payload, by the way, has slowly pushed backwards in all this time, which means Infected and Liquid might need a couple of fights to finish.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it at this point. Feels like someone just needs to go tap it ever so slightly. He's getting bullied too. I mean, Hawk's just sitting up here with the thrusters, pushing him off. He peeked.
They got no time.
Off, peeks, he pushed off. They got no time in the bank, bro. I mean, Nano boost, they're playing for that, I suppose, but they're going to have to make this one. They're going to have to make this fight go pretty fast because this payload eventually is going to get touched. But here comes the sound barrier from Space Station, all on top of RuPaul. 6 players looking at him. There's a nano boost for Infected. Self-destruct in the small doorway and the team is split. 5 seconds to go now and Tree rips the head off of Chronic. And luckily for Team Liquid, they are still contesting the point. It's only Zera in a 2v1, forced to recall, but Infected has made it back to the point.
Oh
Zera gets chased down by Sugar Free and Infected with a Primal Rage. Might be all that they need. Lep tries to leap in for the final one, but no, Tree sends him 6 feet under.
Yeah, still really showing up here. Sugar Free might get the better of Zera. After Zera is the hero to get the touch to continue this push. Team Liquid still stay in for now. 1:30 to play through, but the first opening fight on C not going to go their way. Space Station holding control again at the spawn, essentially, of Team Liquid, meaning the capability for Liquid to finish this map dwindling. You already lose a fight that quickly. You barely had time to start with, and now you've got just about none.
Zera looking for any sort of player that's hanging around in the old spawn. Sugar Free doesn't want to step too far up. Zera with the pulse. Oh, swing and a miss there. Whoa, Lep! What? Wait, Lep just dove into that pulse. Just gave Zera a kill, a 3-1. He literally leapt into that one. Well, Tree ends at least getting traded, I suppose, with a nice bio-nade from CJ. A Primal Rage from Infected could be what they need to actually finish this one. Maybe even with a couple of seconds remaining. Hawk, though, not getting desuited. Unlikely that's actually going to be the case, especially with CJ holding on to this nano boost.
Riley to send us a throw forward. Nano clock, this could be a good one.
What a stink from Sugar Free as well. Tree ends up going down. Here comes the overclock and Infected bullied again by Hawk. It's got his number permanently. Overtime now. Vega, though, anti. CJ lands another one. Back-to-back antis guaranteeing kills on the backlines. And now no Primal Rage means Infected's life was swiftly cut short. And that's the payload's finishing point for Team Liquid, just in the doors to third.
Honestly, incredible kill on the Tree that prevents him from finding a Dragon Strike, which would have sent the payload forward. It's one of the key ways in the final corridor, that 100-meter dash for Liquid to push through the choke, follow the Dragons through, and RuPaul ending on 95% as well. No nano to finalize an attempt from Liquid, but really, it was tough from the get-go. They capped B, and immediately after capping B, they lose a fight, which means they're in spawn, they lose 30 seconds, 1/3 of the allocated time to push C already gone. Space Station in control for this map, and A really was the only misstep. As you look at B, honestly, Space Station could have just held B, and Liquid wouldn't have even gone to C. This is already a Liquid struggle, but I think the fact that they got as far as they did on C shows that they have some comeback capability. Not finishing the map, though, will give Space Station a clear target for win.
Defense as expected. RuPaul on the BAP, Vega on the Lucio, Tree on the Cassidy though, so no Hanzo. Get a little bit more, slower, tempered on the Hanzo, of course. Go on, show us something magical, Chronic.
5,
There's a scouting shot.
3, 2, 1.
Hawk's actually going to start on the Diva this time as well. As typically, we've probably seen more often teams will start on more of a Brawl tank. Hawk maybe just looking for the opportunity to scale better into B if they can cap it nicely.
Nice anti. Lamp's still available, and yeah, he was still in Nemesis form, so can't really chunk him down. Just going to keep kind of resetting here with the shield, then Nemesis form if they need it. Actually, no, they're going to a little flurry here, flourish here from Tree as they end up backing off, and now CJ peeking his head around security.
Just giving Tree the opportunity to maybe find a couple of stray shots, which he'll want to find probably onto the left or somebody on the back flank. Chronic as well. Waiting to find some ult charges. CJ on that flanking angle. Okay. Forces Lamp.
Yeah, they end up killing the Lamp, but Sugar Free is the one that pays the price for it. Hawk's in a really tough spot too. Yeah, it's going to get desuited. I mean, Infected was just kind of standing there menacingly in the main choke, so Chronic wasn't really able to get a shot, and CJ not being able to heal people, although does end up actually tagging RuPaul for a kill.
And honestly, RuPaul is far away. This is a problem. Vega's going to have to go for the taxi here. Space Station, the faster reinforcement. They're a lot closer. They have a timing window, and they're going to take it.
Yeah, they get high ground completely for free, and CJ's got this nano as well in like 3. Onto the Diva, straight into Cafe, maybe. He's going to look for it. Yeah, there it is. Straight in. Booped away. Lamp deployed. Everybody from Team Liquid scurrying for their lives, trying to get out. Another good boop there, but they're just being run around currently, and RuPaul just gets absolutely dominated by Sugar Free. A double post bomb kill. Hawk just herding them in like a sheepdog, and Sugar Free pounces. Sugar Free with 4 kills in the fight, and that is checkpoint or point A, and the payload unlocked.
Of course, when you're pushed into that corridor, there's only one exit. You're not going to run into Nanoed Hawk, so what can you do? Run into Sugar Free, who has a waiting pulse bomb on the exit of the door. Team Liquid, a very lackluster defense on A. You're going to get much done. An initial desuit onto Hawk and some trades that are okay for them, but RuPaul, that one death meant that Liquid lost all positioning, as Vega had to also abandon point to taxi and Space Station. Take advantage of that one. Infected, brand new hero choice. Winston for the defense here. High ground control. RuPaul also on towards the Ana. This is going to give Space Station some time to build ultimates to get an advantage themselves.
Yeah, didn't want to deploy bubble too early. Infected ends up dropping down to low ground. Oh, longest range sleep dart in the history of Overwatch there. Doesn't end up landing, of course. Was looking for something onto CJ. There's a sound barrier from Liquid. A tempo beat, but Space Station are going to respond in kind. Infected too low, though. Staying around for way too long. I mean, the Matrix from Hawk, too, is going to be a big factor in these dives, eating a lot of those healing shots coming through from RuPaul. So Infected just gets blown up.
We're now making more changes. Vega over towards the break, but they've lost high ground. They've lost control. And a Space Station speed run through B. This map is all but over. Liquid are desperate to force this one into an OT scenario, but they have 3 minutes still left to play through, in Space Station about to have 4 ultimates.
Yeah, Nano boost on both Arnas. We'll see how much Infected can get done here. Nano onto high ground. Oh, nice double boop. Lucio and Diva booping the Winston away. Oh, self-destructs. Yeah, not this time. And RuPaul, though, his life fades away from him as Chronic just tears him apart. 2 headshot, 2 kills. Make that a 3rd with the OC. I mean, this is Team Liquid dissolving in front of our eyes, Avril. This is 4 minutes in the time bank going on to the last point.
Yep. Liquid evaporating to gas at this point. This is a solid performance from Space Station. Chronic, shades of lip, honestly, on that Sojin nano clock to deliver Space Station a giant time bank. But they don't even need to finish the map. Let's just push to the end, and that's it. Liquid, what have they got left to play through? Infected to slow this one down with a primal and a slow one from Zera, and honestly, Tree
good
2.
Sleep. Insane sleep on Sugar Free. Infected also equally as sleepy. Ends up waking up from his slumber with their primal. Actually straight into the spawn. A little bit too aggro here, but should have the backup. Oh, bonks his little head. Another sleep. All good. Anti-nade comes in clutch, or in this case, a healing nade onto Infected. Keeps him up.
Walker nearly went down a couple times here as well. Happy to keep his mech alive. Tree got one kill in the middle of all of that on his fresh Genji. Pick Team Liquid trying to hold as close as possible and aggressively as possible, which they're going to need to do. Again, 1 minute down now. 3 more to go through. CJ slept. Is that an opportunity possible?
Oh, Pulse Bomb right next to him as well. Yes, it is. Long range sleep dart again from RuPaul, by the way. That's a back-to-back. Last time onto the Tracer, this time onto the Ana.
I think Hawk suicide based on missiles. That's missile self-damage, losing his own mech to that. Just on the kill feed. Well, unfortunate. So this aggressive hold from Liquid now, farming up. Double support ultimates. Hawk now onto the Zarya. Of course, for the final push on the seat, favoring the ground tanks again. And honestly, this is the first Hawk Zarya we've seen for this final as well.
Nano on the Genji as well. Nice little bubble there. Reactively playing onto Chronic, but nice dash reset from Tree. Yep, damage done. Damage felt. Space Station Gaming, only 2 players alive. Keeping 5 up here is important for Team Liquid, or 4 even. Obviously, Tree dead. Gonna reset quick, but this aggressive hold, it's working out for them. They've burnt half the time bank already.
It's economical as well. Didn't have to burn extra ultimates. Nano only didn't need the blade. Of course, Space Station is still holding on to ultimate, so every ultimate that Liquid uses that SSG doesn't respond means that SSG can go for the final push.
Sound barrier, Blade's gonna come in. Here's the overclock, the nano clock, Trey's the backline, sleep dart dodge from Chronic, but he needs kills, he needs them now! But no, it is Tree with the backup. A nice little slash kills too. CJ Chronic down, the nano clock absolutely deleted, and Space Station's ult bank looking like the 2008 financial crash. Team Liquid, they've got this, not only this pulse one, but they've got the primal rage. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds for Space Station to do this.
Yeah, you still can't make mistakes, so Infected cannot die here. Needs to get healed up, needs primal. Space Station have the push going. Liquid, gotta go for the touch here. Zero with the pulse bomb, waiting for the final minute.
Tree from the high ground. Oh, the pulse bomb, it lands too. Chronic couldn't roll away quick enough. He ends up, oh, the C9! They C9'd! Team Liquid don't touch!
Oh,
Infected lifeless body
had to go for it.
Fell onto the payload. Oh my Liquid. Space Station Gaming, 4 minutes in the time bank, running into third, held up at the doors for what was about 3 minutes or so. And Team Liquid don't touch at the end. And that is Space Station with another map under their belt.
Oh, that hurts. Look, Space Station were leading Hollywood anyway. They were looking like the team that should win Hollywood. However, that's a terrible way to lose. Liquid burnt off so much time in C. You start to believe that Liquid are going to get this hold. Like, yeah, Liquid are doing this right now. They're burning all the time off. Tree's Genji is doing some serious work as well. But then all it took was one solid Space Station push. And actually get that after this sort of beat trade from both the backliners and an ult trade on the DPS's OC for Blade, and the OC's backed up by a Nano as well. It's a Nano clock and Tree just drive-blading into it. Tree wins that one. Space Station still get the reset, get the push going. Zera trades his life for Chronic in a 1-to-1, and then all Liquid have to do is maintain player advantage and respawn advantage, most important, because the respawn is right behind them. The respawn distance for SSG far further, which means Chronic's going to take a while to get back. Just got to touch and continue that one. Oh, that really genuinely hurts. Looks like Rose's ultimate for C9 is truly global range.
Shurifa, again, just continues to perform too on this Tracer. Yeah, I mean, they used everything in the fight that they lost, right? I mean, Team Liquid holding for that long, and then it's like, okay, ult dump comes in, Chronic gets Nano, they Nano clock, and tries to go for a wide swing on RuPaul. Here it is, the final couple of moments here. And look how close Infected is to ult as well, by the way. 95% on this ult.
He jumped. That's why. Oh, he jumped.
And then Tree was trying to slide in. Maybe Tree had the call there that I can touch next. If he gets healed and gets the primal, that's a different fight. But it is still Space Station at the end of the day, securing the map. 2-1, taking the lead. One map away from gaining that match point. And now it's Team Liquid's chance to choose where we go.
Honestly, I gotta check it again. What was his HP? Because I'm looking at this like...
Low?
Why did he jump? No, it was low. To his credit, it was low. He was 1 HP. Oh, he was actually genuinely 1. I can't blame Effective for that one. He was genuinely 1 HP, had 95% to primal, needed to live. If he doesn't jump, he dies. So that means that Tree ends up having to go for it, but it's just a chaotic moment, right? Because Zero dies, he would be an obvious player to go for it, but because he dies trading his life for Chronic, it's between Infected and Tree. Infected has to jump, which means as soon as the jump happens, Tree has to instantly get on, and that just wasn't communicated in time because it all just goes too quickly. It's a very, very unfortunate ending, honestly. 95% primal. Sad.
Yeah, if that, like I said, if that primal hits, like, that's a different story right there. And maybe Team Liquid end up clutching that map. You saw the stats at the very end too. Very much a SSG favored game, but coming down to the wire, it doesn't matter how high the KD is on the other side. Just a couple of crucial fights is all that's required. Don't forget as well, FACEIT League Season 7 has already started, or it's starting soon, sorry. And there's a referral program too that you can earn some nice little goodies from. So make sure you go check it out. fce.gg/FACEIT League referral board. There's a ton of stuff you can earn with this program. You can even win a trip to the first OWCS LAN, which is in 2026. Not the Sweden one, obviously that's very close, but you can exchange your points for goodies. OWCS skin packs, coins, there's a FACEIT hoodie there if you want some fresh drip, and even some cash rewards as well. Cash!
You just cash money. Look, FACEIT points, just...
Hey, you can be like Violet. You can get money.
You can get money. Literally getting money. It's me, by the way. I'm the one constantly paying Violet. He is draining my bank account. The amount of AJs he got in his final showing.
Bro, you have to do it like that.
With 2026.
Come on,
Going broke,
bro.
Violet, please. You gotta slow down, brother. But in this grand final so far, look, SSG, they've actually taken the lead, man. After, honestly, 3 close maps. And again, that Hollywood's a tough one because I think both teams, it sounds silly to say, both teams had like a real call to win it. I was obviously more geared towards SSG because they sort of led it the entire way through. They were leading in terms of the stat department that we saw. They were leading in terms of just the amount of time they had and the fact that they stopped the push from TL on TL's attacking phase. But TL just had a slight chance at the end that unfortunately slipped through their fingers, which they'll now try and recover on Esperanza, which was our final map of the lower bracket game. SSG won that one eventually. A little bit of Diva coming on through, and we have an announcement of a deferral of bans as well. So SSG will have first ban as Liquid will wait to respond.
I just think it really goes down then with SSG first picking. And you could... I'm trying to think what Liquid really wants to play here too. SSG have already banned Ball, Brig, and Winston, so it feels kind of useless to target the tank here. If you're SSG, you could maybe, you're like, okay, maybe we can ban something like a Ram if we wanted to, but it doesn't really feel necessary. You don't want to ban Tracer either, because the amount of work Sugar Free's doing, bro, is absurd. So you don't want to take that one off either. He's pondering.
Team first ban. I think Team Liquid would like to, if it sort of sneaks on through. Given that Hawk did play Diva here last time around, getting with the Diva will put Hawk onto Zarya, potentially the Ram, or can drag this one into a Ram mirror. And I wonder if Infected and Team could feel like a Ram mirror could be a winning position. This is, of course, another Ana capable map. Ultraviolet did play it here, of course, unfortunately for the GK side of things. That didn't end up working out for them. And so, yeah, like I sort of said here, a Diva slips through. Liquid might just go for that one and remove it from play. With SSG going first in the bans, what Team Liquid is hoping for is that it reveals SSG's strats a little bit here in terms of what cards they're holding, what direction they want to go. And if SSG ban away the Genji, they're starting to target the dive ability of Liquid a little bit. They were concerned about Tree's capability on that Genji. Tree honestly popped off on the Genji on that last map. I think he played a little bit on the map previous to that as well. And yeah, just given what we saw not even that long ago as the final map of our last series, the Hawk Diva, which also delivered insane self-destruct that we saw in Rialto, you know, that would have been the primary choice for this map. So without the Diva, we're going to go towards ground tanks, but with the capability for Winston to still be online for Infected, but not for Hawk because he doesn't play it.
Trying to think too. Space Station banning Genji. Yo, check this out. Check this out. Little bit of Bastion. Bastion Sim. How you feeling about that? Look, it's been SSG's kind of secret sauce.
I think it probably loses to Soj. It probably loses to Ana.
Also, you don't have D.Va to eat the nades or anything like that, so it's like, it's kind of...
Also, the Zarya Bastion version is mostly played as a Zarya mirror counter, and I don't think, you know, as we sort of talked about, Infector's not going to go for the Zarya mirror. He said in the interview yesterday it's one of the only things he doesn't have full confidence on, despite being the most flexible tank. You can't play the entire tank roster. I don't think there's a tank in existence that literally plays and has mastery of every tank in the game, so Infector's doing pretty good in terms of what he can play here. Hawk's a more limited play, but what Hawk can play, he's got enough. This trifecta of the D.Va, Ram, and Zarya, as long as one out of those three is available, things are mostly fine here. Now leading the series. Look, if this was a BO5, they'd be on match point, but given that Team Liquid, I think, are a team that are good enough to push us on further, you know, we might be genuinely looking for something like a map 6. Korea went to 7 maps last night. I'm just saying, absolute gigabanger for Zakun Falcons. I said that maybe their semi-final game with 5 maps was the best showing. Well, that last map's 7 mapper from last night might actually be the real best CR Falcons game ever, and we want to see if TL and SSG can deliver the same, because the Stage 2 NA final was a 7 mapper.
Let's load on in. 4th map here in the Grand Finals of North America. Liquid losing the lead there as they like half C9, or I'm not sure if you can call that a true organic C9, but close enough on Hollywood. As Space Station Gaming take the lead. Of course, a win here, it does give them match point. It's being first to 4.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Hawk, at least for now, looking like a Zarya.
As one of the council members of the C9 Council alongside Ilios, I'm going to say that I'll give it like a half point there. It's kind of like a forced C9, almost like a Flux 9 type of situation. You put enough damage on the player intended to touch it, they have to jump away, and so, yeah, I kind of force it in there. Anyway, we'll move on. As sort of mentioned here, Tree looking towards the Soj. That was my expectation. It's going to be the Winston into the Hawk Zarya. No D.Va, but also no Ram here to start for Hawk. Hawk is comfortable just going for the Zarya for now.
And no Ana either for RuPaul. Bubbles could be cleansed, the antis, and so can the Suzu. So maybe just feeling like the value pick here is going to be the Kiriko mirror.
It's going to have to be a more careful game from Infected. They doesn't want to get blown up. We saw a lot of that same pressure onto Cuff, and he did have UV on the Ana, still taking tons of damage and not lasting long in fights against Chronic and the rest of Space Station. Sugar Free, of course, had quite a good map on this one, and so did Mon Zero. Will need to be the one now up against Sugar Free, as it's a very, very strong Tracer carry map.
Well, Infected makes the first move there, and unfortunately that first move is met with a swift death. A shot though from Tree actually takes down Hawk, but already Team Liquid were preparing to peel away, and Vega got caught peeling, and unfortunately, oh, that's a recall too. I wonder if Sugar Free chases this. Yeah, might want to go for it. Okay, doesn't want to test the mental. Tree gets another kill, even this one up.
They took the
Now, honestly, the kill into Hawk already is quite important, just resetting the energy. You don't want to have the Zarya scaling and damage. So not allowing Space Station to get too much further forward in momentum. And as I sort of said here, Infected's going to take a ton of damage in these types of matchups. Now, Ana here to burst healing back into play. Tree leading the charge against Chronic after getting that kill into Chronic, and the doubling up of Hawk as well.
Rush really early for both Kirikos, but RuPaul in the lead. And look at that, 96% already. Jump onto the high ground. A pensive jump from Infected. I mean, rushing on high ground, even to dip down to low would be good, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to swing the corner here, and Hawk's in trouble again. Takes a railgun headshot from Tree, and only a single kunai required from RuPaul to take down the Zarya. And that's going to be checkpoint for Team Liquid.
That's well set up as well, because you know if Space Station are trying to commit for high ground around that corner of the stairs, there's only one exit pathway. So if you can catch up speed in and Kitsune down the stairwell in towards the indoor section of the connector between open, mid, and spawn, yeah, you're going to catch them. And Hawk, the primary target, you burn through the bubble, nothing's left there. Tree is going to find the shots to shut him down again. Now, as we finally have some ultimates online for Space Station, look, it's been slow going for Hawk, only 6% on his charge. Tree OC first.
Yeah, Lep almost got double tapped there. Nice Suzu on Tree, keeping him alive. But Lep using that sound barrier to kind of respond to this. Team Liquid, 4% away from their own, but they play back. They play passive now, waiting for Space Station to try and make the next move and respond with a beat, potentially. Zera in a little bit of trouble, forced to recall, but Tree does it again. Lep goes down and his sound barrier connects with the ground, and that is going to be a clean team kill as well. Sugar Free, nowhere to be seen, invisible thus far on this map as this lead is extended.
I mean, both the Tracers are keeping each other busy here, but speaking of invisible, it's been all Tree and no Chronic. Hawk as well, entirely shut down. Superior damage from Tree as he throws Overclock. You even notice Lep nearly got taken down, and Lep has been the primary target of Tree basically the entire series. In fact, they're going deep with the Primal. Look at the backliners, keeping things busy as a payload reaching around 90 meters.
You can't let him get away with this either. And Tree, another pick from Tree. You'd think maybe after that map on Hollywood, Team Liquid's mental might be in the dumpster a little bit here, but apparently that's not to be. Chronic, wide swinging main. Oh, didn't quite see that player. And now, yeah, peeks back, but Overclock finding nothing. And actually, he might find a swifter ticket to the spawn room. Well, Zera ends up coming up with a kill onto the Sojourn, and once again, Infected back in the mixture. Ends up just testing this corner, and they've got a rush to run around this corner with.
10 meters away, about to call the theorem. Team Liquid getting a massive lead here. Graviton Surge required. Chronic's just got to give up on the Soj battle. He's not hitting much at the moment, so might find better luck on the cast, especially against Infected. Winston RuPaul goes for the Kitsune Rush first.
Graviton Surge actually launched into the backline. Does end up killing RuPaul, but Hawk is still super low. Tree not in the fight any longer, but still 112 meters will suffice.
Space Station now on the pushback. Chronic finally really getting himself on board for some final blows, and as that fight ends, we are finally going to get a couple of first deaths for Team Liquid, by the way, because but it was RuPaul, Tree, and Zera were all deathless up until that final fight. So Team Liquid facing the first team loss, but look at that, 5 minutes to get 112, it's more than worth. And in that time, Tree has got himself another OC ready to win this fight to push his payload further back into Space Station spawn.
See if Tree can open up the kills again. I mean, every single fight is fighting first blood. All right, Sugar Free ends up getting bubble. Gets a bit of position under the bridge, can kind of pepper away at Infected, but here comes the OC, and again, and again, and again. How does he keep doing it? Tree is just on another level right now. Overclock kills 2, gets another onto Sugar Free, and a 4th on to CJ. Another team kill for Team Liquid.
Call him the hope of North America, and he's showing right now exactly why he has that reputation. Team Liquid. This is the type of Team Liquid that we were expecting in this series. Space Station maybe in the lead right now on the score, 2-1. This may just be Liquid's map. 4 minutes to play through, and Tree has a firm grip on all of Space Station, who have yet to really win a neutral fight to even attempt to get a cap on that checkpoint. 4 ultimates here though for Space Station. This has to be their best attempt.
All right, Lep's got beat. But now we enter familiar Esperanza territory where you just juggle the bot when you have the high ground. They're going to try and force the issue though. Infected jumps on in. Is RuPaul that starts off the fight this time. And unfortunately, Space Station Gaming cannot stand up to the overwhelming amount of force of Team Liquid. They team kill them back to back. 3 minutes to go, even more meters. And Avril, the theorem's coming up.
Yeah, about 8 meters away from it right now, and there's so limited time. I'm absolutely going to call it. It's unbeaten so far. Now Space Station still continually losing. Every single time they want to push on out.
He's going to do it again.
He's just gone.
He just keeps doing it. And into spawn, and that's going to be a full cap, surely. Lep just cannot find a good spot to use the sound barrier, and Hawk, unfortunately, is going to be one of the last ones to die. It's got a grab, but if he throws it away now, they've got no hope. And to be honest with you, even if he did, there'd be no hope anyway. Eventually, Tree falls over, a 2-player sound barrier from Space Station Gaming, but it's all over. There's no hope left in the tanks, no hopium. Primal Rage in the spawn doors. Hawk throws the grab out, but it is merely just a speck on the radar for Team Liquid. A dominant comeback on Esperanza. Now they tie us up 2-2.
A near flawless performance by Tree and also the rest of Team Liquid in complete invisibility cloaks being worn by the 5 members of Space Station. Not a single player really showing up here as well. The Zarya consistently down. I mean, he was a couple of first picks as well, mind you. The first fight, Infected dies, and you're thinking, okay, this might be a rough one for the Winston. No, it's a rough one for Hawk. It's a rough for Chronic as well. Lep being first picked, Sugar Free. I said this was a Trace to carry him out, but he honestly didn't even have space to play through. His team was falling apart so quickly around him, constantly in 4v5s. Sugar Free can only do so much. He's still got Zero in his face to play through. And Tree just taking over the lobby. Look at those stats, by the way. Unchallenged in this Esperanza.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And it started off like this too, with a slight mistake from Infected staying around too long and Suzu coming in too late. But even when Team Liquid down Winston, I mean, you think back to, I think it was like the second or third fight or something, Infected falls, but then Space Station are unable to kind of really push Team Liquid any sort of way. Infected dies, and then Team Liquid are like, okay, actually, we're finding picks here. Tree finds one. RuPaul finds a kunai headshot. Like, maybe Zera gets one. Like, Space Station look lost in this map.
And honestly, this is part of the genius.
Heroes too.
Part of the genius of the Diva ban here as well. That's one of the ways you can sort of slow down Tree, maybe shut him down, get in his face. Matrix will certainly prevent some of the damage. But with no Diva in here, Winston matchup into Zarya is pretty decent. And if you can just burst through the bubbles or find the timings, this headshot damage coming through Tree, nailing Hawk, pinning him to the wall over and over again. 7.8 to 1 KD. SSG, you know, they had a couple of kills in there, but the ones that mattered, the ones that pushed the distance, all came from Tree and the rest of Liquid. This is a statement win after an incredibly disappointing Hollywood, which would have been more disappointing if it was a one-sided affair and there wasn't even a hope of victory. The fact that there was a hope of victory on Hollywood being ripped away definitely brings a bit of sadness to the team. And if you needed a confidence boost after that loss in Hollywood, this is more than that. This is like, yeah, we just dominated, actually. We actually just so much better that Esperanza is a complete no-show from SSG.
Yeah, and even deferring bans to kind of a Giga Chat play, can't lie. All right, 5th map coming up now with the lead closing. Team Liquid and SSG both on 2 apiece, kind of going at each other's throats. And like you said, a very invisible game from just the entire team. And so you're thinking maybe, you know, the Winston is probably going to come up. Maybe we could do a little bit of Brawl, maybe do a little bit of Ram. But Infected's more than happy to take that Winston duel into the Zarya, bubbling off the heels. And then Tree just going to town on this Sojourn. He was next up too. I think if you think back to like Overwatch League, right? 2023, sure, etc. 2022, like everybody was saying Tree is next up. Like, he will be on an Overwatch League team. Like, please, please, like someone is going to pick him up. He hits of age and it's like, okay, he's going to be next up on, I don't know what team would have ended up picking up or trialing him or whatever.
I'm
like,
sure it would have been
the reason why.
It would have been a race to who gets streamed. It basically was in North America, OWCS anyway. And of course, we have Flashpoint as the only map choice available. By the way, given that it's 2-2, we're guaranteed 6 maps, Jack. This is already eyes set on it being a very legendary North American final, but even still go to the 7. We talk about that very fateful 6th map advantage. If you win this one, not only do you hit match point first, but you're in a position where you have a choice for map 6. So wait, you go to, you should, if you're at 3 maps, actually, if you lose this one, then you get map choice on 6. So I don't think it works that way. I think you need to already have 3 for match point to enable what I'm talking about. But anyway, the point is, for this one, winner will get the match point 3 secured, but the loser is then going to, in turn, get that map 6 choice. Typically, though, if a team already has a 3-map advantage, if it already hit match point, then they wouldn't actually get that map 6 advantage. So it's going to go the other way, which actually means, Jaws, that the possibility of a map 7 increases, given that the losing team is going to have the entire map pool open to them.
Bro did some bracket math. I'll trust you. I'll trust you on that one. I think with how the even stage 2 finals went, like it went all the way 4-3. 4 to GK, 3 to Team Liquid. GK found a very early match point, and then it was Liquid that managed to claw their way back up to 3, and then at the very end, it was decided on control with GK taking the title last time around. Team Liquid, okay, banning the Malga, sensing maybe again that this is going to go a little longer. SSG with the Sojourn ban after Tree's performance. Please just honestly delete the hero from the game, and maybe then Tree will stop dominating your front line and back line. Honestly, SSG is with a smart ban there.
There's a world, I'll give it a 50-50 here. There's a world where this could be a throwaway ban where it's just like, you know, we don't really need to ban too much here. So, okay, we'll target the Malga. There's a small chance that it gets brought out. But the smart thing here is, this is where I'll give credit to Cass and the team for banning out the Malga. If you have a Soj ban, the Malga becomes a lot more viable because one of the key Malga takedown heroes in Sojourn is gone. You want Tree to be farming rails off the Malga, so you just don't want there to be the possibility that maybe the Malga comes in, even though to me it's a bit of a meme hero at the moment. Just even removing it from the possibility is actually pretty smart, knowing that Soj has been banned. So I'll give credit there for Team Liquid. It's not a complete throwaway ban. There is some meaning there in the decision making, but yeah, Saravasa coming in for Space Station, dodging Atlas. Of course, we saw Liquid on Atlas yesterday, SSG. What? None of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely not. Saravasa. And Atlas as well was kind of strange because we didn't also have it in our pool for a little while too. So most teams are playing Saravasa. So you're imagining most squads are like, okay, more comfortable on this map anyway, just because of how much officials play time and scrim time as well that they've gotten. Here's the World Finals map pool though, slightly different from the current one. We're seeing Runasapi back in, which is going to be a good time. Yeah. Atlas isn't going to be in New Junk City. Kings Row though, thankfully still in the pool. Removing Hollywood, that divey back, it's going to get replaced. Midtown and Blizzard World round out the hybrid pool.
Escort's really interesting because there's no Gibraltar, so that you don't have this quintessential dive Escort map, which will impact some things. I think it's good to have a Gibraltar in there just to shake it up so that every single map type, you might have something that sort of, you know, differs in play style. I'm one of those guys as well, by the way, and this might be an unpopular opinion. I don't mind seeing Circuit in the map pool. I know it's probably not everyone's favorite map in ranked play or whatever, but at the pro level, I do enjoy like Esports Circuit Royale, where, you know, some classical moments happening on that. I just enjoy watching and casting it. We're not going to have that one for Stockholm, but to get that, of course, we know what our teams are, but what order did the teams go in? North America first seed, still up for grabs. They'd be having a bye in the first round. Or that team.
There we go, load into the 5th map. Tracers still on board here, no bans for the Tracers, and you'd be a little crazy for either side, to be fair, to ban the Tracers out, both Sugar Free and Zera. Although Zera doing a lot of work in the last one, Sugar Free not so much. But this is where they've really come to pass. And this is a pick that we've seen before. Hold on a second.
Oh,
Infected on the SIG.
And honestly, now the Malga ban makes even more sense because you don't want to have to face that Malga as the SIG. Malga just charges straight through you. You can't rock him during the charge. He gets behind your shield. Kind of annoying to play if you are infected on the Sigma. Even though, you know, Sigma does have some tools again, the grasp and the shield and all, so not really the ideal matchup. This, however, so good. Rock that Diva. You can't matrix that.
Yeah, and the permanent presence too in the front line from the SIG is really nice. Playing a little bit more front to back here, our Team Liquid. Effective pops up the shield, just cycles it. And then, yeah, like you said, just trying to hit that rock on that Diva. Lep is so low, though. Is he going to get tagged in the sky? He does! What a kill from Tree. Lep going too far up. Ends up getting a couple of hyperspheres thrown towards him by Infected, and then Tree with an easy kill. You saw Hawk trying to go for the Matrix. But Lev actually was a little bit too quick for him.
Tree's favorite player to kill on the opposite end. It's Lep again. Always Lep.
Really is.
He just goes for him, brother. Whatever type of arrows, whether it's Hanzo arrows or it's going to be the bolts from the Frey or even some Soj rails. He'll find his mark here. CJ, though, he's keeping up more so than a little bit than RuPaul, just by a tiny amount, waiting for that opportunity for the Kitsune rush. 40%, by the way, for Team Liquid on the cap.
Good luck getting practice against this as well. This Sigma wasn't exactly a pick we'd ever thought we'd see going into this meta. Infected pretty low though, ends up getting booped all around the place actually. Leb goes in for a secondary boop after the D.Va. However, the mech gets focused down as Tree finds the D-suit and Zera finds the kill onto the baby D.Va. Despite losing Infected, despite losing their tank team, Liquid always managed to come out on top.
Yeah. The true irony here, by the way, for those that know Hawk's history, as we look to see if Space Station can touch, Sigma is Hawk's most signature hero of his entire career. You have to really rewind back to the Overwatch League days to spot it.
Double shield.
The Hawk, so known for that Sigma. He was one of the early adopters as well on Atlanta Reign, really making success on that Sigma, alongside Gator on that team. And watching Infected be the pilot of it instead. He's not going to obviously match the Sigma. I doubt that Space Station would have scrimmed any Sigma. He's going to go for the Zarya. Hope to beam through that kinetic grasp.
Yeah, a lot of spam damage from the Sig as well, so really nice for charging up the Zarya, plus the bubbles to help with the Flux, which Infected has. Nice Suzu, cleanses the Pulse Bomb, and there's the Flux. Oh, early Suzu actually from CJ, and Chronic gets chased away. The mere presence here of this Flux enough to scatter Space Station Gaming, and now Hawk doesn't have any bubbles to fight with. A really nice tempered play there from Infected. Patience is best virtue.
Yeah, and he's just waiting for the cooldowns to be expended. Like I said, Suzu gone, even waiting for Hawk to use the bubble first. And despite Hawk having a second bubble banked in there, the damage from the ultimate from the Flux is just going to destroy the bubble. And then after that, Rock is free. Tree will then subsequently get that kill. And now Hawk coming back, 0 energy. Space Station might just have to be a tempo beat. You know you don't have to save the beat for the Flux anymore.
Yeah, double sound barrier here. Okay, Leb connects. A little bit of a safe one, but Vega's going to do the same. Infected still, though, is going to be the main target, but Chronic falls over to the Pulse Bomb. Not sure if that was a connect or that was on the floor, but it doesn't matter. The Cassidy is down. Infected required some desperate help, though, but a nice rock again onto Hawk. Stops the kill going through onto the Sig. Infected was 1 HP and didn't have the shield to protect him there. It's going to be another 80+% here for Team Liquid. RuPaul dodges the Pulse Bomb. Fancy footwork from the Kiriko. And even saves this rush too. And Space Station, they're going to be able to get in touch with Sugar Free, but this is not looking pretty.
And CJ didn't save the rush. He actually used the rush towards the end there. Space Station looking for grab, looking for Deadeye. Let's listen in for the fight.
Chronic's dead again, bro.
Take one.
Yeah, we won't change. Are we? You going like?
We win this next fight and then we'll think about changing it, okay?
Yeah,
we only have Flux. Okay, Flux is their only win con. Let's go set up. This is a free fight win. Grab noon, okay?
Hi. Hello.
I want to swing more into them, okay? We force this guy's CDs. And Chronic, if you think that playing angles is good,
Come right side.
I'm with you right side. Nice.
Start bubbling Chronic. Get him some angles.
Okay. They might hard push me right side. Just gotta.
I need scouting. Where are they at?
I don't see anything.
They're main.
We can swing grenades. Walk their main.
Shooting sig.
Sig off the angle. Sig off.
Come back.
Point. Chill. Sig main.
Shooting sig.
I'm walking the main again.
Yeah, with you. Walking main.
I Sig.
Sig. Punch main. Walk. Okay.
Cutting.
No rock. Kill them. Come to their main.
Almost now.
Kill its speed.
Oh, that's not bad, to be honest.
Watch rush.
It looked like Vega got a boop on 3 people there. I think someone died before, but I saw everybody sailing off the side. They managed to dodge Flux as well, Avril. They saved this grab, but they cannot kill Infected.
Yeah, I mean, Infected right now only has 1 death, but RuPaul, Tree, and Zero haven't even died. So Infected really is invincible, but there's so many players on Liquid that are just flawless right now. Space Station, double support ultimates, left, leading Vegas on. Now's the opportunity. We need to see a good grab.
Gotta get something going here. Gotta get something popping. Oh, Infected flown away a little bit, getting chased. Kind of trying to bait out the grasp right now with Space Station. They find the flip with the rush.
Liquid just respecting it. Liquid's not going to challenge for it at all. Infected backs out entirely, and now, okay, while Liquid push forward, this is where Hawk's going to go hunting.
Oh, managed to catch someone too, but the sound barrier just in time.
Nice little beam down there. They trade their Kirikos, but a later sound barrier from left should be good for it. Hawk end up, though, is focused down by Infected, just continuing the mounting pressure on this Zarya, and Space Station just cannot keep up. This should be a fairly good flip as well for Team Liquid. I mean, Chronic is going to have to do some extreme heavy lifting here to find something, and he dies late as well.
Hawk's given up on the Zarya. He's completely given up back over towards the D.Va. Even though he's going to get rocked during Matrix, it's just feeling that Zarya is providing not the value they're looking for. And honestly, you got to go for the touch here as well. This might just be a 3-0 sweep on the map of Esperanza.
Someone's got a touch. Flux of... Oh, Sugarfree gets killed. Okay, hang on. Touch end up coming through regardless. And the D-Mech's here. And the inevitable. The Flux. A final hurrah here as Space Station lost in orbit. As Team Liquid just flattened them. A 3-0 and almost a flawless game as well. That was not close by any stretch of the imagination. Liquid, match point.
It's 2 blowouts as well, and it's hard to debate which one was actually the more one-sided game. Tree and Zero literally go flawless here. 18-0 for Tree, 16-0 for Zero. And Infected, RuPaul, and Vega only die once each. That means there were only 3 kills total for SSG on this map. No, this is by far more one-sided than even what we saw on that last map of Esperanza. And that's a hard thing to say.
Okay. Reset, hold your breath. Liquid match point. SSG need a couple more. How do they pivot from this? Obviously, we're going to a map 6 map pool unlocked now.
And they need that advantage. After those 2 maps, like, dude, if you only saw the first opening 3 maps, especially when SSG are at 2 and 1, you're thinking, okay,
they're popping,
strong looking SSG.
Popping.
Incredible series so far. SSG more than capable of winning. Still, honestly, I still believe they're more than capable of winning. However, now that you've seen those last 2 maps of Esperanza Cervas, it's like the entire story changes. SSG have gone missing. I'm seeing 5 faces on milk cartons here. Have you seen this missing SSG player? Because they ain't in the server. And there's only potentially 1 map left to play through before Liquid lock in their first ever North American stage win.
The Sigma's just dirty. Just run amok on him. Look at that. 25.67 KD for 0.42. They say 42, the meaning of life, but unfortunately, the meaning of death for Space Station. I mean,
has it been a more one-sided KD?
Yes, probably. I don't Dilduck's game, probably. If it's not the Liquid one, with Tree throwing himself off the map over and over again. But love you, Dilduck. No, I mean, even I want to say, like, look back at Rialto. Go to Rialto and tell me these 2 maps, the Esperanza and the Surabasa, were going to be this way. The Rialto for SSG with Hawk clapping with the 3K with the self-destruct, and you're like, okay, it's pretty chill. SSG got this right. And then, like you said, missing completely from the last 2 maps. Map pool unlocked, so you can now pick somewhere like King's Row, somewhere that Hawk is going to thrive. But the thought of the Sigma lingering in the back of the minds of SSG now, I would say, is pretty prominent, because maybe that is just the secret weapon.
It's a mental challenge now as well, right? Because you've been crushed for 2 maps in a row, and now you're facing a match point. And despite that they have the map 6 advantage here, King's Row, we both talked about this. It's actually funny because early on, very early on in the series, we talked about, like,
is King's Row?
The fact that Hollywood got chosen means that you remove King's Row for the time being, but once you get to map 6, it opens back up again. And for SSG, it's like, well, where else do you go? It's been one of their classic maps, but it's not like a hugely advantaged map. This is not a map that you go to where it's like, oh no, Liquid can't play this. They're not good at this map. Liquid is still more than capable. I think you might need a Ram ban. Genuinely, has there been a Ramatra ban yet from SSG? I do not believe so. Ram ban, get rid of the capability of Team Liquid to have a good ground tank on this map. You can play the Zarya again. You can even play the D.Va. Infected is going to be stuck on what, probably the Winston ball. Honestly, in my opinion, pretty terrible on Kings Row. Wouldn't want to see that come through. Sigma is like maybe okay, but is a bit of a risk. Infected is a risk taker though, so I think the Sigma is maybe the only real potential problem now that he's shown it again. I didn't even think about the Sigma because after what we saw before, I felt like, yeah, maybe the Sigma is overcooking a little bit for Team Liquid. Maybe they'll just sort of bench the Sigma away for now and re-look at that later on. But Bro just brings it out in 3-0 Servalsa, so maybe not. Maybe the Sigma is actually the play, but I am absolutely expecting there should be a Ramatra ban. Hasn't been banned yet this series. Is a very impactful ban. You've only got 2 potential maps left to play. Your back's against the wall. Now is as good of a time as any, but oh my god, they actually value the Sigma ban more. That's insane. Oh my god.
Oh my. Okay. No Ram ban is the Sigma. They did him dirty on Servalsa. They want none of that smoke. Cassidy banned for TL.
The craziest thing is
unreal respect.
It probably would have been the Ramatra ban, but because of the Sigma play that we just saw from the last map, Infected by himself has drawn out a respect ban this deep on a map 6 on a match point, where what would have otherwise been the preferential ban is now not gonna be banned for this map, which means, okay, there's no seg, but we're just gonna play Ram here. And Ram would have, probably would have been what would have been normally played on this map. It's what Kuffer would go towards. Any non-off tank team, like if you have a main tank like Infected or Kuffer, you gotta play Ram on this map. So yeah, the fact that they dodged the Ram ban because of the Sigma play is insane. Wow.
Right, peep this though. SSG, maybe exhaustion kind of setting in for the team. How many maps did they play today, you know? Like, that's another thing that could be kind of creeping into Space Station. I mean, if you're looking at the rosters, I mean, Hawk, I think, definitely a player that probably doesn't get tired, like the amount of competitive experience he has, like probably not setting in for him, but maybe for some of the other players on the roster that have not been in that kind of Overwatch League environment either. I mean, Wentify versus Geekay as well. Team Liquid have been kind of chilling, right? They beat Geekay in the upper bracket finals with 4 maps, but that was the other day. Like, Space Station.
Well, I mean,
it's a long day for them.
I guess it is. Same time, I mean, these guys, like, I don't know if SSG do this, but teams, it's not uncommon to triple block scrims, which essentially means you're scrimming for like 6 hours. You're doing like, you know, how many maps per block? Like, a lot, right? So it depends on how fast they played, really.
The mental tax for an official, I would say, is
yeah, I suppose that's more. You're right on that one, and especially now when you're like 2 maps down that were like complete blowouts. We talked about the mental impact of that. Sometimes you need a recovery map to sort of just give you that confidence again. Something was talked about, you know, in interviews in the past. We've sort of seen that develop in series. If SSG can get this Kings Row win, that will give them the confidence, take us to a map 7 where, honestly, at that point, it'd just be a 50-50. SSG just need to kind of just shake off whatever was happening there. But, you know, been told about production as well, by the way. The Sigma ban came in within a second. It was, like, not even a thought from SSG. It was like, what do you want to ban? Sigma, boom, done. Just, like, instantly banned away. That's how fast they were ready to get rid of Sigma.
Frame 1 Sigma ban. Let's see if Sigma's on this list real quick. No, of course he's not. Lucio and Kiriko being the most banned in North America this stage. Stage number 3, Kiri, Lucy, and then obviously Zarya, Wuyang. Wuyang receiving a few less bans now. We've seen the nerf of Wuyang, and teams aren't perma playing the pick either, and a lot targeting the tanks. Winston and Breckenboard copping 16 and 15 bans each.
Sigma's only been banned twice so far, and I can't even remember or imagine why the first one even came through. This one makes a ton of sense. I wonder if it was a target again against Infected. That wouldn't be surprising to me. But on this map, like, we actually saw, looking back to the GK series, Hawk was, I believe, primarily on the Diva for that one as well, so it might not even necessarily go towards Zarya. Diva into Ram is can be pretty rough. Space Station, obviously, looking back on the game that we just had, despite this being a good map for them, they didn't beat GK on this map just 1 series ago. I mean, I wonder if any of that is weighing on their minds as well. And now they can't ban that Ram, and Well, both Diva and Zari being capable. Diva, again, as sort of mentioned, it's just a bit of a weird matchup to the Ram, where the Ram punching through your matrix is not good for the Diva.
We'll see how it unfolds. We're just getting all the players loaded into the lobby. Team Liquid on a match point. Just getting one player, just waiting for one more to join. Just a small breather. Sounds like we're about to get in just a moment. But
Tracer Kiriko ban was what we had on King's Row between GK and Space Station not that long ago in the previous series. So that's not obviously going to be a concern this time around, as the Maimon Symmetra plays from GK have a little bit more. Team Liquid, to me, not really as known for Symmetra. I think they played a little bit of it, but it's just not really quite the thing. By the way, that chronic target on the Cass is really interesting as well. It's like, well, Chronic's been having a little bit of a rough game in the last two. He's leaning on Cass a lot for comfort, which says a lot, by the way, because Freya has typically been his hero. You don't normally play Freya on Survasa, though, to be fair. But given how much comfort he's leaned on for Cass, targeting the Cass away, I wonder if this is going to cause some problems for Chronic. He's going to need to step up now, locking the Freya straight away. This has been his best hero so far this year. It needs to be his best hero now again.
My guy playing the wrecking ball on defense. Okay, something I didn't expect to really see at all. All right, Vega, RuPaul, double flex again with the Lijiang, Kitty.
Gonna zoom back in from yesterday's game.
5, 4.
Infected was on Ram for that one.
1.
Yeah.
And that even includes the first point, so he didn't opt for a sort of ball defense there. This is very new. And like I said, a bit of a risk as well. This is not really known to be a ball map. I mean, maybe on the first point, there's some interesting plays that you can make, but yeah, it's just a limited map. It's too choky, you know. You're not open up. Flanking is a little difficult. Okay, no one ever looks up, by the way.
Yeah. Wait for that 15 seconds so you can hold tab. Just going to try and harass the backline now. Chronic taking a little bit of heat. But Infected's kind of vibing. Waiting for the kind of cross. Chronic's there, a trade. All right, now Team Liquid, they try and pounce on the stragglers, but it looks like Hawk's going to be able to kind of shut the door on them here, just waiting for the supports to cross. Okay, now they try and get on RuPaul. RuPaul needs to TP away at some point, but doesn't want to leave Vega all on his lonesome, so they're going to suffice with just pocketing each other. There's a tick already online here for Space Station, and there's the late kill on RuPaul. Okay.
Should be a cat.
See if this wrecking ball ends up sticking around here for Team Liquid.
He hasn't had any old charge, and I don't know that B's going to go any better for Infected than A at this point. It's a bit of a risk, and playing the ball in this defense means you kind of have to go first. You need to be an initiative-heavy team. Can't be on the back foot here with the Space Station constantly engaging onto you. Liquid are still playing this ball, so let's see what their plans are and listening.
I think hard against Diva. Hard against Diva.
Okay. Diva main. I'm fighting Tracer.
If Diva flies in main, I'll slide to top.
Maybe somebody goes top right. Great top left.
I can look for Freya high too. Diva main. They're clearing me. I'm out. I'm gonna flank up Freya and go behind. I'm gonna
Diva on easier.
Diva fly.
I'm chilling.
Active.
You go.
Chilling.
Hey, I'm looking.
I'm left.
3, 2, 1. I'm back line. All slammed.
Lulu.
Man,
Fight one.
Diva one main.
Listen.
I can go back line.
Come in.
Fighting Lou.
They have Kirill, okay? Two fights here. Yeah,
Yeah, can go.
Yeah, can go.
3, 2, 1, 10, Freya main.
Freya one.
Freya one.
Knock point. We got
Come on.
Yeah. Takes time. Mine's though.
I think so.
Alright.
I think he saw this right here. 5 volts.
That's why you don't really see a lot of wrecking ball here on the streets of King's Row. A bit too slow to kind of set up, and I just want to point out a small play there. Hawk actually ate RuPaul Suzu. 3 players from Team Liquid grouped up. Suzu target would have been perfect, but Hawk eats the Suzu, stops that extra lifeline coming through from Team Liquid, and it's going to be a wholesale swap here for Infected as 5 volts online for SSG.
And that's the thing, right? Team Liquid haven't even forced an ult yet. They're just going to try and pocket tree in, and it worked. And he gets left, of course.
Yeah, of course it's left. It's always left. Tree's got a personal vendetta against him, but it's all good. Sugar Brawn to the rescue. He's already found one with the pulse and backline down. Zera at least trades him out, but
Hawk still alive on the point. Gonna receive a whole lot of healing as well for CJ, who was left alive by Team Liquid. Another final touch here from Sugar Free. Vegas so low too. And that is going to be point. The momentum, the pendulum swinging back into SSG's favor.
Yeah, like 3 minutes and 15 for Space Station to cap 2 points. 5 ultimates left because he died, actually ends up holding onto the sound barrier. This massive overcook from Team Liquid, wanting to gamble on match point. One of the few people infected must be that guy that presses I'm feeling lucky on the Google search, because, well, unfortunately it took him to a page he wasn't looking for. Sound barrier both sides.
Left so low again. Railed by Tree, and then RuPaul finishes him off. Backline down. All right, okay. A quick full stop at the end of that fight. With Space Station Gaming dumping their entire ult bank there.
So much slowdown required. Over 4 minutes. They have to keep doing this time and time again. Over and over. This would be really heartbreaking for Space Station to not complete, by the way. Given the amount of time you get on the sea with them, you really have to expect a finish, and a finish with time as well. Not just a finish in OT. Infectors swap onto the Winston now. Will finally deliver him a primal very, very soon. More delayed tactics online from Liquid.
Yeah, bowler setup though for Chronic could be quite nice. Infected ends up going in after Hawk uses thrusters, and there is the overclock. Oh, and it's left again. Dude, I'm telling you, you could put together a collage after this match, or this series, of tree killing left.
Tree killing everybody, to be honest with you. Chronic has not been a player that Tree has missed either in this entire series. Chronic will have to make do. Might even just want to look towards the Soj after this. I'm not really seeing too much Freya having advantages on this King's Row C. Just having some high ground play might still be good, but currently Space Station is just struggling to even push on it. Infected's got a big flank, by the way. He's gone back over towards the spawn. He's just got a primal towards that spawn.
Yeah, touches the spawn door. Yeah, gets out.
A little bit. I feel like it's a little bit of a primal wasted.
All right, there's the double rush. Tree is in it again, and Infected though this time. They flip side to the map. Hawk is so low, but yeah, Tree even lower. Nice bolt connection from Chronic. Self-destruct for Hawk. It doesn't matter. Quick reset here for Team Liquid, but unfortunately for them, there's no ult in the bank. Sugar Free with his pulse bomb could be pretty deadly. There's no matrix to eat it.
Space Station waiting for the teamwork to make a mistake, and maybe a further overcook from Infected again, losing his primal. Using it to not great effect. The Space Station saw with Ultimate Tree finally taken down early.
Yeah, Lep's arch nemesis dead, but Lep is going to follow suit regardless, but it's still good trades here for Space Station. Time in the bank. As Zera, last one alive, has got recall. Nope, Sugar Free finishes him off, and a quick venture swap here for Tree, but unfortunately can't get back to the point. 1 minute and 49 on King's attack.
Like Team Liquid are trying to get too active sometimes. You got to slow down the game. Sometimes that means wait for the pacing from Space Station Gaming. Your Space Station themselves are slow, you'll let them burn the timer down. But if you're too forceful to get things done, you're feeding ult charge to Space Station in terms of Space Station can receive that, walk backwards, go back to spawn, save their ultimates. You primal into them, Space Station don't have to respond with anything. Chill on the ultimates and then re-push back into you later on with superior economy. And all Space Station need is one super solid push, which is what they got, and they'll end up capping through. They have so much time that the Team Liquid want to throw themselves at Space Station aggressively. Space Station will allow the timer to go down a little bit, but still end up capping above 1 minute, which means safe from any sort of, well, they are certainly safe, but they can now play into the possibility of a draw-only scenario for Liquid if Liquid do not cap with time.
Hawk not died either. He's kind of chilling. Perfect KD, sir, currently. Our Team Liquid going to overcook again. This is a hard dive comp too if they want to commit. Trace a Genji ball.
Really want to.
This is we're going to kill Chronic.
The high ground.
Yeah.
Chronic or one of the supports really wanting to get onto that high ground. Of course, we saw the TP Maimon gave to Kuffer to just deliver Kuffer into siege. It didn't work for Kuffer in that fight, but it does go to show that when you're on the attacking side, you really need to hard commit sometimes on that backline in high ground. Genji's a very good hero to do that with.
CJ playing an awkward angle here.
Chronic on the low ground. Tree jumping up to the window. Oh, nice boop actually from Hawk. Stops him from entering. Really shuts the window on him.
Okay, that's 2 whips from
that was a sad slam. That was a very sad slam. Okay, quickly running away. Oh, Chronic does end up going down to RuPaul of all people, though. Mega Health Pack Room meeting, and unfortunately, Lep was not invited, but neither was RuPaul. Recall on the Tracer. There's 3 players chasing Zera. Okay, that's a very quick way to kill a Tracer. Quick kunai to the back of the head.
It's not quite done yet, though. Tree's still looking for a little bit of poking damage. Space Station need to buy a little bit of time for the respawners to rejoin. It looks like that's about to happen now. So full reset, 5 and 5. Minute off the clock, and okay, RuPaul cheeky kunai. Sugar Free wasn't ready.
Yeah, in fact, it can now control this high ground a little bit longer. Oh, Leb, you got to get out of there. Oh, Hawk's going to go pretty low as well. They just try and chase the rest of Space Station Gaming towards that choke point, and Tree can have a nice angle here too. If they want to try and get this high ground back, it's going to be next to impossible. Couple of ticks on the ball. Chronic finds an off angle now. Looking towards the Genji, but Tree dashes up. Hits the reflect, but Hawks giving chase. Lep finds the boot kill on Tree. Eventually gets his revenge, but CJ traded. Hawk sails through the sky, ends up picking off Vega. This time, Bank is dwindling.
Yeah, and honestly, remember, Liquid have to finish the map, and with time as well. Otherwise, it's draw only. CJ might have died, but he's a Kiriko. TP's back in. Katsuna about ready to go. RuPaul doesn't have one yet. So Space Station yet have more staying power and ultimates to win fights with.
RuPaul's 1% away from this rush. Okay, it's unleashed it. Along with CJ, Mines on the point. Almost a one click there on the backline. CJ falls dangerously low, but now everybody from Space Station splits. Self just trying to get the remake. No backup though for Hawk on the point. As Team Liquid just a pounce on the awaiting supports. CJ and Lep had nowhere to run, and Hawk could not matrix. Fearful of going down to the mines, or even fearful of losing the cap entirely. Hawk eventually dealt with, the mech destroyed. Same with Chronic, as now Team Liquid are going to get the payload going.
Unfortunately, no opportunity for Lep. The sound barrier. That would have been a good one for Space Station. The Space Station now on this next defense. We'll see how they plan it with the listening.
Can we outplay their B-Blade? I still want to punch.
We should just go fast. Honestly,
I'm here. I'm gonna dump my beat in this fight, okay? This
Ball's above here, I think. Ball's here.
I hear
him. I don't know.
Yeah, he might be boiler. I'll check boiler. I'll check boiler. I'm checking. Not here.
Let's walk the point now. Let's walk.
They went right. Freaking right. Trey on me.
Right. Chronic. Let's go top left.
Pushing Trey out.
Find the Lou. I see. Lou on point. I'm bottom. Lou here. They're pushing.
Getting top.
I'm going point. B point.
Come in.
I got you, CJ. Kill their blade now. CJ still got you.
Pull in.
They have blade now. They're gonna hold in. Ready? One more flip. No D. Focus Genji. Let's go Genji.
Push one.
Right side.
Here's one. First TV.
I'll play it. I'm living.
Ball on.
Walk point now. Hop off.
I'm with you.
I can play with you, Hawk.
Nice. He's still low.
Low one.
Curious.
Blue half. Alright, that was deep blade and we got a lot of ults. Mines is their first ult. Mines impulse. No rush yet. Okay, rush in is us.
Wow, Chronic just broke the ankles of Tree there as Tree tried to dash after him with the blade, but that is a Team Liquid fight win, and Tree hopped over to the Sombra of all things as well for this final touch here on second for SSG.
But the problem there was, after all of the ultimates were expended, Space Station just couldn't lock down any players, and in this next fight now, first Katsuna out, left out, CJ no response.
Yeah, no return rush, sadly, with post bomb, but it's all good. RuPaul with another, and this is an equally good time back for Team Liquid. These defenses from both teams looking a little weak, but can Team Liquid finish with more time?
It's enough. No, I don't think they'll finish with more time unless this is the most insane momentum push. See if ball can even work here, but they have about a minute and a little bit less than where Space Station. I think Space Station were over 4-4. There's a 40-something seconds to play through. CJ now finally will get that rush going.
Infected. It's like, nah, I'm good. Oh, tries it sugar-free with the ego pulse onto Zera. There's Mines in the choke. Hawk, though, has thrusters. Gets away. Doesn't lose mech to the Mines.
Space Station will get out of the mines pretty cleanly as Infected reveals his positioning.
Oh, TP, they're going to call back. Oh, that was close. Nice bolus. Infected, though, pops the shield. Emergency barrier ends up coming in clutch as Sugar Free ends up going down. There's going to be a nice angle here for RuPaul to play on as well. Hawk is going to get perma, like, manual hacked. Self-destruct, please, no random 3K. Okay, everybody from Liquid scattering. Sound barriers available from both Lucios, but Chronic is already dead. Lep, I think, is going to be in a bit of a danger zone here. Doesn't want to pop it too early, but doesn't want to get Ajax, and Zero is hunting him down. CJ with a nice kill, though, is going to even this one up after Hawk loses mech.
Pulse.
Oh, nice.
Two things out with. Suzu will get the save. Space Station. No, Hawk is a bit of a problem, but they're so big to use in this one. Want to save that one against Tree and Vega. The EMP is incoming. Been waiting for this one for a while. Tree on the Sombra. It's hard to flank on Sombra with this sort of positioning on King's Row, but where he's going to come in from. So only 2%, by the way.
EMP 2. Oh, that's an early sound barrier as well. Tree hits the EMP. Both beats end up connecting, but that EMP scores a kill onto CJ. It was a 3-man, and now Hawk in trouble, completely dominated by this hack. And now Chronic in the back line, and that health pack cannot sustain him. It is hacked up by Tree, so his one lifeline is cut beneath him. 1 minute and 20 seconds. The final corner's rounded.
And remember, they need time here. Team Liquid cannot cap with 0 seconds. Space Station have an incoming Katsuna Rush. CJ, though, a little far away. RuPaul might just roll out the red carpet and send Team Liquid forward.
His mind's on the point now, but they got to get touch here. Infected, doing as much as he can to push this over the line. There's a rush available. Early Suzu use. This might be a good go time. Yeah, repair that CD. Just get it back ASAP. Hawk, though, demeched, and there's no self-destruct. Was 10% away, so it's all Liquid's game to lose here. A Suzu from CJ as he lays down his own rushes. Lep ends up just dominating Zera. A couple of clicks, and somehow Hawk has made it back into mech. Infected super low, and without a slam, without any shields, there's no chance for him to stay in this fight. Chronic may have fallen, but Space Station Gaming with a self-destruct can continue their foray into this fight.
It's a massive kill from Lep on the Zera, alleviating the pressure. Hawk now does have a self-destruct. Never actually died there. Massive stuff. Again, Liquid have the cap. They don't have time.
Bowler sent in. It ended up connecting with someone. It was actually Vega. A direct hit on the Lucio, and there's no sustain there from RuPaul to keep him up. Sugar Free does end up falling, and Zera is kind of having a tough time finding a target to even shoot at. Hawk is on the mech, Hawk is on the payload with mech, so the Matrix can just eat up all his shots, and everybody else on the high ground. EMP connects with the back line, and that's exactly what they needed. Chronic let down, self-destruct on the point. Hawk goes for the save again, but there's no damage, and there's no instant kill with that ult. And this sound barrier is going to sing for Team Liquid, but they finish in OT, Avril. This is Space Station now, looking for a free attack with 1 minute and 49. They did what was required.
Goal achieved. Check it off on the checklist, but there is still one left to achieve here. Space Station now, 1 tick required in 1:49. Sad to say this, and I have to do it. It is still drawable. 1:49 is a good amount of time, but teams can sometimes struggle. A lot of the fact of Team Liquid losing A on the regulation is just not really getting anything done on that ball defense. And yeah, again, would have been good for them to swap. Look, Infected will be able to send this ball to the finish line with the cap, but not with any time remaining. Space Station miraculously getting the remake on Hawk. Not getting the kill on the Zera as well. Giving the team a +1 advantage in terms of players. Infected really trusting this ball is going to roll through it one last time for Space Station. A King's Row pick on map number 6 to give them one more shot to get into a map 7.
Could even go map 8, I'm just saying. A draw occurs. Okay, no Wrecking Ball. Decided against it. Remarcher from Infected. It was a shock to see the Wrecking Ball out. This is what we thought was going to happen. Infected on Ram. Holding it down on the point is so tough with the ball, so Ram makes a lot more sense. They only need the 33%.
Yeah, I mean, you need the staying power. Ram is what I expected, in fact, to be playing basically the entire way through attack or defense. Like I said, very drawable. Space Station still have the pressure on. And remember, they are the team that need to win this map 6 to go to 7.
Hawk scattering everything from the high ground. Map has been flipped too, by the way. Nice boop onto Hawk. Needs to find some cover on the high ground. Gets away eventually. When you get booped in those thrusters, you get delayed a little bit. Infected is so low, and then the call's been made. Inting onto Infected. They've lost left, but the pick is there. Infected going down means Liquid cannot do anything on the point. And Space Station Gaming don't even need that 149. And we're going all the way, Avril. Map number 7.
It's back-to-back Grand Finals Map 7s. Wouldn't have it any other way. And at this point now, like I said a little bit earlier, after getting dominated 2 maps in a row, you just need that one confidence builder. And this is it for Space Station. Giving them the opportunity now to say, okay, forget about Esperanza, forget about Survasa. We proved that we can be the better team. Let's go into a map 7. The only downside here is choice for Team Liquid. And we're also deep enough into the series where they're starting to really run out of significant bans that have any real impact. Map 7 bans can get really wild because you're so deep in the series now.
Pool open again. Map pool could go to a pure dive map, and I fear for this one. Watchpoint Gibraltar available now for Team Liquid. Wrecking Ball and Winston have already been banned away, so Team Liquid are very free on their tank pick. Can even pick up the Ana. Like, this is a scary spot for Space Station Gaming to be in, but they need to be here. They needed to get this one to send us to here. Map number 7. Will Team Liquid get the golden stage? They were undefeated in regular season. They blitzed their way through the upper bracket. A 3-0 versus Nightmare, a 3-1 versus Geekay, but a map 7 versus SSG.
The history between these two teams so far in this year, a 3-1 head-to-head record. Team Liquid beating Space Station, but always in long competitive series. 3-2, 2-3, 3-1, 3-2, and now in the finals, a 7 map. It's going to have to be either a 4-3 or a 3-4, and if Team Liquid win this, if either team win this, you can't say they didn't have to work extremely hard for it, because this has been a hard-fought series. But for Team Liquid as well, after dominating for 2 maps, they would have liked to have just cleaned things up and taken away the victory without having to go to a map 7. You mentioned Gibraltar already, but I'm still looking at some of these other maps, looking at some ground maps as well. Atlas, for some reason, is still in the back of my mind as a possibility for Ball again, as a possibility for more Ram. You can't ban D.Va anymore. That's gone. Zarya ban is still available, but honestly, I don't even know if you need a Zarya ban. Seems like they handle that more than fine on Esperanza.
Have to wait and find out. Team Liquid get their ban first, but like you said, the bans, they're wearing thin. There's not too many directions you can go. A map 7 as well is a tough spot, but it is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar as called. And if you look back at the Stage 2 finals as well, Liquid lost that out against Geekay. It went to a map 7, but that decider was OWCS. And it was Geekay taking it at 2-0. A little bit of a different meta, a different time, of course, for both teams, but still. Team Liquid don't want to have that curse set upon them either. That grand finals placement going to a map 7 and losing out here, but you're going to feel comfortable. A comfortable map with a comfortable comp.
It's definitely a ball map, and when we saw Liquid and Geekay play this one, Infected happy to lock in the ball. And on the other side as well, D.Va is going to be available. D.Va can't be banned again by Team Liquid. Liquid have first ban as well. Freya has been banned away. You wouldn't want to go for the Soj because you want Shri to be farming on that hero. Cass is gone. Can't really target much of Chronic left. Can't really target much of Hawk left. Zarya ban wouldn't make sense here. Lucio's gone as well. I wonder if there's anyone that you can really target. That's what I'm talking about, right? You get to map 7, and all of the bans you already wanted to play through have essentially been used.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain, man. I'm racking the archives.
could be the play because Ana hasn't been banned by SSG, which means a protect on the Ana just by removing a support could be a play. The Kiriko and Lucio have already been banned away.
Kiri
so
or something?
Oh wow, and like there it is, because there's no protect on the Ana, SSG go for it. So the sim ban, honestly I respect it because there is a chance, albeit small, I think Sugar Free would rather play Tracer here, but there's a small chance that Symmetra Diva could have been in the mix and TL just want to remove that, and they're even willing to give up the Ana for it, which means TL will be playing Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah, you don't want any kind of funny business where like you just get out TP'd and outplayed that way. I mean, we know SSG can play the sim, but yeah, losing that Ana is a little tough for RuPaul. But it comes down to this tank matchup again, man. The Winston Ball versus Hawk on the Diva. There's no shot that he's playing Zarya here. There's no shot he's going to try and match the Winston. He's not Gator. At the end of the day, you're going to be permalocking Diva, and if you're Liquid, you're like, well, we know exactly how you're going to be playing this one. But their Gibraltar and their dive in general has just been the best in North America. It has, well and truly.
And I think a lot of this is also going to come down to the DPS battle. Tree, to me, front runner for player of the match. No, we don't do them in NA, but in my opinion, he's been the most dominant player in the lobby today. And so many options here. Hanzo and Soj, both excellent. I actually wouldn't want to see the Tree Freya. I think he's been fine in the Freya, but we haven't seen that disgusting level of dominance that he's shown on those other heroes. Also, playing the Freya into Freya, I mean, I think Chronic probably will lock the Freya at the end of the day. I just feel like what he's delivered so far on the Soj has been pretty generational for this grand final. And the grand final is exactly where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Map 7, North America, Stage 3 Finals. It'll be a first-time win for Team Liquid and a first-time win for SSG in North America. Either way, we're going to get a new champion. No GK here to get the 3-peat.
And a golden stage awaits them too. The last time they clashed, they didn't end up going to Watchpoint Gibraltar. It was a Rialto pick. Of course, they couldn't go to any more than the 5 maps, and that Rialto, it was SSG's choice. But now they're forced into a map that they know Team Liquid are so devilishly strong on. And well, RuPaul, to no one's surprise, is going to be on the Kiriko, but Vega on the Lijiang. So double flex, no Lucio.
Well, there's certainly a lot of range for the poke, so it makes sense. Maybe a little bit later on, Vega may consider the swap, but I think for Team Liquid, pretty standard stuff. We'll see if Vega can land some good shots here. Space Station not going to be the team that is keen to do anything in that regard. Chronic versus Tree again is a highlighted battle here with Chronic already taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sugarfree trying to find his in. Yeah, Vega just quickly using that rushing torrent to get away, getting up to blue box. Infected, just trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible. And Zera just payload duty for the time being. Good slam, forces the Suzu. And the big danger here as well is these slams end up coming in with the take aims. You're going to get one tapped. And speaking of which, well, Hawk's mech deleted.
It's under massive amounts of pressure there. Can't have enough Matrix to just last forever. Team Liquid already off to a pretty good start. 1 minute gone. Payload, not great distance currently. No one really running away with ult charge. Maybe CJ a little bit later on. 20% ahead of RuPaul right now. If he can confirm that lead for the remainder of his ult charge, could be the opening they need.
I'm going to try him for another dive here. Our Space Station Gaming. In fact, he was kind of ready for it though. Another big slam, another Suzu forced. Pretty low, but has the mini to scurry back to. Plus the healing coming through from the Lijiang. All right, Zero with the Pulse Bomb still just trying to play card right now, dueling out versus Sugarfree, who has Mega Pack control, but here's Space Station Gaming trying to find an alternate angle to insert themselves into this fight, but unfortunately, a crossbow bolt inserted directly into Chronic is going to signal the first kill, and Tree picking up a triple.
The timing is really rough for Space Station as well, because CJ is about to hit that Kitsune rush. RuPaul, small opportunity here to try and catch up, and Tree has just been that guy today. Chronic has barely been able to keep up. Tree's impact on all heroes he's been playing, 40% above Chronic at the moment, although Chronic plenty of opportunity to catch up with that passive. Infected going in.
These slams are just so good. Yep, left. Slam Tracer, slam Freya. Like, it's so hard to move against this comp, man. And then Hawk's gonna get staggered too. Sugar Free hits the recall after trying to throw out a Hail Mary pulse. There's a minute and 30 seconds of the time bank.
And a full
I'm
stack for
scared for
Liquid as well.
SSG.
Look at their economy. Space Station still working on ult here. I mean, RuPaul's caught up now, so the one major advantage from CJ's ult, not there anymore. Space Station, you gotta be really worried. The payload's gone nowhere. It's stuck at the beginning of the car wash.
The slam, those take aim shots going a little wide. Infected booped around, but basically ignored. Mines available, everything available from Team Liquids. And what does Space Station answer with? What answers can they bring to the quiz that Team Liquid are offering them right now? There's 60 seconds to go, and the car wash portion has been assailed eventually by Space Station Gaming. The rush ends up connecting with the ground as Lep is trying to hide away here. Doesn't want to get instantly deleted as the mines displace the rest of Space Station Gaming. Hawk taking a little bit too much damage there from a mine. Ends up running into one. A nice little Suzu there from CJ. Saves his own life as a Pulsebomb connected, but a later rush. And Lep ends up going down to Zera. A trade is good enough onto the Tracer, but not when you lose Chronic like this. Avril, there are 30 seconds remaining here, and Team Liquid still have this Lijiang ult.
Yeah, they do. Held on to that one. Infected went on to 1 HP, but Vega must not have the LOS. Doesn't need it, though, because Infected lives. That can't be allowed to happen. Space Station got to clean up these kills. A final push and a full hold against Space Station would be disastrous.
Tidal blast into the spawn. Suzu and a boop away, but Infected gives hot pursuit. Looking for Lep now, who's got the sound barrier. Hawk is on the point. He had to use the self-destruct. No kills though initially, but the final fight ensues now. Sound barrier connects with 4. Infected still giving them a run around as the rest of Team Liquid are able to escape the array of damage thrown out by Space Station. A pulse bomb into the hands of Sugar Free as Infected is just rolling around on this point right now, stalling for as long as he possibly can. But the better sound barrier here from Space Station is going to see them at least capping this first point.
So well navigated. Space Station dodging out the tidal blast, booping away, and the Hawk sacrificing his mech and his life to ensure that cap. Let's go for the listener now to see how Space Station move forward.
Yeah, ball right. Close pulse, close pulse.
Carry side left.
I'll look into stuff the car. I'm gonna help you.
Ball on point. Help me shoot point.
I'm playing on ship.
Ball trade on point. I'm one.
Okay, I can't. Turn ready. I don't care. I need to be. I'm fine.
We can play the builder.
Ball in. I got my very good.
Alright, we can flip the map with rush. What do you guys think? Do left side, under?
Oh, yeah. We can go shoot point.
All above us, scare.
Alright, I'm gonna help you shoot point.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I'm gonna rotate soon. Bait the ball slam. Walk out. 3, 2, 1. Walk out now.
Shrink.
I crossed.
Keep on right. I'm gonna go hard. Ready?
No slam.
3, 2, 1, going. We're not with you, Connor. Trade no Suzu. Trade no Suzu.
I'm so good.
I'm getting back.
Ray drop. I'm still good. I have TP if you need.
I have CV1.
I'm fine.
Right top. We're good. Very top ship.
Come car. Kill. I need help.
I'm back soon.
Mine's fine.
Thanks, fine.
Ball in.
Ball. Look for trades.
I have TV in 2. Pulse out. I'm trying to get out.
Yeah, these rush mines.
These mines carry.
Yeah, they have bull only. Maybe pulse close. Alright, how do we want to do this? We can go bottom left and piece it up. Make it last fight.
Yeah. I'm gonna try again. Try again.
Where do you want to go, Connor?
I'm late cross. We can go bottom left.
Balls here.
Lep's got a high bounty on his head, that is for certain. And Team Liquid are cashing in. Another 30 seconds here to go. Avril is, Space Station. Economy looking a little bit bare. Slam ends up coming in. An early Suzu, but Chronic is just getting absolutely destroyed. These dives are just too clean from Team Liquid right now. Zera ends up connecting the pulse bomb, and the final fight is coming up. But Space Station need picks. They end up investing the sound barrier to try and find some space and time on the point, but Infected is still on the contest. There's just nothing stopping him.
Infected, he's hacked out, but he's still good. Watch the Vega beat. That could be the finisher. Team Liquid looking to hold B.
Chronic maybe even should look for the manual hack. Vega's got the beats and he connects it with the ground. And Lep goes down again to Tree. It's a 5-player sound barrier here with a self-destruct on the point, but everybody scatters. They're not falling for that one again. Hawk's mech just riddled with bullet holes and arrow holes at this point. Just so much damage. The slam is going to help secure the mech kill. Even a manual hack isn't going to stop Infected as Hawk is cleaned up. And a familiar sight here on Watchpoint Gibraltar as the final rush, the final hurrah here for Space Station Gaming on their offense. As Team Liquid hold them just before the second point.
This could be the final match now. Liquid with such an excellent defense on B and honestly on A as well. We were threatening a full hold. SSG kind of lucky to be able to get past that one. Well played again to get past the title blast. That would have ended that entire push. But for Team Liquid, they've still done more than enough. There's not going to be a full map completion, not even a look on that C point. Which means for Team Liquid, a couple of good pushes, a cap onto A with some time. And that golden box of victory will signal the victory for Liquid. A first win in their franchise history in OWCS, and this ball composition right now is just looking so much better than what Space Station have to offer. Chronic even playing that cast, he's given up on the Freya, and you know things are rough for Chronic when he's giving up on the Freya. He's desperate to shut down that ball with flashbangs, but even then you're seeing how much pressure is on him and how easily he still falls.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, he's just too good at the ball, man. Like, the flashbangs don't help, the hacks don't help, like, even the Matrix to try and save players does not help. Space Station Gaming right now, they're going to have to contend with this attack from Team Liquid.
He's got the ball major
Page
perk
running
as
out
well.
the ball. Yeah,
the
to absorb
the
anything.
shield to
absolutely
make you CC immune as well. I mean, all of these things combined means that the capability of being shut down minimal. There we go, Tree with a major range advantage. I mean, he was largely getting the better of Chronic even in the Free to Free, and now that Chronic lacks the range, no silver bullets for some time. I think that's not going to start on the ball though. Tried and true Winston, but remember, no Arna here. Has to be a little bit considerate of his own HP. Speaking of which, Hawk, okay.
Wow, really low. Another re-engage here onto the high ground. Hawk is getting chunked here by Tree. I mean, these take aim shots. And Tree's like kind of free too, right? Because Chronic doesn't have the range anymore. He's on the cast.
It's a bolt on Chronic that puts him down to 1 HP. There's a reminder as well. Oh, okay, that's a slowdown. Team Liquid, any good time man going to be is more than going to secure them the victory. For Space Station, largely they're going to have to push this one into the OT on A itself. Hawk needs to be considerate of the mech.
Oh, Infected too, considerate of his health bar there. Very low. All right, quick reset here. Payload almost through car wash as they regain control of this high ground. Setting up Tree and putting him in a perfect spot is going to be what Team Liquid want to do. Ideally, it does end up taking a little bit of damage there from Server as Hawk tries to contend with the high ground, but a swift boot there from Vega is going to make sure he's not any kind of factor for Tree to deal with.
CJ first ult. We saw that even when Space Station were attacking, he'll
They're going to rush.
have the advantage of the RuPaul
right
Vega
now.
one.
They're just going to dive in. Vega's already dead, but RuPaul is going to swiftly follow him. CJ hits the rush. Really nice ult tempo there from Space Station. The tool they need is to succeed there.
Space Station not going to allow this opening advantage to fade away from them. I mean, you just saw the damage on the Vega before they even really initiated the push. So Vega swiftly falls by the wayside and just waiting for Hawk to get the self-destruct as well so they can have some tank longevity on the point, but you do have to play up against this RuPaul rush next. They don't have a lot of good options against it. Lep's not on a loser, there's no beat.
Yeah, there's no re on the Tracer either, and they're actually chunking out Chronic. Someone kind of crazy. Blue box control is going to be good, but again, Tree on an off angle. Someone has to deal with him. Let early rally. Rush on the point. High noon on blue box. Can he find a kill? Everybody from Team Liquid are going to get away, and that pulse bomb does not connect. A stick, but a Suzu is good enough, but the bowler is even better. CJ and Lep down, and Space Station Gaming with a tourist visa to the 7th layer of hell here, as Team Liquid are going to push this over the line. This Primal Rage available for Infected, it's not going to get used either, I can't imagine. Chronic end up falling over. There's a self-destruct from Hawk, but a sound barrier from Vega to keep them competitive. A stamp onto Sugar Freeze
head, instant killing the Tracer, and the Primal Rage popped as well to get Hawk out of this mess.
Honestly, Hawk using self-destruct there, putting damage onto Infected, forces the Primal. Vega beat for that as well. I mean, Team Liquid, nothing against this. They are desperate to take A, and they're going to have some time as well. This is what they need. It just got a little expensive towards the end. Space Station, CJ climbing back on with that Kitsune rush again. 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and not even a full cap of B required. The final Thermopylae-esque hold required by Space Station because Team Liquid don't look like they're stopping.
Yeah, there's only 5 of them, bro. They ain't 300. Pulse bomb for Sugar Free. There's a rush for CJ. Again, better timing than RuPaul here, but they have to go first. Sugar Free, pulse bomb, misses, recalls to ship. But RuPaul's in a good spot. Playing far back as well, making sure he's keeping Infected topped up on Spaceship as Hawk is just getting pushed off. Eventually, Infected does fall pretty low. Might prompt actually RuPaul to go for the TP onto the high ground. Does end up Suzuing him too. This is an aggressive rush. An aggression we've not seen before as Infected ends up surviving too. Chronic CJ down, Infected though obliterated by the micro missiles. Vegas out of there. Can't really stick around for too long, but the rest of Team Liquid are going to be able to regroup. But Hawk still in the mech is going to prove quite a problem.
Shoving payload forward though. Hawk staying alive is so important. If Hawk doesn't get that kill to Infected, the map might already be over. Space Station, another lease on life. Lep and Vega, both equal charge on these beats. And Space Station leading this timer down again.
They managed to tag Sugar Free super low with the ball is good. But the Suzu's benefit there for CJ. Ends up teleporting away, but the Kiriko has no CDs left remaining. And Chronic's going to be the first to fall. Hawk's mech gets demech, but self-destruct at least to get it. And Tree ends up going down to the explosion. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go now, but Space Station have the numbers. And they got the ult too.
Heroics being shown here. Space Station. They're going to be able to play this tower down enough that if they can win the beat trade fight, Space Station can actually genuinely win the map. You still have to play against the Primal Rage, but this is the last round of good Liquid ultimates. I mean, Liquid are now under pressure as well. They had a good amount of time coming into B, but realistically speaking, Space Station have done enough to maybe win this map. It's going to come down to this, a beat trade to decide it all.
High noon for Chronic. He's looking for people, but it's just buying time. Ends up letting it go without firing the shot off. Oh, Infected. When he gets busy on this high ground with his Primal Rage. Has to get out though, 300 HP.
Maybe too early. The Primal's basically gone now.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappeared. He's going to get another lead, but here comes the sound barrier. Lep has to hit this one. It's a 5-man. Tree didn't get theirs, but Tree's already dead. That sound barrier from Vega didn't hit him. The pulse bomb available from Sugar Free as well. Do they decide to reset? It looks like yes. The answer is 27 seconds to go. Vega's sound barrier not connecting with Tree there. Met his demise.
One more fight. RuPaul versus CJ this summer are Infected and the tried and true Ball. Got you the win on the defense, Ball. Now to maybe get you the win on the offense. Either team can win this one. Flip the coin, Liquid or Space Station. It's coming down to very thin margins. Hawk though, looking for self-destruct. That could be the play.
Touch for Zera. Sugar Free's going to be there. The rush on the point's going to be good, but one from high ground here from Space Station. Hawk goes low, but he doesn't get the self-destruct. The bowler, it goes a little bit wide, but the no self-destruct means no tank for Space Station Gaming. Team Liquid trying to lock in their golden stage now. Zera's pulse bomb goes wide, but a nice little Suzu there is going to help save Chronic. But Tree up into the skies. He finds one. He gets another. It's 2 players left alive on the point for Space Station Gaming, but it's all falling apart. A slam down and Sugar Brawn is slain, and Team Liquid have done it. A golden stage, the impossible achieved. A perfect regular season and a perfect run through in the playoffs. Team Liquid in 7 maps get it done.
Bet on the White Horse to finish in first place. This rocket ship from Space Station is dismantled. Not going to be reaching the stratospheric heights that Team Liquid have finally found themselves in. A golden stage. A completely flawless win across all of the regular season into the playoffs as well. It took until the final fight on a map 7 for Team Liquid. Through all of the hardships they faced, Stage 1 didn't even make land in Hangzhou. Stage 2 got 0, still losing out map 7. to Geekay, and now finding themselves in another map 7, familiar territory, but this time it's heads they're gonna find across the board as they get the championship win. My God, Team Liquid, your Stage 3 North American champions.
And on a map 2 where Space Station could have potentially taken it, this was the home territory for Team Liquid. But an amazing performance through and through. Tree definitely coming out of this as an MVP. The amount of first picks from not only the Freya, but the Sojourn. Just cool, calm, and collected as well. I mean, some of these maps, like, they weren't close, but they still managed to hold on, and Team Liquid are on another level. North American champions and going to an international as well, where the meta unlikely to change. They could see some real success. Korean teams have always been kind of this unbeatable wall, but a team has done it before. Crazy Raccoon has fallen to a North American team. Team Liquid now are gonna be the shining light for North America. Maybe that can push them to some international success in Stockholm. And there's your final stats for this map. And despite this KD elim difference here, this is so much closer than this appears.
Yeah, I mean, SSG genuinely pushed it to the absolute limit. It came down to such a thin wire. 1% differences is the make or break between winning and losing, and a 1% difference is the make or break between whether the self-destruct is available for the remake or not for Hawk. And that's how the cookie crumbles in Overwatch sometimes. And Liquid, this could have still fallen through their fingers. Imagine going to map 7 again and also dominating completely flawlessly for 2 maps in the middle of this 7-map series. To then drop it all on the 7th map would have been disastrous. But for SSG as well, I mean, both teams coming with insane stories. SSG, a huge rebuild coming to Stage 3 after missing out on mid-season championship. And both these teams have just had their struggles this year, man. It was a brand new champion crown now in North America. It was always going to be a new champion. SSG may have won EMEA before, but a new squad in North America and a new journey for them. They'll still have a journey in Stockholm, but Liquid, we kind of felt like this was their stage. Completely flawless, no losses so far. All they needed was a grand final. It took a lot of effort, but they finally got there. Man, what a final. Brilliant stuff.
An unbelievable one. And Team Liquid locking in that #1 seed. Space Station at 2nd and Geekay at 3rd. Your 3 North American representatives going to Stockholm at the end of November. But to close out the day and give us their final thoughts, let's throw it over to Zoe and the guys.
Yeah, hello, this is Zoe and the guys. We're here to break it down one last time. What a match, what a treat. I can't believe this not only came down to like 7 maps, that's already impressive, but this was literally like, that came down to the wire. This is insane. It's like one of those scenarios where if this player would have done maybe this different, it would have changed the whole outcome. Like, this was insane.
I mean, Hawk is at 99% self-destruct when he gets D-Mag in the last fight. Like, genuinely, if he just gets whatever that is, 10 more points of damage, a little bit more heals to live 1 more second,
wow,
gets the self-destruct off, this is like an SSG win. I mean, it really, it's rare to see a match of Overwatch between 2 teams so closely matched and at the same time so different, with such different identities, such different perspectives on the game. I'm just super excited to see both of these teams in Stockholm. I feel like this is, you got to congratulate Liquid for achieving the golden stage and achieving this perfection, but also SSG, what a turnaround considering their lackluster performance last stage, kind of disappointing, coming back with a vengeance here. Hawk, reclaiming one of those spots near the top of NA, although unfortunately not the very top. He'll have that chance though to fight back and earn a better placement in Stockholm.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start. Like, there's just so much to unpack here, but it felt like it came down to the final moments. There's just like so much on the line because, like we talked about pre-game going into this one, I think both of these franchises, they've sort of felt a little bit underwhelmed with how things went so far this year. And so both teams really just vying for that championship spot here in Stage 3. And at the end of the day, it was Team Liquid. Just the tiny details was enough to overcome SSG.
I mean, I couldn't think of a more deserving team to get the crown for this stage, given the performance they had throughout the regular season. They only dropped 6 map, as we countless times said now. They went undefeated and they continued in that fashion through the playoffs all the way up until the very end. We now have an opportunity to talk to the team or to one of the players from the team, and Vega will be our interview if yes
Hello.
it is. There's the face card. Hey Vega, great to see you. Great to hear from you.
Nice to see you.
Man, what a series. Like, this was insane. Can you walk us through what the comms were like? Because there were times in the game where we're like, okay, Team Liquid got it, no problem. And then suddenly everything turned around. Like, that must have been crazy.
Gosh, I think the game, it was so weird because a lot of the comps that we played, we honestly, like, we never really played them before. And for some reason, I feel like when we streamed SSG, they just were not playing like how they did in this match. I think they played pretty good. Maybe we played a little bit nervous, but we always beat Diva Comp in Scrim, but whenever they started playing Diva Comps in this match, we were lost and we couldn't figure out a solution.
Yeah, so I mean, I gotta ask. Finally, you guys clinch not only this stage, you know, getting the golden stage, but also the first place in North America. And despite it maybe being closer than you might have wanted, right? Things coming down to the absolute wire in Map 7, you guys did get it done. So I mean, I just talked to you about the journey with this team, what it means to you guys to be in this place now, to be the #1 seed representing NA going to Stockholm.
Gosh, I mean, I'm so happy to like finally be a champion. I feel like coming into this year, me and RuPaul, we won 4 championships, and I said I don't want to lose a single championship this year, and we ended up losing 2. And I think we've really come a long way. We were 3rd place first tournament, 2nd place second tournament, and now we ended 1st place. And I feel like it was very like hard fought from our team. I think everyone worked really hard. I'm really proud that people were able to clutch up.
Vega, there's just so much to unpack from this series because there were so many like back and forths, like we already talked about, like the Honor Brig to the Lucio Kiri. I guess I want to hear about that kind of like commitment to that Lucio Kiriko in the end, and like the pace you guys showed up with on Esperanza. You went down on Hollywood, and you know it wasn't really a C9 because Infected, you know, he had to leave the card because he was dropped so low. But then you come into that energy on Esperanza and you just dominate, or yeah, like. What kind of gave you that energy going into that map?
So I think we realized you can't be seeing Korea that Brig is pretty unplayable right now. I mean, Chio can play Brig, but I think Brig is super hard into like Lijiang, Freya, and they love playing Freya especially. So because of that, we sort of realized on Esperanza, if we can't lose on Lucio, or if we can't win on this Lucio Kiri Winston comp and with Sojourn, I think there's no chance we can win this series. So I think we put a lot of effort into that, and we knew that if we lose this map, then the series is going to be unbelievably harder. And we won the map, and we made our Lucio Kiri work.
Well, you guys made so much work all stage long, all season long. We saw the work that you guys put in. How do you feel you're going to stack up against the international competition? Like, do you feel like there's anything in particular you guys want to focus on in preparations for the World Finals?
I think for preparation of the World Finals, I want to focus on like beating individual teams and like learning strategies to beat these international teams, because every team plays like different stuff. And I think I just really want to focus on actually winning. I really want to do good at internationals because we're doing so good in scrims this stage. But I think this grand finals and even the match before, I think it's still us adjusting and becoming better as a team. But I think now that we won this Map 7 grand finals, I think that shows our team that we can really be the best team in the world and we can clutch everything.
Well, it's been a joy to watch you guys in action. I know we'll all be rooting for you at the World Finals, and we want to see you there in person. Vega, once again, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. You guys are our NA champions.
Thank you, and then shout out the Vega Nation and my parents. Bye-bye.
Always big shout out to the parents and the Vega Nations, of course, and all the fans who have supported the team. That's right. That's right. Also, big shout out to this guy, Cargo, delivering our daily highlights. DHL once again. Boy, I mean, there's so many highlights. Like, this series felt like 20 series all packed in one. So many different storylines on every map.
It's crazy how
this is a book.
Many maps even went down to the wire too, right? Like, you think back to Hollywood, it's almost the opposite scenario of what happens to Hockey, right? Infected, I say it's not a C9, he's 95 primal and just dies trying to push cart. So it just is what it is, you know? It's SSG put the pressure on, and it was just a little overwhelming. And then the same thing goes back the other way, right? Like, these two teams are playing on such tight margins, taking such big risks, and kind of making it work time after time. Sugar Free, I think, had a monster series, but Tree and Zero were giving just as good as they were getting, and it's just a knockdown drag out, man. It's great to see this level of competition at the top of North America. I think we're gonna have not just two, I think we're gonna have three very solid North American teams representing in Stockholm. It's a great time to be a fan of NA Overwatch.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And they all like kind of specialize on slightly different stuff too. Like I said, there's chapters to this match. Like it started off and like Trees Hanzo. Remember that? Like 2 hours ago.
God.
Like just unbelievable. But then, you know, like I talked about in the interview, like it really felt like SSG, they were playing so well with this D.Va composition and Liquid didn't really have an answer. And then they brought on Esperanza that then led into Suravasa. And suddenly Team Liquid are on top of this series with a 3-2 scoreline, which means that they get the free pick to go to Gibraltar, which is one of their best maps. So really just one of the best series like of the year. Amazing back and forth. And again, there's so much more to break down.
There really is. I also just love that I feel like almost every player in the server had an opportunity to shine, since we did play so many maps and there were so many different points where it's like, hey, this player is really carrying it for the team. And that I feel like that can be said about literally everyone who was in the server at one point during it. So really all around congratulations to everyone who's performed and showed up today. We are done with NA. We crowned our champions here as well. And that means that we're now focusing on the World Finals. And boy, is that going to be good, because the teams have so many different identities, so many different looks. It's going to be hard for the teams to prepare. You know, like, I feel like in a lot of past events, when you ended up at LAN, everyone was still kind of playing the same thing. So like you didn't have to practice that many or be practiced against so many niche comps and like different compositions.
I mean, I think that the world of Overwatch has changed, right? It's not a world where you come in and you sort of like have the anti-strat for every team. It's just a world where you have to adapt on the fly. You have to be the team that can go deep into that series and take a risk. As Vega was talking about, playing comps that maybe you haven't practiced before, right? But you just have to believe this is the right style. We can hang on these characters. We'll find the way through. And I loved, you know, hearing the listen-ins throughout that match with both Liquid and SSG, both sounding so composed, playing so well under immense pressure in a grand final. I think that's great signs for Stockholm, for North America overall, to achieve a strong placement.
Ayo, here's the bracket. Johnny, thoughts, impressions?
Oh, it's so beautiful. This is peak right here. Look, there's a couple of tournaments that stand out in Overwatch history. I think it's, you know, the 2022 playoffs ended with Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock. Huge bracket. 2022 mid-season championship. That was like 5 days of just Overwatch, you know, 12 hours a day. Absolute madness. These big brackets, this is as good as it gets. Elimination. Almost every single round, mostly just in the losers bracket. But it's just as good as it gets. I can't wait. Tons of team involved all across the globe, meeting in one place in Stockholm. And they're going to battle it out for a World Finals Championship.
You sounded so American right there. It's a big bracket, it's the best bracket. Big brackets are good brackets.
They figured some stuff out. I'm just saying so. They get some things right.
I love that for us. Oh man,
it might not be symmetrical comps, but
it's gonna be a good time. That's what I know. And I know that for certain, because I know I get to cover the action with the best team in the world, and we have the best teams in the world participating in the competition. So it's gonna be a good time. We also have the best fans in the world. So once again, grab your tickets right now. You can still do that and join us in person. It's gonna be at the end of November, so still a few weeks of travel planning ahead of you, and then you can join us for the conclusion of OWCS 2025. It's been a wild ride, a really great ride. Final thoughts from you guys before we wrap things up here. Jake, starting with you.
Just been my pleasure, man. Absolute pleasure to be on the show. You know, these last couple weekends, it's amazing seeing all the effort and the passion from these teams. You know, not just the top three from NA and EMEA that actually qualified to Stockholm, but also, you know, so many players working hard, grinding up the ranks with some impressive hero stories to make their late stage run. So it's just always a joy. I mean, I love this game, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
No thoughts, Zoe. We wrapped up stage 3, but the best awaits. The World Finals are yet to come. We're just moving on to the next one. Here we go.
That's right, and another one, and we will be there no matter what. Thank you all so much for watching. Big shout out to our production, to all the teams, to all broadcast talent who has been with us not just today but throughout the entire season. Y'all are contributing so heavily to the joy that is the OWCS. We hope to see all of you in Stockholm for the conclusion, as I said, of our 2025 season. Thank you so much. Have a good night, and we see you there.
Can I hit it in the morning? You should know by now. While we talking, you should know by